In the twilight of the world, malevolence reigns supreme. Bound by the shackles of rules, Chen Mu wields an astronomical sum of ghostly coins, commanding bizarre realms and navigating in treacherous landscapes with ease. Whether confronting the shadows of nocturnal academies or the crimson-clad specters, he effortlessly acquires them. The dictates of fate are penned by his hand, and the balance of life and death rests firmly within his grasp. Chapter 1. A fortune of 10 billion ghostly coins. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the classroom is ablaze with light, while the world beyond remains shrouded in darkness. This hour marks the evening study session for the senior students, with a mere 40 minutes remaining until the conclusion of their labors. Within the confines of the classroom, Chen Mu abruptly opens his eyes, gazing around in bewilderment. After a brief pause, realization dawns upon him, and he murmurs in disbelief, "I have actually been reincarnated." Chen Mu vividly recalls that he had survived until the 5th year of this uncanny apocalypse. I end this strange world. The bizarre roams freely, transforming humanity's existence into a nightmarish tableau. In the face of various fatal scenarios, even the slightest deviation from the established rules invites grotesque retribution. Those fortunate enough may lose limbs, while the less fortunate become mere sustenance for the aberrations. To endure in this peculiar end of days, one must either forge contracts with the otherworldly, possess extraordinary tools, exhibit remarkable intellect, or wield ghostly coins. However, acquiring such power, wisdom, or currency is no trifling matter. Particularly, ghostly coins of the mundane variety hold little value. It is the coins of the underworld, bestowed upon the world post-apocalypse, that truly capture the attention of the bizarre. Securing such coins is akin to scaling the heavens. Once one acquires these otherworldly coins, survival in the apocalypse becomes second nature. With an ample supply of these spectral currencies, even the king of the aberrations may bow before you. In his previous life, Chen Mu fortuitously survived for 5 years, and, through an unexpected turn of fate, discovered the Bank of Hades. In the apocalyptic world, rumors circulated that the Bank of Hades concealed trillions of ghost coins. With a fortune of such magnitude, the apocalypse could transform into a paradise, with all the malevolent spirits at one's beck and call. During that tumultuous time, Chen Mu was tormented by a series of bizarre occurrences, driving him to the brink of madness. He resolved to take a daring leap and seize a fortune from the Bank of Hades. Having endured 5 years in this harsh reality, Chen Mu possessed a modicum of skill. In his possession was a spatial ring, one of the rarest artifacts, capable of holding countless ghost coins. However, as he initiated his audacious plan, he inadvertently triggered the bank's defenses and roused the wrath of the Ghost King. In an instant, infernal flames erupted around him, and the furious Ghost King descended, intent on devouring Chen Mu whole. Just as he found himself at the end of his rope, Chen Mu steeled himself and activated the spatial ring. With a thunderous shout, he astonishingly drew the entire Bank of Hades into the ring. Yet soon thereafter, he was consumed by the raging inferno and met his demise at the hands of the Ghost King. In his final moments, a self-deprecating smile graced his lips. At that instant, he had become the wealthiest person in the apocalypse, only to perish before he could even spend a single coin. His heart brimmed with discontent. Fortunately, in a twist of fate that he had never anticipated, he found himself reborn. Regaining his senses, Chen Mu quickly examined his fingers. In the next moment, an expression of sheer ecstasy illuminated his eyes. He had been reborn, and yet the ring remained. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Bank of Hades within the ring was still intact, within the vast treasury of the underworld. Chen Mu could access an abundance of underworld currency at will, perhaps due to some extraordinary circumstance. Upon his rebirth, he brought along the ring and an unimaginable wealth of underworld coins, starting off with a staggering fortune. Even after enduring 5 years of trials in a post-apocalyptic world, the exhilaration still rendered Chen Mu unable to maintain his composure. After 5 minutes, he finally managed to calm his racing heart and began to assess his current situation. Raising his gaze to the digital clock in the classroom, he noted that it was June. If memory served him correctly, the bizarre apocalypse had descended in May 5 years prior, indicating that it had been a month since the onset of this strange world. However, the surroundings appeared unremarkable. His classmates were still engaged in self-study. The homeroom teacher was at the podium grading papers and motivational slogans for upcoming exams adorned the walls. The playground outside the classroom also presented a scene of tranquility. Chen Mu was not surprised by this. Although the bizarre apocalypse had been in effect for a month, its impact was still minimal. The majority of people had yet to be affected, and a semblance of normalcy was still being upheld. He understood that the repercussions of this strange apocalypse would gradually expand. In the beginning, there might have been only a handful of individuals worldwide who were compelled to partake in bizarre scenarios, struggling to survive within the confines of our rules. Those assigned bizarre tasks were required to reach the designated scenarios within a specified time frame. These bizarre scenarios varied in scale. Some were solitary endeavors, while others required the collaboration of multiple participants. Even after the bizarre apocalypse has unfolded for 2 years, a group of individuals from a city will inevitably find themselves ensnared in a peculiar scenario, a veritable hell on Earth. Within this strange setting, tasks must be completed to earn rewards. Yet such fortunate souls are but a rare few. Even for those who manage to survive, the future promises an onslaught of further bizarre scenarios. As time progresses, an increasing number of individuals become embroiled in these uncanny situations, leading to a collapse of order, where everyone lives in trepidation amidst the apocalyptic landscape. If Chen Mu's memory serves him correctly, we are currently in the calm before the storm. Within a month at most, chaos will ensue, and people will bear witness to the horrors of the bizarre apocalypse. The bizarre scenarios can be purchased, and the strange can be employed. Within a month's time, I must acquire as many bizarre scenarios as possible and hire more of the uncanny to obtain an abundance of items. Chen Mu is acutely aware that in this apocalyptic world, while he possesses a significant amount of ghostly currency, he must also wield considerable strength. Otherwise, prior to his rebirth, despite possessing trillions of ghost coins, he still met an untimely demise. Gazing around the classroom, a closer inspection reveals that within a mere month, the bizarre apocalypse has already begun to alter each individual. Although textbooks are spread across desks, few students are actually reading. Instead, many engage in hushed conversations, their faces betraying expressions of fear and unease. This indicates that they have heard whispers of the bizarre scenarios and have begun to grasp some of the rules of the uncanny apocalypse within this short span of time. For instance, participation in bizarre tasks is mandatory. Failure to comply results in death. Bizarre tasks manifest at random, and whether one receives such a task, when it might arrive, and how many times it occurs all depend upon one's fortune. Yet, none have yet grasped the reality that a strange apocalypse has befallen them. They continue to yearn for stability and hope for the tides to turn. Thus, students persist in attending school, and teachers in delivering lessons, as a semblance of normalcy is tenuously upheld. Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberates through the classroom. A girl, who moments ago was engrossed in animated conversation with her classmate, now stares in terror, her trembling finger pointing at her desk. Upon closer inspection, a blood-red note has appeared upon her tabletop, inscribed with the words, "Bizarre Task, Midnight Diner." Simultaneously, 2 other students discover identical notes on their desks. The emergence of such a note signifies a misfortune. They have been selected for a bizarre task, requiring them to venture into an uncanny scenario to fulfill their assignment. Chen Mu gazes at his own desk and finds the same note, "Bizarre Task, Midnight Diner." To him, this revelation is unsurprising, for prior to his rebirth, he too had encountered this peculiar task at this very hour. In stark contrast to the dread exhibited by his peers, Chen Mu's countenance reveals not fear, but rather a flicker of exhilaration in his eyes. Chapter 2. The Midnight Diner. Upon a blood-red note, the task description was inscribed, "In the stillness of the night, there exists a diner that opens its doors at the stroke of midnight. As the clock tolls, the kitchen emits a peculiar scent, and an array of crimson dishes adorns the tables, flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows, awaiting a peculiar clientele. You are a server at the Midnight Diner. Please make your way to the school cafeteria before 12 o'clock. As a competent server, tardiness is an unforgivable transgression. Chen Mu glanced at the clock. It was 9:30, leaving him with 2.5 hours before the task commenced. The journey to the cafeteria would take merely 10 minutes, ample time for him to arrive. In stark contrast to Chen Mu's composure, the others appeared utterly terrified. The classroom was in a frenzy. Rumors of bizarre tasks had circulated among the students for the past fortnight, yet none expected the occurrence to transpire so close to home. Oh my, is this truly happening? What should we do? Quick, someone call the teacher. I've heard that these strange tasks can be deadly. What good would calling the teacher do? Can't you see our instructor sitting there? There's nothing he can do. In the face of such terror, one can only hope for their own fortune. Is it possible to avoid undertaking the task? Woe is me. I wish to return home, not go. Are you eager to meet your demise sooner? Just the other day, in my residential complex, a man received a bizarre task and was too frightened to proceed. You want to believe what happened next? As soon as the task commenced, a crimson line appeared around the man's waist, causing his body to split into two halves. It is said that he struggled for several agonizing minutes before succumbing to death. The unfortunate souls chosen for such a terrifying endeavor are truly pitiable. One wonders how many will survive by dawn. I fervently hope I am not among the selected. I have always enjoyed remarkable fortune. Chen Mu noticed his deskmate casting a sympathetic glance in his direction, seemingly observing the calamity from a distance, while subtly shifting away. Fearful of being tainted by Chen Mu's misfortune, Chen Mu had long since grown accustomed to this behavior. He had seen through the nature of humanity. Those who were not chosen believed they could stand aloof, watching others suffer, unaware that they too could not escape the impending doom. Chen Mu knew that in 2 weeks, his deskmate would receive a bizarre task, ultimately leading to her being torn to shreds by a malevolent force. As the school bell rang, students began to leave the classroom, each one hastily shouldering their bags. They had not been selected for the task and hurried away, terrified of being targeted by the midnight canteen. The number of students in the school dwindled, the lights in the classrooms extinguishing one by one, until only the room occupied by Chen Mu remained illuminated. A few classmates who had received the task gathered together, each clutching a slip of paper, their faces etched with terror and despair, their hands trembling uncontrollably. Aside from Chen Mu, the others were all girls from his class. This did not surprise him, as his class was predominantly female. At that moment, the girls appeared ghostly pale, quaking in fear, with 2 of them even beginning to weep softly. In stark contrast, Chen Mu appeared remarkably composed. The trials of 5 years in a post-apocalyptic world had fortified his inner strength. What tempests had he not weathered? Moreover, with 1 trillion underworld coins at his disposal and prior experience in this task from his former life, what was there to fear? Chen Mu's mind was occupied with plans to acquire the Midnight Diner. If his memory served him right, the Midnight Diner was a hidden gem with considerable potential for appreciation. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, it had recruited numerous elite ghost chefs, transforming into a renowned high-end establishment. Countless famished souls sought its culinary delights, even willing to act as enforcers in exchange for a meal. Thus, Chen Mu resolved to navigate the eerie apocalypse, commencing with the purchase of the Midnight Diner. The diner was situated opposite the school playground, and a few individuals arrived early to await its opening, eager to avoid tardiness. The diner was shrouded in darkness and silence, showing no signs of life. Time passed slowly. With a resounding toll of 3 somber bells, midnight arrived. Within the pitch-black diner, several candles flickered to life, casting shadows that hinted at fleeting figures. Simultaneously, a faint scent of blood wafted from the entrance. "Welcome to the Midnight Diner," greeted a cadre of young attendants. From the depths of the diner emerged a figure clad in a uniform. Chen Mu recognized her as the manager, a female specter. Adorned in a crimson uniform and a fitted skirt, she would have been an exquisite beauty were it not for the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. The manager scrutinized Chen Mu and his companions. Amidst the trembling crowd, Chen Mu's calm demeanor stood out conspicuously. The female manager cast a couple of glances at Chen Mu, seemingly taken aback by his composure. As the work shift commenced, she addressed the newly arrived servers, stating, "I am the manager of the Midnight Diner. To ensure the smooth operation of our establishment, I must elucidate the rules that you are required to adhere to without exception. 1. The commands of the diner manager are not to be defied. You must faithfully execute my directives. 2. The individuals entering to dine are our guests. It is imperative to treat them with utmost respect. Any request made by a guest must be unconditionally fulfilled, even by myself. 3. The working hours span 2 hours, during which you are not permitted to leave the diner, nor may you damage any property within. Failure to comply will result in penalties. Upon concluding her explanation of the rules, the manager gestured for Chen Mu and his companions to enter the diner. Chapter 3. The dangerous guests. As they stepped through the entrance of the diner, the scent of blood intensified. Within the dimly lit space, several private rooms came into view. A number of decaying monstrosities, bearing the marks of rot, weaved through the dining area and kitchen, each balancing trays laden with crimson dishes. The female manager addressed Chen Mu and his companions, saying, "You have 3 minutes to don your server uniforms." After her words, she pointed towards a nearby room, marked as the changing area. Chen Mu took the initiative and pushed open the door to the changing room. The others exchanged apprehensive glances, trembling with fear, before gritting their teeth and following him in. The changing room was permeated with a pungent, metallic odor. Several uniforms hung on the wall, each stained with varying degrees of blood. Chen Mu entered first, intent on selecting the cleanest uniform to wear. A few individuals arrived late, leaving only Chen Mu to choose from the remnants. Merely a minute later, they had changed into their uniforms. Upon seeing the group clad in their work attire, the female manager nodded in approval, evidently pleased with their promptness. She then led them to the entrance of a private room, stating, "Inside, there is a guest. For the next hour, you shall serve as attendants, catering to the guest's needs." With that, the manager opened the door, gesturing for Chen Mu and the others to enter. Inside the room, there was a circular table at which sat a peculiar entity, possessing only half a head. At that moment, the entity was hunched over, engaged in its meal, emanating a putrid odor from its decaying form. It was seen using a spoon to pour a viscous soup into its shattered mouth, a portion of which spilled onto the table. "You, clean up the spilled soup," the entity commanded, pointing with its remaining half finger at one of the girls. The girl, named Zhao Mengmeng, turned pale at being singled out, casting a pleading glance towards Chen Mu. He noticed her gaze, and Zhao Mengmeng, with a pitiable expression, instinctively pressed closer to him, softly murmuring, "Chen Mu, I'm so scared. Could you please help me as classmates?" Chen Mu was well aware of Zhao Mengmeng's true nature. Though she appeared innocent and charming, she was in fact quite cunning, adept at leveraging her beauty to secure the greatest advantage for herself, having simultaneously dated several boyfriends across different classes, thus earning her the title of a master of time management. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu displayed a look of disdain. Having survived in this bizarre apocalypse for 5 years, he was far from being a saint. To suggest he should sacrifice himself for her, unless he were utterly deranged. Zhao Mengmeng initially thought that Chen Mu, being a mere novice, could easily be swayed by her feminine charm, compelling him to serve her like the infatuated admirers she had effortlessly manipulated in the past. However, Chen Mu was entirely impervious to such tactics. After being straightforwardly rebuffed by him, Zhao Mengmeng felt a flicker of resentment towards Chen Mu, though she maintained an appearance of pitiful innocence. Left with no other option, she took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and approached the bizarre entity. Upon reaching its side, Zhao Mengmeng discovered that there were no rags in sight. To comply with the entity's command, she had no choice but to use the sleeve of her uniform to meticulously wipe away the spilled soup from the table. The cold broth soaked her cuff, emitting an unbearable stench that nearly made her retch. Gritting her teeth against the nausea, she finally managed to clean the table. The entity seemed pleased. It reached into its pocket and produced a joss paper, offering it to Zhao Mengmeng as a tip. Instantly, her eyes lit up. Since the onset of the strange apocalypse a month ago, she had certainly heard rumors regarding joss paper. She had learned that in these bizarre tasks, joss paper was an extraordinarily potent tool. With it in hand, one could resolve numerous predicaments during these peculiar missions. There were even whispers online of individuals who had violated the rules in such tasks, but managed to evade consequences through joss paper. Given the immense power of this item, It was no wonder it drew fervent admiration from countless individuals. However, the acquisition of ghost coins is exceedingly arduous, rendering them remarkably scarce. There are even reports of affluent individuals offering exorbitant sums, as much as 1 million, merely to procure 100 ghost coins. Zhao Mingming clutched her 10 ghost coins as if they were a talisman, a smile of exhilaration gracing her lips. She cast a glance at Chen Mu and the other girls, her gaze laced with derision and disdain. In her eyes, possessing 10 ghost coins elevated her above Chen Mu and the others, who were devoid of any wealth. The expressions of the other girls mirrored envy. They had only heard in whispers that ghost coins were rare and precious artifacts. Yet here was Zhao Mingming, boasting a tip of 10 ghost coins. Nevertheless, Chen Mu maintained an air of calm, as though he had discerned the underlying truths. In the realm of peculiar tasks, there exists no such thing as a free lunch. Chen Mu had once undertaken the midnight diner task. He understood that accepting the eerie ghost coins would demand a price, and Zhao Mingming's joy was premature. Suddenly, an uncanny presence at the table seized an empty plate and directed its attention towards Zhao Mingming, saying, "I have finished this dish. Kindly remove the plate for me." Enveloped in her excitement, Zhao Mingming did not hesitate. Grasping the ghost coins in one hand and the plate in the other, she proceeded to exit. However, she failed to notice the eerie foot extending from beneath the table, obstructing her path. Just as Zhao Mingming took 2 steps forward, she was tripped by the uncanny foot, stumbling and falling to the ground, causing the plate in her hand to slip and crash. The sound of shattering echoed as the plate fragmented upon impact. Moments later, the door to the private room swung open, and the female ghostly manager, alerted by the commotion, stepped inside. Upon witnessing the shattered fragments of the plate strewn across the floor, the manager's expression abruptly soured. Casting a glance at several waitstaff, he exclaimed in a tone rife with indignation, "Who has broken this plate? Vandalizing the restaurant's property shall not go unpunished." Zhao Mingming's countenance turned ashen, her gaze shifting towards the peculiar patron seated at the edge of the table. At that moment, a mocking grin crept across half of the stranger's face, revealing their malicious intent. It was evident that this enigmatic guest had deliberately caused Zhao Mingming to stumble, eager to witness the ensuing drama. Zhao Mingming's eyes darted to Chen Mu, standing not far from where the plate had shattered at his feet. In a sudden surge of resolve, she pointed accusingly at him, declaring it was him. He broke the plate. Chen Mu furrowed his brow, taken aback by the audacity of this woman. Harboring resentment after he had refused to be her scapegoat, now sought to implicate him in her misfortune. However, he was not particularly astonished. He had encountered such treachery before. Betrayal and backstabbing were all too familiar to him. Zhao Mingming's attempt to frame him was merely child's play in Chen Mu's eyes. Furthermore, he understood that the instant she sought to cast blame upon him, her own fate was sealed. Chapter 4. A Path to Survival Within the Rules. Upon hearing Zhao Mingming's accusation, the female manager, a figure of enigmatic authority, did not lend credence to her claims. Instead, her voice escalated in fury. "Do you take me for a fool?" She pointed toward the corner of the room, where a peculiar object resembling an eye was fixated on the actions within the private dining area. "I have witnessed everything you have done." Upon witnessing the failure to frame Chen Mu, Zhao Mingming's complexion turned pale, her body trembling involuntarily from fear. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She hastily rummaged through her pockets and retrieved a tip of 10 ghost coins. This sum had been given to her by the peculiar guest only moments before. Though it pained her greatly, in the interest of preserving her life, Zhao Mingming had no choice but to part with it. Raising the 10 ghost coins in her hand and shouting at the female ghost manager, "I have ghost coins. I will compensate for the broken plate." Seeing the coins in Zhao Mingming's hand, the female ghost manager responded, "Are you certain you wish to use these ghost coins to cover the cost of the restaurant's plate?" "Yes, yes." Zhao Mingming nodded fervently, fearing the ghost manager might retract her words, and hurriedly handed over the coins. After receiving the ghost coins, the female ghost manager nodded, and Zhao Mingming, sensing a glimmer of hope, breathed a sigh of relief, believing she might escape with her life. However, at that moment, Chen Mu shook his head. fully aware that Zhao Mingming had missed her last chance of survival. It was now certain that she would meet her demise. Indeed, before Zhao Mingming could relish her fleeting relief, the female ghost manager's tone shifted back to one of anger. However, your ghost coins are insufficient. This plate requires 20 ghost coins, yet you have only provided me with 10. If you lack the necessary coins, I will need to take half of your body as compensation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingming's eyes widened in horror and despair surged within her. She had never anticipated that 10 ghost coins would fall short of covering the cost of the plate. The bizarre diner had merely been toying with her, intending for her to perish. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to the ground, a pool of steaming liquid seeping from her. It was evident that she was utterly terrified. Observing this, the peculiar diner at the table clapped its hands in satisfaction. It was thoroughly intrigued by the unfolding scene, relishing the transformation of the server from fear to joy, and ultimately to despair. The others around the table were visibly shaken, their faces pale with dread. They realized that this bizarre patron posed a significant threat, intent on bringing harm to the server. The dining establishment displayed a blatant bias in favor of its guests. Even if a patron deliberately sabotaged a server by shattering a plate, the servers were still required to compensate for the loss. Unfortunately for Zhao Mingming, should any of these individuals be chosen by the eerie diner, their fate would mirror hers. This was an inescapable deadlock. Would the peculiar diner strike again? Could they genuinely survive until the conclusion of their task? A wave of despair washed over them, enveloping each person in a suffocating sense of helplessness and fear, except for Chen Mu. His confidence stemmed not only from his possession of ghostly coins, but also from his understanding of the core laws governing this uncanny apocalypse. Every bizarre task must leave behind a glimmer of hope. Sometimes this escape lies concealed within the very rules themselves. And Chen Mu had already discerned the path to survival within the midnight diner. The strange diner licked its half-formed lips, seemingly yearning for more. The despair and collapse of a single server were insufficient to satisfy its appetite. It craved further entertainment. Suddenly, the peculiar diner pointed at Chen Mu, extracting 10 ghostly coins from its pocket and unceremoniously placing them in his hand. Consider this your tip. The other players gasped in shock, realizing that the eerie diner had no intention of relenting. It had already selected its second victim. Chen Mu. Zhao Mingming, sprawled on the ground, harbored resentment towards Chen Mu for his lack of assistance. She was acutely aware of her impending demise. Yet the prospect of witnessing Chen Mu meet his own end brought her an exhilarating sense of vengeance. You didn't perish for me earlier. Now, it appears your fate is sealed. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the peculiar diner seized another plate and, with a resounding crash, shattered it upon the floor. Pointing at the fragmented dish, the diner addressed the restaurant manager, asserting, "This plate has been broken. I demand that this waiter compensate for it." The waiter in question, of course, referred to Chen Mu. Observing the diner's brazen demeanor, a girl, under the weight of fear and indignation, could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "This plate was not broken by Chen Mu. It is unjust to hold him accountable." Chen Mu cast a glance at the girl, who was named Yi Chuxue, the class monitor. Her outburst stemmed not only from a sense of fairness, but also from a recognition of the precariousness of her own situation. If Chen Mu were to perish, she feared she might be next. Regardless, Yi Chuxue possessed a modicum of righteousness. Chen Mu had encountered individuals like her, those who spoke up for others, before the bizarre apocalypse had transpired. However, in the years since that cataclysm, he had seen none, as those with a sense of justice had perished in the relentless trials they faced. Yet, the female manager of the diner paid no heed to Yi Chuxue's protests. She turned her attention to Chen Mu and stated, "The waiter must obey the commands of the guests. If a guest demands compensation for a broken plate, then compensation must be made." To the manager's surprise, Chen Mu did not contest her words. Instead, he calmly nodded, "Of course, I possess 10 soul coins." Yet, 10 soul coins were insufficient to cover the cost of the plate. "I understand, but I never claimed I would compensate for this plate," Chen Mu said slowly. The others present exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend Chen Mu's words. Did he refuse to pay for the plate? Was he preparing to openly confront the enigmatic female manager? Had Chen Mu lost his mind? The female manager furrowed her brow, crimson blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, seemingly ready to tear Chen Mu to shreds. If he refused to pay for the plate, then death was his only alternative. I have grown weary of high-end hotels. I've heard that the small workshops serve robust fare. Chen Mu remarked, a radiant smile gracing his face as he waved the 10 underworld coins in his hand towards the female manager. Bring forth your menu. I wish to order a dish to sample. The other girls remained bewildered by Chen Mu's words, some even believing he had been rendered speechless by fear. In such a dire moment, he was still contemplating ordering a dish, yet, observing Chen Mu's unwavering demeanor, they were uncertain of his true intentions. The female manager's expression shifted slightly. A flicker of realization dawned upon her, her gaze towards Chen Mu now laced with astonishment and trepidation. Chen Mu continued, your little tricks are hardly impressive in my presence. Chapter 5. How to requite virtue with virtue. What have you discerned? The female manager's uncertainty was evident, yet her slightly panicked tone betrayed her. Chen Mu smiled faintly. The path to survival in this task is cleverly concealed within the very rules you articulated at its inception. Am I not correct, dear manager? Rule number 2. Those who come to consume are guests. One must treat guests with utmost courtesy, unconditionally fulfilling their every request, even if it entails accommodating the manager. A mere tip of 10 coins was bestowed upon me by the guest, while the cost of the plate amounts to 20 coins. Rendering the gratuity insufficient to cover the damage. To compensate the plate with the 10 coins would be tantamount to inviting disaster. With a hint of cunning, Chen Mu did not miss the opportunity to subtly critique Zhao Mengmeng. What appeared to be an insurmountable predicament could be resolved through a leap of thought. One must transcend the conventional mindset of being a mere servant, who decrees that one cannot alter their identity in a peculiar scenario. The second rule articulates clearly. If one is not a servant but a guest, it implies the liberty to make any demands, including the refusal to compensate for the plate. The method to assume the role of a guest is already embedded within the regulations. The first sentence of the second rule states that those who come to consume are guests. Therefore, if I am dining in the cafeteria, this rule allows me to transform into a guest. Thus, the proper use of these 10 coins is not for compensation, but for consumption. Manager, I request a plate of peanuts worth 10 coins. As a guest, I hereby refuse to compensate for the plate. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Mu handed the 10 coins to the female manager. At this juncture, the female manager's anxiety finally dissipated. She had never anticipated that such a young student could discern the hidden path to survival. Is this a beaver? JPG, is this your first time undertaking a peculiar task? The female manager could not help but inquire. Indeed, this is my first experience in this lifetime, Chen Mu replied, not uttering a falsehood, for it truly was his inaugural peculiar task since his rebirth. In truth, this path to survival was conceived by Chen Mu after reflecting on his past life experiences. Back then, that peculiar patron had slain 2 attendants before ceasing his rampage. And Chen Mu, fortunate enough not to be chosen, managed to escape with his life. However, to rephrase, armed with the wisdom of his previous existence, even without foreknowledge, Chen Mu possessed the confidence to discover a means of survival, albeit with some complications. Furthermore, with 1 trillion ghostly coins at his disposal, he had already intended to acquire the Midnight Diner. To him, the Midnight Diner had effectively become his own enterprise, leaving no room for panic. If necessary, he could simply resort to his cash capabilities. I concede, you are quite impressive, remarked the female ghost manager, as she took 10 ghostly coins, her tone softening considerably. Individuals endowed with skill and wisdom command respect wherever they may be, even among the peculiar. On the ground, Zhao Mengmeng, witnessing this astonishing turn of events, finally came to her senses and urgently called out to the female ghost manager, "Return my 10 ghostly coins. I refuse to forfeit. I too wish to place an order. I also desire to be a distinguished guest." However, the female ghost manager coldly declined her request, stating, "Your 10 ghostly coins have already been given to me and are non-refundable." The light of hope in Zhao Mengmeng's eyes extinguished. replaced by resentment and despair that contorted her features into a terrifying visage. She glared viciously at Chen Mu, unwilling to accept her fate, and spat. "Chen Mu, you saw through the path to survival long ago. Why did you not share it with me? You scoundrel." In uttering these words, she failed to consider how she had attempted to deceive Chen Mu into taking her place in death. Chen Mu merely shrugged, responding, "Why should I save you? Moreover, you wish for me to meet my demise on your behalf, while simultaneously seeking to tarnish my reputation. To repay malice with kindness raises the question, how does one reciprocate virtue? Furthermore, the moment you framed me for your own misdeeds, your fate was sealed. The first rule dictates that the orders of the cafeteria manager must not be disregarded. You are obliged to faithfully execute their commands." When the cafeteria manager inquired as to who shattered the plate, your failure to speak the truth constituted a breach of the rule of faithfully executing the cafeteria manager's commands, marking you as one destined for death. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Zhao Mengmeng was rendered utterly speechless. His statement elicited a look of astonishment from the female cunning manager, who had not anticipated Chen Mu's meticulous observation, nor his recognition of Zhao Mengmeng's violation of the primary rule. Such acute observational prowess, can it truly belong to a mere student? Meanwhile, the others gradually regained their composure. In this seemingly inescapable situation, Chen Mu had effortlessly unraveled the predicament. Among them, two younger individuals gazed at Chen Mu with eyes brimming with admiration. One can only imagine how many lives might have been lost here tonight had it not been for Chen Mu's intervention. It could even be said that he saved several lives this evening. Just as the female cunning manager prepared to depart, Chen Mu unexpectedly called out to her, urging her not to hurry away, for he had matters to discuss. "What else is there?" she inquired, her tone considerably softer than before. Chen Mu gestured for the girls to momentarily step aside. He then addressed the cunning manager, saying, "Please summon your superior. I have business to discuss with them." "Superior?" The female manager of the enigmatic establishment displayed a troubled expression. "Our employer rarely intervenes personally. If you have any requests, feel free to share them with me, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. My appetite is quite insatiable. You may not be able to satisfy me. For instance, I wish to purchase your cafeteria." Chen Mu spoke in a tone so nonchalant, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, the female manager doubted her own understanding for a moment. She nearly burst into laughter, caught between amusement and disbelief. It was unclear whether Chen Mu was naive or audacious, a mere human, managing to survive in this world, yet harboring the fantastical notion of acquiring the midnight cafeteria. Such a thought was utterly ludicrous. Had anyone else made such a claim, the female manager would have rolled her eyes, perhaps even gestured rudely, while contemplating how to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. However, Chen Mu was currently engaged in a peculiar task, bolstered by the buff of his guest status, compelling the female manager to maintain a semblance of courtesy. She offered him a playful gesture, then patiently elucidated, "Dear guest, the rules state that I must accommodate all your requests. However, please be aware that if your demands exceed my capabilities, I am unable to comply." To her, it seemed that Chen Mu sought to exploit the rules, attempting to cunningly seize the midnight cafeteria, expecting her to relinquish it without compensation. This was evidently impossible. The proprietor had anticipated such a loophole when establishing the rules, thus delegating the explanation to the female manager. "It is my duty to fulfill your requests. The implications for my employer are irrelevant," she asserted. Yet, Chen Mu's next statement left her utterly astounded. "I understand you lack the authority, and you've misconstrued my intent. What I mean is I wish to purchase this cafeteria, providing the owner with an irrefutable reason to acquiesce. For instance, ghost coins." Chapter 6. He is surprisingly wealthy. The female manager of the eerie establishment scrutinized Chen Mu from head to toe. She had to concede that his earlier demeanor exhibited a certain intelligence. However, she could not fathom that Chen Mu possessed the means to acquire the midnight diner. Although the establishment was struggling and on the brink of closure, purchasing it would undoubtedly require at least 2 million ghost coins, a staggering sum by any standard. The notion that this young man could have 1 million ghost coins was simply implausible, Who would believe such a tale? Was he attempting to deceive her? A mysterious smile graced Chen Mu's lips as he gently touched the ring on his finger, slowly extracting a stack of ghost coins from within. Indeed, Chen Mu was about to wield his monetary prowess. The ghostly bank within his ring held trillions of ghost coins at his disposal for any purpose. In this bizarre post-apocalyptic world, there were no repercussions for robbing the ghostly bank. What one seized became theirs. This was precisely why Chen Mu had once risked everything to raid the ghostly bank. Upon witnessing Chen Mu produce a substantial pile of ghost coins, the female manager was momentarily taken aback, then peered at them in disbelief. The coins were enveloped in a potent aura of ghostly energy, unmistakably authentic. This sizable stack must amount to at least 100,000. He nonchalantly produced such an immense fortune. Could it truly be that he was this affluent? Observing Chen Mu's composed demeanor, the female manager instinctively retracted her finger. She was convinced now. This man might genuinely wish to purchase the diner. At that moment, her gaze towards Chen Mu was imbued with a newfound complexity of emotions. Recently, the Midnight Diner has fallen into dire straits, with the proprietor unable to even disburse wages. The female manager's salary has been in arrears for 6 months, along with the wages of other peculiar staff and chefs, all overdue for more than half a year. The 10,000 ghostly coins that Chen Mu casually produced represent a sum that the female manager would take 2.5 years to earn. Her attitude towards Chen Mu has transformed into one of deep respect, her face adorned with a smile interlaced with a hint of humble subservience. She now laments the moment she raised her middle finger. "Esteemed Mr. Chen, I am the manager, Li Xiaoxiao. Please allow me a moment. I shall fetch our boss immediately." With that, Li Xiaoxiao pulled out a chair from the dining table, respectfully assisting Chen Mu to sit, and bowed to him before hastily departing to summon the boss. Once Li Xiaoxiao left, a profound silence enveloped the private room. Chen Mu remained seated, while the peculiar diner who had previously sought to vex him now appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. The Midnight Diner, lacking in grandeur, primarily attracts those of modest means, and the odd patrons here are often financially constrained. Observing Chen Mu's apparent wealth, the peculiar diner was gripped by trepidation, fearing that Chen Mu might spend his riches to procure its very life. With this unsettling thought, the peculiar being rummaged through its pocket, retrieving a long-preserved cigarette, which it timidly offered to Chen Mu. "Mr. Chen, I am but a scoundrel. I hope you can overlook my past transgressions. Begone." Chen Mu leisurely uttered a single word. The peculiar being felt as if it had been granted a reprieve, incessantly apologizing as it scrambled away in abject fear. Chen Mu had no intention of letting it go. However, he refrained from acting too hastily due to his current lack of power, fearing that pushing too hard might drive the other party to desperation, thus endangering his life. Once he acquired the Midnight Diner, he could easily dispatch an employee to eliminate this peculiar shark, eradicating the threat entirely. As for Zhao Mingming, Chen Mu had no plans to rescue her. Setting aside the desire to assist others, he chose to respect the destinies of individuals, while simultaneously lauding the grandeur of natural selection. Outside the private room, several individuals who had been driven out to take refuge were still engulfed in a sense of unreality. What was happening? Weren't they engaged in a bizarre task? A perilous endeavor fraught with danger, where they tread cautiously in search of an escape? Why had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically upon reaching Chen Mu? They witnessed the door to the private room open twice. The first time, the female manager emerged with a sycophantic expression, and the second time, a terrified patron fled in utter panic. From this perspective, it seemed as though their roles had been reversed. Chen Mu appeared to embody the uncanny, while the peculiar seemed reduced to a state of fright. "Feel free to find a seat. You shall not face any danger tonight," Chen Mu remarked as he opened the door to the private room and addressed the group of girls. These young women were his classmates, with whom he harbored no animosity. They were kind-hearted and had previously assisted Chen Mu with his homework. The class monitor, Yi Chuxiwa, had just stood up for him moments ago. Thus, Chen Mu had no intention of causing them distress. After all, he was not a psychological deviant, unlike the earlier bizarre entity that took pleasure in creating trouble for others. As the girls settled in the hall, Their gazes towards Chen Mu brimmed with gratitude and admiration. In their eyes, Chen Mu's performance tonight was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only did he effortlessly carve a path for himself, but he also employed a certain method that rendered the bazaar utterly obsequious towards him. Familiar klasmuts, usually seen in the light of day, now appeared enigmatic to them. Mysterious powerhouses naturally draw the attention of others. Two individuals contemplated approaching Chen Mu, yet upon witnessing him enter the private room, they hesitated, believing he would not acknowledge them. After a brief wait of approximately 5 minutes, the door to the room swung open, revealing Li Xiao, accompanied by the proprietor of the Midnight Diner. The owner, clad in a suit with a tie and adorned with a hat, exuded an air of sophistication. However, the only flaw was the complete lack of flesh upon his head, revealing a skull. The skeletal proprietor approached, appearing refined, and addressed Chen Mu. "Sir, I am the owner of the Midnight Diner. Are you interested in purchasing it?" Chen Mu nodded. The skeletal owner displayed a shrewd expression and began to entice Chen Mu. "Mr. Chen, you must see that although my diner is currently facing some challenges, rest assured, its location is excellent, and acquiring it would be a wise investment. Just imagine, with such a prime location, if you were to recruit a few exceptional chefs, the business would surely flourish." The skeletal proprietor was a master of persuasion, weaving elaborate tales in an attempt to ensnare Chen Mu as an unwitting fool. Yet, Chen Mu recognized the truth in the skeletal owner's words. In a previous life, the skeletal proprietor struggled to find a successor and, out of necessity, continued to persevere. Unexpectedly, after a year of peculiar apocalypses, as the bizarre occurrences escalated, the location of this humble canteen proved to be fortuitously situated. Furthermore, after recruiting several exceptional chefs, the Midnight Canteen expanded significantly, ultimately evolving into the formidable Midnight Hotel, renowned far and wide. The Underworld Bank, the Midnight Hotel, these are all superpowers within the enigmatic apocalypse. With its innovative dishes and delectable cuisine, alongside the Midnight Hotel's signature creations, countless anomalies flock to it. In this vast world, unparalleled culinary delights can only be found at the Midnight Hotel, unique and unmatched. On one occasion, the Midnight Hotel held an event, offering a chance to partake in an exclusive buffet crafted by the hotel's top chefs using the finest ingredients, an opportunity that was singular and fleeting. In a bid to secure complimentary dining, 10 individuals of extraordinary caliber willingly offered their services to the Midnight Hotel. The hotel, unreserved in its approach, utilized these exceptional beings as disposable assets, with rumors circulating that one of them even perished in the process. A survey revealed that if one were to return to the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, the predominant desire among 9 out of 10 individuals would be to liquidate their assets to acquire the Midnight Canteen. Chapter 7. Securing the Midnight Canteen at first glance. My friend, I am a proponent of honesty. The Midnight Canteen is merely a modest workshop. Your statement places me in a rather difficult position. Chen Mu shook his head with a sigh, embodying an expression of exasperation. The skeletal proprietor, slightly taken aback, quickly amended, "Mr. Chen, what I meant to convey is that you cannot suffer losses or be deceived. However, I implore you to understand that this Midnight Diner is rather expensive, and I wonder if you possess the means. It is concerned that Chen Mu may not be able to afford it." "Name your price." Chen Mu replied with a calm demeanor. 200, no, 150,000. 150,000 ghost coins, the skeletal proprietor tentatively suggested. Generally speaking, although the Midnight Diner has not been thriving, it is worth around 200,000 ghost coins. However, due to its significant losses, the skeletal proprietor, eager to rid itself of this burdensome asset, reluctantly slashed the price by 50,000. This price is already perilously close to the proprietor's bottom line, which is 100,000. Otherwise, it will not proceed with the sale. I will reduce it by another 50,000. I will offer 100,000 ghost coins to purchase the Midnight Diner. Chen Mu declared. Another 50,000 off, or perhaps just 30,000 less, you know. Cash, payment upon delivery, full amount settled without any installment delays. The skeletal proprietor paused mid-sentence, momentarily incredulous. What? Cash. The buyers requesting full payment up front? It had assumed Chen Mu would want to delay, perhaps making a down payment and prolonging the process for years. To its astonishment, Chen Mu was remarkably forthright, leaving the proprietor utterly baffled. Were it not for witnessing Chen Mu effortlessly produce 10,000 ghost coins, it might have thought him to be jesting. Chen Mu nodded, affirming. That is correct, but I have one small request. All employees of the Midnight Diner must remain. You cannot take them away. At this, the skeletal proprietor was once again left dumbfounded. The Midnight Diner has been struggling, with employee wages already overdue for over half a year. Chen Mu could easily dismiss these employees, thereby avoiding the obligation of paying their overdue wages. The skeletal boss would naturally have no qualms about letting the staff go, packing up and fleeing without a second thought. As for the employees owed wages, they would simply be left to their own devices, becoming wandering souls, left to fend for themselves. Yet, astonishingly, Chen Mu proactively proposed to retain these employees, willingly taking on this burdensome responsibility. This entails that Chen Mu must at least compensate for the substantial sum of the overdue wages, an astounding 500,000 ghost coins. Initially, he settled the full amount of 1 million, and now he is also assuming the responsibility for these employees. This adds up to an astonishing total of 1.5 million. One extraordinary act of folly. The skeletal boss gazed at Chen Mu, increasingly pleased, convinced that Chen Mu was his destined fool, born to take on this burden. Mr. Chen, your discernment is truly impeccable. I assure you, acquiring the Midnight Diner is undoubtedly the wisest decision you have ever made. The skeletal boss lavishly praised Chen Mu, weaving a web of flattery that elevated Chen Mu to the status of the wisest individual in the world. Chen Mu reveled in the boss's adulation, appearing thoroughly beguiled. However, he was acutely aware that his apparent ease was rooted in his own calculations. What was initially a 2 million deal, he had managed to secure for a mere 1 million, a remarkable bargain. It was time to cash in and finalize the deal without further delay. With immediate payment, he could settle everything once and for all. In this bizarre, rapidly evolving apocalypse, a mere month or two would suffice for the Midnight Diner to turn profit. Should the skeletal boss have a change of heart and decide not to sell to him, Chen Mu would face significant losses. As for the employees who voluntarily stepped up, first and foremost, there are hidden gems among them, including 2 of the 5 chefs destined for the future of the hotel. Furthermore, Chen Mu can avoid the hassle of recruiting new staff, saving a considerable amount of effort. Chen Mu firmly believes that during times of adversity, she has extended a helping hand to these employees, sparing them from the fate of becoming wandering souls. Their loyalty to her is undoubtedly unwavering. By this reckoning, the expenditure of 1.5 million is indeed a worthwhile investment, practically a blood profit. Just as Chen Mu anticipated, the others, upon hearing her words, cast incredulous glances in her direction. In just a few words, she has spared them from the tragic fate of being lost souls, and with this thought, Li Xiaoxiao's gaze was filled with gratitude. Mr. Chen, when will you make the payment? The skeletal boss inquired cautiously. In its eyes, Chen Mu had become the unsuspecting benefactor, deserving of utmost hospitality, for it was essential not to provoke her ire. Thus, within the eerie task, an unusual atmosphere emerged. The skeletal boss, the ultimate antagonist of the bizarre mission, gazed at Chen Mu with a fawning expression, as if she were the true master, while it was merely a cautious servant afraid to breach the rules. I shall pay you now, to the last cent, Chen Mu declared, caressing the ring on her finger. With a mere thought, stacks upon stacks of ghostly currency materialized within the private room, neatly arranged against the wall. An intense aura of the supernatural emanated from these pristine banknotes, freshly minted from the underworld bank, exuding an unparalleled allure. The skeletal boss widened its eyes, utterly astonished by the sheer volume of ghostly currency before it. After a brief moment, it gazed at Chen Mu, unable to suppress a click of its tongue in astonishment at how wealthy humanity had become. Let us sign the contract. Once completed, all this wealth shall belong to you. Chen Mu remarked calmly. Very well, Mr. Chen. Please hold on a moment while I retrieve the contract, the skeletal proprietor responded. Faced with such a prompt buyer, the skeletal boss wasted no time and immediately produced the contract, inscribing his name upon it. Upon receiving the document, Chen Mu noted the peculiar texture of the paper, which exuded a palpable aura of ghostly energy. Within this ethereal essence lay an irresistible force, the power of rules. In this bizarre apocalyptic realm, the power of rules transcended all other forces. Beyond the regulations outlined in the task, numerous other rules governed this strange world. The contract before him was a manifestation of such rules. By affixing their signatures, both parties accepted the stipulations contained within. Should either party attempt to breach these rules by forcibly reclaiming the Midnight Diner, they would face the punitive wrath of the rule's power. As Chen Mu inscribed his name upon the contract, a surge of formidable ghostly energy coursed through his being. In that instant, he experienced a wondrous sensation, as if he were a sovereign capable of commanding the entirety of the Midnight Diner. The Midnight Diner had been acquired by Chen Mu. At that moment, he became the paramount authority within the establishment, his words embodying the very essence of the rules governing this surreal tableau. Chapter 8. My words are the rules. Embracing this overwhelming sense of dominion, Chen Mu found himself enraptured. Now he is the proprietor of the Midnight Diner, a role that, in this bizarre apocalyptic world, is laden with profound implications. None more acutely aware of this than Chen Mu. Acquiring the Midnight Diner does not signify its withdrawal from the realm of the uncanny. Rather, it implies that others will continue to receive tasks from the establishment. Upon entering the Midnight Diner, these individuals must adhere to certain rules, with ultimate authority resting in Chen Mu's hands. Given his experience and knowledge, should Chen Mu desire their demise, they would undoubtedly be unable to escape alive. This sense of dominion is what draws countless individuals toward him. As the strange apocalypse unfolds, it is conceivable that an increasing number of souls will receive assignments from the Midnight Diner. Consequently, the fates of these individuals will lie in Chen Mu's grasp. In a fleeting moment, he feels an uncanny connection, as if he is merging with the very essence of this surreal world. Should the day come when he can acquire all the bizarre scenarios and employ every peculiar entity, he would effectively become the sole sovereign of this desolate realm. Yet, such aspirations are still distant. Chen Mu is not one to chase lofty ambitions recklessly, understanding that progress must be made step by step. Armed with the wisdom of his past life, he is utterly confident that he can swiftly elevate the Midnight Diner into the Midnight Hotel. Following the signing of the contract, the Midnight Diner severed ties with the skeletal proprietor, becoming entirely Chen Mu's domain. The skeletal owner, displaying remarkable insight, departed hastily after receiving 100,000 ghostly coins. At this moment, outside the private rooms of the Midnight Hotel, only Chen Mu, Li Xiao, and a few young women participating in the task remain. As for Zhao Mingming, she has already met her demise for violating the rules. The remaining few girls exchanged glances, having lingered outside, oblivious to the events unfolding within the private room. Yet, they observed the skeletal proprietor, who had seemingly vanished with an affable grin. Moreover, why was the enigmatic female manager standing beside Chen Mu, displaying such deference? Could it be that a ludicrous notion had taken root in their minds, that Chen Mu had, against all odds, ascended to become the formidable boss of this peculiar realm? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Mu spoke. In this bizarre task, the fourth rule of the Midnight Canteen is as follows. He paused, glancing at his watch, which read 1:04 a.m. At precisely 1:04 a.m., all attendants may vacate the Midnight Canteen. Should one choose to leave, it shall be deemed as task completion. In the event of any conflict between this rule and others, this rule shall prevail. With a composed demeanor, Chen Mu proclaimed his inaugural rule, asserting its supremacy with authority. The girls, momentarily bewildered by the sudden turn of events, remained in a state of confusion. After a brief silence, the class monitor, Yi Chuxue, cautiously inquired, Chen Mu, does this mean we can leave? Chen Mu nodded, recognizing that he had other matters concerning the Midnight Canteen staff to attend to. It was of little use for these girls to remain. It would be more prudent for them to return home sooner rather than later. Thank you, Chen Mu. The girls expressed their gratitude, escaping from the clutches of dread, still shaken as they departed the canteen. True to their hopes, upon leaving, they encountered no repercussions, signifying that Chen Mu had indeed taken command of this uncanny scenario. After narrowly escaping death, the realization dawned upon them. The absurd notion they had entertained was now validated. Chen Mu, he truly held dominion over the Midnight Diner? One of them gasped in disbelief, her mind racing to comprehend how Chen Mu achieved such a feat. Meanwhile, the staff of the Midnight Diner gathered in the dining hall, following Chen Mu's directive. As Chen Mu emerged from the private room and entered the hall, over 20 peculiar beings stood before him. Their bizarre appearances varied greatly, ranging from decaying corpses to ethereal specters, and even humanoids with 2 heads. As a human approached, the peculiar entities began to murmur amongst themselves, casting strange glances at Chen Mu. Li Xiao, acting as the manager, addressed the employees. "This is our new boss, Chen Mu. The boss has promised to settle the wages that have been owed to us. As long as everyone works diligently under his guidance, he will not shortchange any of us." Upon hearing this, the employees, who had been deprived of their wages for over half a year by the previous employer, erupted into sharp exclamations after a brief moment of astonishment. In their eyes, Chen Mu not only refrained from dismissing them, but also promised to pay their wages, an utterly inconceivable turn of events. In stark contrast to the previous employer's harshness, Chen Mu's treatment of them felt 100-fold more benevolent. "Do not refer to me as boss. Call me whatever you prefer," Chen Mu remarked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the commercial title. "Yes, master," Li Xiao replied respectfully. Subsequently, Chen Mu, with a spirit coin in his left hand and a contract in his right, began to sign agreements with each of the peculiar employees one by one. With the signing of each contract, Chen Mu acquired dominion over them. They were obliged to adhere to his commands and refrain from causing him harm. Simultaneously, Chen Mu assessed the capabilities of his employees. In this bizarre apocalypse, unusual powers could generally be categorized into 5 tiers: Bizarre King, Bizarre General, Bizarre Captain, Bizarre Soldier, and Bizarre Civilian. It was evident that, given the nascent stage of Midnight Diner, the employees' abilities were predominantly modest, mostly residing at the level of Bizarre Civilian. Among the entire staff, only Li Xiao and 2 other chefs barely reached the status of Bizarre Soldier. This was insufficient. Their strength was still too feeble. Chen Mu could only shake his head in resignation. He had initially intended to seek out a strange entity to forge a contract with, as this would grant him a bizarre companion for self-defense at any moment. Despite having signed numerous contracts, it was crucial to note that contracts differed from covenants. Contracts were confined to the peculiar context of Midnight Diner. Within its walls, the employees were bound to obey Chen Mu's directives and were prohibited from inflicting harm upon him. However, once outside the Midnight Diner, the contracts ceased to hold any power, to ensure a bizarre entity would forever remain under his command. The most effective approach was to establish a covenant. Yet, an individual could only forge a covenant with a single bizarre entity, thus making Chen Mu particularly mindful of this opportunity. After acquiring the Midnight Diner, his own strength had also seen an enhancement, a buff effect bestowed upon him by the establishment. Currently, Chen Mu possessed power equivalent to that of a Bizarre Civilian. The bizarre entities before him were too weak. Entering into a covenant would be a waste, and he was unwilling to squander this opportunity on lesser beings, insisting that at the very least, he should engage with the Bizarre General. During the contract signing, Li Xiao had stepped away for a brief moment. Before long, Li Xiao returned, but she was carrying a peculiar entity. Chen Mu focused his gaze and realized that the strange being she held was the very one that had attempted to harm him earlier. "Master, I have captured it. Please decide its fate," Li Xiao said respectfully. At that moment, the entity was utterly terrified. It had thought that escaping from a Midnight Diner would grant it safety, only to be apprehended by Li Xiao. It was merely a low-level anomaly, and Li Xiao had easily subdued it. It was only at this juncture that the creature truly regretted its actions, realizing it had entangled itself in grave trouble. Chapter 9. I am magnanimous and never hold grudges overnight upon seeing the entity, which was scared half to death. Chen Mu glanced at the respectful Li Xiao and nodded with satisfaction. Li Xiao was perceptive, understanding that the entity had offended Chen Mu. And without waiting for Chen Mu to speak, she had brought it back. Chen Mu addressed the trembling creature. Do not be alarmed. I am quite magnanimous and never hold grudges overnight. Hearing Chen Mu's gentle tone, the entity's racing heart calmed slightly, and it hurriedly began to flatter him. However, deep down, it harbored a flicker of resentment towards Chen Mu. Although it dared not harm him, it planned to create trouble for him when the opportunity arose. Little did it know that Chen Mu's next words plunged it into despair. I never hold grudges overnight, so let us end it tonight. I desire a world without it come tomorrow. Realizing its inevitable doom, the entity dropped its facade and began to curse at Chen Mu. However, before it could utter more than a few words, Li Xiao whisked it away to its demise. Having signed the contract and completed the transaction, it was already past 2 in the morning. Amidst the farewell of the staff at the midnight canteen, Chen Mu departed from the establishment. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and Chen Mu had no intention of resting there. He was eager to return home. The bizarre apocalypse had only just begun, and aside from the strange scenes, other areas were not particularly perilous. While the midnight canteen was undeniably safe, Chen Mu could not remain in seclusion indefinitely. He recognized the urgency to enhance his abilities while the anomalies were still in their infancy. Hell money did not equate directly to strength. Had Chen Mu possessed power during his mission at the midnight canteen, he could have vanquished the peculiar guest on the spot, rather than waiting for Li Xiao to capture it. Therefore, in the coming month, Chen Mu resolved to utilize his prior memories to explore various bizarre locations in search of artifacts, to bolster his strength and forge contracts with formidable anomalies. As he exited the midnight canteen, a refreshing evening breeze swept over him, alleviating his fatigue. Before him lay the tranquil campus, illuminated in the distance, with the city at night exuding a serene calmness. Yet, behind him loomed the blood-soaked midnight canteen. Tranquility and terror were but a thin veil apart. Unbeknownst to most, the bizarre apocalypse was gradually descending, the familiar order slowly unraveling. Perhaps this was the calm before the storm. At the school's entrance, the security room's lights still glowed. Upon seeing Chen Mu exit the gates, the elderly security guard remarked, "Young man, studying so diligently? Learning until 2 in the morning?" Chen Mu immediately smiled, contemplating the notion of learning. His academic performance was far from impressive. Prior to the onset of the peculiar apocalypse, Chen Mu's grades, while not the lowest, certainly did not stand out as exceptional. However, with the arrival of this bizarre new world, such concerns became trivial. Academic achievements and examination scores held no worth in a realm where survival overshadowed all else, their value scarcely equating to a single spirit coin. Survival became the paramount objective in this uncanny existence. Only once that was assured could one contemplate any form of advancement. "Sir, could you please open the door for me?" Chen Mu addressed the elderly security guard in the booth. Of course, the guard replied, "Students as diligent as you are a rare sight." With a wave of his hand, he opened the door for Chen Mu. Even as Chen Mu walked away, the guard continued to reflect, "Are today as students really this intense? Staying up until 2 in the morning to study. If only my little grandson could show such dedication." Having exited the school grounds, Chen Mu prepared to hail a taxi. Chapter 10. The eerie taxi. As he stepped onto the street, he looked around for a taxi. The empty road at this hour was devoid of life. With most people still lost in slumber, the darkness enveloping the surroundings. The absence of a vehicle is indeed inconvenient. I must find a way to secure one, he lamented. After a 5-minute wait, a solitary taxi appeared, gliding toward him through the inky night. Before he could raise his hand, the vehicle came to a halt beside him. Chen Mu opened the door and settled into the back seat. "Driver, please take me to Wangjiang Community." Wangjiang Community was Chen Mu's home, an aging complex built over a decade ago, its small and worn-down apartments housing him alone. Upon returning home, aside from indulging in slumber, Chen Mu also intended to tidy up his belongings, packing whatever he could carry. After all, with his spatial ring, it was exceedingly convenient to store items. The house was both old and cramped, and Chen Mu had no intention of residing there any longer. With the bizarre apocalypse looming, and possessing a fortune in ghostly currency, he naturally contemplated enhancing his living conditions by selecting a more suitable abode. Throughout the journey, the driver remained taciturn, uttering not a single word from start to finish. Moreover, as time progressed, Chen Mu keenly observed that the taxi's speed was escalating rapidly. Soon, it surpassed 120, then 130. 160. Driver, you're going too fast, Chen Mu exclaimed, attempting to alert him. However, the driver offered no response to his admonition. At that moment, a realization struck Chen Mu, causing his gaze to sharpen. He inhaled deeply, detecting a faint metallic scent of blood. On the rear window, there was a handprint, faintly inscribed in blood. Due to its subtlety and the encroaching darkness, it was challenging to discern. Damn, there was something amiss with this taxi. If Chen Mu's intuition served him correctly, this was none other than the infamous ghostly taxi of the bizarre apocalypse. In this strange world, humanity faced three primary threats. The first was the eerie tasks. Those selected for such tasks would receive a bloodstained note, compelling them to complete the assignments inscribed upon it. Failure to do so would result in death. These eerie tasks typically came with explicit rules, offering a glimmer of hope for survival, albeit the path to safety was often obscure and fraught with peril. The task Chen Mu had just participated in belonged to this very category. Secondly, the wandering spirits of the uncanny. With the invasion of the bizarre apocalypse, numerous restless souls will roam the earth. If one adheres to the established rules, these spirits cannot inflict harm. However, the nature of these rules is often shrouded in ambiguity. The spirits do not disclose the regulations in advance. One must navigate them through personal exploration or gleaning insights from others' experiences. For instance, there exists a spirit that masquerades as an elderly woman requesting assistance with a refuse. Should you acquiesce, the spirit may then unleash its malevolence upon you. In such a scenario, unless your strength surpasses that of the spirit, where you can successfully evade it, your demise is imminent. Thirdly, the eerie scenes. In addition to following the directives inscribed on cryptic notes to enter these uncanny realms, individuals might inadvertently step into them. For example, a roadside shop may become a bizarre scene following its invasion by supernatural forces. Should one enter, they must abide by the inherent rules, complete the designated tasks, and find an exit. Take, for instance, the taxi currently in question. It is, in fact, an eerie scene. Chen Mu, having unwittingly entered the taxi, has thus crossed into this peculiar domain. Nevertheless, within these uncanny settings, survival is feasible as long as one does not breach the rules. Regarding the spectral taxi, Chen Mu has heard numerous accounts. In this bizarre apocalypse, the spectral taxi serves as an exceptional means of transportation. While seated within its confines, one remains impervious to other supernatural assaults until reaching their destination. It is akin to possessing a temporary invincibility buff. As for the rules governing the spectral taxi, they are, in truth, quite straightforward. If you possess ghost coins, you merely need to pay the stipulated fare. However, if you lack such currency, it is imperative to swiftly discern any irregularities with the spectral taxi. Before its speed escalates, one must leap from the vehicle to escape. The spectral taxi initially moves at a sluggish pace, allowing for a relatively safe egress with only minor injuries. Yet, as time progresses, its velocity will increase, potentially surpassing the speed of sound. At such a rapid rate, attempting to exit the vehicle would equate to courting death. In that eventuality, one must resign oneself to the journey until reaching the destination, at which point payment is required. What if one has no ghost coins to offer? The solution is simple. Exercise caution in the next life. In this bizarre apocalypse, some individuals, eager to reach their destination swiftly, may even voluntarily hail a spectral taxi. When adhering to the established rules, these taxis can provide immense convenience. At this juncture, the taxi's speed had already exceeded 190, swiftly arriving at Chen Mu's residence in Wangjiang community. It was only then that the taxi driver finally spoke. "We have arrived. Payment is due. 10,000 ghost coins. For many, this amount represents a considerable sum, especially in the early stages of this strange apocalypse when few possess ghost coins. Demanding 10 ghost coins from passengers leaves all but Chen Mu unable to comply. Yet, the passenger in the back seat, Chen Mu, remained silent, continuing to sit there calmly. Observing Chen Mu's lack of intent to pay, the taxi driver became enraged. Suddenly, its head twisted at a bizarre angle, turning a full 180 degrees to fix its gaze intently on Chen Mu in the back seat. "Pay up, or you shall perish." Upon catching a glimpse of the driver's face, Chen Mu discerned that it belonged to a middle-aged man, yet his eyes had been gouged out, leaving behind two gaping crimson sockets. Remarkably, he managed to drive steadily despite his lack of vision. Quite an eerie display of skill, indeed. Enough of this nonsense. If you can't pay, prepare to meet your doom. The driver abruptly extended his hands, intent on seizing Chen Mu by the throat. "Sir, may I inquire what your occupation is?" Chen Mu uttered a rather provoking remark. The driver felt his intelligence insulted, causing his movements to become even more agitated. "Hurry up and pay. 10,000 ghost coins. If you fail to comply, you will break the rules, and I shall twist your head off." Chen Mu replied, "Do not be hasty, for there is something far more pressing to attend to. My refusal to pay is solely for your benefit. Frankly speaking, even if I were to present you with 10,000 ghost coins, you would not dare accept them. For, should you take the coins, it is you who would be violating the rules." With that, Chen Mu produced 10,000 ghost coins from his ring, waving them enticingly before the driver. The sight of such a bounty elicited an expression of longing from the driver, yet it was tempered by a glimmer of apprehension. Chapter 11. Become my personal chauffeur. Undoubtedly, 10,000 ghost coins represented a tremendous temptation for the driver. However, as Chen Mu had pointed out, the taxi driver was too fearful to accept the coins. He merely gazed longingly, yet remained paralyzed by trepidation. Chen Mu revealed a familiar smile, one that graced his lips whenever he perceived the truth of a situation. He spoke slowly. "As far as I know, the rules of the underworld taxi state that as long as one pays the fare, they can disembark safely. Clearly, a mere few minutes of travel does not warrant a sum of 10,000 ghost coins. The amount you mentioned is not the fare, but rather a tactic to intimidate your customers. If a passenger possesses 100 ghost coins, which is sufficient to cover the fare, but is frightened into believing they lack the 10,000 ghost coins and chooses to forego payment, then you could indeed take their life, correct, driver? You attempt to play such petty tricks with me? You are woefully inexperienced. The true fare is represented by the figures displayed on the meter. So, driver, kindly shift your body aside to reveal the meter that you have obscured." Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, the driver's face morphed into an expression of astonishment. With its eyeless sockets, it scrutinized Chen Mu from head to toe. It dawned on the driver that Chen Mu's earlier inquiry about his profession was, in fact, a mockery, implying, "Master, are you a robber, setting exorbitant prices?" Infuriated by the realization that this young man had seen through his ruse, the driver felt a surge of embarrassment and rage. Yet, with Chen Mu's revelation, he had no choice but to shift aside, unveiling the meter. 11.45 ghost coins. After a swift sequence of actions involving payment, receipt, and change, Chen Mu had completed the fare. Logically, he should have disembarked, yet he remained seated in the back, unmoving. "You may leave now." The driver urged Chen Mu to exit the vehicle. The 10,000 ghost coins in Chen Mu's hand presented a considerable temptation for the driver. As long as Chen Mu lingered, those 10,000 ghost coins danced tantalizingly before the driver's eyes, igniting a yearning desire within him. "Is 10,000 ghost coins a lot? Do you not covet my substantial fortune?" Chen Mu inquired. "Indeed, I covet it, but you would never part with it," the driver retorted coldly. Everyone understood the significance of ghost coins, especially for humans, where 10,000 ghost coins were exceptionally precious and rare, capable of sustaining life through numerous perilous tasks. Such invaluable currency, how could this human possibly relinquish it? The driver perceived Chen Mu's offer as mere bravado or a jest, hence his demeanor remained frosty. "Who says I cannot give it to you?" Chen Mu smiled. "Not only can I offer it to you, but I can also provide you with even more, provided you are willing to make some sacrifices." The driver felt a flicker of interest, yet reason cautioned him that such generosity was implausible. "What kind of sacrifice?" The driver inquired. Become my driver, Chen Mu proposed. I will pay you 20,000 ghost coins a month. Perform well, and there will be bonuses. Ghost taxis were exceedingly rare in this bizarre apocalypse. A city could have at most one. Chen Mu was in dire need of a driver on call. If he sought a ghost taxi in the city, he might wait 7 days and nights without encountering one. Fortuitously, he had come across this driver, who possessed commendable driving skills and was of a formidable caliber, providing him with a temporary invincibility buff while seated in the vehicle. If one were to secure this vehicle, it would equate to having a driver at one's beck and call, accompanied by a bodyguard of formidable prowess, an exceedingly advantageous arrangement for Chen Mu at this juncture. What did you say? 20,000 ghost coins per month? And bonuses? The driver wore a look of astonishment. In his role as a ghostly taxi driver, he earned slightly over 3,000 ghost coins a month, often facing delayed wages. Working tirelessly without respite throughout the year, he barely amassed 30,000 ghost coins annually. Yet, with a single gesture, Chen Mu had elevated his salary nearly tenfold, accompanied by additional bonuses. Moreover, he was not required to labor incessantly, only needing to attend to Chen Mu's needs. Could such fortune exist in this world? The driver, skeptical, regarded Chen Mu with an expression of doubt. Chen Mu offered no further explanation. Instead, he retrieved 50,000 ghost coins from his ring, adding to the 10,000 ghost coins from earlier, totaling 60,000, which he directly handed to the driver. This is your salary for 3 months, paid in advance. Only then did the uncanny driver grasp that this young man was not jesting. He truly possessed such wealth. The driver, in disbelief, gazed at Chen Mu, extending a trembling hand to accept the 60,000 ghost coins. He could scarcely fathom his extraordinary fortune at encountering a tycoon who would employ him as a personal driver. Let us draft a contract. We shall formalize our agreement, Chen Mu stated. The driver, regaining his composure from the shock, carefully secured the ghost coins and hastily produced his contract, signing his name with great care. Chen Mu inscribed his name, and in that moment, the spectral taxi transformed into his exclusive vehicle, with the driver becoming his personal chauffeur, ever ready to respond to his summons. Boss Chen, here's my phone. Should you require assistance, feel free to call me at any time, and I shall arrive within 5 minutes, the driver said, eagerly presenting a black phone with a crimson button. As long as Chen Mu remained within the city, the press of that blood-red button would summon his private spectral taxi within moments. After securing the phone, Chen Mu prepared to alight and return home. The driver promptly exited, circled around to open Chen Mu's door, bending with utmost care to shield Chen Mu's head from any potential bump against the roof. The driver understood well that if other spectral taxi drivers in different cities were to learn of such a splendid opportunity, they would be envious to the point of bursting. Serving such a generous and wealthy patron required diligence. Chen Mu savored the driver's attentive service, imagining the astonishment of onlookers witnessing a malevolent spirit dutifully opening the door for him. Boss Chen, if you have any luggage, please allow me to assist you in retrieving it from upstairs, the peculiar driver offered, still bent in a posture of deference. Very well, Chen Mu replied, nodding slightly. Arrive here punctually at 10 o'clock in the morning. I have matters to attend to. Of course, rest assured, boss, I'm always reliable in my duties. Before long, under the watchful escort of the driver, Chen Mu returned to the familiar confines of his home. Throughout the bizarre and tumultuous 5 years of the apocalypse, he had evaded returning home, fearing the strange occurrences that might await him. At this moment, as he returned home once more, a familiar scent enveloped him. This long-lost sense of familiarity and warmth intoxicated Chen Mu. After taking a refreshing shower, he comfortably reclined on his bed, gathering his strength. Chapter 12. I am abundantly wealthy. At 9:30 in the morning, Chen Mu awoke from his slumber. The bed at home was indeed a haven of comfort, and the pillow was just the right height. However, Chen Mu tossed and turned, not quite achieving restful sleep. Fortunately, he had regained his energy. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he retrieved a piece of bread from the refrigerator. As he munched on it for breakfast, he contemplated his forthcoming plans. At this juncture, the peculiar apocalypse had just begun, and many hidden props within the bizarre scenarios remained untouched. The populace, wary of these uncanny environments, shunned them entirely, let alone dared to venture inside to seek hidden artifacts. It was only after a year, when individuals realized that lacking props and strength equated to inevitable demise, that many would risk their lives to actively enter these strange scenes in search of various concealed treasures. During this expedition, some stumbled upon rare, king-grade artifacts, soaring to great heights. Chen Mu, however, was somewhat belated in his awareness. It was only 2 years into the bizarre apocalypse that he began to grit his teeth and actively explore the myriad strange scenarios. Alas, by then, a plethora of rare artifacts had already been swept away. Having been reborn into the peculiar apocalypse a month ago, Chen Mu was determined not to repeat the past mistakes. At this moment, the bizarre scenarios were gradually increasing, and the props within them had yet to be claimed. It could be said that treasures lay hidden everywhere. As a reborn individual, Chen Mu was precisely aware of the locations of these treasures and the methods to acquire them. If one does not sweep clean the eerie, king-level artifacts, it would be a disservice to oneself to have lived again. Thus, Chen Mu's immediate priority is to seize the moment, and while others remain oblivious, to proactively enter the bizarre realm and acquire rare items to enhance his strength. Which eerie scene should he visit first? Chen Mu meticulously recalls which peculiar setting in his city houses the eerie, king-level artifacts he desperately needs. After a moment of contemplation, an idea strikes him. The Mist Museum. Originally a museum in the city, it has transformed into an eerie scene known as the Mist Museum following the arrival of the bizarre apocalypse. The eerie Duke and his family reside within this museum. Each member of this formidable family possesses extraordinary strength, with even their attendants exhibiting the prowess of eerie soldiers, and the butler's strength reaching the level of eerie generals. As for the Duke himself, he is an immensely powerful eerie general. Excluding the eerie king, the eerie general stands as the mightiest being in this bizarre apocalypse. Many small cities' strongest entities are but eerie generals. Given the formidable nature of this boss, one can only imagine the peril that the Mist Museum harbors. High risks conceal high opportunities. Within the Mist Museum lies an eerie general-level artifact, the death-heavy armor. According to the description of this bizarre scene, the Duke was once a formidable eerie commander, having fought countless battles throughout his life. Now retired from the battlefield, he has found solace within the museum. The death-heavy armor was the very armor worn by the Duke in his prime. The protective capabilities of an armor belonging to an eerie general are indeed formidable. The death-heavy armor grants immunity to bizarre damage. It is important to recognize that items capable of providing immunity against the bizarre and uncanny are indeed rare treasures. No matter how resilient human-made objects may be, they are utterly powerless against such otherworldly assaults. Numerous formidable beings, even those who have ascended to the level of the bizarre, often find themselves devoid of any defensive equipment. The absence of protection leads to tragic outcomes, where a human of the bizarre rank, after violating established rules, falls prey to the ambush of malevolent spirits, a scenario all too common. In this peculiar and surreal apocalypse, the existence of rules renders defensive items far more vital than offensive ones. Upon donning this formidable armor, one gains immunity from the assaults of the bizarre populace and soldiers, while also providing significant protection against the attacks from beings of the bizarre rank. In essence, this means that ordinary bizarre entities find it exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon Chen Mu, unless he transgresses the rules within a bizarre environment. He shall no longer fear encounters with malevolent spirits. Furthermore, this heavy armor possesses an extraordinary attribute. It grants immunity from the consequences of a single rule violation. With a cooldown period of 1 month, it is crucial to acknowledge that the bizarre realms are fraught with numerous regulations. Those who frequently traverse the riverbanks are bound to get their feet wet. Even the mightiest cannot maintain constant vigilance, and there will inevitably be moments of transgression. In such instances, the deathly heavy armor can preserve one's life, shielding against the repercussions of a rule infraction. This remarkable effect has drawn countless powerful beings in pursuit of it. During the year and a half of the bizarre apocalypse, innumerable strong individuals flocked to the Misty Museum in hopes of acquiring this coveted item. However, despite their intelligence and capability to complete tasks, the rewards offered upon task completion were disappointingly mundane, entirely lacking the deathly heavy armor. Some even endeavored to undertake more perilous challenges within the Misty Museum, risking their lives in the process. Yet, upon completion, the Duke still did not bestow the deathly heavy armor as a reward. At last, someone could no longer contain themselves and resorted to theft or robbery. However, the Duke, being a cunning strategist, possessed formidable strength, and those who harbored ill intentions returned empty-handed. Without exception, ultimately, someone did acquire the death armor, but the manner in which this was achieved left everyone astounded. Upon completing a peculiar task and encountering the Duke, this individual boldly proposed to purchase the Duke's death armor with ghostly coins. It was then that everyone awoke from their stupor, realizing that the Duke was, in fact, a fallen nobleman desperately in need of funds. After revisiting the introduction to the Mist Museum, someone exclaimed in surprise that the descriptions of the bizarre scenes contained subtle hints. The Duke had once been a general, now retired and living in seclusion. These descriptions vaguely suggested that the Duke had once basked in glory but had now fallen into desolation, embodying the plight of a destitute aristocrat. A fallen noble requires wealth. This individual, through the use of ghostly coins, directly acquired a strategic item of remarkable caliber, which was later hailed as the most fortunate transaction of that era. Subsequently, the prices of such elite items soared, to the point where even an offer of 500 million ghostly coins could not secure one. A fallen noble needs money? How fortuitous, for I possess an abundance of it. Chen Mu promptly resolved that the next peculiar scene he would conquer would be the Mist Museum. Speaking of which, the Duchess was rather beautiful. Despite being a middle-aged woman, she retained her charm. Chen Mu had previously undertaken a bizarre task at the Mist Museum and had encountered her once. With this thought in mind, Chen Mu decided to make a trip to the mall to purchase some gifts. It is said that one who receives a favor is less likely to frown upon the giver. If he were to visit uninvited, it was certain that he would not receive a warm welcome. However, if one were to bring a gift, the recipient's attitude would surely transform, making the subsequent purchase of the formidable death armor considerably more effortless. When it comes to selecting a gift for the peculiar entity, one cannot simply venture into an ordinary shopping mall. It is essential to seek out a marketplace transformed into an extraordinary scene. As for where such a bizarre venue might be located, Chen Mu pondered for a considerable time, finding himself at a loss. In his previous life, he possessed no relevant memories. This was quite understandable, as Chen Mu had lived in dire financial straits like the majority, navigating the treacherous landscape of a strange apocalypse with utmost caution, leaving no resources for leisurely shopping excursions. Thus, he remained oblivious to the whereabouts of such unusual marketplaces. Nevertheless, this was not a significant dilemma. The driver would arrive shortly, and he could simply inquire. After all, the driver traversed the city daily and would undoubtedly possess the knowledge. Chapter 13. The Fallen Mall at precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the spectral taxi driver knocked promptly on Chen Mu's door. Upon opening it, Chen Mu was greeted by the sight of the driver, who regarded him with a respectful demeanor, holding a food bag in his hands. "Mr. Chen, I have come to escort you," the driver announced. "I thought you might not have had breakfast yet, so I took the liberty of picking up some morning snacks for you on my way." With a courteous gesture, he extended the bag towards Chen Mu. Chen Mu, taken aback by this thoughtful gesture, realized that the attractive terms he had offered must have significantly appealed to the driver, who was evidently keen on retaining his employment. Accepting the bag and peering inside, he discovered fried dough sticks, soy milk, and a tea egg, all still warm. Having only nibbled on a dry piece of bread earlier, he found this unexpected delivery most fortuitous. "Thank you. That is very kind of you," Chen Mu expressed, nodding in satisfaction. Upon receiving praise from his employer, the driver felt an immediate sense of elation. The happiness of his boss brought him joy, for only by ensuring the comfort of his superior could he himself find solace. However, he refrained from sharing this sentiment with Chen Mu. As the breakfast vendor observed a peculiar figure with hollowed eyes ordering a cup of soy milk, a fried dough stick, and a tea egg, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of dismay. while enjoying his breakfast and glancing at the respectfully standing driver. Chen Mu inquired, "By the way, do you know where I can find shopping mall? Ideally, a high-end one. The more luxurious, the better. I'm not short on funds." The driver, convinced of his employer's wealth, pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "Boss, I am aware of a decadent mall on the outskirts of the city. The items there are quite pricey, and it is a newly opened, large-scale luxury shopping center. It is reputed to be the most upscale mall among several cities in the vicinity." "Decadent mall? Perfect, that will do. Let's go there," Chen Mu declared after finishing his breakfast. Before departing from the house, he selected a few belongings to store in his spatial ring. He had no intention of returning to this old, dilapidated place. Taking some items with him would serve as a memento. A few minutes later, Chen Mu entered the ethereal taxi. The driver, adorned in white gloves, respectfully closed the door and drove straight towards the decadent mall. It must be said, riding in the ethereal taxi was indeed a pleasurable experience. The speed was commendable, but what truly impressed was the exceptional smoothness of the ride. The tranquility was tolerable. Yet what truly irked him was the suffocating silence within the vehicle. Outside, the cacophony of traffic surged, punctuated by the incessant honking of cars overtaking one another, rendering the interior utterly inaudible. Last night, during his ride, an unsettling scent of blood lingered in the air, with crimson handprints smudged upon the window. However, upon this morning's journey, the metallic aroma had dissipated, replaced instead by a delicate floral fragrance, and the bloodstains had been meticulously wiped away. Such is the luxury of private service. Chen Mu finally grasped why, during the previous world's eerie apocalypse, the affluent sought out the spectral taxis. With sufficient payment, one could indeed find unparalleled comfort. Regrettably, he had monopolized the only spectral taxi in the city, making it exceedingly difficult for others, regardless of their wealth, to experience such indulgence. In less than 10 minutes, the taxi came to a smooth halt at his destination. Upon disembarking, Chen Mu gazed upward, confronted by a dilapidated 6-story building. It was only then that he recalled the existence of this unfinished structure on the outskirts of the city. Initially, it was intended to be a grand shopping center, but due to urban planning and other unforeseen circumstances, the project had been abandoned. Little did he anticipate that, in the wake of the bizarre apocalypse, this place would transform into a scene of the uncanny. "Just wait here with the vehicle. I shall enter to procure a few items and return shortly," Chen Mu instructed the driver as he ventured into the skeletal remains of the building. The driver had initially contemplated accompanying him for protection, but upon reflection, he recognized the profound depths of his employer's intentions. Disembarking from the taxi, he realized that, at best, he possessed only the strength of a spectral soldier, which would prove inadequate in the face of genuine peril. Instructing the driver to remain in the vehicle ensures that, even in the event of an emergency, he can swiftly maneuver the car to rescue his employer, a temporary, invincible boon akin to a divine blessing. The employer, true to his nature, possesses a mind far more intricate than that of an ordinary schemer. The moment Chen Mu stepped into the fallen mall, he distinctly sensed the ambient temperature plummet. Despite it being the height of summer, the chill within the mall was palpable. A glance around revealed a landscape dominated by shades of grim gray and black. At the entrance, the grand doors bore a layer of crimson handprints, overlapping and intertwining, as if countless souls had attempted to flee, only to be forcefully drawn back, leaving behind a trail of desperate marks. At that moment, an icy aura approached, causing Chen Mu to shiver involuntarily. Following the source of the chill, he beheld a woman clad in a red uniform, her face adorned with an unsettling smile as she strolled toward him. Her grin was somewhat terrifying. Upon closer inspection, the corners of her mouth stretched grotesquely to her ears, her expression a macabre display directed at Chen Mu. "Welcome to the Fallen Mall, sir. Is there anything you wish to purchase?" the woman in the crimson uniform uttered, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, rendering her appearance particularly fearsome. For an ordinary individual, such a sight would have induced panic. Yet Chen Mu maintained an air of tranquility. The woman, mistaking his composure for shock, stepped closer, eagerly grasping his arm to prevent any attempt at escape. "Please, do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. Once you have made your purchases within the mall, you are free to depart, she insisted, her gaze fixated on him, as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Do not attempt to play such tricks with me. Chen Mu smiled at the woman, allowing customers who had made their purchases the freedom to depart. This statement held a certain intrigue. Sir, you are quite astute. Do come and buy something. Once you are finished, you may leave, the woman coaxed, urging Chen Mu to make a purchase. There's no need to rush me. Your rules are rather fascinating. They warrant some contemplation. If I'm not mistaken, one can safely exit without making a purchase, Chen Mu replied with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted, and she cautiously observed Chen Mu, surprised that he had discerned the flaw in the system so readily. Chen Mu, unhurried, continued. Such regulations are commonplace in this bizarre, post-apocalyptic world. The rule states, as long as you buy something, you may leave the mall. This is, in fact, a misleading rule, subtly urging you to make a purchase. However, once you do, you find yourself ensnared in the trap of the rules. Some individuals, upon their first encounter with such a rule, panic and impulsively buy something, desperate to escape. Yet, those individuals often lack the necessary currency or find the items exorbitantly priced. I surmise there exists a second rule. If one cannot afford to pay, they will perish in this wretched mall. These two rules together create a snare, and I suspect many have fallen victim to this trap. Having been reborn into this scenario, Chen Mu felt as though he had inadvertently wandered into a novice village. Chapter 14. The young man is quite arrogant. The woman's face revealed a look of astonishment as Chen Mu effortlessly uncovered the flaw. She retracted her smile, which had reached her ears, and said in a resigned tone, Sir, you are quite astute. Indeed, many unfortunate souls have perished here. However, since you have discerned a path to survival, I implore you to take your leave. I shall not hinder your departure. After uttering these words, the woman released Chen Mu's arm, gesturing for him to exit. Leave? Why should I depart? Chen Mu shrugged, replying, I merely came to make a purchase. What I mentioned earlier was merely a practice exercise. I fear becoming so accustomed to arrogance that over time, I may fail to recognize even the path of survival within the rules. The woman gazed at Chen Mu in astonishment. This young man had unveiled the intricacies of the rules, dismissing them as mere practice? What audacity! Moreover, the fact that he could see through the path of survival at a glance suggested that he indeed possessed the confidence to be so brazen. You claim to be here for shopping? She inquired. Absolutely. Take me to your most expensive store, Chen Mu replied, uttering the most audacious words in the calmest tone. Were it anyone else who dared to speak so, the woman would merely consider them reckless. As the most expensive store often demanded expenditures of hundreds of thousands of nether coins. Could an ordinary person afford such a luxury? Surely, they would be courting death out of ignorance. Yet, Chen Mu had the audacity to flaunt his bravado and still dare to shop. If he were not genuinely capable, he would not venture into such peril. Could this young man truly possess hundreds of thousands of nether coins? For some reason, as the woman observed Chen Mu, she found him rather handsome. A man who was both wealthy and mysterious was precisely the kind of enigma that intrigued her. Upon this thought, the woman in the crimson uniform flashed a smile and affectionately linked her arm with Chen Mu's, leading him into the shopping mall. They ascended to the most opulent store located on the 6th floor of the decadent establishment. Once on the 6th floor, the woman introduced Chen Mu to the lavish offerings, an array of beverages, garments, jewelry, and various extravagant items, all from renowned brands in the peculiar realm, accessible only to those with ample wealth. However, with a benevolent tone, she cautioned Chen Mu, the items here are exceedingly pricey. Should you procure anything without payment, it could be fatal. If you seek more affordable options, the 2nd floor offers such goods. I will be stationed on the 1st floor, so feel free to approach me with any inquiries. With that, she departed to fulfill her duties on the 1st floor. Having gleaned the details of the 6th floor shops, Chen Mu began to ponder what gifts would best impress the Duke's family, thereby facilitating his acquisition of the Death's heavy armor. It was evident that the Duke would appreciate fine wines and spirits during a prior visit in his past life. He learned of the Duke's wine cabinet specifically designed for the collection of red wine. Yet, he later discovered that the Duke had fallen on hard times, leaving the cabinet barren. Thus, one of the Duke's aspirations was to replenish his collection with exquisite red wines. Presenting an abundance of these fine wines to the Duke would surely win his favor. With this in mind, Chen Mu entered a store dedicated to the sale of wines. Upon entering, a saleswoman warmly approached him, inquiring, "Sir, what type of wine are you seeking? We offer red, white, and beer, all meticulously tailored to the peculiar tastes, renowned as luxury items within this realm." The saleswoman enthusiastically introduced the products, fervently hoping to persuade Chen Mu to make a purchase. She believed that if Chen Mu could not afford the items, he would be trapped here, allowing her to earn her commission. In her eyes, Chen Mu was merely the next unwitting fool, just like several others who had come before him, all of whom ultimately could not settle their bills, and thus left their fates within the confines of the store. "Pack all your finest wines in gift boxes for me. I want 1 bottle of each variety, totaling 100 bottles. Chen Mu declared. 100 bottles of red wine would surely fill the Duke's wine cabinet. Such a lavish gift would undoubtedly capture the Duke's interest. An additional motivation for Chen Mu's extravagant purchase was the rumor he had heard about another enigmatic artifact of the trickster level hidden within the Fog Museum. However, the Duke had remained remarkably secretive about it, leading to mere speculation from the outside world, with no one having truly acquired it. If he could manage to obtain 2 trickster-level artifacts, it would be an immense windfall, a remarkable triumph. Upon hearing Chen Mu's request for 100 bottles, the saleswoman chuckled inwardly, recognizing yet another Navi customer. Each bottle of red wine was priced at a staggering 120,000 ghost coins, with the most expensive reaching 100,000 ghost coins per bottle. There was no way this young man could afford it. Before long, the saleswoman had prepared the order. At that moment, her true intentions became evident as she revealed a cunning smile, eagerly anticipating Chen Mu's inability to pay. "Sir, the total for these 100 bottles of red wine amounts to 3 million ghost coins. Please proceed with your payment. Otherwise, you may have to leave your head here as collateral." Chen Mu produced a stack of cash, proclaiming, "I assent it merely to 3 million? I can certainly afford this amount." The saleswoman, without casting a glance, retorted, "Sir, that is ghost money. You must settle this sum with ghost currency." A few days prior, a wealthy second-generation heir had, much like Chen Mu, impulsively splurged over $1 million. However, upon reaching the checkout, he discovered he was required to pay with ghost money, specifically that from the bizarre apocalyptic realm. At that moment, he stood frozen in shock, utterly dumbfounded. The saleswoman presumed Chen Mu to be another affluent heir, possessing vast wealth, yet devoid of the requisite ghost currency from the eerie world. Nevertheless, Chen Mu remained unfazed, maintaining his composure as he calmly stated, "Indeed, what I offer you is ghost money." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman lowered her head in disbelief, gazing at the stacks of cash he presented. It was, without a doubt, ghost money, infused with a potent aura of the uncanny. Now, it was the saleswoman who was rendered speechless, standing there in utter astonishment. How could this be possible? How could anyone possess such an abundance of ghost money merely a month into the onset of this strange apocalypse? This individual must be extraordinarily wealthy. This scene surpassed the saleswoman's comprehension, leaving her at a loss for words. After a brief moment of shock, she regained her composure and quickly adopted a different tone. "Sir, please hold on. I will summon the manager immediately." A transaction involving over 200 million ghost coins was beyond her authority as a mere saleswoman. It necessitated the intervention of the mall's manager. Chen Mu remained unhurried, allowing the saleswoman to assist him as he comfortably settled into the sofa, sipping a freshly brewed cup of black tea while patiently awaiting the manager's arrival. His decisive actions had led to the complete depletion of the store's stock of red wine. With only around 100 bottles available, the exorbitant price of these wines rendered them unaffordable even for the most peculiar and affluent entities. The owner of the Midnight Diner, a being of considerable stature, had refrained from indulging in such expensive wine for over a year, despite being of a level where purchasing dozens of bottles at once would have been feasible during his peak. Chapter 15. A shopping frenzy during the wait for the manager. In an effort to keep Chen Mu entertained, the saleswoman knelt beside him and began to massage his legs. Should anyone else witness this scene, they might be driven to exasperation in the realm of the extraordinary who would not tread cautiously, avoiding the peculiarities. Yet here was Chen Mu, acting as if he were a lord, receiving such treatment from the very anomalies themselves. How infuriating it must be for others. Malevolent. The manager of the fallen mall hurriedly approached. A client spending over $2 million was already considered a golden-level customer for the establishment. For the mall, spending 1 million grants one silver-level status, complete with VIP services and personal attention from the manager, while a $2 million expenditure elevates one to the coveted golden tier. Above this, there exists the black gold clientele, who must spend at least $5 million. The number of silver-level clients at the fallen mall is exceedingly rare, each one a formidable presence within the city. As for the golden clients, due to the peculiarities of the apocalyptic month, even the most formidable anomalies could not possibly spend 2 million dark coins within such a brief span. Thus, there had yet to be any. Chen Mu is the first golden client in the marketplace. The manager placed great emphasis on this. Mr. Chen, congratulations on becoming our inaugural golden client. Here is your VIP golden card. The manager presented a card that radiated a golden hue to Chen Mu. To his surprise, Chen Mu declined the golden card outright. Hold on, my friend. There's something more pressing at hand. I have not completed my purchases yet. My shopping has only just commenced. Where are your most expensive jewels? Please pack them up for me. Chen Mu adheres to the principle that the most costly items are invariably the finest. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. To acquire the best, one must pay the highest price. Upon hearing that Chen Mu wished to buy jewels, the manager did not dare to delay and swiftly instructed his staff to bring forth the most expensive treasures in the store. Before him lay a necklace crafted from anomaly crystal, emanating a soft blue luminescence that was exceptionally captivating. Unfortunately, this crystal necklace bore no unique effects. It could not enhance defense or attack. Yet its extravagant price of 1 million dark coins rendered it irresistible. No female anomaly could refuse such a necklace. It would serve as a splendid gift for the Duchess, as Chen Mu recalled her fondness for jewelry. However, after the Duke's fall from grace, she had sold her jewels to repay debts. Presenting her with this necklace would surely bring her immense joy. He instructed for it to be packed away neatly. Chen Mu tossed 1 million coins to the manager, who promptly instructed his staff to package the necklace, adorning it with an exquisite gift box. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Mu decided to purchase several luxurious watches, each worth a considerable sum, resulting in an additional expenditure of 2 million coins. Ultimately, it was astonishing that within a mere half hour, Chen Mu had spent over 5 million coins in this decadently named marketplace. Indeed, as aptly named, it was a veritable den of indulgence, where money flowed as freely as water. Once the gifts were meticulously wrapped, Chen Mu placed them into his spatial ring. The manager gazed enviously at the ring in Chen Mu's hand. Such an artifact was a rarity, a powerful item with an expansive interior, allowing for the convenient storage of various belongings. To possess such a formidable ring indicated that this young man was of no ordinary lineage. Knowing the significance of such a high-profile customer, the manager was determined not to offend him. After completing his purchases, Chen Mu suddenly perceived the potential of this marketplace. It was likely to attract many peculiar patrons in the future. Why not seize the opportunity to acquire the entire establishment? With this thought in mind, he addressed the manager. "Is your boss around? I am interested in purchasing this decadent marketplace. Please inquire about the price. And remember to inform them that money is not an issue for me." Upon hearing this, the manager was initially taken aback by Chen Mu's financial prowess. But then his expression shifted to one of concern. "Mr. Chen, our boss is currently not present, and I am unable to make such a decision. However, I assure you that I will convey your intentions to him as soon as he returns." Chen Mu regarded this with indifference. At that time, Chen Mu purchased the Midnight Diner because it was still quite small, and thus the proprietor lacked substantial strength, remaining at the establishment daily. The owner of such a large mall, however, undoubtedly possessed considerable power, at least at a level akin to that of an enigma. Such a level of peculiarity is quite normal when one is on a business trip. They could simply discuss matters upon their return, as the mall would remain in its location, and Chen Mu was capable of offering a price that would satisfy them. At this juncture, the manager cautiously inquired, "Mr. Chen, how about this? I can issue you a Supreme Black Gold card." "Supreme Black Gold card? What is this?" Chen Mu responded with a hint of confusion. He acknowledged that in his previous life he was somewhat unsophisticated, thoroughly versed in rules and survival, yet he had never encountered such high-end offerings. "Well, the VIP cards in the Fallen Mall are categorized into three types: silver, gold, and black gold. Above these, there exists a superior tier known as the Supreme Black Gold card, which is exclusively issued to the most esteemed guests. Unlike the other three cards, the Supreme Black Gold card not only requires meeting certain consumption criteria, but also demands that the guest possesses a sufficiently formidable background. The Supreme Black Gold card serves as an affirmation of the guest's prestigious status. Many enigmatic beings, upon seeing this card, will immediately recognize your elevated identity. It is a symbol of status and position. The Supreme Black Gold card confers numerous privileges. In addition to shopping rights, it grants various other benefits. For instance, should you, Mr. Chen, be selected by a small note to participate in an enigmatic task at the Fallen Mall, possessing the Supreme Black Gold card would elevate you to the role of the mall's supreme authority during the task, allowing you to alter the rules at your discretion. Even others, as long as you are willing, may utilize the privileges of the Supreme Black Gold card to intervene in their tasks. Moreover, if you wish to stroll through the shopping mall, we can clear out other customers in advance, exclusively attending to your esteemed presence. You may also issue subcards to others at your discretion, akin to writing a check. Those holding your subcard can enter the mall and enjoy the benefits of the Black Gold card. Furthermore, should you desire to meet our esteemed owner, as long as they are present in the mall, you may request an audience at any time. And your status as a holder of the Supreme Black Gold card will ensure that the owner is always available to meet you. As the manager of the mall, I possess the sole authority to issue the Supreme Black Gold card. If Mr. Chen, you are inclined, I shall bestow one upon you." Upon hearing the manager's words, Chen Mu pondered for a moment and nodded. "Then please issue one for me." Chen Mu, somewhat unfamiliar with these matters, was unaware that such a casually requested Supreme Black Gold card was a coveted treasure for many peculiar individuals, something they could scarcely dream of possessing. Chapter 16. Vow to serve the boss with utmost loyalty. Soon, a plethora of gifts was neatly packaged, and after counting, Chen Mu felt he had procured nearly enough. These items were all intended as gifts for others. With money paving the way and gems illuminating the path, Chen Mu navigated with ease. However, he refrained from purchasing anything for himself. Firstly, these were intended for the peculiar entities, of which he had no personal use. Secondly, Chen Mu was a staunch pragmatist. Items such as red wine, jewelry, and adornments did not enhance one's strength. Did they? Certainly not. These items are readily available in the mall. As long as one possesses wealth, they can be purchased at any time. My finances are ample. What I lack is power. If it cannot enhance my strength, what purpose do they serve? Chen Mu desires only items that can augment his capabilities. Should there be a tool capable of doing so, he would gladly invest a significant sum to acquire it. After completing his shopping, Chen Mu contemplated and requested the manager to issue him 50 shopping cards, each valued at 5,000 Ming coins. These cards were intended as incentives for the employees of the Midnight Diner, to make them aware that if they diligently work for Boss Chen, he would not shortchange them. The mall manager, being generous, readily agreed to cover the cost of the 50 shopping cards, declaring that the 5,000 limit on each card would be treated as a gift from the mall to Boss Chen. Understanding the value of such a prominent client, the manager was eager to please him. Chen Mu accepted the manager's kind offer without hesitation. The manager respectfully escorted Chen Mu to the first floor. Upon seeing him descend, the young lady in a red uniform initially considered striking up a conversation. However, upon noticing the obsequious manager following closely behind, she quickly abandoned the idea. She had presumed that Chen Mu was merely affluent, not realizing the depth of his connections, as even the mall manager deemed it necessary to personally see him off. It is noteworthy that the mall manager possesses a formidable level of influence, being at the level of a cunning strategist, with only the powerful, deceitful generals above him. The very act of such a distinguished individual accompanying Chen Mu speaks volumes about the extent of his background. Was she perhaps a bit too assertive earlier? Did she inadvertently frighten him upon his arrival? The woman in red felt a twinge of regret. Had she known earlier, she might have unleashed some feminine charm to entice Chen Mu. A man like Chen Mu, endowed with a distinguished background, wealth, an air of mystery, and a hint of handsomeness, is a rare commodity wherever he goes. To secure his favor would be a remarkable advantage. Unbeknownst to Chen Mu, his mere passage beside the enigmatic woman had ignited such fervent thoughts within her. Outside the decadent mall, the driver had been waiting for quite some time. Noticing Chen Mu's prolonged absence, a sense of unease began to creep in. Could it be that his employer had become entangled in a predicament? Perhaps overwhelmed by excessive purchases and unable to settle the bill? Considering Chen Mu's affable demeanor, the driver felt reassured, yet uncertainty lingered in his mind. At that moment, Chen Mu finally emerged from the mall. Behind him, the mall manager, accompanied by a cadre of sales associates, bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We bid farewell to the esteemed Supreme Black Gold, Master Chen. We eagerly await your next visit." Upon hearing the title Supreme Black Gold, the driver's heart sank. To his knowledge, the pinnacle of status was merely black gold, which required astronomical expenditures. His previous employer had only reached the silver tier. Yet here was his new boss, making his inaugural visit to the decadent mall, and, within just half a day, achieving the esteemed rank of Supreme Black Gold. Clearly, Supreme Black Gold surpassed even Black Gold in prestige. What kind of background did his employer possess to wield such influence? Once Chen Mu settled into the vehicle, the driver turned to him and inquired, "Where shall we head next, sir? Let us not rush into work just yet. I have something to show you," Chen Mu replied, as he retrieved a small square box from his spatial ring and handed it to the driver. "What is this?" the driver inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Open it and see." "It is a gift for you," Chen Mu replied with a smile. As the driver unwrapped the box, he discovered a sleek black watch nestled within. The surface of the timepiece glimmered with an exquisite sheen, unmistakably crafted from materials of considerable value. The second hand ticked audibly, and, as he held it in his palm, he could feel the intricate mechanics within, an object that undoubtedly commanded a high worth. Etched delicately into the watchband was a phrase, "Guida Chui Fei." This brand, renowned in the realm of the bizarre, is celebrated for its meticulous craftsmanship in timepieces. Naturally, such luxury comes at a steep price. Even the most affordable model exceeds 20,000 dark coins. To possess a Guida Chui Fei is a dream far beyond the reach of many within the peculiar realm. Coincidentally, the driver harbored a passion for watches and could eloquently recount the various styles of Guida Chui Fei. Unfortunately, as a taxi driver earning merely over 3,000 coins a month after expenses, he had little savings to speak of. The notion of owning a Guida Chui Fei was a dream forever out of reach for him. In his everyday life, he had to settle for counterfeit versions to satiate his aspirations. He could hardly believe that the owner, whom he had known for just a day, would present him with a Guida Chui Fei as a gift, especially not one of the entry-level models priced at 20,000, but rather a mid-tier version exceeding 50,000. In that moment, an overwhelming urge to weep surged within the peculiar driver. Having lived for decades in this strange world, he had always found himself at its lowest echelons, donning a facade of cheerfulness while never experiencing the warmth of respect. His previous employer had perpetually exuded an air of arrogance. Not only did he pay himself a meager wage, but he also frequently delayed payments, often for as long as 6 months. Following the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, his boss's exploitation intensified, with increasingly demanding monthly tasks. This pressure forced him to resort to desperate measures, soliciting additional ghostly currency from passengers merely to meet his employer's expectations. He was acutely aware that his former boss had never regarded him with any respect. Thus, when Chen Mu sought to recruit him, he accepted without hesitation. Little did he anticipate that on his very first day of work, Chen Mu's new employer would present him with a coveted piece of eerie jadeite. Could it be that his boss had been observing him all along, aware of his fondness for watches? It certainly seemed so. The boss had always maintained a calm demeanor and possessed keen observational skills. He must have taken note of his interests. It was entirely reasonable for the boss to recognize his affinity for timepieces, but the fact that he had purchased one for him was utterly unforeseen. At that moment, the enigmatic driver experienced the profound sensation of being respected. With Chen Mu, he not only received a higher compensation, but, for the first time in decades of strangeness, truly felt valued. With such a boss, what more could he desire? If he could not serve his employer with utmost loyalty, he would feel like an ungrateful wretch. Thank you, boss, the peculiar driver managed to say, suppressing the tremor in his voice and striving for a semblance of normalcy. I'm glad you like it, Chen Mu replied. Now, for our next destination, let us venture to the city's museum. It is said to have transformed into a museum of bizarre scenes and fog. Yes, I vow to serve my boss with unwavering loyalty. Chapter 17, The Driver. Devoid of eyes, exhibited an unwavering dedication to his employer as he drove with an unusual fervor, his speed markedly exceeding the norm. In less than 10 minutes, the peculiar taxi traversed the entire city, arriving at the western outskirts. The museum, situated in this very area, was flanked by an expansive cemetery at its rear. Chen Mu gazed out the window, observing the surroundings. Despite the clock striking 11 in the morning and the sun blazing overhead, a shroud of gray mist enveloped the museum in the distance, obscuring the sunlight and imparting a chilling aura, rendering the fog-laden museum eerily ominous. It seemed the museum had succumbed to a bizarre pollution, transforming into a scene of uncanny mystery. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction. Had he arrived too early and found it unchanged, his journey would have been in vain. In this strange apocalypse, many uncanny scenes did not manifest from the outset. Take the Midnight Diner, for instance. It was originally a school cafeteria that remained perfectly normal until a month prior to the onset of this bizarre world, with students still dining there after classes. It was only 2 days before Chen Mu and his companions received their peculiar mission that the cafeteria fell under mysterious contamination, morphing into the Midnight Diner when the clock struck midnight. Similarly, the fog-laden museum underwent its transformation a week after the apocalypse began. The path leading to the fog-laden museum meandered through a wooded roadway. As the vehicle traverses the wooded highway, the trees overhead completely obscure the sunlight, rendering the road shrouded in a chilling darkness, enveloped by a pallid mist. For an ordinary vehicle, even with high beams illuminated, penetrating the fog proves futile. Visibility beyond half a meter becomes virtually non-existent. In such circumstances, one must either inch along through the murky darkness, cautious not to veer off the road, or disembark and navigate the dense fog on foot. In either scenario, it is a torment both psychologically and physically. However, Chen Mu, nestled within the confines of the spectral taxi, harbors no such concerns. Being an otherworldly entity, the spectral taxi possesses headlights capable of effortlessly cutting through the mist, offering a panoramic view ahead. Yet, Chen Mu mused that for the enigmatic driver, devoid of eyes, the notion of visibility seemed inconsequential. It appeared that this peculiar driver did not rely on sight to navigate. This peculiar circumstance proved advantageous for Chen Mu, enabling him to clearly observe his surroundings. As they rounded a corner, Chen Mu noticed a distinct skid mark on the road, leading off the pavement and disappearing over the edge of a nearby cliff. It seemed an unfortunate soul had careened too swiftly into the fog, plunging down the precipice. If speed were the measure, the enigmatic driver was even swifter. With an unwavering dedication to his task, the driver maintained an astonishing velocity, zipping through the bend without a hint of deceleration. In mere seconds, they traversed the wooded highway, arriving before the eerie museum. "Boss Chen, we have reached your destination." The spectral driver turned to Chen Mu and inquired, "Are you truly intent on proceeding further? You have not received the Crimson Note. Thus you are exempt from participating in the eerie tasks of the Mist Museum. However, I must caution you, should you proceed further and cross into the realm of the Mist Museum, you will be compelled to engage in the strange endeavors, with survival as the only means to escape." Acknowledging the ominous warning from the uncanny driver, Chen Mu nodded. "I understand, yet I must visit the Mist Museum." Observing the resolute gaze of his employer, The peculiar driver proposed, "Perhaps I could accompany you, sir." Chen Mu waved his hand, graciously declining the driver's offer. The Mist Museum, as an enigmatic locale, is dominated by the Duke's peculiar family. The driver, too, possesses an uncanny nature. Venturing forth recklessly might incite the Duke's wrath. Just as two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, one must not trespass into the territories of other strange powers. Ultimately, the driver exited the vehicle to open the door for Chen Mu, respectfully bidding him farewell. Alone, Chen Mu strode toward the Mist Museum. As he walked through the thick fog, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. To be honest, had he possessed the death-heavy armor, even traversing this desolate expanse alone would have instilled him with confidence. It appears that possessing strength is indeed crucial. This conviction further solidified Chen Mu's determination to acquire the necessary item. After a few paces, he crossed into the vicinity of the Mist Museum. Surrounding him lay a desolate wilderness, dense fog swirling about, and the temperature plummeted, prompting involuntary shivers. The Mist Museum loomed ahead, resembling a medieval European castle, with several black crows circling overhead, intermittently emitting chilling cries. Outside the entrance of the Fog Museum stood a few individuals clad in modern attire. Chen Mu was not surprised. If his assumptions were correct, these individuals had received the ominous crimson notes, compelling them to partake in the bizarre task. Among them were 3 men and 1 woman, all displaying signs of distress and trepidation. One man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, was bald and boasted a considerable belly. Chen Mu recognized him at once. He was a renowned local tycoon, Wang Dafu, frequently featured in the local newspapers. When the surreal apocalypse descended, even the affluent were not spared, each trembling in the shadow of death, except, of course, those possessing ample amounts of paper money for the afterlife. In addition to Wang Dafu, there were 2 younger individuals, one with dyed yellow hair and the other with green, evidently companions of the former. The final figure was a young woman, stylishly dressed in revealing attire and heavily made up, shivering in Wang Dafu's embrace. Judging by her age, she could easily be his daughter. Yet Chen Mu was aware that she was not. She was likely Wang Dafu's mistress. Upon noticing Chen Mu's arrival, the group turned their attention towards him. The 2 young men, spotting a peer, hastily greeted Chen Mu, seemingly eager to recruit him into their fold. "Hey, did you also receive the strange task called Fog Museum?" one of the young men inquired. Chen Mu remained silent. Experience has taught him that in bizarre missions, the concept of friendship is utterly illusory. Not only do acquaintances prove unreliable, but even the closest of brethren can turn against one another amidst the chaos. Betrayal and treachery are rampant in such tasks. At times, companions can be more terrifying than the bizarre occurrences themselves. It is only at the onset of this strange apocalypse that some still entertain the notion of forming alliances, believing that camaraderie will bolster their chances of survival. Little do they know, those who cling to such naive hopes are often the first to perish. Noticing Chen Mu's silence, the 2 young men found themselves at a loss for conversation and turned away, dismissing him. However, the woman in Wang Dafu's embrace gazed at Chen Mu with palpable fear. "Darling, are you frightened?" he cooed, attempting to soothe her with his overly sentimental words, even as his own voice trembled. The woman pointed at Chen Mu and stammered, "I just saw him get out of a taxi." But the taxi driver. At this point, terror flickered in her eyes. The driver had no eyes. Chapter 18. The Fog Museum. Upon hearing her words, Wang Dafu was taken aback. The 2 young men, with their dyed hair, were equally startled. A taxi driver without eyes? Could it be that the driver was bizarre? Who would dare to ride in such a vehicle? Was it possible that the newcomer, Chen Mu, was also part of this grotesque phenomenon? In an instant, all eyes turned towards Chen Mu, filled with apprehension. However, upon outward appearances, Chen Mu appeared rather ordinary, devoid of any eerie qualities. Unlike the skin of the otherworldly, which would present a chilling pallor, Chen Mu's complexion was delicately flushed, evidently possessing warmth, and certainly not the coldness associated with the uncanny. How could one imbued with vitality be deemed strange? Once it was established that Chen Mu was not of the uncanny realm, the group exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, They noted that his demeanor seemed somewhat peculiar. To put it simply, Chen Mu exhibited an excessive calmness. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, he stood still, surveying the four with an impassive gaze before resuming his tranquil stance. His composure starkly contrasted with the trembling figures around him. He bore no resemblance to someone encountering the surreal for the first time. This tranquility even made Wang Dafu feel inadequate. He sensed an entirely distinct aura emanating from Chen Mu, an essence forged through countless brushes with death, certainly not typical of a youth his age. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Chen Mu furrowed his brow slightly and remarked nonchalantly, "Stop staring at me. If I were indeed uncanny, would you still be standing here alive? Instead of speculating about my identity, perhaps you should consider your own well-being and how to survive in the impending mission." His words, tinged with a hint of arrogance, were delivered with a placid demeanor. The green-haired individual scoffed at Chen Mu, turning to the yellow-haired one beside him, and said, "This guy is such a fool, trying to act all high and mighty even in an eerie mission." The yellow-haired one nodded in agreement. "Right? We tried to bring him into our fold, and he still insists on his pretentiousness. Venturing out alone without the support of comrades, one wonders how he will navigate the treacherous tasks ahead. In such solitary battles, demise often comes swiftly. However, as close allies, we shall look out for one another, ensuring our survival." Wang Dafu, feeling somewhat disgruntled, reassured his companion in his arms. "Fear not. He is merely a brash young fool. The youth, lacking both capability and resources, is like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Stick with me. The resources I possess far surpass what any young novice can offer." Upon hearing Wang Dafu's words, the young woman's spirits lifted considerably. Recognizing Wang Dafu's immense influence and his ability to resolve any situation, admiration began to blossom on her face. In her early 20s, she chose to be with Wang Dafu, drawn by his extensive resources and connections. Although her luck had soured by being chosen for the eerie task at the Misty Museum, she initially feared for her life, only to discover that Wang Dafu had also been selected. She learned that Wang Dafu, leveraging his network and status, had made great sacrifices to acquire exceedingly rare ghost coins. With these coins in hand, it was said that one could navigate the bizarre tasks with ease, bringing her a sense of security. To ensure that Wang Dafu would not abandon her, she devoted herself to his comfort that very morning, hoping that his ghost coins would aid her in the eerie endeavor. "Brother Fu, you must take me along when you spend those ghost coins," she playfully implored. "I care for you dearly. You cannot cast me aside. Of course, how could I ever forsake you? As long as you remain obedient, once this eerie task concludes, I shall divorce and marry you," he replied. Wang Dafu spent several million to acquire ghostly currency, which he now conceals in the depths of his trousers. The reason for this peculiar hiding place is primarily to prevent theft. The pockets of his jacket and trousers are far too insecure. Should someone casually pilfer from them, it would result in substantial loss. After much contemplation, he concluded that the area within his trousers is least likely to attract suspicion. Hence, he had a pocket specially sewn into his underwear to securely house his precious ghostly currency. Meanwhile, Chen Mu, a short distance away, overheard their conversation. He mused that his recent acquisition of the Midnight Diner had elevated him to the status of a cunning individual, along with an enhancement of his auditory faculties. The revelation that Wang Dafu possessed ghostly currency was quite astonishing to him. However, considering Wang Dafu's stature and position, it seemed plausible that he could afford to invest heavily in several pieces of ghostly currency. What Chen Mu remained oblivious to was that the currency in Wang Dafu's possession amounted to merely a single note of 10 units. Were Chen Mu to discover this, he would undoubtedly find it laughable. Indeed, ghostly currency is rare, but attempting to bribe a duke with just 10 units? That would be a rather absurd jest. Presenting 10 units to a duke might even be interpreted as an affront. It would be wise for Wang Dafu to keep it hidden securely within his trousers, and, ideally, he should refrain from engaging in any peculiar tasks to avoid adverse consequences. At that moment, Chen Mu felt something unusual in his hand. Glancing down, he noticed an ominous crimson note had inexplicably appeared in his grasp. This did not surprise him. Having ventured into the fog-laden museum, he anticipated receiving a peculiar task, even if he had not been assigned one prior. Strange quest. The Misty Museum. Quest description: deep within the shadowy mountains, shrouded in fog, lies an ancient museum. In this time-worn establishment, piercing screams echo through the night. Those who venture near speak of a pungent scent of blood wafting through the air. The Duke, once a formidable trickster, has retired from the battlefield, seeking solace here with his family and servants. The old museum has since become the abode of the Duke's household. You are a friend of the Duke, having heard of your old companion's retreat. You have come to pay a visit. In the Misty Museum, the warm-hearted Duke and his family, anticipating your arrival, have prepared a delightful dinner for you. After several days of arduous travel, you now stand at the Duke's doorstep. The butler awaits your arrival at the entrance. Please approach and knock upon the grand door. The butler will usher you in, and you shall partake in intriguing games and a cozy dinner. Do bear in mind, the Duke has little patience for tardy guests, so do set forth promptly. As Chen Mu perused the note, the others had already advanced, arriving at the imposing entrance of the Misty Museum. The grand door before them, rustic and formidable, exuded a castle-like aesthetic. In Chen Mu's recollection, the museum did not possess such an appearance. It was evident that with the museum's transformation into a bizarre scene, its exterior embellishments had likewise altered. Knock, knock, knock. Stepping forward, the green-haired one rapped upon the door of the Misty Museum. As he did so, Huang Mao, who fancied himself a close ally, discreetly retreated a step, seeking refuge behind his comrade. With a creaking sound, the door of the museum swung open from within. From the crevice of the grand door emerged a frail and pallid arm. Chapter 19. A Precious Gift. The excited old steward. It was evident that this was a peculiar hand. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of those present shifted subtly. Apart from Chen Mu, it was their first encounter with the bizarre. As the door fully opened, the owner of the arm stepped forth, a strange figure with grizzled hair, dressed impeccably in his steward's attire. This peculiar old man was none other than the Duke's steward. Another guest has arrived. Please do come in, he said, his tone warm, yet his demeanor remarkably composed, lacking any overt enthusiasm, embodying a customary formality. It was clear that the old steward regarded this new group of guests with a mere perfunctory hospitality. Chen Mu understood the underlying reason all too well. The guests were simply too numerous. Ever since this place transformed into a realm of the uncanny within a mere fortnight, it had already hosted 2 to 3 dozen batches of visitors. The steward had transitioned from initial warmth to a state of emotional detachment in accommodating such a multitude. Furthermore, the image of these guests in the steward's mind was far from favorable. It is often said that one should not arrive empty-handed, a fundamental gesture of politeness and respect, which holds true even in the realm of the strange. Yet, every one of these 2 to 3 dozen groups arrived devoid of any offerings. They exhibited a complete disregard for etiquette and respect. In truth, the old steward had misjudged these individuals. They were all here to undertake bizarre tasks. Grappling with the specter of death, bringing gifts was the least of their concerns. The very act of coming unarmed was, in fact, a sign of respect towards the uncanny. The steward reminisced about the time when the Duke still held power, recalling how every visitor then arrived laden with gifts. Even the old butler could bask in the glow of receiving a gift of several hundred ghostly coins. How the mighty have fallen, indeed, after the Duke's disgraceful retreat. Guests have become so brazenly disrespectful. The quartet, green hair, yellow hair, Wang Dafu, and the mistress, entered in succession. Due to the butler's enigmatic demeanor, the group regarded him with a degree of trepidation, daring not to meet his gaze as they averted their eyes and distanced themselves. To the old butler, this behavior only served to underscore their disdain and alienation. Another set of impolite guests. The old butler shook his head in resignation, preparing to close the door. Just then, he noticed that one guest remained outside, Chen Mu, who stood at the threshold, a smile adorning his face. Why aren't you coming in? If you don't enter soon, I shall close the door, and you may never enter again, the butler said, his brow furrowed, lacking any semblance of courtesy. To be barred from the door implied an inability to complete the enigmatic task, leaving one to await a grim fate. It was evident that the old butler harbored a similarly unfavorable impression of Chen Mu, despite him being one of the guests. "Please, don't be angry. I am coming in now," Chen Mu chuckled, taking a couple of steps forward into the entrance, standing before the butler with a beaming smile. "Why are you lingering? Hurry and take a seat in the hall. Do not hinder my attempt to close the door. Esteemed butler, this is my first visit, and I apologize for the intrusion. Allow me to present you with a small token of my esteem as an apology for my rudeness," Chen Mu articulated smoothly, simultaneously producing a small box from a spatial ring and cheerfully placing it into the butler's hands. A spatial ring? The old steward possessed an uncanny ability to discern worth. Anyone who owned a spatial ring was undoubtedly of extraordinary lineage, someone with significant connections. Upon encountering Chen Mu, who displayed such thoughtfulness by presenting a gift, the stewardess' furrowed brow relaxed, and his impression of the young man improved considerably. This young individual was commendable, with both a notable background and impeccable manners. "Ah, no trouble at all. Please do not feel inconvenienced," the steward said with a benevolent smile, accepting the small box from Chen Mu. He slightly opened it and glanced inside. The mere act of looking was enough to astonish the steward. Nestled within the exquisite and opulent box lay an extraordinarily refined watch. It was from the enigmatic brand, Guida Chui Fei, renowned as a pinnacle of luxury in the realm of the bizarre. Having witnessed much in his time, the steward immediately recognized the watch's substantial value. It was a high-end item from Guida Chui Fei, priced at over 100,000 dark coins. In that moment, the steward's emotions transcended mere astonishment. It was well known that during the Duke's zenith of power, the gifts presented to him by visiting guests rarely exceeded a few hundred dark coins. Only on one occasion had he received a gift worth 1,000 dark coins. A watch of this caliber, valued at 100,000 dark coins, could ordinarily be bestowed only upon the Duke himself at the height of his prestige. Furthermore, the Duke had long since fallen from grace, and the steward was now merely an old caretaker. The sheer audacity of this young man to offer such a lavish gift was bewildering. Could it be that there had been a mix-up, and this gift was intended for the Duke? Upon contemplating this, the old butler hastily closed the box and presented it to Chen Mu, remarking, "Perhaps this precious gift was mistakenly given to me. It should be intended for the Duke. I am merely a butler and cannot accept such a lavish offering." To his surprise, Chen Mu, wearing a broad smile, returned the gift to the old butler, stating, "You are mistaken. This gift is indeed meant for you. Your dedication and hard work for the Duke throughout your life command my utmost respect. This humble token is a mere expression of my gratitude." Upon realizing that the gift was truly intended for him and receiving such flattering words from Chen Mu, the old butler felt an immediate sense of joy and regarded Chen Mu with newfound admiration, finding him increasingly agreeable. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, although I am merely a butler, my words hold weight within the Duke's household. Feel free to visit. I assure you that you will leave the Miss Museum unharmed. Should you suffer even the slightest injury, it would be a reflection of my inadequate hospitality." The old butler vowed earnestly, confident in his ability to ensure Chen Mu's safety in this peculiar setting. Chen Mu found solace in the old butler's assurances, recognizing his standing. Even if Chen Mu were to offend the Duke, the butler would undoubtedly facilitate his safe departure. "By the way, Mr. Chen, are those individuals accompanying you? If so, I can extend my care to them as well." Chen Mu replied, "I merely encountered them by chance. We are not acquainted." Chen Mu was no saint. It was evident that those individuals harbored disdain for him, and he had no intention of leveraging his goodwill to assist them. In other words, Chen Mu's refusal to allow the old steward to cause them any inconvenience already marked him as a benevolent figure in this peculiar task. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, the old steward naturally grasped the implication. Since those individuals were unfamiliar with Chen Mu, there was no need to extend any courtesies to them. Cautiously securing his watch, the old steward warmly gestured for Chen Mu to follow him. "Mr. Chen, please come this way. The others are already seated in the hall." The Duke's banquet would commence shortly, preceded by a small game designed to entertain the guests before the dinner began. Chapter 20. Hide and seek a small game? Chen Mu pondered, racking his memory. He could scarcely recall any such games taking place within the Misty Museum. He had visited once before, arriving after 8 in the evening, when the Duke's banquet had commenced immediately. Could it be that his early arrival heralded different tasks at varying times? It was indeed a possibility, under the old steward's guidance. Chen Mu entered the Duke's parlor. The parlor had been transformed from the museum's ground floor, which displayed an array of artifacts, medieval short swords, knights' helmets, and yellowed parchment, each item exuding an air of antiquity. The first floor of the museum was draped in muted golden tones, the overall ambience dim, illuminated only by 1 or 2 fireplaces casting a soft, warm glow. At that moment, the other 4 individuals were already awaiting him in the hall. They stood in the center, beneath an ornate European-style chandelier, their expressions a mix of vigilance and curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. Upon the arrival of the venerable steward, the gazes of several individuals converged upon him. In their eyes, the steward was unmistakably the minor antagonist within their undertaking. However, the subsequent events left them utterly astonished. The steward escorted Chen Mu to an antiquated sofa, inviting him to take a seat, and with a warm smile inquired, "Mr. Chen, would you care for refreshment? We have hot water and black tea." "Let us have some black tea," Chen Mu replied nonchalantly. "Very well, please hold on a moment," the steward responded. After a brief interlude, he returned with a tray, upon which rested a delicate teacup. The steward placed the cup beside Chen Mu, lifting the lid to reveal steaming black tea within. Chen Mu took a sip. It was evidently a beverage meant for consumption, not for the peculiar, and thus it was quite agreeable. The onlookers were rendered speechless as they observed Chen Mu leisurely savoring his tea, leading them to ponder whether he was there to undertake a perilous mission or merely to indulge in a holiday. The steward's impeccable service was astonishing. Was it truly possible that tea was being offered? Yet, despite the passage of time, the steward did not approach the others to inquire about their refreshments. It appeared that his attentiveness was exclusively reserved for Chen Mu. All present were there to partake in the same enigmatic endeavor. Why such disparity in treatment? After 10 minutes had elapsed, and Chen Mu finished his tea, the steward returned once more. He regarded the assembled guests and announced, "Esteemed guests, the Duke's banquet is still being prepared. To help pass the time, the Duke has graciously arranged a delightful little game for you all, a game of hide and seek. In order for all guests to enjoy themselves, please adhere to the following rules. 1. The game will commence in 5 minutes, lasting for a duration of 2 hours, after which it will conclude automatically. 2. Upon the game's initiation, the guards of the Misty Museum will emerge. They will patrol the premises, eliminating any intruders. It is imperative that you avoid detection by the guards. 3. During the course of the game, do not venture beyond the first floor of the Misty Museum. Straying from this designated area will result in fatal consequences. For if, by unfortunate chance, you are discovered by the guards, do your utmost to evade them. But be cautious not to touch any of the museum's exhibits in your attempt to hide. 5. With the exception of the floors and walls, all immovable objects are exhibits belonging to the Duke. 6. Exhibits must not be moved or touched. Any individual daring to do so shall face the Duke's wrath. These are the rules of the game. Prepare yourselves, for it is about to begin. After the old butler concluded his instructions, he cast a peculiar smile at the group before departing from the first floor. In the vast museum, only Chen Mu, Wang Dafu the woman, and the green-haired and yellow-haired individuals remained. The mechanical clock on the wall ticked steadily, and the group fell into a heavy silence, diligently committing the butler's rules to memory. An eerie atmosphere began to envelop them, the temperature in the air gradually dropping, while the floor grew damp, as if some ominous presence were about to manifest. The woman clung tightly to Wang Dafu, hoping he would save her. However, Wang Dafu himself was in no better position, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He acknowledged that this game was far more exhilarating and tense than any prior business battle, for the stakes involved his very life. The green-haired and yellow-haired individuals were not in a better position. They had heard that within this bizarre mission, adherence to the rules was imperative. Furthermore, they had learned that some of these rules concealed the path to survival. Should one uncover this path, Even the most arduous tasks could be navigated with ease and levity. However, the discovery of such a path was not something the average person could achieve, especially at the onset of this peculiar apocalypse, when everyone was a novice. Finding a way to survive was akin to scaling a mountain. Brother, this old steward is rather ruthless. The rules are excessively stringent, leaving us no avenue for escape. The green-haired man spoke with palpable fear. Indeed, while it was understandable not to touch the exhibits, everything that was not the floor or the walls was deemed an exhibit. Did this not imply that while we sought refuge, we could not even touch cabinets or sofas? How could one even play under such constraints? The yellow-haired man wore a grim countenance, finding the task's regulations exceedingly harsh, and he even questioned whether the old steward had it out for them. In stark contrast to the tension and fear that enveloped the others, Chen Mu appeared remarkably composed. At that moment, he was pondering while leisurely strolling through the museum, taking the opportunity to scrutinize his surroundings before the game commenced. This was a hallmark of an experienced player. Instead of lamenting in place and squandering time, it was far more prudent to observe the environment in advance, thereby increasing his chances of success. Although the old steward had assured him of his survival, Chen Mu was diligently seeking the path to safety. Chen Mu was acutely aware that if he refrained from exercising his mind for an extended period, his experience would swiftly dissipate. Should he encounter exceedingly challenging rules in the future, his fate would be dire. Contemplating the game's regulations, he acknowledged their severity. They imposed significant constraints on humanity. The prohibition against touching exhibits meant that when confronted by security personnel, he could not retaliate with nearby objects, but could only resort to passive evasion, being cautious not to collide with tables or chairs. In such circumstances, hiding for 2 hours seemed an insurmountable challenge. No, there must be a way out. Based on Chen Mu's experience, sometimes the path to survival resides intricately within the stringent rules themselves. If one fails to discern this escape route, the harsh regulations could lead to demise. However, with sufficient experience and wisdom to glimpse the glimmer of hope, these same rigid rules could, paradoxically, aid in survival. Thus, what precisely are these stringent regulations hinting at? As Chen Mu pondered deeply, the clock on the wall suddenly emitted a dull sound. 5 minutes had passed. A chill descended. A faint white mist began to manifest within the museum. Amidst the ethereal fog, something seemed poised to materialize. The game had commenced. Chapter 21. The method to remain unvanquished. Such an eerie spectacle terrified Wang Dafu's mistress, prompting her to scream sharply. The piercing sound of her voice reverberated throughout the museum. Wang Dafu was taken aback. His mistress's loud outcry seemed a ploy to attract the attention of security. "If you wish to court disaster, do not involve me," he exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to silence her. The two young men, one with green hair and the other with yellow hair, began to conceal themselves. The entire first floor of the museum was enveloped in a shroud of white mist. Within this haze, shadowy figures intermittently emerged. These figures were a mix of individuals and peculiar security guards. Meanwhile, Chen Mu furrowed his brow. From his silhouettes in the fog, he deduced that there were more than one of these unusual guards. Their numbers were at least 2 or more. This bizarre mission presented considerable challenges. Based on Chen Mu's past experiences, if those 4 individuals failed to discover an escape route, no more than 2 would survive. The mortality rate exceeded 50%. Should he succeed in uncovering a hidden path to survival under such stringent conditions, Chen Mu was confident that his skills would be significantly enhanced. As the game commenced, the guards began to emerge from the mist. The first of these eerie security guards materialized behind Wang Dafu. This figure bore a grotesque resemblance to a decaying corpse. Clad in tattered security attire, its body was severely decomposed, exposing its entrails. With each step it took, putrid fluid oozed forth, mingling with a nauseating stench of decay that provoked involuntary retching. This acrid odor alerted Wang Dafu, who, following the scent, turned around just in time to witness the grotesque guard opening its maw wide in a blood-curdling manner. "Damn it," Wang Dafu cursed. Instinctively, in merely a few minutes, everything transformed drastically. The couple, once akin to birds of the same forest, now found themselves fleeing in the face of calamity. Such scenes are all too common in this bizarre apocalypse, where the ugliness and selfishness of human nature are starkly revealed amidst the strange trials. Helplessly, the woman staggered to her feet, her overwhelming fear triggering a swift release of adrenaline, enabling her to overcome her trembling legs and flee in another direction. Fortunately, the peculiar security guard had pursued Wang Defu, granting her a brief moment of respite. Meanwhile, Huang Mao and Lu Mao faced their own dire predicament. A skeletal security guard stood before them, blocking their escape. "Brother, you hold your ground. I will circle around and launch a surprise attack from behind," Huang Mao said gravely to his steadfast companion. Lu Mao nodded in agreement. Having been by Huang Mao's side for over a decade, their bond forged since childhood. Despite the fear gnawing at him, Lu Mao gritted his teeth and remained in place, determined to draw the attention of the skeletal guard. Huang Mao, patting his brother's shoulder, prepared to maneuver to the rear for a stealthy strike. As the skeletal guard drew ever closer, Lu Mao's legs began to quiver. He fixed his gaze on the creature's back, yearning for his brother to emerge from behind and deliver a decisive blow. Yet moments later, Lu Mao found himself cornered against the wall, with Huang Mao still absent from the fray. "Are you waiting for that, Huang Mao?" The skeletal guard mocked, addressing Lu Mao. "I saw him run past me. He had no intention of ambushing me. He merely sought to ensure your demise, so he could escape." Upon hearing these words, the green-haired individual remained skeptical. However, as the skeletal security guard drew closer, he despaired at the realization that he had been betrayed by his once loyal comrade. 10 years of brotherhood. How could you betray me? The green-haired man cried out in anguish. Yet his lament was abruptly silenced as the skeletal guard tore him apart. In the distance, Huang Mao, who had already fled, displayed a derisive expression, muttering, "What a time to still believe in brotherhood. Isn't a brother merely someone to betray?" At that moment, Chen Mu stood before a clock, his demeanor serene, as he observed the eerie guard advancing through the mist. There was no trace of panic or avoidance upon his face. After 5 minutes of profound contemplation, Chen Mu gazed at the clock, and an epiphany struck him. Exhibits. Immovable objects that no one could touch. The Duke's punishment. Each crucial clue coalesced in his mind like pearls strung together to form a necklace. Reflecting on the stringent rules, Chen Mu suddenly comprehended the truth. Indeed, behind the harsh regulations lay a path to survival within the task. The joy of escaping from such dire straits filled him with exquisite delight. He regarded the approaching specter with a hint of anticipation. As the shadow within the fog drew nearer, Chen Mu inhaled deeply and executed an exceedingly unusual maneuver. He stood motionless, like a statue rooted to the spot. This was the path to survival that Chen Mu had discerned. The mystery of survival is concealed within the 6th rule. Exhibits are not to be moved or touched. Anyone daring to do so shall face the Duke's punishment. At first glance, this regulation appears to confine humanity, rendering it impossible to interact with the exhibits and complicating the act of concealment. Initially, Chen Mu found himself bewildered by the severity of this rule, perceiving it as excessively harsh and the task at hand as daunting. However, he understood that the more stringent the rules, the more likely they were to harbor hidden nuances. Indeed, upon deeper contemplation, Chen Mu discerned the subtlety embedded within the rule. The phrase, "anyone daring to touch," is pivotal. This encompasses not only humans, but also the enigmatic security personnel. In other words, even the peculiar guards are prohibited from touching the exhibits. Otherwise, they too would incur punishment. This revelation carries an exhilarating implication. In this game of hide-and-seek, one can emerge invulnerable. How might one achieve such invincibility, eluding the grasp of the uncanny guards? The answer is simple: by transforming oneself into an exhibit. But is it feasible to metamorphose into an exhibit? Chen Mu discovered that it indeed is possible, and the method lies hidden within another rule. Chapter 22. Sir, your tea. The 5th rule states, apart from the ground and walls, all immovable objects are the Duke's exhibits. On the surface, this seems to restrict human movement, forbidding contact with anything other than the ground and walls. However, when viewed from a different perspective, this rule subtly implies a metaphorical approach to transforming individuals into exhibits. If one remains motionless under this rule, one becomes a display piece within the museum, akin to a Duke-esque exhibit. Therefore, combining these regulations, Chen Mu deduced a path to survival. When confronted by the peculiar security guard, there is no need to flee or hide. Simply remaining still renders one exhibit of the Duke. The strange guard cannot touch the exhibit. Thus, they are incapable of seizing you, let alone capturing you. By standing still for 2 hours, one can emerge unscathed from this game of hide and seek, living securely until its conclusion. However, Chen Mu also sensed an unusual aura within this set of rules. For the first time, the task regulations introduced a seductive rule. Such a rule entices players to err and disrupts their quest for the correct path to survival. For instance, the fourth rule states, if, unfortunate as it may be, you are discovered by the guard, do your utmost to evade them, but in the process, please refrain from touching the museum exhibits. This is a quintessential example of a seductive rule. It insinuates that when faced with a peculiar guard, players should do everything possible to evade them. To evade the guard naturally requires running and movement, which makes it impossible to remain still and thus to become an exhibit. Should players place excessive trust in this rule, they may very well miss their chance at survival. As the bizarre apocalypse endures, the challenges of these strange tasks gradually intensify. Chen Mu mused to himself. In response to this, he remained unfazed. After all, Chen Mu has indeed savored the finer things in life. Throughout the extensive duration of his previous existence, the bizarre apocalyptic missions had become increasingly arduous and perverse. Inductive rules? Such trivialities are mere child's play. Furthermore, there existed contradictory regulations, and even erroneous ones. The most challenging encounter Chen Mu faced involved a peculiar task with a total of 23 rules. Absurdly, all 23 were flawed. Believing even a single one would spell disaster. One might as well await their demise. In the quest for survival, Chen Mu had no choice but to deduce the hidden avenues of escape based on these erroneous guidelines. By piecing together several misleading pieces of information, he sought out the contradictions, searching for the subtle hints of salvation within. This was a dual trial of both physical endurance and mental acuity, yet Chen Mu persevered. Thus, in his eyes, the current game of hide-and-seek was merely child's play. Within a mere 2 hours of task duration, he discerned the path to survival right at the onset of the mission. Chen Mu was confident that the route he had uncovered in such a challenging bizarre task would be infallible. Therefore, as he observed the approaching peculiar security guard, his demeanor remained remarkably composed. Indeed, when the security guard halted just 1 meter away, it merely gazed at him, hesitant to advance. Chen Mu stood before it, and yet it dared not approach. Such was the exhilaration of discovering a path to survival. Once the secrets of this route are grasped, navigating through bizarre tasks becomes as effortless as swimming in water. The peculiar security guard observed Chen Mu for a while, harboring a sense of trepidation. It dared not make any reckless moves against him, for at that moment, under the stipulations of the rules, Chen Mu had become an exhibit of noble status. The guard could not harm him. After a brief stalemate, the enigmatic guard turned away, preparing to depart. Chen Mu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, for it seemed that his conjecture regarding a path to survival was indeed accurate. However, before he could fully relax, he suddenly felt a hand patting his back. To his astonishment, this hand was pale and cold, unmistakably not human. It was an uncanny hand. Something bizarre was making contact with him. How could this be? Chen Mu's expression shifted. According to the rules, he was currently an exhibit, and the peculiar beings were prohibited from touching such displays. Could it be that his deductions were flawed, leading him to a false sense of security? This notion arose in his mind, and a wave of despair washed over him. Just as he grappled with this confusion, a strange voice emanated from behind him. "Sir, your tea?" "Yeah, what tea?" Chen Mu was utterly bewildered. The entity behind him stepped forward and revealed itself before Chen Mu. It was clear that this figure was not a guard. It was clad in the attire of a servant, holding a tray. On the tray rested a steaming cup of tea. "The steward was concerned that you might be parched, so I brought you a cup of hot tea. The misty museum is cold and damp. Please take care to keep warm, Mr. Chen." Those peculiar guards cannot harm you, and if you wish to abstain from the game, you may leave at any time." After the servant uttered these words, it placed the hot tea beside Chen Mu. As Chen Mu gazed at the scene before him, a realization dawned upon him. The peculiar figure was not a security guard, but rather a servant of the Duke, here to serve him tea. But wait, one odd turn of events. While the others faced peril in their bizarre tasks, he was granted special treatment, with hot tea at his disposal and the freedom to depart at will. A game of hide-and-seek, though it seemed this game was only genuine for Chen Mu. To be honest, it was his first experience of such extraordinary hospitality. Previously, in a strange apocalypse, he had been no better than a pauper, sharing the same precarious fate as the others. How could he have ever anticipated such lavish treatment? Ah, how wonderful it was to possess ghostly currency in this uncanny world. Chen Mu couldn't help but exclaim in awe. At that moment, not far from Chen Mu, Wang Dafu's mistress stumbled her way towards him. Having separated from Wang Dafu and sought refuge within the mist-laden museum. Throughout her hiding, she had been fraught with trepidation, her arms bearing bruises from scraping against the floor, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. To her astonishment, upon reaching this place, she unexpectedly encountered Chen Mu. Initially, she intended to approach him for assistance, seeking salvation. However, before she could make her move, she witnessed Chen Mu being encircled by two uncanny beings. In front of him stood the bizarre security guard, while behind him loomed the strange servant. She assumed Chen Mu was doomed, yet the plot twirled unexpectedly. The security guard, wary of Chen Mu, retreated, and the servant, astonishingly, presented him with a cup of hot tea. Clearly, they were here to attend to Chen Mu. As she observed her own disheveled state contrasted with Chen Mu's calm demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at the absurdity of it all. The woman felt, for the first time, the stark disparities within the bizarre apocalypse. The gulf between individuals was astonishing. In her eyes, Chen Mu transformed from a mere young slacker into an enigmatic powerhouse. In stark contrast, Wang Dafu appeared utterly feeble. Despite Wang Dafu's usual arrogance and his seemingly unassailable status, the peculiar end of days swiftly stripped him of his fade. If Wang Dafu was unreliable, then perhaps it was time to seek a new protector. With this thought, the woman glanced at her own figure. She tousled her hair and adjusted her clothing, striving to present herself as alluring as possible. She intended to wield her feminine charm, hoping that Chen Mu might take an interest in her. If only she could align herself with Chen Mu, wouldn't she then thrive amidst the peculiar apocalypse? Unbeknownst to her, Chen Mu perceived her gestures as mere trivialities. After adjusting her attire, the woman approached Chen Mu with a sultry demeanor. Chen Mu had already noticed her presence, and, as she drew closer, a hint of wariness flickered in his gaze. "Handsome, I see you are alone. At such a youthful age, wouldn't solitude be rather lonely?" The woman, despite not knowing Chen Mu's name, exuded warmth and boldly embraced him. In that instant, Chen Mu understood her intentions. She was clearly seeking a stronghold. Unfortunately for her, Chen Mu had little interest in such heavily adorned styles. He preferred a more innocent allure. Moreover, a crucial point is that this mistress appears rather unclean, and Chen Mu harbors concerns about potential illness. Alas, with the arrival of the bizarre apocalypse, societal order has crumbled, and acquiring medicine will become increasingly arduous. Thus, avoiding illness is one of the key survival strategies in this strange new world. Chen Mu recalls that prior to his rebirth, there was a formidable figure in this peculiar apocalypse who contracted syphilis. That individual, having narrowly escaped death through harrowing missions, ultimately succumbed to the very illness he had evaded. Chen Mu is determined not to follow in those footsteps. You should seek out Wang Dafu. There's no need to ponder. I will not expend my resources to assist you. Chen Mu resolutely declined the woman's advances. Simultaneously, the yellow-haired man stealthily approached Chen Mu's vicinity. After experiencing the betrayal of a close friend, he now felt emotionally drained, his body drenched in sweat from his furtive escapades, appearing far more disheveled than the mistress. Upon witnessing Chen Mu's composed demeanor, his frustration peaked. Chen Mu stood impeccably dressed, holding a cup of steaming fragrant tea, exuding an air of tranquility devoid of any disarray. To add insult to injury, a woman was openly vying for Chen Mu's affection. What on earth? Is this some kind of joke? We are amidst a bizarre mission. I nearly lost my life, relying on betrayal to survive, and yet you seem to be enjoying yourself. Are you here for a life-and-death task, or are you merely playing a game? To Chen Mu, it truly resembled a game of hide-and-seek, and he had even attracted the mistress of Wang Dafu. The disparity between individuals. The intensity of the yellow-haired man's frustration was not much less than that of the mistress at that moment. The identity of this enigmatic young man raises questions about the skills he possesses that allow him to live such a lavish and carefree life. Contemplating this, Huang Mao approached Chen Mu step by step. Chen Mu had long since noticed Huang Mao. He pushed aside his companion, and his gaze sharpened with a hint of wariness. Even before the mission commenced, Chen Mu discerned that Huang Mao was ruthless and not a man of good character. Chen Mu had a keen intuition for assessing people's personalities, often able to gauge their nature at a glance. As anticipated, before the mission reached its halfway point, the green-haired companion of Huang Mao had vanished without a trace. Chen Mu could easily surmise that the green-haired individual had met an untimely demise, and the circumstances of this death were undoubtedly linked to Huang Mao. Chen Mu had always maintained a prudent distance from such perilous individuals to avoid entangling himself in trouble. However, should Huang Mao miscalculate and attempt to plot against Chen Mu, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Chen Mu understood a fundamental truth. One must eradicate the root of the problem, for if not, it may resurge. Brother, you seem quite formidable. Why not take me under your wing? Huang Mao proposed with a sycophantic smile. Rest assured, I value loyalty above all. Whatever you ask of me, I shall not refuse. Chen Mu remained indifferent. There was no way he would accept such a sinister character as a subordinate, for that would be akin to inviting a wolf into one's home. Then let me suggest you meet your demise right now. Did you not declare that you would never decline? Chen Mu replied coolly. Huang Mao found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Chen Mu's retort. At that moment, his companion was also spurned by Chen Mu, and as he gazed upon her, he felt a stir of desire, prompting him to extend another invitation to join his team. The mistress now finds herself utterly alone, having been abandoned by Wang Dafu, while Chen Mu shows her no regard. In a moment of desperation, she considers her options and ultimately consents to Huang Mao's invitation. As they stealthily evade the security guards, they venture deeper into the Fog Museum, hoping to discover a suitable hiding place. Observing their departing figures, Chen Mu remains indifferent. These two display a modicum of discernment by not provoking him. To Chen Mu, such companions are deemed of low value, rendering any association with them unnecessary. Meanwhile, a peculiar waiter returns to the old steward, holding an empty tray. How is it? The tea has been served, I trust. Chen Mu is our esteemed guest. We must not neglect him. The old steward, stroking the emblematic watch on his wrist, extols Chen Mu's gratefulness. It is evident that this exquisite verdant jade watch has greatly enhanced the steward's impression of Chen Mu. The tea has been delivered, my lord. During my delivery, an odd security guard spotted Chen Mu. However, he did not flee but remained motionless. Chen Mu's expression was calm, far from that of someone paralyzed by fear. Thus, I surmise that he has discerned the path to success in this task, the enigmatic waiter reported. He has discovered the path to success? The old steward was taken aback. The very essence of the task's success lay in remaining still. He had not anticipated that Chen Mu would uncover this insight so swiftly at the outset of the mission. It appears that Mr. Chen possesses remarkable wisdom. The old steward mused, glancing at his watch, his expression now tinged with further puzzlement. He initially believed that Chen Mu lacked the capability and, in a bid to survive the bizarre mission, had gifted him a watch, hoping to secure leniency. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Before he could offer any reprieve, Chen Mu had already discovered a path to survival. With such intelligence and strength, why would he fear perishing during mission? There was no need for him to bestow such a precious gift. Could it be? The old steward pondered. Perhaps Chen Mu's intention in presenting a gift was genuinely to forge a friendship and cultivate a good relationship? Yes, that must be it. One relationship based on mutual exploitation, and the other elevated to the realm of genuine friendship. Undoubtedly, the latter moved the old steward deeply. Chen Mu is indeed a good person to establish a bond of friendship. He gifted such a valuable item. It had been a long time since he encountered such a sincere friend. There's a saying, dusk witnesses the devoted believer. Even in the Duke's decline, he was willing to befriend him. This friendship, the old steward graciously accepted. This friend, the old steward had decided to cherish. Little did Chen Mu realize how adeptly the old steward was at self-persuasion. The mission had only just begun, and he was already regarded as a friend. This was quite advantageous for Chen Mu, as it would facilitate his acquisition of the deathly heavy armor. Being friends, requesting a peculiar grade item from the Duke would not be an unreasonable expectation, would it? Chapter 24. Why are you so at ease? Go, bring some pastries for Mr. Chen. The old steward instructed the attendant. When it comes to treating one's friends, mere tea is insufficient. One must certainly offer exquisite pastries. In the Mist Museum, a scene unfolded where Chen Mu reclined leisurely on a sofa. To his left, a steaming cup of tea exhaled warmth, while to his right lay an exquisite platter of pastries. One could easily mistake his presence for that of a vacationer, without a hint of doubt. The peculiar security personnel, recognizing their place, prudently refrained from disturbing Chen Mu. After all, they earned their keep under the Duke's command. Who would dare interrupt a guest of nobility? Meanwhile, Chen Mu basked in tranquility, while others were not so fortunate. On the other side of the Mist Museum, the blonde-haired man and his accomplice formed a clandestine alliance, their hearts racing as they evaded the watchful eyes of security. Wang Dafu, dragging his corpulent frame, also sought refuge with utmost caution. Clearly, none of them had discovered a path to safety. As time progressed, the intensity of the security searches lessened. Had the initial rigor of the game persisted, all but Chen Mu would have met their demise. The challenges within the Mist Museum had yet to reach an insurmountable level. After half an hour of stealth, with no sign of security personnel, both the blonde and his accomplice breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, the most arduous phase of the task had passed. They finally felt a sense of ease, awaiting the conclusion of their mission. Once relaxed, the blonde man began to entertain ulterior motives. He had long harbored an attraction for his accomplice, and now, confined in proximity after enduring life-threatening pressure, he sought to release his pent-up desires. The accomplice, well aware of his intentions, was more than willing to cooperate, eager to secure his assistance in the forthcoming tasks. After all, such encounters were not unfamiliar to her. However, the young woman did not disclose to Huang Mao that she had previously indulged excessively, contracting several ailments. As for whether Huang Mao would fall ill, that remained a matter of fate. With the security presence diminished, the Misty Museum was enveloped in an unusual stillness, where even the sound of needle dropping could resonate far and wide. Thus, even from a distance, Chen Mu could discern the commotion between Huang Mao and the young woman. Despite his vast experience, Chen Mu was taken aback. How foolish could these two be to engage in such frivolity amidst a bizarre mission? Were they seeking a swifter demise? It is crucial to understand that the bizarre tasks are fraught with peril. Even the most seasoned veterans must remain ever vigilant. In such tasks, survival is paramount. How could these two dare to indulge in such antics, oblivious to the potential for distraction and the inability to detect impending danger? It is hard to determine whether to label their actions as audacious or simply ignorant. According to Chen Mu's experience, this game of hide-and-seek was a classic example of a pressure-oriented task. This signifies that at the onset of the mission, the pressure would be maximized, with numerous bizarre security figures appearing, rendering the task exceedingly difficult. This phase would last approximately 10 minutes. Following this intense period, for over an hour, the task's difficulty would abruptly decrease, with bizarre security figures becoming virtually non-existent. During such a time, players could even lie down and sleep, awakening unharmed. However, one should not misconstrue this as a moment of benevolence from the bizarre. Quite the contrary, it is a treacherous ploy. As the task nears its conclusion in 10 minutes, the difficulty will surge dramatically, potentially exceeding that of the very beginning. A multitude of eerie security guards suddenly materialized. The players, lulled into a state of relaxation, failed to detect the imminent peril, resulting in frequent fatalities. This insidious nature of the task is truly treacherous. Time relentlessly ticks away. Only 10 minutes remain before the task concludes. As anticipated by Chen Mu, the difficulty of the task escalated abruptly. At this moment, Wang Dafu was concealed in a corner. Having enjoyed over an hour of tranquility, which paradoxically heightened his vigilance. After all, Wang Dafu was a businessman, having navigated the tumultuous waters of commerce for decades. Far more cautious than Huang Mao and Xiao San. This prudence ultimately saved his life. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he discerned a dark figure emerging from the mist behind him. Eerie security. Without a moment's hesitation, his heart raced to his throat, and he hastily fled in another direction. Unfortunately, Huang Mao and Xiao San were not as fortunate. Xiao San lay nestled in Huang Mao's embrace, whispering sweet nothings, hoping for his attentive care. Huang Mao, ever agreeable, casually promised her. After all, such vows cost him nothing, and he had made countless similar ones before. Suddenly, Xiao San let out a shriek, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed behind Huang Mao. "What is it?" she exclaimed, alarmed. Huang Mao, slightly irked, turned a glance over his shoulder. That fleeting moment sent chills down his spine. Eerie security stood right behind him. "Run!" Huang Mao bellowed, springing to his feet. Yet, to his horror, he realized that in his previous state of relaxation, he had neglected to don his trousers. Those precious seconds lost could prove fatal. As the eerie security guard drew nearer, the blonde glanced at his companion and, with a resolute bite of his teeth, thrust her towards the guard. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, taken aback by this sudden turn of events. She stumbled and fell at the guard's feet. "If one must perish, it certainly cannot be me." At that moment, the blonde had already donned his trousers and fled without a backward glance. The young woman could hardly fathom that within a mere 2 hours, she had been betrayed by 2 individuals. Raising her head, she beheld the guard towering over her, a derisive smirk adorning his face. In the next instant, blood erupted. 10 minutes may not seem long or short. For Chen Mu, it was merely the time to sip half a cup of tea. However, for Wang Dafu and the blonde, it felt like an eternity. Finally, as the heavy chimes echoed, the 2 hours came to an end. The game of hide and seek concluded. The white mist gradually dissipated. The temperature within the museum warmed slightly, and the damp stains on the floor began to fade. Wang Dafu and the blonde, weary from their ordeal, returned to the hall. There, Chen Mu finished his last sip of tea and savored the final bite of pastry, elegantly wiping his hands with a damp towel. Grace never goes out of style. One cannot help but commend the Duke's impeccable taste. The tea and pastries were delightful, a fitting afternoon repast. Watching Chen Mu relish his afternoon tea, Wang Dafu and the blonde gazed at him with envy. "We are on the brink of death, and yet you indulge in a leisurely tea." They lamented, "Is there any justice in this? We are all participants in this bizarre task. How is it that you can be so comfortable?" Chen Mu gazed at Huang Mao and Wang Dafu, silently calculating in his mind. Aside from himself, there were 4 participants in this game of hide and seek. Clearly, only 2 had survived, a survival rate of 50%. This bizarre task had proven perilous indeed. Chen Mu chose to disregard the envy emanating from Wang Dafu and Huang Mao. Their unfortunate plight was not of his making. If blame were to be assigned, it should lie with the strange and twisted world they inhabited. Moreover, the 2 survivors were hardly virtuous. Both had betrayed their comrades. Only the unscrupulous could endure in such an eerie realm. This was the degradation wrought by their surreal existence. At this moment, Huang Mao finally comprehended why Chen Mu had maintained a cold demeanor prior to the task, reluctant to form any alliances. It seemed Chen Mu had long anticipated that in this treacherous endeavor, allies were a mere illusion. It was a matter of life and death, rife with deception and treachery. What was Chen Mu's true identity, and how had he attained such profound insight into this uncanny apocalypse? In that instant, although he had done nothing, his identity took on an air of enigma in the eyes of the 2 men. Their gazes towards him bore traces of wariness. Furthermore, The exchange between Huang Mao and Wang Dafu was laden with distrust and vigilance. The subject of forming teams was now abandoned. Each remained on guard against the other, fearing that they might be the next to be betrayed. At that moment, the old steward arrived. Observing the disheveled Wang Dafu and Huang Mao, alongside the composed Chen Mu, he spoke slowly. "Esteemed guests, the game has come to its conclusion. I wonder if you all found enjoyment in this game of hide-and-seek. The Duke has already prepared an extravagant banquet on the second floor. Once the guests partake in the feast, they shall be free to depart. Follow me. The banquet is about to commence." Chapter 25. This gift is rather extravagant. The much-anticipated banquet is finally upon us. Chen Mu instantly felt invigorated. The opportunity to meet the Duke and potentially acquire rare, enigmatic-grade artifacts hinged upon his performance at the banquet. The mere thought of the enigmatic-grade artifact, the deathly heavy armor, ignited a fervent desire in Chen Mu's eyes, an item capable of defying the rules. In this peculiar post-apocalyptic realm, rules are an inviolable force. No matter how formidable one may be, they cannot transgress these regulations. Even the most powerful of bizarre bosses can only alter the rules to their advantage, increasing the difficulty of bizarre tasks without the option to kill outside the bounds of these rules. Moreover, such modifications are only effective within the bizarre scenarios they control, and a path of survival must remain open for the players. Those who dare to violate the rules, whether human or otherwise, must face the consequences. No one can withstand the might of the rules, except for the deathly heavy armor. As far as Chen Mu is aware, the deathly heavy armor is the sole artifact capable of resisting the authority of these rules. Indeed, Chen Mu is immensely powerful, possessing trillions of shadow coins. However, he cannot guarantee that he will never breach the rules. Should he, by chance, find himself in a precarious situation and inadvertently transgress even once, the deathly heavy armor would become his ultimate safeguard. This trump card must be acquired. Under the guidance of the steward, the group arrived at a staircase. Ascending the stairs, they reached the second floor of the Misty Museum. This level boasted a spacious hall, designated by the Duke for the purpose of hosting his esteemed guests. The steward addressed the group, stating, "At the Duke's banquet, there are certain rules that must not be violated. Failing to adhere to them may incite the Duke's wrath, with dire consequences. Firstly, one must show utmost respect to the Duke and Duchess, avoiding any actions that could be deemed insulting. Secondly, any food presented by the Duke must be accepted and consumed entirely. Failure to do so will result in punishment. The Duke is not particularly fond of excessive regulations. Hence, these two rules must be strictly observed." Another peculiar task awaited. Chen Mu furrowed his brow, sensing that the Misty Museum was far from ordinary. A bizarre scenario unfolded, involving a game of hide-and-seek followed by a banquet. Two strange tasks indeed. After delivering his instructions, the steward led the three individuals into the grand banquet hall. Chen Mu meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Above the hall, a European-style chandelier hung gracefully, its classical design illuminated by flickering candles. In the center of the hall stood a crystal-long table, elegantly set with cutlery and candles. The old steward guided them to the table, assigning their seats. Chen Mu was positioned at the head, nearest to the Duke's prominent seat, a gesture of hospitality from the steward to facilitate conversation with the Duke. In contrast, Wang Dafu and Huang Mao were seated at a considerable distance, clearly designated as ordinary guests. After a brief wait, the Duke and Duchess finally arrived. The Duke's attire was a quintessential representation of medieval European fashion, exuding an air of nobility. Upon closer inspection, one would notice his face was a ghastly pale, bearing an unsettlingly cold demeanor, a hallmark of an eerie countenance. The Duchess, adorned in a voluminous gown, also epitomized the medieval style. The Duchess appeared strikingly beautiful in her 40s, still exuding charm. Guests had traveled from afar, and I prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. The Duke and his wife displayed a perfunctory smile, clearly accustomed to this routine. Without excessive pleasantries, the Duke instructed a nearby servant to present tonight's feast. A peculiar group of attendants, clad in blood-stained aprons, brought forth dish after dish to the table. As soon as the plates were set down, Chen Mu detected a strong metallic scent. His expression altered slightly. There was something amiss with tonight's fare. Sure enough, the dishes before them were filled with crimson broths. Among the viscous concoctions floated chunks of flesh and eyeballs, and even severed limbs. Wang Dafu and Huang Mao nearly retched on the spot. What is this? This must be food for the grotesque. Staring at the limbs, eyes, and shredded meat before them, Wang Dafu and Huang Mao's faces turned pale, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. They exchanged glances, finding it hard to fathom how they could possibly consume such repulsive offerings. "Allow me to serve you the dishes," the Duke chuckled. At that moment, Chen Mu interjected, "Duchess, please hold on. Before the dinner commences, I have a few gifts to express my sentiments. The gifts are not particularly valuable. I hope the Duke and Duchess will understand." With that, Chen Mu reached into his spatial ring to retrieve the presents he had prepared. A glimmer of joy flickered in the Duke's eyes. Among so many guests, finally, there was one who was considerate. Moreover, it appears that this guest possesses quite an impressive background, as evidenced by the presence of a spatial ring. Chen Mu retrieved 2 small boxes from the spatial ring and presented them sequentially to the Duke and Duchess. The Duke, with a casual demeanor, opened the box. Having held a prominent position for many years, he had seen much in his lifetime. Chen Mu mentioned that the gifts were not of great value, and thus the Duke had no particular expectations, though he appreciated Chen Mu's thoughtful gesture. However, upon unveiling the contents of the box, the Duke's expression shifted dramatically. Inside lay a rare and exquisite Greta emerald, a limited edition watch valued at 1 million underworld coins. The Duke gazed at Chen Mu in astonishment. Was this truly not considered valuable? Such peculiar underworld coins were not easily acquired. Even a gift worth tens of thousands of coins would be regarded as a considerable offering during a first encounter. Could this young man be so affluent that his perception of value differed vastly, presenting a gift worth 1 million coins as a mere token of introduction? It is noteworthy that even at the peak of his career, the Duke had only received gifts valued around 70 to 80,000 coins upon first meetings. Yet here was Chen Mu, presenting a Greta emerald worth 1 million coins as a greeting. Beside them, the Duchess, upon opening her small box, appeared even more astonished. As the Duchess, her gifts had always been somewhat inferior to those received by the Duke. Guests primarily offered gifts to the Duke, while her own were merely accompanying trinkets, usually worth a few thousand coins as a token gesture. However, the Duchess never anticipated that Chen Mu would gift her a crystal necklace valued at 1 million coins. Chapter 26. Is this how it's done? The Duchess, well versed in the world of luxury, recognized at once that this crystal necklace was procured from the Fallen Market. The Fallen Mall, an exquisite establishment in a bizarre realm, was a favored destination for the Duchess, who often frequented it with her fellow aristocratic companions. However, even the Duchess found herself overwhelmed by the exorbitant prices within this peculiar marketplace. For instance, she had once taken a great liking to a crystal necklace, yet upon discovering its staggering price tag of 1 million dark coins, she hesitated. Despite the Duke's elevated status, his role as a military general meant that his wealth in dark coins was not as substantial as one might presume. Moreover, the Duke had an extensive family to support, including a steward, attendants, and various retainers, all of whom required considerable financial investment. Consequently, the opportunities for the Duchess to indulge in shopping were quite limited. Although she adored the crystal necklace, its price was a painful consideration. After much deliberation for an entire month, the Duchess ultimately decided against the purchase. Now that the Duke had fallen from grace, the crystal necklace became even more unattainable for her. Yet, the Duchess could hardly anticipate the delightful surprise that awaited her at tonight's banquet, a gift she never expected. Before his rebirth, Chen Mu had recalled the Duchess's preferences and had thus chosen a gift that would surely please her. Instantly, the atmosphere at the dining table transformed. The Duke donned a beaming smile, looking at Chen Mu as if he were a cherished brother. The Duchess, too, radiated a brilliant smile, her expression reminiscent of a mother gazing upon her future son-in-law. "Come, my lady, please serve Chen Mu some food," the Duke proclaimed. Chen Mu understood the implication. The Duke was subtly granting him a favor. According to the rules, all food distributed by the Duke must be consumed in its entirety. However, It was not explicitly stated that the food allocated by the Duchess must be consumed entirely. In other words, these repugnant dishes were entirely optional for Chen Mu. After all, the Duke held a distinguished status. Even if he were to let it slide, it could not be done as brazenly as the old steward would. Chen Mu could not help but marvel at the Duke's finesse. Even in leniency, he exhibited remarkable sophistication. The Duke, naturally, discerned that Chen Mu was aware of his indulgence. His heart swelled with joy, for this was the hallmark of an astute individual. Chen Mu's tacit understanding of the Duke's leniency showcased his intelligence. This clever young man, who appeared both affluent and seemingly well-connected, was indeed a promising partner for collaboration. At the moment the Duchess received the crystal necklace, her delight was palpable. Her fondness for Chen Mu grew with every glance, rendering her oblivious to the Duke's subtle leniency as she boldly embraced it herself. The Duchess clapped her hands, summoning the attendants to bring forth some cake to share with Chen Mu. The implication was clear. Those distasteful dishes should no longer be presented before him, for it would be unseemly to offend his sensibilities. Favoritism, indulgence. The Duchess's expression bore an unmistakable resemblance to these two words. This sudden shift left Wang Dafu and Huang Mao utterly astounded. What on earth? Is it truly possible to play the game this way? A spark of inspiration ignited in Wang Dafu's mind as he recalled the 10 ghostly coins nestled within his trousers. Ghostly coins, indeed, were a rare treasure. He had heard that in this bizarre apocalyptic world, the most valuable currency was indeed ghostly coins. As long as one possessed these coins, the eerie forces would readily submit. Thus, Wang Dafu had expended considerable effort to exhaust a network he had built over many years, ultimately acquiring 10 ghostly coins. Now, the moment to utilize them had finally arrived. Chen Mu, that young man, what sort of worthless trinket does he possess that could rival the preciousness of his ghostly currency? It is evident that Wang Dafu only recognizes the supreme value of ghost money, believing that nothing else can compare. When Chen Mu presented 2 gifts, they were enough to delight both the Duke and Duchess. Thus, if he were to offer even more precious ghost money, would it not compel the Duke to fawn over him? Contemplating this, Wang Dafu cleared his throat and stood upright. Your Grace, Your Excellency, I possess an even more valuable gift for you both. With that proclamation, in front of the assembled crowd, Wang Dafu boldly reached into his trousers. What emerged, stained with an unpleasant odor, was presented to the Duke as if it were a treasure. The Duke glanced down and nearly lost his composure. 10 ghost coins. Are you here to humiliate me? Despite his fallen status, the Duke still held the dignity of nobility. After all, a withered camel is larger than a horse, and his household still contained hundreds of thousands in ghost currency. What was the meaning of presenting a mere 10 ghost coins? It was an affront. The Duke felt utterly insulted, especially as Wang Dafu had extracted these coins from his trousers. Such an audacious act flushed the Duke's face with anger. Noticing the Duke's rising ire, the steward immediately shouted at the nearby attendants, "Who dares to humiliate the Duke at this banquet? Take him away and execute him." Without hesitation, the attendants seized Wang Dafu and began dragging him downstairs. Completely bewildered, Wang Dafu wondered what was happening. Was it not said that ghost money was the most precious? Was it not true that the peculiar must bow in reverence? Why did his script seem so different? The question arises as to why. Upon presenting his meager 10 hell notes, he was dragged out by the Duke and summarily executed. Chen Mu found the situation somewhat amusing, as Wang Dafu's actions were truly outlandish, leaving Chen Mu in a state of astonishment. Wang Dafu's antiques broaden Chen Mu's horizons. Following Wang Dafu's execution, the banquet resumed. The Duke and Duchess, with beaming countenances, continued to attend to Chen Mu, offering him cake. When it came time to serve the blonde-haired man, the Duke turned to Chen Mu and inquired, "Is this individual a friend of yours?" Chen Mu shook his head, replying, "I do not know him." As he had stated before, Chen Mu had no acquaintance with the blonde-haired man who harbored animosity towards him. Therefore, extending assistance was out of the question. Without Chen Mu's patronage, the Duke proceeded with the blonde-haired man in accordance with protocol, presenting him with a heap of rotten scraps and eyeballs. Gazing upon the repulsive fare in his plate, And then at the exquisite cake in Chen Mu's, the blonde-haired man was overcome with grief. As if the disparity in the hide-and-seek game was not enough, their treatment at the banquet was worlds apart. He was forced to consume such revolting victuals, while Chen Mu had cake and was not even obliged to partake if he so chose. The blonde-haired man's composure shattered once more. His gaze towards Chen Mu now laced with intense envy, tinged with resentment and malice. Why should Chen Mu enjoy such comfort? Why couldn't Chen Mu assist him? Once they were out of this eerie task, he vowed to ensure Chen Mu's demise. Chen Mu possessed so many valuable items, including that spatial ring. By eliminating Chen Mu, everything would be his. Henceforth, upon entering a ghostly mission, he could live as carefree as Chen Mu. In his heart, Huang Mao contemplated the assassination of Chen Mu. However, Chen Mu was already aware of Huang Mao's sinister intentions. Does he harbor murderous intent towards me? Knowing full well Huang Mao's intentions, Chen Mu would never act foolishly by allowing him to escape, merely to wait for trouble to come his way. If Huang Mao sought his own demise, he should not blame Chen Mu for being ruthless. Silently, Chen Mu retrieved his phone and dialed the enigmatic driver's number, instructing him to wait outside for Huang Mao. The enigmatic driver possessed formidable skills, easily capable of dealing with someone like Huang Mao. Chen Mu understood a vital principle. If one does not eradicate the roots, the grass will grow back with the spring breeze. Chapter 27. Is there a problem with your taxi? The banquet continued. Huang Mao pinched his nose, swallowing the repulsive food in large bites, while Chen Mu engaged in lively conversation with the Duke and Duchess, appearing utterly unfazed by the bizarre ambience. During the dialogue, Chen Mu subtly showcased his wealth, causing the Duchess's eyes to sparkle with intrigue. The Duke, too, found himself captivated by Chen Mu's ghostly currency. Currently, the Duke was in a precarious situation. To maintain a semblance of dignity, he desperately needed a substantial amount of ghostly currency to fill the void. At that moment, Chen Mu appeared, possessing a considerable fortune in ghostly currency, clearly a man of means. Thus, how could the Duke procure ghostly currency from Chen Mu? What could he offer that would pique Chen Mu's interest? For someone of Chen Mu's stature, ordinary offerings would hardly suffice. Presenting something too trivial would be nothing short of an insult to Chen Mu. Suddenly, the Duke recalled a remarkable artifact he possessed, a peculiar grade item known as the Death-Heavy Armor. Surely, this extraordinary piece would capture Chen Mu's attention. The Duke silently prayed, hoping that Chen Mu would take an interest. Otherwise, he truly did not know how he could acquire a substantial amount of nether coins. An hour later, as the nauseated yellow-haired man swallowed the last eyeball, the banquet finally came to a close. The old steward approached, addressing the yellow-haired man and Chen Mu. Esteemed guests, we appreciate your visit to the Mist Museum. I trust the Duke's hospitality has met your satisfaction. If you have no further matters, you may now depart from the Mist Museum. The steward's words marked the conclusion of the Mist Museum's task. Out of 5 participants, only 2 had survived, with Chen Mu being the exception. Excluding him, the survival rate was a mere 1 out of 4, 25. Upon hearing that the task had ended, the yellow-haired man finally sighed in relief. His stomach had expanded to the size of a balloon, and his throat was filled with the stench of decaying flesh. The thought of how much he had consumed made his mind spiral. Looking at Chen Mu, he was struck by the fact that the latter had not eaten at all throughout the ordeal, and even when he did, it was merely cake. The yellow-haired man's frustration flared once more. Just wait. How could you be so comfortable while I suffer so? As soon as we exit the Mist Museum, I shall seize everything you possess. Up to this point, Chen Mu had not demonstrated any prowess, which led the yellow-haired man to harbor a misconception. He believed that Chen Mu was merely fortunate to possess nether coins. The man's clean and delicate appearance hardly suggested any real strength. Chen Mu had merely relied on his wealth to assert himself in the bizarre scenario. Once they escaped this strange environment, he thought, a single strike would be enough to vanquish Chen Mu. Embracing such thoughts, the man with yellow hair cast a fierce glance at Chen Mu before descending the staircase and departing. He had no desire to linger a moment longer in the fog-laden museum, eager to find a concealed spot outside where he could await Chen Mu's emergence and subsequently plunge a knife into him. The Duke, Perceiving the animosity emanating from the yellow-haired man, turned to Chen Mu after his departure and remarked, "Mr. Chen, it appears that this individual harbors ill will towards you." Chen Mu nodded in agreement and replied, "Indeed, he is intent on taking my life. Your Grace, did you not notice that he stealthily appropriated a knife from the dining table? It seems he has made preparations to murder me." The Duke, taken aback, realized that amidst their conversation, he had overlooked the moment when the yellow-haired man had surreptitiously taken a knife. It was remarkable that Chen Mu, while engaged in dialogue with both the Duke and his wife, had managed to observe the man's subtle actions. The keen acuity displayed by Chen Mu left the Duke feeling somewhat humbled. "Mr. Chen, if you're concerned, I could dispatch someone to deal with him," the Duke offered, extending a gesture of goodwill. With a smile, Chen Mu graciously declined, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, your grace, but it is unnecessary. My subordinates are already waiting for him outside." Upon hearing that Chen Mu had subordinates, the Duke regarded him with renewed respect, thinking to himself that his initial assumptions had been correct. Mr. Chen indeed possessed a significant background and strength. "Mr. Chen, I have a remarkable item here. I wonder if you might be interested?" "Oh!" Chen Mu felt a surge of joy. It seemed the Duke could no longer contain his impatience, and had taken the initiative to present the enigmatic artifact. "Do not be anxious, Mr. Chen. I shall escort you to see it at once," the Duke declared. At that moment, the yellow-haired individual had already exited the museum. As he stepped through the grand entrance, the heavy doors of the museum creaked shut behind him. A frown creased his brow. Had Chen Mu been left behind? He had been eagerly anticipating the moment to eliminate Chen Mu, yet the latter had not emerged for quite some time. How long must he wait? Surveying his surroundings, the yellow-haired man noted that the mist museum was enveloped by a dense thicket of foliage. Darkness had descended, and a thick fog permeated the air, rendering it damp and chilly. Clad only in a short-sleeved shirt, he was already shivering from the cold. To make matters worse, having consumed an excessive amount of putrid flesh, his stomach was in turmoil, writhing with unbearable pain akin to being sliced by a knife. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as the discomfort in his belly intensified. What on earth had that Duke fed him? He realized that remaining here any longer could lead to his demise. After narrowly escaping death, he could not allow himself to perish post-mission. His stomach churned violently, compelling him to consider a swift trip to the hospital. Chen Mu would likely remain inside for some time, and if he hurried to seek medical attention and returned promptly, he could still confront Chen Mu at the entrance and carry out his plan. With this thought in mind, he hastened towards the woodland road. However, the road seemed interminable. How long would it take him to traverse it? He contemplated calling an ambulance, but, upon checking his phone, discovered that there was no signal to be found. At that moment, Huang Mao was pleasantly surprised to discover a taxi parked at the entrance of the forest road. Fortune favored him. His heart leaped with joy as he clutched his stomach and made his way toward the cab. Perhaps it was the intense pain in his abdomen, or perhaps a lack of vigilance in this bizarre apocalyptic world. But he failed to ponder why a taxi would be stationed in the depths of the mountains at such a late hour. Approaching the taxi without a second thought, he swung open the door and took a seat inside. "Driver, to the hospital. Hurry up. I'm about to die from this pain," he exclaimed, his tone laced with urgency. "If you don't speed up, believe me, I'll make you regret it." Huang Mao brandished a concealed dinner knife from his pocket, threatening the taxi driver. The driver, seated in the front, did not turn around. Instead, he started the engine and drove onto the forest road. In the back seat, Huang Mao breathed a sigh of relief, clutching his stomach as he gasped for air. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He detected a faint scent of blood within the vehicle. A thought struck him. Could it be that he had encountered something sinister once again? Cold sweat broke out on his back, and stammering, he addressed the driver. "Sir, is there something wrong with this taxi?" The driver, however, remained silent, as if he hadn't heard a word. The taxi accelerated further into the night. Chapter 28. Shock. A sinister driver. Huang Mao, the quintessential coward, fell silent upon realizing the driver might be a threat, scarcely daring to breathe. Soon, the taxi veered into a secluded corner of the forest and came to a halt. "Sir, you have arrived at your destination," the driver rasped. I am heading to the hospital." The young man with yellow hair glanced around at the pitch-black forest, his face ashen with fear. The hospital was the destination you had chosen. Yet within this taxi, do you truly possess the agency to make such a choice? This forest was the destination selected by your employer. The eerie driver turned his head coldly to gaze at the young man. How uncanny. Upon seeing the driver's eye sockets devoid of eyeballs, the young man finally acknowledged the truth. This driver was indeed bizarre. His employer had stated that you should meet your end with clarity. The employer is Chen Mu. You have provoked a force you should not have trifled with. Be cautious in your next life. The eerie driver's icy words proclaimed the young man's demise. At this juncture, the young man finally comprehended the nature of the entity he had offended. A sudden recollection struck him. Prior to the commencement of his task, the mistress had mentioned that Chen Mu was delivered by an uncanny driver. At that time, the young man had scoffed, dismissing it as nonsense, believing it impossible for anyone to be so formidable as to command such an eerie figure as a personal chauffeur. Yet he now believed it. Chen Mu was indeed that powerful. Not only did he revel in luxury at the Duke's estate, but he could also procure an eerie driver to serve him. What a terrifying existence Chen Mu must embody. Had he known, he would have eagerly sought to ingratiate himself with Chen Mu. This was a leg to cling to thicker than mountains. He had even contemplated eliminating Chen Mu, which now appeared utterly ludicrous and foolish. However, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. In the midst of profound remorse and dread, the young man found himself unable to pay the fare and ultimately succumbed to his fate within the darkened forest. In the Mist Museum, Chen Mu, under the Duke's guidance, arrived at the Duke's office. Throughout the journey, the Duke pondered over the appropriate price for the item in question. He was well aware of the rarity of the deathly armor. To be candid, parting with such a precious artifact filled him with regret. Were it not for his pressing financial needs, he would resolutely refuse to sell it. In his office, the Duke sat at his desk, while Chen Mu occupied the chair opposite him. Chen Mu's gaze was immediately drawn to the right wall of the office, where the Duke's wine cabinet stood. At that moment, the cabinet was utterly devoid of its contents. All the wine had vanished. Chen Mu knew the Duke's tastes well. Just as the Duchess adored necklaces, the Duke's passion lay in fine wines. "My Lord Duke," Chen Mu began, "let us not rush into business matters. I have come not only with the customary gift, but also with a few surprises for you." With that, Chen Mu touched his space ring, and with a mere thought, bottles of exquisite wine emerged, meticulously arranged upon the once barren wine cabinet. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 5, 10, 20. Before long, the cabinet was adorned with an array of fine wines, leaving the Duke momentarily dazzled. After 2 minutes, the cabinet was filled to the brim with over 100 bottles of premium wine. Each bottle held considerable value, with none priced below 10,000, and the most expensive reaching as high as 100,000. Even at the height of his prosperity, the Duke had never indulged in such lavish purchases. The realization that Chen Mu, in his current state of decline, had gifted him such an abundance of wine brought a pang of emotion to the Duke's heart. His former subordinates, once loyal and present, had ceased to visit him. In contrast, every action of Chen Mu undoubtedly serves as a timely assistance, far more than mere embellishments. The world is a place of warm and cold sentiments, and its peculiarities are no different. To the Duke, Chen Mu remains oblivious to the existence of the death-heavy armor. Therefore, from the Duke's perspective, Chen Mu's series of contributions appear to be entirely selfless. A fine wine. Indeed, Mr. Chen truly regards me as a friend, the Duke couldn't help but exclaim. After a brief moment, the Duke realized that if he were to be miserly in return for Chen Mu's generosity, it would only lead to ridicule. It is precisely due to Chen Mu's timely assistance that the Duke recognizes him as a man of honor. This friendship is indeed worth cultivating. The Duke approached the wine cabinet, behind which lay a concealed compartment. Upon opening it, he retrieved an armor that towered over him, the death-heavy armor. "Mr. Chen, to be candid, this is a treasure I have cherished for most of my life," he declared. "The weird general-level artifact, the death-heavy armor, possesses immense power, capable of countering formidable rules. On the battlefield, I had slain 2 weird generals to acquire it. Now, with few friends in my life, and in light of your generous affection, I find myself lacking in ways to repay you. Allow this death-heavy armor to serve as my gift to you." The Duke, too, was a man of honor, Such traits are often found among the valiant in the realm of the uncanny, characterized by their magnanimity. Thus, without hesitation, the Duke presented the death-heavy armor to Chen Mu, leaving Chen Mu utterly astonished. The Duke's generosity is truly remarkable. The death-heavy armor, now worth at least 20 million nether coins, will only appreciate further as the bizarre apocalypse deepens. People are increasingly recognizing the formidable nature of the rules, and their desire to resist such forces becomes ever more precious, leading to a continuous rise in the value of the death-heavy armor. To have received such a priceless gift from the Duke is astonishing. As Chen Mu accepted the armor from the Duke, he was overwhelmed with excitement. The armor, seemingly heavy, felt as light as a cicada's wing in his hands, easily lifted with a single hand. Removing his outer garment, Chen Mu donned the death-heavy armor. Upon contact, the imposing armor transformed into a cascade of light, merging seamlessly with his body. He felt a warm current surge within him, granting him a surge of tremendous power, the strength to defy the very rules. Chen Mu's own abilities ascended rapidly, evolving from a bizarre citizen to a bizarre soldier. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in his defensive capabilities. The death-heavy armor had fused with Chen Mu, rendering its presence undetectable beneath his short-sleeved shirt. Yet, should anyone attempt to stab him with a blade, they would be astounded to find that the weapon met his body as though striking solid steel. With the death-heavy armor now an intrinsic part of him, this unique weapon capable of withstanding the power of the rules belonged solely to Chen Mu, impervious to theft. Relishing the vast power coursing through him, Chen Mu felt immense joy. He had finally acquired the strength to protect himself. Having ventured to the decadent marketplace to procure an abundance of gifts, Chen Mu felt his efforts were not in vain. Not only had he gained the Duke's esteem as a friend, but the Duke had also presented him with the invaluable death armor. In Chapter 29, The Cunning Shall Be My Support, Chen Mu understood the principle of reciprocity. The Duke, in his generosity, bestowed upon him the magnificent armor, and thus Chen Mu felt compelled to express his gratitude. At that moment, he reached into his spatial ring and retrieved 10 million nether coins. Your Grace, the death armor is far too precious for me to accept without recompense. Allow this sum to serve as payment for it. This gesture left the Duke utterly astonished. The 10 million coins, meticulously arranged, occupied a significant portion of the wall. Witnessing Chen Mu's magnanimity, the Duke could not help but reflect. Chen Mu is indeed a true friend. It was well known that Chen Mu could have taken the death armor without offering any payment. Yet he chose to lavishly spend such a considerable amount to ensure the Duke did not suffer a loss. At least, that was how the Duke perceived it. In the Duke's eyes, Chen Mu's standing elevated further. He was not one to covet trifles or allow a friend to incur a disadvantage. Chen Mu was worthy of deep friendship. The 10 million coins alleviated the Duke's immediate financial concerns, filling a significant void. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the Duke produced a token and handed it to Chen Mu. Chen Mu, you're my dear brother. This token is for you. Should you ever find yourself in trouble, simply shatter this token, and I shall know your location and rush to your aid. As Chen Mu accepted the token, a look of astonishment graced his features. The priceless deathly armor, which I acquired after spending several million on gifts and an additional 10 million on ghost currency, has proven to be an extraordinary bargain. Moreover, I was pleasantly surprised to have obtained the Duke's insignia. The value of the Duke's insignia is something I am acutely aware of. To be frank, it is an item that rivals the caliber of a peculiar general. Although the Duke may be financially constrained, his power is undeniably formidable. The Duke embodies the essence of a peculiar general, a being whose strength often positions them as the primary antagonist within a city. Consider the shadowy figure behind the fallen mall, who controls countless industries and oversees this premier bizarre locale. Such an entity likely possesses no less than the might of a peculiar general. This illustrates the sheer potency of a peculiar general's strength. In the entire bizarre apocalypse, only a handful of peculiar kings surpass their might. One could argue that the strength of a peculiar general stands at the precipice of supremacy within this eerie world. With the insignia in my possession, It is akin to having the ability to summon a peculiar general in times of dire need. Who, I ask, would dare to provoke me in this bizarre apocalypse? Any matters that cannot be resolved with ghost currency can simply be dealt with by the Duke, who can effortlessly eliminate threats in an instant. Here I am, with a peculiar general as my support. In the instance of the Mist Museum dungeon, I have struck gold. Over the next half hour, I engaged in delightful conversation with the Duke, who increasingly expressed admiration for me. This young man possesses a wealth of knowledge, even articulating many things that the Duke himself was unaware of. For instance, the Hell Bank is a realm the Duke has never encountered. It is a top-tier enigmatic scene accessible only to the King of Deception. Yet, Chen Mu speaks of it with such eloquence, as though he has witnessed it firsthand. In truth, not only has Chen Mu seen it, but the Hell Bank is presently nestled within his spatial ring. Were he to reveal such a secret, it would surely leave the Duke astounded. However, Chen Mu is prudent, for he would never divulge such coarse secrets to others. Even so, the Duke holds Chen Mu's insights in high esteem, firmly believing that he is a person of considerable background, indeed, an extensive one. Eventually, when the conversation turned to the bizarre apocalypse, Chen Mu shared his intentions. I plan to acquire more properties in this bizarre world. However, I find myself overwhelmed by the abundance of hell coins in my possession, unsure of which investments to prioritize. Having too much wealth leaves one at a loss on how to spend it. It is a blatant display of affluence. If others were to hear this, they would be consumed by envy. Yet, Chen Mu is genuinely innocent. He is not boasting, but rather expressing a legitimate concern. Alas, perhaps this is the plight of the wealthy. Quality resources are perpetually scarce, and while Chen Mu possesses abundant hell coins, time is limited. He can only engage with one enigmatic scene at a time, acquiring properties sequentially. Thus, which bizarre scenes are truly worthy of investment? Otherwise, in a year or two, as these enigmatic scenarios appreciate in value, and some become unavailable for sale, Chen Mu may miss the opportune moment for acquisition. In this regard, the Duke, as a member of the bizarre realm, undoubtedly possesses more knowledge than Chen Mu. After pondering for a moment, the Duke remarked, I believe that a school constitutes a most peculiar investment. In this bizarre apocalypse, those formidable entities invariably possess offspring. Naturally, these progenies must attend school. Do not humans eagerly vie for admission into prestigious institutions? Countless influential individuals strive to secure the best educational opportunities for their children. The same holds true for these extraordinary beings. A distinguished school is a coveted asset for high-ranking entities. They are willing to make considerable sacrifices for the sake of their descendants. If you were to acquire an esteemed school and ascend to the position of its principal, those elite offspring would be compelled to seek your assistance for enrollment. By doing so, they would inherently owe you a favor. Provided that the institution you purchase is of sufficient caliber, you would find yourself inundated with requests for your aid from numerous high-ranking entities. In turn, you would accumulate an abundance of goodwill from these unusual beings. When the time comes for you to solicit their assistance, it would be but a mere word. The Duke's insight struck Chen Mu like a revelation. Indeed, while he currently possessed a substantial amount of spirit currency, he was, in essence, still reliant on these peculiar entities to grant him favors and assist with his endeavors. However, should he acquire a school, as the Duke suggested, the tables would turn, and it would be they who would seek his aid. The difference between seeking assistance from others and having others beseech you for favors is monumental. Just as humans cherish their progeny, so too do these high-ranking entities value their descendants and aspire to provide them with exceptional resources and education. By gaining leverage over their offspring, one could traverse the entirety of this strange world with unbridled authority. In truth, within Chen Mu's recollection, those renowned and peculiar schools were all formidable forces that garnered fame in the eerie apocalypse. For instance, the high school Chen Mu currently attends underwent a transformation into the enigmatic Night High School approximately a month after the onset of this bizarre world. Amidst the peculiar apocalypse, Night High School flourished rapidly, achieving top-tier status within just 6 months. Amongst dozens of surrounding cities, Knight High School emerged as the premier institution. Upon realizing this, Chen Mu felt a surge of enlightenment, prompting the Duke to further elaborate. Moreover, hospitals constitute a scarce resource. Which peculiar being is not prone to injury? When injured, do they not require treatment at a bizarre hospital? If you were to become the head of such a hospital, those wounded entities would beseech you for healing, and you would amass a considerable amount of goodwill. In this manner, who would dare to offend you in the eerie apocalypse? Who would fear a lack of assistance in their healing? Chen Mu was instantly invigorated, reflecting on the Duke's astuteness in illuminating a clear path. It seemed that his visit to the Fog Museum would yield far more than he had anticipated. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the Duke. With newfound clarity in his direction, Chen Mu resolved to return to his high school. In a day or two, his school would transform into Knight High School, allowing him to partake in the peculiar mission and acquire the institution. The Midnight Diner was also situated within his high school. During his time in the Fallen Mall, Chen Mu had procured dozens of shopping cards, which he had yet to distribute among his employees. He wondered how his staff was faring. The distribution of these shopping cards would undoubtedly astonish them. In this peculiar apocalyptic world, it seems that very few employers are willing to bestow shopping cards upon their enigmatic employees. Once he acquires the Dark Knight Academy, he plans to seek out the mysterious hospital and other such establishments. Chapter 30. The Duchess desires me as her son-in-law. After conversing with the Duke for a brief moment longer, Chen Mu prepared to take his leave. As time was growing late, the Duke, ever hospitable, earnestly urged Chen Mu to stay the night, but Chen Mu politely declined. He was unaccustomed to spending the night in another's residence and intended to return to the Midnight Diner for a restful slumber. Reluctantly, the Duke allowed his wife to accompany Chen Mu as he departed. The Duchess led Chen Mu down the staircase to the entrance on the ground floor. As he was about to leave, Chen Mu contemplated briefly before retrieving a card from his ring. This card was entirely black, with a hint of dark golden hues woven within. Indeed, this was the coveted black gold card from the Fallen Mall. After obtaining the supreme black gold card, Chen Mu, with its privileges, was entitled to issue black gold cards to 10 individuals. He decided to extend one such card, with a limit of 1 million, as a farewell gift to the Duchess. Upon beholding the black gold card, the Duchess's eyes sparkled with delight. Having frequented the Fallen Mall numerous times, she was well aware of the card's prestigious nature. During the Duke's heyday, the Duchess could not afford a black gold card and had to settle for the silver card for her purchases. Accompanying her on shopping excursions was a haughty noblewoman, boasting her own black gold card, had often looked down upon the Duchess, much to her chagrin. Now, as they parted ways, Chen Mu had surprisingly gifted her a card she had long yearned for, the black gold card. In the Duchess's mind, Chen Mu's image had reached its zenith. Such a considerate young man, endowed with remarkable capabilities and possessing a handsome visage. What a pity he was not her son. However, why could he not become her son-in-law? The Duchess felt a surge of excitement. Her daughter was an enigmatic vampire, characterized by a petite, doll-like figure and 2 adorably prominent canine teeth. If only Chen Mu could take an interest in her daughter, it would mean gaining a prized son-in-law. Alas, her daughter had yet to return, but when she did, she would surely be introduced to Chen Mu. After departing from the Mist Museum, Chen Mu spotted his driver waiting for him from a distance. Upon seeing Chen Mu emerge, the driver promptly drove the car over, alighted, and graciously opened the door for him, even shielding him with his hand to prevent any accidental bumping of his forehead against the door. "Has that yellow-haired man been dealt with?" Chen Mu inquired calmly. "Rest assured, boss. The matter entrusted to me has been handled impeccably. That yellow-haired man will never appear again. He has met his end in that thicket of woods," the driver assured. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his driver's performance. Throughout his time at the Mist Museum, the driver had not left, waiting outside for a full 10 hours. After resolving the issue with the yellow-haired man, the driver did not indulge in idleness, but promptly returned to wait at the entrance of the museum. Despite the enveloping mist in the mountains and the frigid temperatures, the driver, dressed lightly, exhibited no complaints, truly a commendable subordinate. Chen Mu retrieved a neatly packaged piece of cake from his spatial ring and handed it to the driver. "This is the cake from the Duke's banquet. It tastes quite delightful, and I have brought a piece for you to sample." Upon hearing this, a warm wave surged through the driver's heart. The boss is truly kind to him, always remembering him even during a banquet, bringing back delectable treats. Amidst a series of attentions from Chen Mu, the driver has become utterly devoted, pledging unwavering loyalty to him. No matter how high the offer to poach him, he would never consider switching allegiances. The driver carefully stowed away the cake, deciding to savor it later so as not to delay the boss's affairs. "Boss, where shall we head next?" "To my school, to visit the midnight canteen." "Certainly, boss." Returning to the city from the Fog Museum requires traversing a winding mountain road. The taxi accelerated, the driver skillfully navigating the serpentine path through the woods. The nocturnal mountain road felt eerie and ominous, as if countless unknowns lurked within the inky shadows of the trees. A vehicle brushed past the taxi, heading towards the direction of the Fog Museum. Through the window, glimpses of a few young men and women inside, that vehicle revealed expressions rife with terror and despair. Undoubtedly, they were the latest unfortunate souls selected for the bizarre trials of the Fog Museum. To them, the museum was akin to a hellish nightmare. Yet for Chen Mu, he felt a sense of warmth. Both the Duke and Duchess had treated him well, and the old butler had also shown him kindness. As Chen Mu gazed out at the unfolding scenery through the car window, reclining in the back seat, he couldn't help but be filled with deep reflections on the peculiarities of his driver. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, the chasm between individuals is staggering. The taxi traversed its way swiftly through the forest, returning to the familiar urban landscape. As they approached a night market street, Chen Mu instructed the driver to halt, requesting that he remain in the vehicle. Upon alighting, Chen Mu made his way to a crepe stall. Before the onset of this strange apocalypse, he had cherished the evenings after self-study, often visiting this very stall to savor a crepe as a midnight snack. Years have flown by, and in the wake of the bizarre apocalypse, the stall barely endured for 2 months before succumbing to the inevitable. Countless times, Chen Mu had reminisced about his once beautiful life, yearning for the taste of a crepe, yet opportunities had eluded him. Now, having been reborn and fortuitously passing by, he indulged in a crepe, savoring each bite with earnestness. The foot traffic in the night market had diminished significantly compared to the past. Once vibrant, the market now hosted only a handful of passers-by, with half of the stall shuttered. It was evident that the repercussions of the bizarre apocalypse had begun to take a profound toll, plunging the world into desolation. Following desolation comes fear, and from fear arises chaos and despair. This moment marked the last vestige of tranquility before the impending storm. Savoring the serene evening breeze, Chen Mu finished his crepe and returned to the taxi, en route to the midnight diner. His words were icy, imbued with a sense of resoluteness. For Chen Mu understood that peaceful moments are fleeting. To survive in this bizarre apocalypse, one must embrace relentless challenges, evolving into a stronger self until he becomes the sovereign of this strange world. 5 minutes later, the taxi navigated its way into the school, where the teaching building remained illuminated. Clearly, the school was still bustling with activity, and students were engaged in their lessons. However, what Chen Mu was unaware of was that the students inside the classrooms had lost their focus on studying. The events of that evening in the midnight canteen had spread like wildfire among the girls, and soon the entire class was aware of Chen Mu's performance. His status within the class had transcended the ordinary, even leading some classmates to speculate whether he was a mysterious figure of great influence. Those who had crossed paths with him were secretly hoping that he would overlook their past transgressions and refrain from seeking retribution. Chapter 31. The employees have risen. Chen Mu did not return to his classroom. Instead, he intended to visit the midnight canteen first, for it was his domain. The school still maintained its usual order, with the only change being the transformation of the canteen into a midnight establishment. The entire school had yet to succumb to the shadows of the night academy. Chen Mu planned to assess the situation at the midnight canteen before returning to his class for a day of rest, awaiting the commencement of the night academy's quest. As the taxi pulled up outside the midnight canteen, Chen Mu instructed the driver to relax in the vehicle. Stepping out, he made his way toward the entrance. Upon entering the midnight canteen, he immediately sensed something amiss. Ordinarily, This time of night would witness the canteen bustling with patrons, yet it was eerily sparse, with only a few customers scattered about. However, it didn't take long for Chen Mu to discern the reason for this unsettling atmosphere. In the center of the canteen's hall stood a fearsome specter, surrounded by a group of his employees, including Li Xiaoxiao. Li Xiaoxiao served as the manager of the Midnight Diner at the time when Chen Mu participated in the Midnight Diner's instance. It was she who was responsible for the arrangement of Chen Mu and his companions. Presently, Li Xiaoxiao appeared troubled, gazing at the fierce ghost ahead with a look of uncertainty. Chen Mu furrowed his brow slightly. He keenly sensed that the ghost possessed extraordinary strength, at least at the level of a spectral lieutenant. The classification of supernatural power, from highest to lowest, is as follows: Spectral King, Spectral General, Spectral Lieutenant, Spectral Soldier, and Spectral Commoner. Currently, Chen Mu's strength was that of a spectral soldier. The most formidable individual in the Midnight Diner was none other than the manager, Li Xiaoxiao, who also ranked as a spectral soldier. Faced with a spectral lieutenant, Li Xiaoxiao's capabilities were considerably lacking. The situation suggested that this spectral lieutenant came with malicious intent. Was this ghost here to cause trouble? Such an occurrence severely impacted Chen Mu's business. With a spectral lieutenant causing a disturbance, it was no wonder that no patrons dared to dine here. How audacious of this ghost to disrupt my establishment. It seemed this specter was growing weary of life. Chen Mu knitted his brows and advanced toward the direction of the ghost. Upon seeing someone approach, Li Xiaoxiao turned around and was pleasantly surprised to find it was her boss. "Boss, someone is causing trouble. What is happening?" Chen Mu inquired. Consequently, Li Xiaoxiao recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, Chen Mu finally grasped the ins and outs of the situation. The reason was simple. Chen Mu's employees were exceedingly diligent. Ever since he acquired the Midnight Diner, he had not only refrained from dismissing any staff, but had also reinstated their wages. This gesture filled the employees of the Midnight Diner with immense gratitude toward Chen Mu. In this challenging business climate, our employer not only refrains from dismissing us, but also treats us with exceptional kindness, inspiring us to repay his generosity. How shall we express our gratitude? By dedicating ourselves to our work. With such benevolence from our employer, we cannot afford to let him down. Consequently, the entire staff of the Midnight Diner has embarked upon an unwavering commitment to their duties. The waitstaff diligently attends to each patron, ensuring that every guest feels utterly at home. Those who visit unanimously acknowledge that the Midnight Diner offers the finest service in town. The cleaning crew scrupulously maintains the establishment, infusing the air with the pungent aroma of blood. Patrons are effusive in their praise, remarking on the immaculate cleanliness of the diner, with a distinct scent perfectly aligns with their tastes. Such pristine establishments are indeed a rarity. Meanwhile, the chefs in the kitchen, fueled by fervent enthusiasm, engage in the development of innovative dishes. One female chef has ingeniously crafted a new culinary creation that marries sashimi with hot pot, resulting in the signature dish of the Midnight Diner, explosive boiled blood liver. Upon its debut, this dish swiftly captivated the palates of countless diners, establishing itself as a culinary sensation renowned far and wide. The staff has rallied, working earnestly to express their gratitude to Mr. Chen. As a result, under the collective dedication of the entire team, the quality of the Midnight Diner's cuisine, service, and ambience has reached unparalleled heights, attracting throngs of food enthusiasts. The business of the Midnight Diner has surged. In the span of a single day, revenues soared to 500,000 Ming coins. Mr. Chen's Midnight Diner has struck gold, generating a substantial influx of wealth. While Mr. Chen is indeed prosperous, he certainly does not shun the prospect of additional riches. The more Ming coins, the better. However, such success inevitably invites envy from competitors. Before them stood a malevolent spirit of the ghastly Long Level, known as Tu Li, the proprietor of a prestigious hotel nearby, frequented by many supernatural beings. With the burgeoning popularity of the Midnight Diner, Tu Li's clientele had dwindled significantly, jeopardizing his business. How could a mere humble eatery dare to encroach upon his domain? Fueled by his arrogance, Tu Li sought to disrupt the Midnight Diner, intent on sabotaging Chen Mu's enterprise. Just as fate would have it, Chen Mu returned, encountering the unfolding scene. Upon sighting Chen Mu, Tu Li exclaimed, "You are the owner of the Midnight Diner? A mere human dares to engage in business with the supernatural? I advise you to recognize your place and swiftly relinquish your establishment to me. I offer 1,000,000 ghost coins for your diner." His tone dripped with veiled threats. 1,000,000 ghost coins? Such a brazen attempt at extortion. Chen Mu had acquired the diner for 7 to 8 million ghost coins. Presently, the Midnight Diner could earn 500,000 ghost coins daily. 1,000,000 ghost coins for such a thriving business? He might as well attempt to rob it. I shall utter 3 numbers. You had better vacate promptly, and I might overlook this transgression. Chen Mu replied calmly, exuding an air of indifference. With your meager prowess? A mere ghost soldier of a human. Do you not comprehend my strength? I am the ghost long level. Dispatching you would be but a trifling task, Tu Li declared, preparing to strike Chen Mu. Boss, be careful. Li Xiao, sensing the impending danger, rushed to shield Chen Mu. The surrounding staff seized their weapons, ready to defend their master at a moment's notice. Prepare to confront Tu Li should Chen Mu give a command. Even though they were all of the eerie common level, akin to moths drawn to a flame, they understood that without Chen Mu, they would have long since become wandering souls. Now that Chen Mu faced danger, they could not turn a blind eye. The dedication exhibited by the employees filled Chen Mu with gratitude. Even among humans, such loyalty in an uncanny apocalypse was unfathomable. However, Chen Mu gently pushed Li Xiao aside, confronting Tu Li's assault without an ounce of trepidation. His gaze radiated unwavering determination and confidence. Bang! Tu Li's strike landed fiercely upon Chen Mu, yet he remained steadfast, unyielding in place. In contrast, Tu Li was forced back several steps by the formidable recoil. You, a mere novice at the eerie long level, dare to act arrogantly before me? Chen Mu spoke nonchalantly, dismissing Tu Li entirely. The employees surrounding them were astounded, including Li Xiao, who gazed at Chen Mu in disbelief. Their boss, relying on his eerie, soldier-level strength, had withstood a tremendous blow from an eerie, long-level adversary? How could this be possible? Chapter 32. You may not believe it, but I frightened an eerie being to suicide. Within the hierarchy of the eerie, each level is as insurmountable as a chasm. An eerie, long-level entity could effortlessly contend against 10 eerie, soldier-level beings. Logically, Tu Li could easily crush 10 of Chen Mu. One punch from him would surely leave Chen Mu gravely injured, if not dead. Yet, the reality was that Chen Mu emerged unscathed, while Tu Li was the one forced back several steps. This was inconceivable. Indeed, it was improbable, yet exceptions exist in all matters. Chen Mu was that very exception. Chen Mu possesses the formidable item known as the Death-Heavy Armor. Donning this armor renders him impervious to the assaults of even the most cunning adversaries. In fact, even those newly ascended to the ranks of cunning generals find themselves incapable of breaching Chen Mu's defenses, such as its overwhelming might. Years ago, the Duke fought fiercely against 10 cunning generals for this very armor, and now it is evident that the Death-Heavy Armor is indeed worthy of such relentless pursuit. Chen Mu couldn't help but reflect on this. Even the foolish Tu Li could sense that something was amiss with Chen Mu. What exactly are you? A mere human. Tu Li's words were laced with trepidation. I shall repeat myself. I will count to 3, and you will leave this place, Chen Mu stated coldly. This time, no one doubted Chen Mu's resolve. All believed that should Tu Li refuse to depart, Chen Mu possessed the power to compel him to do so. The employees gathered around Chen Mu, their faces alight with admiration for their boss. Their leader, who had kept his prowess hidden, was astonishingly formidable. This revelation left the employees in awe, further solidifying their unwavering commitment to follow Chen Mu to the ends of the earth. Tu Li hesitated, unwilling to concede so easily. He scrutinized Chen Mu, harboring a flicker of hope. Perhaps Chen Mu's strength lay solely in his defense, while his innate power was not as formidable. However, Chen Mu's subsequent actions left Tu Li utterly terrified. Chen Mu reached for a ring, retrieving a palm-sized insignia. This insignia was entirely black, enveloped in a dense aura of cunning energy, so thick that it manifested as swirling black mist. A mere glance at it would leave one awestruck by the immense power concealed within. Tu Li instantly recognized the peculiar token before him. It was indeed the token of a cunning general. A cunning general, such a being possesses the power to dominate an entire city. In the presence of such formidable prowess, Tu Li appeared merely as a jester, for with a mere flick of a finger, the cunning general could effortlessly extinguish his life. How could Chen Mu possibly possess the token of a cunning general? It is essential to understand that for a cunning general, the token is an exceedingly significant and rare possession. A single cunning general is permitted but one token. When a cunning general entrusts their token to another, it is tantamount to declaring to all that this individual is their closest confidant. To dare to harm them is to wage war against the cunning general. It can be said that one who holds a cunning general's token wields the power to summon them at will. Should Chen Mu desire, he could shatter the token and call forth the cunning general to fight on his behalf. The individual who possesses such a token is undoubtedly an extraordinary entity. In this moment, Tu Li finally comprehended the gravity of the situation he had provoked. Had he known earlier that Chen Mu wielded a token, even a millionfold of courage would not have compelled him to confront Chen Mu. Even if Chen Mu demanded Tu Li to kneel and grovel, he would not have dared utter a word of defiance. Tu Li, emboldened by his own strength, preyed upon the weak, but trembled before those more powerful. "Si Chen, boss. I shall take my leave. I shall depart at once." Tu Li did not even dare to meet Chen Mu's gaze. The arrogance he had displayed moments ago dissipated as he knelt before Chen Mu, rolling himself across the cafeteria floor. As he rolled away, he remarked, "Boss Chen, I see your floor is dirty. Allow me to clean it with my body." Previously arrogant Tu Li, within less than a minute of Chen Mu's arrival, transformed into a figure of utter humility. This stark contrast left everyone present in a state of astonishment. The diners, upon witnessing this spectacle, turned their gazes towards Chen Mu, incredulous that a mere human could wield such formidable power, able to withstand the formidable punch of the enigmatic and wielding the token of the mysterious general. Instilling fear into the heart of the enigmatic Tu Li, they acknowledged that among all the humans they had encountered, none possessed such strength as Chen Mu. Surely, once they departed and spread word of this encounter, no one would dare to cause trouble at the Midnight Diner again. Even upon learning of Chen Mu's formidable reputation, they would avoid him in strange circumstances and would be compelled to treat him with utmost respect. An even more shocking scene unfolded thereafter. After Tu Li was forcefully expelled, quite literally, from the Midnight Diner, he stood at its entrance, increasingly consumed by dread. As an entity of the bizarre, Tu Li was acutely aware of how powerful beings tormented the weaker ones. He frequently engaged in such torment himself, subjecting lesser beings to a fate worse than death. Having offended Chen Mu, who had the formidable backing of the mysterious general, Tu Li understood the implications of Chen Mu's connection, as evidenced by the token he possessed. If the enigmatic general were to learn of this affront and seek retribution, Tu Li could expect to be subjected to unimaginable suffering. The mere thought of such a horrifying scenario sent shivers down his spine. For the rest of his days, he would be forced to live in this perpetual state of fear, a fate that filled him with despair. No, he could not bear the weight of such hellish terror. Upon contemplating this, Tu Li trembled as he glanced at the Midnight Diner. In a sudden surge of determination, he struck his own head with a powerful fist. A resounding crack echoed, and Tu Li fell lifeless before the entrance of the diner, terrified of the specter seeking vengeance. He chose to end his own life right in front of Chen Mu's establishment. The deafening noise of Tu Li's demise caught the attention of the other eerie entities within the diner. As they rushed out, shock painted their faces. It was utterly astonishing. Tu Li had committed suicide. He had been frightened into taking his own life by Chen Mu. A formidable ghost of the eerie Long class had succumbed to terror instigated by a mere human. This was a legendary phenomenon. Since the onset of this bizarre apocalypse, such a scene had never unfolded. Even Chen Mu was taken aback by Tu Li's actions. Goodness, did I just scare a specter to death? This was unprecedented. In his previous life, Chen Mu had navigated the treacherous terrain of this eerie world for 5 years, encountering many formidable humans. Yet, he had never heard of anyone managing to frighten a specter to death. Remarkably, he had set a new record. From now on, whenever Chen Mu's name was mentioned, it would be known that he had frightened a powerful specter into suicide. Not far away, a few bold students were curiously observing the scene. The doors of the Midnight Diner had remained wide open, allowing some of them to witness the entire incident. Chen Mu, isn't he a senior from the third year? I heard he bought the Midnight Diner. What's going on now? Did he just scare a specter to death? Soon, as these students returned to their classroom, the news of Chen Mu having frightened a formidable specter to death began to circulate throughout the entire school. A new legend of Chen Mu was born within these walls. Chapter 33. The boss is truly a living hell. Dispose of the body and cast it far away, Chen Mu instructed one of the employees. Without hesitation, the staff dutifully executed Chen Mu's command, discarding the lifeless form of Tu Li to the side. With Tu Li's demise, his upscale hotel naturally came under Chen Mu's purview, transforming it into a branch of the Midnight Diner. Consequently, the Midnight Diner expanded its reach, doubling its daily revenue. Having dealt with the troublesome Tu Li, Chen Mu returned to the diner to familiarize himself with the staff and assess the establishment's operational condition. Among the revelations, what astonished Chen Mu the most was the new dish created in the kitchen: explosive blood liver. This culinary creation became an instant sensation, and in Chen Mu's recollection, after the Midnight Diner evolved into the Midnight Hotel, this dish emerged as a timeless classic. It is conservatively estimated that this dish could generate billions in profit for Chen Mu in the future. How could such a classic dish be developed so swiftly? It is noteworthy that from the moment Chen Mu departed the Midnight Diner to attend the Mist Museum and then return, merely a day had elapsed. To conceive a signature dish in just one day, the speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Soon, Chen Mu summoned the chef to inquire about her methods. The chef's response was as anticipated. She had already created this renowned dish. However, the previous owner, consumed by madness, had withheld wages for over 6 months, leading the chef to refrain from unveiling her creation. Until Chen Mu arrived, not only did he refrain from dismissing them, but he also provided them with their overdue wages, deeply moving the chefs. It was only then that they presented the dish. After listening, Chen Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Within a mere day, the dish was not only created, but also disseminated among diners, igniting a fervent popularity. It seemed astonishingly brief, just a single day. However, in the realm of the bizarre, a day for them differs significantly from a day for humans. They possess no concept of rest. Simply put, a day for the bizarre spans a full 24 hours of relentless labor. This explains why those peculiar scenes can be encountered at any hour, because the bizarre have no notion of respite and are perpetually at work. What an 8-hour workday! What weekends? What social insurance and housing funds? All of these are non-existent. In fact, some employers even neglect to compensate the bizarre for their efforts. The rationale of these employers is that since they have granted you a job, why should they also pay you? After all, you are reaping both the benefits of employment and a salary. This is the logic of many employers in the bizarre realm. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the employees of the bizarre, lacking sufficient power, can only endure exploitation by their employers. The competition and oppression in the world of the bizarre are far more ruthless than in the realm of humanity. Thus, the 24 hours of the bizarre equates to 4 days of labor for humans. Promoting the dish over the span of 4 days is indeed quite reasonable. Observing his diligent employees, Chen Mu felt that some necessary rest was essential. Working 24 hours a day is excessively harsh. As long as his employees remained steadfastly loyal and dedicated to their work, Chen Mu would ensure they were well compensated. The time has come to distribute the shopping cards to the staff. With this thought in mind, Chen Mu addressed Li Xiao, "Gather all the employees. I have an announcement to make." Soon, dozens of employees from the Midnight Diner congregated. Chen Mu presented a stack of shopping cards and proclaimed to the staff, "We are introducing a brand new benefit at the Midnight Diner. Every employee will receive a shopping card with an initial amount of 5,000 Ming coins. Each month, An additional 1,000 main coins will be credited to the card. As long as you continue to work here, you will enjoy this benefit. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room. The employees exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Benefits? What are benefits? The boss already pays us a salary. Why bestow additional perks? So we're to enjoy both a salary and benefits, taking all the advantages for ourselves? What then will the boss earn? Listening to the murmurs of the employees, Chen Mu found himself at a loss for words. Truly, they were a group of compliant individuals, accustomed to the peculiar pressures from their boss, now beginning to self-censor and engage in a form of self-delusion. Benefits are non-existent elsewhere. That is merely a strange circumstance. Here at my midnight diner, every employee shall reap the rewards of such benefits. Moreover, as long as one works diligently, the benefits will only improve in the future, Chen Mu declared emphatically. Following his words, he instructed Li Xiaoxiao to distribute the shopping cards to the employees. Only after receiving the shopping cards did the employees come to their senses, each displaying a look of astonishment on their faces. The boss had truly bestowed upon them a generous benefit. Moreover, this shopping card belonged to the infamous Decadence Mall. Were it not for the boss's generosity, the vast majority of these employees would have never had the privilege to shop at such a place in their entire lives. How remarkably kind of our boss. In an instant, the peculiar employees present were moved to tears. They genuinely felt that Chen Mu, unlike other eccentric employers, was a truly benevolent one. Before the employees could fully recover from their astonishment, Chen Mu announced another significant piece of news. Starting today, the working hours of the midnight diner would be modified. Each of my peculiar employees is entitled to the right to rest. From this day forth, the daily working hours will be reduced from 24 to 20. The remaining 4 hours are yours to do as you please, be it resting, sleeping, or shopping. Each peculiar employee is now required to work only 20 hours a day. Chen Mu's announcement struck like a thunderclap among the peculiar employees. Rest? What is rest? I've worked for 10 years without a moment's pause. Working 24 hours a day has always seemed like the norm. Good heavens, our boss is truly remarkable. It is the first time I've ever heard of a boss granting time off to the peculiar. 4 hours of daily leave. Such an abundance of time. It is simply unimaginable. The bizarre employees could hardly believe their good fortune. Their employer was exceedingly generous. Not only did he provide them with work, but he also compensated them with wages and benefits, granting them 4 hours of rest each day. They had reaped all the advantages. A sense of guilt welled up within the employees. Having enjoyed all the benefits, what would become of their employer? Such thoughtful consideration from a boss was unprecedented. In the entire realm of the extraordinary, there was no other employer quite like him. Observing the employees' excited expressions, Chen Mu felt a flicker of exhilaration within himself. He was thrilled to have discovered a bountiful harvest of chives. These extraordinary beings in the bizarre apocalypse were undeniably the finest chives one could imagine. The oppression in this peculiar world was so severe that it had cultivated a multitude of extraordinarily competent chives among the employees. Working 20 hours a day, one would think it inhumane in the human realm. Yet, for these exceptional chives, it was a tremendous blessing. For the first time, they learned they could actually have leisure time. Chen Mu could hardly fathom the impact of implementing an 8-hour workday, weekends, and providing insurance and health care once his enterprise flourished. It would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the bizarre apocalypse. These seemingly ordinary benefits were unimaginable luxuries for those who had endured such oppression. These advantages would become Chen Mu's powerful tools, aiding him in conquering the extraordinary apocalypse. Just imagine a formidable being toiling endlessly without any benefits. At this juncture, as long as Chen Mu offers an 8-hour workday, weekends off, and triples his salary, any individual with a semblance of rationality would willingly embrace Chen Mu's cause, serving him with unwavering loyalty and gratitude. Chen Mu would thus command a devoted and industrious cadre in this peculiar apocalyptic realm. It is nothing short of a dimensional onslaught. Enticement, at times, proves to be a more potent weapon than coercion, far more effective. Should any other oddities seek to extinguish Chen Mu, his legion of followers will be the first to oppose, standing resolutely by his side in defiance against any adversaries. Victory is assured. The reason Chen Mu has not yet implemented the 8-hour workday is primarily due to his desire to gradually enhance employee benefits. If he were to immediately maximize these perks, offering all the advantages at once, what aspirations would these peculiar employees have for the future? Just by introducing a 20-hour work schedule, these employees are already elated. Imagining a future with 12-hour days, 8-hour shifts, and weekends off, these employees would undoubtedly be compelled to kneel and reverently exclaim, "Chen Mu, our benefactor." Moreover, there is another significant reason. These peculiar individuals are exceedingly easy to exploit, and Chen Mu wishes to take full advantage of this opportunity. With such prime prospects before him, it would be utterly insane not to capitalize on them. As Chen Mu's enterprise is in its nascent stages, he is in dire need of manpower and, for the moment, cannot hire a multitude of employees. Thus, he has chosen to impose upon his followers, requiring them to labor for 20 hours each day to fill the personnel void. After all, the advancement of Chen Mu's enterprise takes precedence above all else. He seeks to dominate this bizarre apocalypse, not engage in charitable endeavors within it. Boss Chen required them to work merely 16 hours a day, allowing for a generous 8 hours of rest, and they were profoundly grateful. Amidst the chorus of cheers, Chen Mu felt an overwhelming sense of benevolence, convinced that he was exceptionally kind to his employees. Suddenly, an eccentric employee, overwhelmed with excitement, shouted, "Boss Chen, you are truly our living Yama." This exclamation echoed the sentiments of others, resulting in a chorus of agreement. Indeed, Boss Chen, you are our living Yama. Living Yama. In the eyes of the peculiar, living Yama is a term of endearment, a commendation. When an eccentric proclaims you a living Yama, it is not an insult. Rather, it signifies that you are regarded as a savior. Conversely, if an eccentric refers to you as their little angel, do not rejoice, for it is a venomous curse. Perhaps this highlights the cultural disparities between the eccentric and humanity in this bizarre, apocalyptic world. Chen Mu mused that the title of living Yama carried a somewhat infernal connotation. Chapter 34. It is time to change houses. Amidst the jubilant exclamations of his employees, Chen Mu felt a surge of exhilaration. He grasped the moment, experiencing for the first time the intoxicating essence of power. Indeed, the sensation of wielding authority and basking in the adulation of others was euphoric. With a mere thought, he could determine the fates of his employees. His joy ensured their happiness, while his anger brought them suffering. In this peculiar post-apocalyptic world, the allure of power was particularly captivating. With power in hand, one can not only ensure their own survival, but also wield control over the fates of others. In his previous life, Chen Mu endured 5 bizarre years in a post-apocalyptic world. He could not even secure his own existence, let alone dictate the destinies of others. Often, a singular formidable anomaly could easily strip away Chen Mu's life. Now, reborn into this world, he resolutely vows to seize power, to grasp the supreme authority in this strange and perilous realm. Before long, Chen Mu announced the adjournment of the meeting, urging his employees to return to their respective duties. The peculiar staff members promptly resumed their tasks, demonstrating unwavering enthusiasm despite the late hour. The efficiency with which they worked would undoubtedly evoke envy among the bosses of other bizarre scenarios. As for Chen Mu himself, he prepared to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. Having toiled throughout the day, he was in dire need of rest as the clock struck midnight. Chen Mu opted to stay overnight in a staff dormitory at the midnight canteen. Frankly, sleeping in the dormitory paled in comparison to the comfort of a hotel, let alone the coziness of his own home. Lying in bed, he began to ponder whether it was time to invest in a fine residence. The old, dilapidated apartment he once inhabited no longer appealed to him. With his stature in this strange world poised to rise, he felt compelled to seek a grand villa, perhaps one with a swimming pool. Where in the city could such a villa be found? After some contemplation, he recalled a place on the outskirts of the city known as Shanshui Courtyard. It had once been a prestigious villa district, home to the wealthiest magnates of the city. In the eerie world before the apocalypse, Chen Mu often heard tales of the opulence of the Mountain Water Courtyard. At that time, One of Chen Mu's aspirations was to reside in such a place, to possess his own villa one day. Clearly, for the Chen Mu of that era, this was merely a dream, one that seemed destined to remain just that, an unattainable fantasy. After the bizarre apocalypse unfolded, the mountain water courtyard appeared to have encountered some troubles, having been overtaken by the peculiar, transforming it into a strange locale. While others trembled in fear of the surreal, Chen Mu found himself quite the opposite. It was the bizarre that feared him. With billions of ghostly coins at his disposal, he was unafraid of the ordinary anomalies. Chen Mu contemplated his fondness for the environment there. If he could acquire that peculiar sight and transform it into his own property, he would finally have a place to call home. However, he knew he must first tackle the Night Academy dungeon and secure it. That was of utmost importance. After a night of rest, he planned to visit his class the following day to familiarize himself with the situation. If memory served him correctly, the Night Academy dungeon was set to commence the next evening. At that time, all faculty and students would receive a blood-red note, compelling them to partake in the Night Academy's tasks. This would present an opportune moment for Chen Mu to seize control of the Night Academy. Chapter 35. The Transcendent Status in Class. The next morning, Chen Mu awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. The pressures accumulated during the bizarre apocalypse had dissipated overnight, revitalizing him entirely. Any trace of fatigue was swept away. After donning his attire, Chen Mu made his way to the midnight canteen for a light breakfast. At Chen Mu's request, the dishes served at the midnight diner contain no human flesh. Instead, they are crafted from various animal entrails. After all, Chen Mu is human, and the notion of selling human meat within his establishment is somewhat disconcerting to him. Moreover, in the realm of the uncanny, human flesh is not the preferred sustenance. It is typically the lower-tier anomalies that, unable to afford other meats, resort to cannibalism for nourishment. The Midnight Diner aspires to cater to a more refined clientele, aiming to become the finest establishment in the eerie post-apocalyptic world. Thus, ceasing the sale of human flesh is advantageous for the future development of the diner. Under these circumstances, the Midnight Diner no longer offers human meat. Consequently, Chen Mu felt at ease dining in the establishment that morning, free from any sense of discomfort. For breakfast, he enjoyed steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soybean milk, all meticulously prepared by the kitchen to suit his taste. After finishing his meal, Chen Mu departed from the Midnight Diner and made his way towards the teaching building. Upon returning to the long-missed campus, he sensed a wave of tranquility and relaxation. It was currently the time for morning self-study, and the playground lay deserted, devoid of any students. They were all inside the teaching building, where the sound of earnest reading filled the classrooms. One ought to cherish these fleeting moments of beauty. Tonight, the Night Academy dungeon would commence, transforming the school into a hellish realm. Chen Mu couldn't help but sigh at the thought. Just then, from the opposite side of the playground, a balding, portly middle-aged man approached. This man was the director of education, and upon spotting Chen Mu loitering on the playground, he became incensed, shouting, "That student! Come here! Which class are you in? I need to note down your name." However, as Chen Mu drew nearer, the director's expression shifted as he recognized Chen Mu's face. This face seems somewhat familiar. The name of this student appears to be Chen Mu? My goodness! The headmaster was taken aback. In recent days, rumors concerning Chen Mu have spread like wildfire throughout the school. It was said that Chen Mu was unafraid of the bizarre and had even purchased the Midnight Diner, causing an unusual entity to perish from sheer fright. Such tales have circulated widely, and the headmaster had heard quite a few. Everyone in the school was aware that Chen Mu was no ordinary individual. Initially, the headmaster had contemplated befriending Chen Mu. After all, the increasingly perilous nature of this strange world had left many sensing an impending crisis. Establishing a friendship with someone like Chen Mu would be tantamount to acquiring a talisman for protection in these unsettling times. Not only the headmaster, but even the principal had yearned to cultivate a rapport with Chen Mu. However, Chen Mu had yet to return to school, and phone calls had proven futile. Any attempts to forge a connection seemed fruitless. As fate would have it, Chen Mu had returned to school just in time, and the headmaster found himself face-to-face with him. Recalling his earlier outburst directed at Chen Mu, the headmaster was filled with trepidation. If Chen Mu were to harbor a grudge and seek retribution, it would be all too effortless. With this thought, the headmaster quickly donned a smile, bending slightly in a gesture of deference. Ah, is that not Chen Mu? Greetings, greetings. My apologies for my previous demeanor. I am Jiang Qingzhou, the headmaster for the senior class. You may call me Xiao Jiang. Chen Mu, should you encounter any difficulties at school, be it bullying from a fellow student or an unkind teacher, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall ensure it is resolved. Observing the obsequious headmaster, Chen Mu felt somewhat speechless. It has only been a day since I left, and even the head of the instructional department has begun to fawn over me. Just a moment ago, he was scolding me, and now he has switched to a mode of servility. What a remarkable display of versatility. Very well, Director Jiang. Please attend to your duties. I shall merely meander about. Ah, very well. Take your time. Should you require anything, feel free to come to my office and let me know. The head of the instructional department beamed warmly as he watched Chen Mu walk away. Soon, Chen Mu arrived at his class, senior year class 27. This morning was dedicated to Chinese language studies, and the teacher, Mr. Song, who also served as the homeroom teacher, was at the podium grading papers while the classroom resonated with the sounds of diligent reading. The moment Chen Mu entered the room, a profound silence fell upon the students. Every classmate set aside their books and turned their gaze towards him, eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. Even Mr. Song, upon noticing Chen Mu's presence, broke into a smile. This was astonishing. Chen Mu was utterly taken aback. It was well known that he often arrived late, and whenever he did, Mr. Song would invariably unleash a torrent of scolding, followed by a punishment of standing for an hour. Yet today, despite his tardiness, Mr. Song not only refrained from reprimanding him, but greeted him with a beaming smile. Ah, Chen, you are here. Have you had breakfast? If not, I can fetch you something. The notoriously stern Mr. Song inquired with unexpected concern. No, I've already eaten, Chen Mu replied, waving his hands dismissively. Mr. Song's unexpected attentiveness left Chen Mu feeling somewhat disconcerted. The teacher had already heard of Chen Mu's exploits. In fact, earlier Mr. Song had been quite skeptical about the bizarre rumors of an apocalyptic world. She had dismissed such notions as sheer nonsense, believing everything to be perfectly normal. As time passed, an increasing number of deaths filled her heart with an overwhelming sense of dread. Particularly, the night before last, several students from her class received ominous crimson notes, summoning them to partake in a bizarre task at the midnight diner. In that moment, the very foundation of Teacher Song's worldview shattered. The eerie apocalypse had indeed arrived, unavoidable and insidious, with no one knowing when the blood-stained notes might descend upon them. When she learned of Chen Mu's remarkable deeds, she was astounded. She could hardly fathom that someone could be so formidable. Thus, in her eyes, Chen Mu transformed from a lackluster student into a formidable force within this peculiar dystopia. When she next encountered Chen Mu, like the head of the teaching department, her thoughts were consumed with how to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Not only her, but the other students, upon meeting Chen Mu again, were also filled with profound reverence, especially those who had previously looked down upon him. They practically wished to shrink away, fearing his potential retribution. However, Chen Mu was not inclined towards such trivialities. The previous altercations were mere minor frictions among classmates. As long as they did not provoke him again, he had neither the time nor inclination to trouble them. Throughout the day, a throng of classmates surrounded Chen Mu. Is it true what happened the night before last? They say you frightened those eerie beings to death. Moreover, I heard you even purchased the midnight diner. My goodness, that is simply astonishing. In an instant, Chen Mu's status within the class ascended to an unparalleled echelon. Especially at noon, the principal, accompanied by a multitude of teachers bearing gifts, came to the classroom to visit Chen Mu. The principal, bringing presents to see a student? Absurd. For many years, Chen Mu is the first student in the entire school to receive such treatment. This extraordinary gesture left Chen Mu somewhat astonished. Chapter 36. The Fatal Examination. As time progressed, night fell. Throughout the day, Chen Mu lost count of how many classmates, teachers, and leaders had come to become acquainted with him. Even during dinner, some girls approached, hinting that they could accompany him home that evening. Among them were two strikingly beautiful girls, the class beauties, who, under the bizarre pressures of this apocalyptic world, began to express their affections towards Chen Mu. However, he was momentarily preoccupied. Drawing from his past experiences, Chen Mu knew that at 8:30 that night, the Dark Knight Academy instance would commence. All students in the school were required to partake in the peculiar mission. At 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock, as the time drew near, Chen Mu keenly sensed a faint metallic scent of blood permeating the air. The sky outside the classroom turned pitch black. The evening breeze howled, and although it was midsummer, the temperature had dropped significantly. Some students clad in short sleeves began to shiver from the cold. At 8:30, the Dark Knight Academy instance had begun. At the same moment, all the students received a crimson note. Mysterious task. Fatal examination task description. The once tranquil school has suddenly transformed into the Night Academy. The students here must partake in a deadly examination. Remember the first rule of survival at the Night Academy. Pass the examination. Only those who excel in the examination possess the right to live. Task requirements. The fatal examination will commence at 9 o'clock. Before 9 o'clock at night, all candidates who have received the crimson note must arrive at the examination venue punctually. Each individual's examination venue is their own classroom, where they must sit at their designated seats and await the beginning of the examination. Failure to arrive on time will be deemed a failure of the examination, resulting in the forfeiture of life. Upon seeing the crimson note in their hands, the students' expressions changed drastically. My goodness, this is a mysterious task. How unfortunate I am to have been selected for this. Oh no, I have also been chosen. You are all chosen? I received a note as well. I heard that students from other classes are also to participate in the fatal examination. If nothing goes amiss, it seems the entire student body is doomed this time. God, please save us. I'm not ready to die. Stop seeking divine intervention. Chen Mu is the true savior. It would be more effective to seek Chen Mu's help than to rely on any deity. The classroom erupted into chaos. They could never have anticipated that the bizarre apocalypse would arrive so swiftly. They had thought they could remain aloof, watching others undertake strange tasks while they themselves would be spared from calamity. Yet, they overlooked the fact that this was the end of the world. In such a dire time, no one can truly remain unscathed. Death could very well knock at their door within the next heartbeat. Some students, attempting to outsmart fate, had chosen to take leave and stay home upon learning of the midnight diner task the previous day, believing that by distancing themselves from school, they could evade selection for the ominous mission. For instance, in a residential complex, a girl lay in her bedroom, staring in horror at the crimson slip of paper in her hand. After a moment of stunned silence, she finally cried out, "Dad, I have been chosen for the bizarre task. Save me, I do not wish to die." This girl was among those who had taken leave. Like Chen Mu and others, she had received the invitation for the deadly exam at 8:30. Seeing the slip of paper in her hand, her parents were equally terrified. "Quickly, I'll head down to drive. You change your clothes. We must reach the school before 9. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Hurry." Moments later, her parents hurriedly drove their private vehicle, racing toward the school with their child. At the school's entrance, dozens of private cars, along with various motorcycles and electric bikes, were parked, all without exception belonging to those delivering children back to school. Chen Mu stood in the back row of the classroom, gazing through the window at the frantic parents at the school gate. Alas, in this bizarre apocalypse, how could one hope to escape? It was a matter of life or death. Chen Mu couldn't help but sigh. Those who sought to evade the bizarre tasks often met their demise the quickest. Only by confronting the strange assignments could one hope to survive. This deadly examination posed a formidable challenge for him. In his recollection, he had previously participated in such a peculiar task, but on that occasion, he had failed. At that time, like the students around him, he had been utterly bewildered and panicked. Faced with the intricate and lethal examination, Chen Mu had been unable to discover a path to safety. Rather, he and his fellow classmates had found themselves ensnared in a cul-de-sac of despair. A dead end, as it were, stands in stark contrast to a path of survival, representing the most perilous route within the bizarre task. Once one ventured down a dead end, the most dreadful outcomes awaited. Indeed, Chen Mu and his peers had encountered the direst of results. He vividly recalled that after the deadly examination concluded, the classroom had transformed into a crimson sea, replete with severed limbs and gushing blood. A few classmates had miraculously survived, but were left traumatized, teetering on the brink of madness. Chen Mu himself had been profoundly shaken, nearly losing his life in that harrowing ordeal. It could be said that his survival had been sheer luck. Now, the deadly examination loomed once more before him. However, the Chen Mu of today was no longer the same as he had been back then. He had matured immeasurably, a stark contrast to his former self. 5 years ago, I faltered. This time, I shall surely uncover the flaws in the rules. Chen Mu resolved inwardly. He was determined to discern the loopholes in this deadly examination, a challenge that awaited him. Time slipped away moment by moment, as those students who had departed from school hurried back to their respective classrooms within a mere 20 minutes. 2 among them had taken a flight the previous day, leaving the city behind. At this juncture, 30 minutes had elapsed, and there was no conceivable way for them to return to school. Awaiting them was naught but the grim fate of death. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the muffled sound of the bell echoed through the school, signaling the conclusion of the first evening study session. What once brought excitement to the students now transformed into a harbinger of doom. All students sat in their seats, bracing themselves for the impending examination. They had faced countless tests before, yet none instilled such profound dread as this one. The bell for the examination resonated through the school's loudspeakers. With its toll, the sound of high heels clicking down the corridor signaled the approach of the invigilator. Knock, knock, knock. 3 raps on the door resonated as it was pushed open from the outside. A woman clad in uniform, cradling a stack of examination papers, entered the room. Greetings, students. I am your invigilator. The fatal examination commences now. Chapter 37. The perilous rules as the female instructor declared the beginning of the examination. The students in the classroom collectively held their breath, their anxiety palpable. The teacher ascended the podium, unfastening the bundle of papers in her grasp, distributing them into individual copies. I am a stringent teacher. In my examinations, anyone who contravenes the rules of invigilation shall face execution. The examination regulations are as follows. 1. No individual is permitted to view the contents of another's examination paper. Should you divulge the contents, it will result in capital punishment. 2. During the examination, one must not leave the classroom. 3. No harm must come to the invigilator. These constitute the entirety of the examination rules, and I shall now distribute the papers. The students present are seasoned warriors of academia, having faced countless examinations throughout their educational journey. If not 800, then certainly 1,000. Consequently, upon hearing the examination rules, a perceptive student immediately discerned a critical omission by the invigilator, an omission that forms the very foundation of all examinations. Cheating is strictly prohibited. The phrase "no cheating" encompasses a plethora of stipulations, such as no whispering, no mobile phones, and no leaving one's seat. In other words, within the framework of this life-threatening examination, these actions appear to be permitted. Students are allowed to whisper, use mobile phones, and leave their seats. Does this not imply an indulgence in cheating? No, such a blatant loophole in the rules cannot exist, unless the invigilator believes that even if students can converse, utilize their phones, and change seats, they're incapable of cheating. Students who can engage in such activities without resorting to dishonesty have never encountered an examination like this before. A vague sense of foreboding permeates the atmosphere. Many students sense that this perilous examination undoubtedly harbors hidden dangers. The invigilator, clutching the examination papers, begins to distribute them to each student. Upon receiving their papers, those students are left utterly astonished at the content before them. This is not the examination they have encountered in the past. What astonished them even more was that, as the invigilator distributed the examination papers, a sharp dagger was surprisingly concealed within each one. Every candidate received a paper and a dagger. Soon, the paper reached Chen Mu. The invigilator glanced at Chen Mu before placing the paper on his desk, alongside a dagger. Grasping the paper, Chen Mu swiftly scanned its contents. Indeed, they remained unchanged. identical to those he had encountered in his previous life. Deadly examination paper. Candidate class. Senior Year 3, Class 27, candidate name. Chen Mu. Dear candidate, welcome to the deadly examination. As you partake in this perilous test, please familiarize yourself with the contents of this paper. Have you noticed that your classmates appear rather different than before? Indeed, among you lurks a peculiar entity, now concealed within the examination hall, silently observing you. Examination content. Within 2 hours, identify and eliminate this entity to succeed. Failure to do so will result in your examination being deemed unsuccessful. Upon the conclusion of the examination, half of the surviving students will randomly perish. At the commencement of the examination, it is imperative that you carefully read the following rules, as they are of utmost importance. Rule 1. The entity will not attack you unless it has sustained damage. Once injured, it will retaliate. Rule 2. During the deadly examination, all students' abilities are suppressed. When the entity attacks, none can slay it. Rule 3. The dagger in your possession, when plunged into the entity's body, will inflict lethal harm upon it. Rule 4. This regulation stipulates that during the examination, precisely 1 hour and 30 minutes into the process, you must vociferously declare aloud. Subsequently, regardless of any inquiries directed at you regarding your reasoning, you are prohibited from responding. Rule 5. When you believe you have discovered the answer, the entire class may cast a vote on whether to submit their papers. Upon a majority approval, you shall present your examination paper to the proctor, who will assist in determining its accuracy. Should you err, it will be deemed a failure of the examination. Rule 6. If the number of remaining students in the class dwindles to half or fewer, the examination will be considered successfully completed and will conclude automatically. Congratulations. You may now return home. I shall elucidate how to discern the anomalous. Typically, anomalies exhibit the following characteristics. 1. Anomalies tend to be lethargic. Prior to your recognition of their presence, they generally remain motionless. 2. Occasionally, anomalies emit strange cries. Be attentive to the eerie sound around you, as they may lead you to the anomaly's trail. 3. Anomalies, akin to humans, possess 2 arms and 2 legs. Externally, it is challenging to identify who may be an anomaly. 4. A practical method for identifying an anomaly involves utilizing your dagger to pierce its body. Should it be an anomaly, a plume of black smoke will arise. This, then, comprises the entirety of the examination paper's content. This is an extraordinary examination. Upon perusing the paper, the students in the classroom were enveloped in shock and disbelief. Has someone in the class transformed into an anomaly? Who could be the anomaly? If the anomaly is identified, the examination will be passed. Instantly, the students began to glance at one another, seeking to discern any irregularities in each other's gazes. However, none dared to speak. All communicated through their eyes. Due to the disciplinary regulations of past examinations, an unspoken restraint prevailed. Although speaking was not explicitly forbidden, none dared to be the first to break the silence. After all, uttering words during an examination constituted a breach of protocol. As Chen Mu gazed upon the myriad rules inscribed on the examination paper, he found himself lost in contemplation. This time, the regulations were considerably more intricate than before. When accounting for several peculiar stipulations, the total had swelled to 10. This marked an evident escalation in the difficulty of the task. The perilous examination presented challenges far surpassing those of the Midnight Diner and the Fog Museum. The scale of the undertaking suggested that this lethal examination involved far too many individuals. Should he fail to uncover the correct path to survival, the consequences would be dire. Chen Mu's mind wandered back to the harrowing experiences of his previous life, where the fatal examination had unfolded like a bloody tempest. No class within the entire high school had managed to find a way out, and the toll had been nothing short of catastrophic. In the aftermath of the deadly examination, the entire Nightshade Academy had transformed into a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Such a horrific scene was beyond imagination. Each time Chen Mu recalled that moment, a chill still coursed through him. Thus, he resolved to approach the examination earnestly, striving to uncover a path to salvation. As he scrutinized the rules on the paper, he began his deductions. Soon, from rules 1, 2, and 3, Chen Mu distilled a conclusion. When encapsulated, rules 1, 2, and 3 conveyed that the peculiar entities could not inflict harm unless provoked. Once detected, these entities would commence their slaughter. No one could withstand their assault. Not even a dagger could harm them. Thus, it is only natural to arrive at a conclusion. Upon discovering a malevolent entity, one must strike swiftly and decisively, delivering a lethal blow without affording the creature an opportunity to retaliate. Should it counterattack, all shall perish. This seemingly ordinary conclusion, however, fills Chen Mu with an ominous sense of peril. Such menace becomes palpable when considering the fourth criterion for identifying these entities. The method of discernment involves plunging a dagger into the being's form to ascertain whether it emits a plume of black smoke. Now, if I suspect an individual of being a malevolent entity, what course of action should I undertake? The answer is straightforward. I must drive the dagger into their body. Yet, I cannot merely pierce their limbs or lightly graze their skin, for should they indeed be a malevolent entity, any injury inflicted would incite a massacre, one that no one could withstand. Thus, the solution becomes abundantly clear. Should I suspect someone of being a malevolent entity, my optimal approach is to thrust the dagger forcefully into their skull. A single fatal strike, if that individual is not malevolent, there is no doubt they shall meet their demise. A dagger driven into the skull leaves no chance for survival. Students who comprehend these rules find themselves drenched in cold sweat. The deadly examination's regulations guide participants towards slaughter. This is but one of the concealed threats lurking within the fatal assessment. Moreover, the examination stipulations further insinuate death and carnage. Chapter 38. The misjudgment of survival. Another hidden peril within the rules is found in the sixth stipulation of the examination. When the number of remaining class members falls to half or fewer, the exam is considered passed and concludes automatically. What circumstances might lead to the class size dwindling to less than half? There are two possibilities. One is that the entity has been attacked and begins to slaughter the candidates. The other is that the candidates resort to mutual destruction. Indeed, it is plausible for candidates to turn against one another. In a previous life, during a deadly examination, Chen Mu encountered such a scenario. As the exam neared its conclusion, if the entity had not been located, the extreme pressure could drive some candidates to madness. Failure in the examination would result in a random selection of half the participants meeting their demise, potentially including oneself. However, according to Rule 6, if the number of individuals in the class were reduced to half, the examination would be deemed a success, thereby ensuring one's survival. One scenario is beyond personal control, while the other is within grasp. When faced with the specter of death, it is only natural for some to choose the latter. Thus, a calculated massacre commenced. This represents the most horrifying scene in the deadly examination. The various rules of the deadly exam challenge the existing order. In Chen Mu's recollection, it was after the deadly examination that, upon realizing the current order could not safeguard them, chaos began to ensue, heralding the onset of a bizarre apocalypse. Meanwhile, in a classroom below, the candidates could no longer remain seated and commence their search for answers. Surely, this examination must allow for communication? Indeed, it does. Did you not just speak, and the invigilator did not intervene? Brothers, let us devise a plan and quickly identify the traitor among us. Yes, we are all classmates. None wish to perish. If anyone has transformed into an entity, please step forward. For the sake of our camaraderie, do not make it difficult for everyone. Are you foolish? If one has become an entity, how could they possibly reveal themselves? We must seek it out. But how? With so many people, the exam paper clearly states that there is no way to distinguish them by appearance. How can we find it? Soon, the classroom descended into chaos as the candidates began to discuss fervently among themselves. Let me see your paper. Are you trying to get us killed? We can't do that. It's against the rules, and I have no desire to meet my demise. Look at that boy. He hasn't moved from his seat. Someone shouted, and all eyes in the classroom turned towards him. Sure enough, the boy remained seated, his gaze fixed ahead, motionless like a statue. Do you remember what the exam paper said? The anomaly is typically inert until it is detected. Therefore, the answer is evident. He is transformed into the anomaly. Yes, He is utterly still. It must be him. Teacher, we've identified the anomaly. Fantastic. This lethal examination is surprisingly simple. These rules were indeed intimidating, leaving me profoundly unsettled. I never anticipated the answer would be so straightforward. It resembles those final questions that appear daunting but reveal their simplicity upon closer inspection. The candidates became exhilarated, and two strong boys, armed with daggers, approached the motionless boy. Stab him. Hurry, drive the dagger in. Brother Wong is the strongest. Let him do it. It's my first time confronting an anomaly. I feel a bit anxious. Amidst the cacophony of jubilant cheers, Wong bravely plunged the dagger into the young man's skull. However, the subsequent scene left everyone utterly astounded. Instead of the anticipated dark smoke, a torrent of crimson blood erupted forth. The cheers abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. All the students stared wide-eyed, their expressions a blend of terror and disbelief. A murder! Someone has died, exclaimed one voice. But wait, if he wasn't peculiar, why did he remain motionless? Another added. Indeed, he hasn't uttered a word. Even when Wong approached him with a dagger, he remained silent. How could a normal person react this way? Look at his test paper, shouted a student, pointing at the deceased's exam. Curious classmates gathered around, rifling through the victim's answers. One of the bolder students exclaimed, "There's a flaw in his fourth rule. After the personal rules examination commences, you must remain completely still for half an hour. During this time, regardless of what others say or do to you, you cannot respond in any way or you will face execution." Upon hearing this, the class fell silent once more. They finally comprehended why the slain young man had remained eerily unresponsive, even with a dagger poised against him. The rules dictated that he could not react. In that moment, the examinees grasped the brutal and cunning nature of the deadly examination. A series of rules, akin to invisible shackles, bind every individual. A single misstep could lead to death, or worse, the wrongful demise of fellow candidates. Terror, horror, and despair began to permeate the classroom, as fear mingled with the scent of blood. Some candidates, unable to withstand the immense pressure, succumbed to tears. They finally grasped the daunting challenge of finding a path to survival amidst the bizarre tasks. Within the confines of these rules, the way to safety was meticulously concealed. Clearly, they had misjudged their escape route. Such scenes were mirrored in numerous classrooms. Less than 20 minutes into the examination, a considerable number of candidates had already met their end. Simultaneously, in Chen Mu's classroom, similar occurrences unfolded. One candidate remained motionless, drawing the attention of others. Some even brandished daggers, eager to act. There was no need for hesitation. He was not a threat. Chen Mu spoke up, clarifying that the individual was merely constrained by the fourth rule, rendering him unable to speak. Chen Mu shared this insight based on his previous life experiences, where candidates had similarly plunged their daggers only to realize they had slain the wrong person. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, some candidates were initially skeptical. However, reflecting on Chen Mu's formidable reputation and the logic of his statement, they chose to refrain from further action. As anticipated, 10 minutes later, once the constraints of the fourth rule lifted, the candidate exclaimed, "I am not a threat. I can speak now. Chen Mu, thank you for saving me." Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively, signifying it was of no great consequence. The gazes of the remaining classmates directed towards Chen Mu were imbued with a newfound respect and astonishment. Some had previously harbored doubts, believing that Chen Mu's abilities were exaggerated. However, upon witnessing the unfolding events, their perceptions shifted and admiration for Chen Mu grew. It was evident that he possessed genuine talent. Yet, Chen Mu's expression remained taut. He had not yet discovered a path to salvation. Half an hour had elapsed since the examination commenced. A quarter of the time had passed. A sense of restlessness and unease began to permeate the air. Within the shadowy halls of Dark Knight High School, at least one-third of the classes had already been stained with blood. Under the oppressive atmosphere of bloodshed and the deadly pressure of the examination, subtle changes began to stir within the hearts of many candidates, as the seeds of violence were sown. Chapter 39. The Eerie One is You. Half an hour, 40 minutes, 50 minutes. As the examination time approached its midpoint, Not a single class within Dark Knight High School had successfully uncovered the hidden anomalies. Chen Mu's class fared relatively well, buoyed by his esteemed presence, maintaining a semblance of composure amidst the chaos of animated discussions, though no casualties had yet occurred. The other classes, however, were not so fortunate. In the adjacent class, within less than an hour of the examination, 4 candidates had already perished. Murder is akin to Pandora's box. Once it is opened, it cannot be contained. In that class, after the first life was taken, the students found themselves unable to halt the relentless tide of violence. They employed what appeared to be a democratic approach to carry out their grim deeds. Upon identifying a suspicious individual, the entire class engaged in a vote. As long as the majority was in favor, the person would be executed to ascertain whether they were indeed anomalous. Each student, fearing for their own life, was eager to uncover the truth behind the strangeness. Consequently, each voting session saw a staggering 90 support for the execution. Thus, this morphed into a form of mob tyranny, with everyone living in trepidation. Eliminate him. He has remained silent. He must undoubtedly be the anomaly. Indeed, I am his friend. His usual demeanor is not like this. He has surely been possessed by something strange. As the voting commenced, hands shot up in agreement. A cacophony of raised hands filled the room, leaving no doubt that the majority was achieved. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The fervent shouts from the class reached a fever pitch, spiraling into madness as they vented their inner fears and despair. Eventually, after yet another boy was slain, a bespectacled student rose. He was the class's top scholar, consistently excelling in academics. With a calm demeanor, the scholar addressed his classmates. Everyone, please quiet down. Listen to me. I have identified the anomaly. At this proclamation, the frenzied classroom fell silent, all eyes fixated on the scholar. You found the anomaly? Who is it? Speak quickly. You are the brightest among us. Surely your words carry weight. Under the urging of her classmates, the academic prodigy remarked, the enigma concealed within the classroom is, in fact, right before our very eyes. She is seated there, visible to all. Our invigilator, you embody the mystery that lies within our class. The enigma we seek is none other than you. The surrounding students exchanged puzzled glances. What nonsense are you speaking, scholar? Does the rule not state that the invigilator is the enigma? They replied, indeed, we are all aware that the invigilator is the mystery. With a subtle smile, the prodigy revealed a cryptic grin and confidently stated, yes, the truth is often this simple. You have all overcomplicated matters to the point of forgetting that sometimes the truth is right in front of us. The rules merely indicate the presence of an enigma in our classroom. However, these rules do not explicitly state that the enigma must be the invigilator. There is no mention of the enigma's identity. We have an enigma in our classroom, and the invigilator is the enigma. Thus, it is only natural to arrive at the conclusion that the enigma we are tasked with identifying in the examination rules is, in fact, the invigilator. After the prodigy spoke with conviction, the class erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Goodness, could it truly be this simple? How is that possible? The enigma task cannot be this straightforward. Yet, upon reflection, the students began to see the merit in the prodigy's words. The rules do not state that the enigma we are to identify cannot be the invigilator. By golly, there's indeed some logic to it. The prodigy further elaborated. This is the insidious nature of the rules. The rules initially informed us that the invigilator is peculiar. Consequently, our thoughts were led astray, leading us to believe that the oddity we were meant to identify during the examination required Herculean effort to uncover and could not possibly be as simple as the invigilator. If the answer indeed pointed to the invigilator, would it not be akin to revealing the solution at the onset of the paper? After years of examination experience, our minds have become rigid, instinctively dismissing the possibility of such simplicity in a test. Thus, we all fell into a cognitive trap, overlooking the most straightforward answer. Furthermore, I can present supporting evidence for my assertion. Observe the third characteristic of the peculiar. It possesses 2 arms and legs, much like a human. Upon reading this, our minds instinctively conjured the image of our classmates. Throughout that hour, we were all preoccupied with observing one another. However, Have we considered that this statement subtly hints that the peculiar is indeed the invigilator? The invigilator, like us, possesses 4 limbs. This precisely underscores that the invigilator is the oddity we seek. After a passionate declaration, the entire class was once again stirred. My goodness! The top student articulated such a compelling argument. Truly, it is the astute ones who discern the truth at a glance. Excellent. We shall all survive this ordeal. Quickly. We have found the answer. Let us submit our papers. Submit. Submit. Beneath the shadow of impending doom, the candidates could scarcely contain their eagerness to escape. Upon hearing the answers provided by the top student, all the candidates felt a profound sense of reason in them, eagerly anticipating the moment to submit their papers. The invigilator, seated at the podium, observed the exhilarated students in the classroom, a peculiar smile gracing their lips. Yet, amidst the excitement, none of the students, including the top performer, noticed this unsettling expression. Teacher, we wish to submit our papers, they announced. Are you certain you wish to submit? The invigilator inquired. Absolutely. Nearly all the students chorused in unison. Very well, submit your papers. The invigilator's strange smile widened. After I collect the papers, I will reveal the answers, and you shall know whether you have answered correctly. Meanwhile, in the class where Chen Mu was seated, a student suddenly exclaimed, I understand. The invigilator is the enigma we seek. In truth, after an hour of acclimatization, many students' minds had begun to think rapidly. Like the top student, they concluded that the invigilator was indeed the enigma in question. Such students were not few in number. Chen Mu glanced at the elated student and coldly shook his head, stating, No, your answer is incorrect. Why not? The student protested. Trust me, those who submit that answer are already awaiting the grim fate of exam failure. Chen Mu replied. As his words echoed, a cacophony of gasps and screams erupted from the adjacent classroom where the top student was situated. Chapter 40, The Path of False Life. These cries and exclamations were not of jubilation, but were laced with fear and despair. Just moments ago, the invigilator collected the examination papers. Each examinee wore a countenance of joy, eagerly anticipating the conclusion of the test and their return home. The examination had finally drawn to a close, and home beckoned. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to the academic prodigy. How remarkable they are, excelling in every assessment with such finesse. In previous tests, I could never glean answers from the genius, but unexpectedly, this time I hitched a ride on their success. Benefiting from their insights. I suspect our class was the first to finish. What has taken the class next door? Especially with Chen Mu among them. We have already submitted our papers. In my view, Chen Mu is merely a product of exaggeration. True brilliance is embodied in our academic star. Indeed, what is Chen Mu compared to our prodigy? Who far surpasses him? Amidst the jubilant cheers of fellow classmates, the academic luminary smiled, reveling in the admiration. However, in that instant, the invigilator's expression turned frigid. I must inform you, your examination answers are incorrect. As these words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. All examinees gazed incredulously at the podium, unable to fathom what they had just heard. Incorrect answers? How could that be possible? The notion of error was unfathomable. Suddenly, half of the candidates faced an untimely demise. The examination has concluded. Those who remain may return home, the invigilator pronounced coldly, as if delivering a death sentence. In that moment, fine red lines appeared on the bodies of half the examinees, marking their fate. The crimson line grew ever longer, and from within it gushed forth a torrent of blood. Their bodies had, accompanied by cries of shock and despair, the fortunate survivors of this harrowing ordeal fled in terror, escaping through the doors. They were indeed fortunate to be alive, yet the price of their survival was the loss of half their peers. For those who remained, the horror they witnessed would undoubtedly cast a shadow over their psyches for a lifetime. A few candidates even collapsed in fear on the spot. 2 students, upon witnessing a former classmate shatter before their eyes, blood erupting in a horrific display, were driven to madness, sitting on the ground and rambling incoherently. The students who burst forth from the classroom yelled in terror and despair as they raced down the corridor. The proctor is not the answer. Their desperate cries echoed throughout the entire academic building. Besides this class, at least 2 other classes had also failed their exams for the same reason. The wails and screams of anguish reached Chen Mu's classroom as well. Upon hearing the cry, the proctor is not the answer. The students in Chen Mu's class turned to him in astonishment. The student who had been defiant moments earlier now wore a pallid expression, rendered speechless by fear. Had it not been for Chen Mu's resolute denial, many students would have seriously considered submitting their papers. If they had done so, the consequences would have been dire. It can be said that Chen Mu had saved their lives. Indeed, experience proved invaluable. Chen Mu's depth of understanding was profound. How did you know that the proctor is not the answer? One student could not help but ask. This is also a source of confusion for the other students in the class. It is quite simple, a conflict of rules. The regulations stipulate that the invigilating teacher must not be harmed under any circumstances. However, subsequent rules indicate that in order to determine whether someone is an anomaly, one must inflict a wound with a dagger. Thus, these 2 directives are at odds. If I suspect the invigilator to be an anomaly and wish to verify this, I am compelled to strike him with a blade, yet the invigilator is impermissible to harm. Therefore, I find myself at an impasse, unable to ascertain the nature of the invigilator. The sole method of proving one's suspicions is to cast a vote and submit one's paper. However, once a vote is cast, it becomes a gamble with one's life. To my knowledge, this is contrary to the rules governing the anomaly tasks. While the rules may often be fraught with challenges, containing erroneous or misleading instructions, one must remember that within those regulations lies an inherent path to survival. This so-called path to survival guarantees a way to live. Upon discovering this path, I can be absolutely certain of my survival, rather than relying on chance to determine my fate. If a supposed path to survival cannot be verified, it is undoubtedly a false lead. The true path to survival must indicate something else entirely. What Chen Mu speaks of is drawn from his past experiences. The answer concerning the invigilator exemplifies a claim that cannot be substantiated. It is a clear instance of a false path to survival. It is labeled as such because it does not genuinely lead to life, but masquerades as a route to safety while being a road to demise. Generally speaking, such false paths are exceedingly treacherous and typically lead to certain death. Only someone as seasoned as Chen Mu can discern the truth at a glance. Individuals akin to top scholars often find themselves ensnared in traps from which there is no escape. Upon hearing Chen Mu's elucidation, the classmates were utterly astonished. It was indeed their first encounter with the concept of the false path. Chen Mu is truly remarkable, possessing such profound knowledge. Had it not been for Chen Mu, we would have surely faced dire consequences. Chen Mu is the pillar of our class. Let us cling steadfastly to this support. I declare myself the most devoted supporter of Chen Mu. Everything he says is undeniably correct. The invigilator at the podium, after listening to Chen Mu's explanation, cast a look of astonishment towards him. She had not anticipated such clarity in his perspective, particularly in recognizing the false path. This is the hallmark of true intelligence. As time inexorably ticks away, the situation post-false path has once again descended into a stalemate. In other classes, the violence has escalated to a fever pitch. Just as Chen Mu had foreseen, amidst the ongoing carnage, the psychological states of many students have become increasingly warped. In a desperate bid for survival and to hasten the conclusion of the examination, some have begun to brandish daggers against their own classmates. Do you wish to be randomly selected? If not, I possess a method that could ensure your survival, declared a robust student to a group of over 10 peers. What method? Have you discovered the path to survival? One inquired. No, I have not uncovered the path of rules, but I have identified an alternative route to endure. He brandished a dagger, aimed at another group of students. If he could eliminate them, leaving fewer than half alive, then we, the few remaining, would have a chance to survive. Upon hearing such a cruel proclamation, the surrounding students revealed their hesitation and distress. No, this is too barbaric. I cannot do it. One student cast aside the dagger, crouched down, and buried his face in his hands, weeping. Do you not possess any humanity? We are all classmates. Humanity? What is that? Can it aid us in surviving? Ultimately, The situation spiraled completely out of control. Order had disintegrated. Chapter 41. Alas, you encountered me amidst the chaos of disarray. The slaughter commenced. Once order was lost, people's actions proved to be far more frenzied than they had ever imagined. Merely 10 minutes elapsed before another class had passed the examination. The method by which this class succeeded was as follows. Rule 6. When the number of students remaining in the class is less than or equal to half, it is considered a pass, and the examination concludes automatically. Congratulations, you may return home. As the sight of bloodied students, laden with their backpacks, exited the corridor unfolded before them, the students from other classes immediately comprehended the grim reality. Good heavens, look at them, they can actually go back. They passed the exam? They're drenched in blood. If I am not mistaken, they have committed murder. Are you suggesting they killed half their classmates in order to pass the exam? My word, they are monsters. They are utterly demonic. Witnessing such a tragic scene, the students from other classes were left utterly stupefied. Perhaps it is only at this moment that they will awaken to the grim reality. This is the apocalypse, a bizarre and twisted end of days. The world they once knew has crumbled step by step, and they have descended into the hellish depths of this strange new existence. Within the entirety of the Dark Knight Academy, only Chen Mu's class has maintained a semblance of order, with no casualties reported. In stark contrast, other classes have suffered losses, with at least 2 students perishing in each. Furthermore, as the time for submission of the examination draws near, the pressure intensifies. Finally, with merely half an hour remaining, a student, unable to bear the overwhelming psychological strain, chooses to take their own life. The sound of shattering glass reverberates through the air, followed by the thud of a heavy body hitting the ground. In a mere 5 minutes, 3 students have opted to leap from the windows in a tragic act of desperation. This series of extreme actions incites chaos within the academic building. The students from other classes, overwhelmed by the relentless pressure, ultimately succumb to despair. The very essence of humanity is being trampled upon. While we are all equal, some find themselves more equal than others. To become one of the more fortunate, one must take up a knife and slay others to seize the chance of survival. In one classroom, a figure brandishes a dagger and cries out to their followers, "We must survive. We must endure." And thus, they turn the dagger upon their former classmates. Each classroom transforms into a savage forest, where the law of the jungle prevails. Yet, amidst the utter chaos, a few classes manage to maintain stability, their students diligently searching for answers. "Proctor, we collectively agree to submit our papers. Our answer is that there is simply no anomaly. The true answer to this examination is that, aside from the invigilator, there exists no other peculiarity within the classroom, which is precisely why we are unable to locate it." Upon hearing the students' responses, the invigilator wore a cold smirk as he collected the answer sheets. "Your answers are incorrect. Perish." With a series of horrifying screams, half of the students were reduced to shattered remains. It cannot be said that these students lacked diligence. In their struggle for survival, they exerted every ounce of effort, exploring various potential answers. The simplest notion was that the anomaly was a classmate. To validate this hypothesis, countless students met their demise at the hands of their peers. Then, a top student, after careful contemplation, concluded that the anomaly was the invigilator. This was indeed a creative answer, transcending conventional boundaries, yet it remained incorrect. Subsequently, even more students speculated that there was, in fact, no anomaly at all. The result, naturally, was erroneous. Regardless of how conventional or absurd the answers may be, none could pass the examination. The test revealed that the answer was right there. Indeed, an answer existed. Yet, despite exhausting all efforts, it remained elusive. It was akin to a drowning person who, although seeing a lifeline, could not grasp it. This is the essence of true despair. 1 hour and 30 minutes. 1 hour and 45 minutes. Attention, candidates. There are 15 minutes remaining in the examination. Those who have yet to respond, please do so promptly. The chilling announcement echoed through the classroom. At last, even in Chen Mu's class, chaos began to unfold. "Chen Mu, is it truly impossible to pass this examination? I suspect that there are no answers to this examination at all. This is a bizarre task with no escape. Indeed, even someone as astute as Chen Mu cannot find a way out. It must be hopeless. We are doomed. Half of us shall perish here. I am so frightened. I long to return home, sobbing. The classroom erupted into chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace, filled with clamorous noise. Amidst this uproar, Chen Mu remained utterly silent. He sat in his chair, lost in contemplation, as tranquil as a statue. Even in the most anxious of times, Chen Mu retained his composure, calm and collected. Such poise is beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. It is evident that Chen Mu is no ordinary individual. Survivors, honed by the bizarre apocalypse, possess qualities that are, in certain respects, extraordinary. For instance, Chen Mu's remarkable trait is his equanimity. Regardless of the circumstances, he maintains his serenity. The more perilous the environment, the more frantic others become, the more composed Chen Mu remains. It is this exceptional calmness that has allowed him to uncover the path to survival in countless crises. After more than an hour of contemplation, Chen Mu has begun to form a coherent thought. However, this idea is shrouded in a fog, enveloping his mind. It seems that with just a gentle prod, the mist could be pierced, revealing the hidden truth. Chen Mu concentrated, striving to dispel the fog in his mind. He felt he was on the brink of uncovering the truth, a powerful sensation that it lay just before him. Yet, to take that final step, he still required a final spark of inspiration. The path that had troubled Chen Mu for 5 years was on the verge of being unraveled as he confronted it once more. At last, a familiar voice echoed through the air, one so well known that it had become a mere background sound in the classroom, often overlooked by the students. Yet, upon hearing it again, a subtle smile graced Chen Mu's composed face. How cleverly you have concealed yourself. This time, the path to success is indeed deviously cunning. Who would have thought you would hide here? Alas, you have encountered me once more, and this time, I have uncovered your secret. Like a statue brought to life, Chen Mu sprang into action, rising to seize the dagger resting on his desk. In my past life, I falter, but this time, I shall reveal your true form. Chapter 42. The sole discoverer of the path to survival. As Chen Mu grasped the dagger, the gaze of every classmate converged upon him. Good heavens! Chen Mu is finally making a move. How splendid! He must have perceived the hidden danger, and the enigma can no longer remain concealed. Ha ha ha. I declare Chen Mu the strongest student in the entire school. He truly lives up to the rumors of his prowess. How I wish you were my boyfriend. Under the attentive eyes of his classmates, Chen Mu advanced toward the back of the classroom, dagger in hand. Meanwhile, the proctor's eyes reflected disdain, viewing these mere children and their antics as trifling distractions. A group of young children. How could they possibly discover a path to survival? The invigilator conceded that even she herself would have no chance of passing the examination without knowledge of the answers. The child named Chen Mu was merely grasping at straws in his final moments. Soon, Chen Mu approached the girl. I know you are hiding here, he said to her. In response to Chen Mu's words, the girl remained silent, staring straight ahead as if enchanted. However, this action from Chen Mu caused an uproar among the students in the class. Could Chen Mu truly suspect Wang Xiaoxiao of being the anomaly? It seemed impossible. Wang Xiaoxiao had spoken previously. She could not possibly be the anomaly. Indeed, Wang Xiaoxiao's silence now must be a consequence of the rules. Surely her examination paper contained stipulations preventing her from speaking at this moment. This reasoning left the classmates bewildered. Why would Chen Mu still doubt Wang Xiaoxiao? They were well aware that similar situations had occurred in other classes. At the beginning of the examination, one class had eliminated such a student, and later evidence confirmed that the eliminated student was not an anomaly, but merely constrained by the rules. Now, standing before Wang Xiaoxiao, was Chen Mu truly questioning her as an anomaly? How could he commit such an evident error? Even the slowest of students understood that Wang Xiaoxiao was not the anomaly. Chen Mu's actions resembled a cornered beast in its final struggle, leaving many classmates feeling a vague sense of disappointment. Could it be that even Chen Mu was incapable of finding the answer? In the next moment, Chen Mu brandished a dagger, aiming it towards Wang Xiaoxiao. This strike shall bring your demise, he declared, plunging the blade downward with a ferocity that seemed to draw upon every ounce of his strength. What followed astonished all present. A resounding crack echoed through the room. The dagger did not strike Wang Xiao, but instead shattered her desk into a myriad of fragments. Splinters scattered across the floor, and amidst the debris, a wisp of black smoke began to rise. In that instant, the classroom fell into a profound silence, filled with expressions of sheer disbelief. Wide-eyed, the onlookers gazed incredulously at Chen Mu. Even the proctor at the podium stood in shock, his eyes reflecting utter astonishment. This young man had truly unveiled the hidden anomaly. How could this be possible? Moments later, the classroom erupted into exuberant cheers that reverberated loudly. The anomaly was indeed concealed within the desk. I could never have fathomed that the peculiarity would manifest as a mere desk. Chen Mu, you are my hero. You have genuinely discovered the anomaly. How did you achieve this? A desk. Who could have imagined such a thing? Yet, Chen Mu had. He patted Wang Xiao on the head and said, "Hee, I hope I didn't frighten you too much." It was only then that the students realized the gravity of Chen Mu's earlier words. This strike shall bring your demise. It was not a declaration directed at Wang Xiao, but rather an address to her desk. At that moment, the announcement echoed throughout the classroom. Class 27 of the senior year, Chen Mu, has successfully found the answer. The first class to pass the exam had emerged. The examination was nearing its conclusion, and Chen Mu was the sole individual to discover a path to salvation. Congratulations. You may return home. This announcement was akin to celestial music for the students within the classroom. After 2 hours of torment, they were finally on the brink of liberation from their hellish ordeal. It was Chen Mu's hand that would guide them back to the realm of the living. The classroom erupted in jubilation once more. Surrounded by his classmates, Chen Mu was inundated with praise and adulation. Many female students gazed at him with starry eyes, reflecting admiration. Undoubtedly, amidst this bizarre apocalypse, Chen Mu was the only one capable of instilling such a sense of security in them. At this moment, Chen Mu remained remarkably composed, wiping his dagger clean before sheathing it. With a serene demeanor, he had triumphed over his former self, vanquishing adversaries of the past. This exhilarating sensation filled Chen Mu with profound satisfaction, signaling an elevation in his ability to seek a path to survival. In the face of even more perilous situations to come, Chen Mu would maintain his equanimity. The essence of one's character is cultivated in such a manner. By repeatedly confronting and conquering death, one ultimately forges the temperament of a true warrior. Otherwise, no matter how vast one's wealth may be, they remain merely a vulgar nouveau riche. Students from other classrooms also caught wind of this announcement. Upon hearing its contents, they were consumed with envy. Chen Mu. Indeed, it is Chen Mu. Only he possesses the capability to discover a path to survival. I have long asserted that Chen Mu is truly exceptional. You all claimed he was merely a product of exaggeration. Now, how does it feel to be proven wrong? But what does it matter? You are not in the same class as Chen Mu. Can he rescue you? How frustrating it is that I am not in the same class as Chen Mu. If I can survive this ordeal, I shall certainly enlist my father's help to switch classes to become Chen Mu's deskmate. If I survive, I will pursue Chen Mu and make him my boyfriend. For now, you should focus on surviving. Meanwhile, in Chen Mu's classroom, the invigilating teacher stepped down from the podium and approached him. Chen Mu, she called out. As she neared, one might see a strikingly beautiful woman in uniform, albeit with an eerie aura. You have discovered a path to survival, which I find utterly astonishing. I must admit, I underestimated your abilities. Even I could not have uncovered such a route. Therefore, I wish to pose a question to you. How did you discern this path? How could you ascertain that? Among so many desks, the anomaly belonged to Wang Xiao. The fact that an enigmatic teacher sought counsel from a human student is indeed remarkable. Such a revelation would surely astonish others. The teacher's inquiry encapsulated the curiosity and bewilderment of all the students present. Suddenly, countless eyes were fixed upon Chen Mu, filled with intrigue and questions. It is quite simple. In this bizarre apocalypse, The absolute rule is that the path to survival is concealed within the very regulations. I have deduced this path of survival from a series of rules, Chen Mu stated slowly. Chapter 43. The answer lies within the rules. To deduce a path of survival from rules? Upon hearing Chen Mu's response, the students present exhibited expressions of bewilderment. Each of them possessed their own set of rules. Yet only Chen Mu could discern a path of survival from them. At that moment, a skeptical candidate hastily flipped through their exam paper, scrutinizing each rule. However, no matter how they examined it, they could not fathom how to extrapolate a path of survival from the text. The proctor, upon hearing Chen Mu's reply, displayed a hint of solemnity. As she understood, only those at the pinnacle of intellect possess the extraordinary ability to uncover subtle clues within rules, thereby revealing hidden paths of survival. Such individuals invariably secure their place in the bizarre apocalypse. Observing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Chen Mu smiled and began to elaborate. When I first received the exam paper, confronted with a dizzying array of no less than 10 rules, I felt as bewildered as you. Faced with such a convoluted situation, the simplest method is to discard irrelevant distractions and seek the most essential and fundamental objective. In this examination, as candidates striving for survival, our primary goal is to uncover the hidden anomalies. Thus, I commence my analysis, categorizing the bewildering 10 or so rules and selecting the most crucial ones. These pivotal rules instruct us on how to locate the anomalies. Only by comprehending these rules can I discern the path of survival. Thus, I swiftly sought out and ultimately pinpointed several pivotal rules. 1. The strange entity is inherently lethargic. It typically remains motionless until it is detected. 2. The strange entity occasionally emits eerie sounds. Pay heed to the surrounding cacophony, for it may reveal the entity's presence. 3. The strange entity, much like humans, possesses 4 limbs. It is often challenging to discern who embodies the strangeness. These 3 rules constitute the essence of our guidance on identifying the strange entity, which I term the foundational rules. The myriad of other regulations are but secondary, either serving to mislead us or to provide corroborative evidence. In essence, aside from the foundational rules, I designate the remaining guidelines as secondary rules. However, upon uncovering the foundational rules, I soon found myself ensnared in a quandary. I suspect you, too, share in this predicament. The source of this dilemma lies within the 3rd foundational rule. The strange entity, like humans, possesses 4 limbs, rendering it difficult to ascertain who among us is strange. Upon reading this rule, it is natural to assume that the strange entity masquerades as a human, adopting the guise of classmate. Consequently, we instinctively began to search among our peers for the odd one out. In truth, you have all erred, falling into a trap. I too was ensnared. Yet I quickly discerned the anomaly within the 1st foundational rule. The strange entity is quite indolent. It generally does not move until it is discovered. Have you not noticed? This is a rule decidedly unfavorable to the strange entity. If the strange entity disguises itself as a classmate, it will remain motionless until we discover its true nature. A living classmate, yet incapable of movement. Isn't that an obvious flaw? As long as one's mind is functioning properly, anyone would surely suspect a classmate who remains still for an extended period. This would make it exceedingly simple to identify the anomaly and pass the examination. However, the reality stands in stark contrast. Not a single class passed the test. This serves to illustrate that our understanding of Rule 3 is fundamentally flawed. Upon realizing this, my thoughts became significantly clearer. I began to meticulously reread Rule 3, seeking to uncover any subtle hints. At last, I stumbled upon the pivotal oversight. Rule 3 engages in a clever play on words. The strange entity, like humans, possesses 4 arms and legs. From an external perspective, it is challenging to discern who is the strange entity. These 2 statements are separated by a period. This indicates that there is no inherent logical causation between them. It is not the case that because the strange entity has 4 arms and legs like a human, it becomes difficult to identify who is strange based on appearance. These statements bear no causal relationship. We must interpret them independently. Moreover, The correct order of understanding is to first comprehend the latter statement before the former. Let us consider the latter statement. From an external perspective, it is challenging to determine who is the strange entity. Thus, what form must the strange entity take to remain indistinguishable from a human in appearance? Quite simply, beyond merely resembling a human, it can naturally assume other forms. It could transform into air, liquid, or inanimate objects. Imagine, if the strange entity were to become air, could you discern who among us is the anomaly? It is evident that it cannot be. Thus, a question arises. What form will the peculiar take on? At this juncture, we must reflect upon the preceding statement, seeking clues within it. The peculiarity, much like humans, possesses 4 limbs. This serves as a clear indication, suggesting that the peculiar has appendages. These appendages are not merely arms and legs. They also pertain to tables and benches, which similarly possess limbs. At this point, one can make a rough conjecture. The peculiar may indeed be the tables and benches. Among the multitude of tables and benches in the classroom, which one embodies the peculiar? This hinges upon rule number 2. The peculiar occasionally emits strange sounds. Pay heed to the eerie noises around you, for they may reveal traces of the peculiar. This is, in fact, an exceedingly crucial rule. The peculiar produces sound. Therefore, any table or bench that generates noise is likely to be the peculiar. Consequently, I began to be vigilant for any tables or benches that might sound. Ultimately, I heard 3 distinct instances. All 3 sounds originated from Wang Xiaoxiao's desk, a creaking sound produced by the desk saging. Even if one were to hear it, they would likely dismiss it as commonplace. Only by thoroughly comprehending the rules can one discern subtle clues amidst the most ordinary of sounds. Thus, as you can see, I grasped the dagger. In that final moment of seizing the dagger, I must also address a pivotal question. Is this a false path to survival? A false path to survival refers to a route derived from rules that cannot be substantiated. Even if proof were sought, it would exact the toll of a life. When a path to life requires you to wager your very existence to determine its validity, that path is not a true path to life, but rather a false one. It leads us toward death. In some classes, the peculiarities of the situation are attributed to the invigilator. Then, collectively, exams are submitted, with everyone's lives gambled on the authenticity of this path. At that moment, some classmates in my class contemplated such an action, but I intervened, for I recognized at a glance that this was a false path. Now, is the path I surmised a false one? The answer is no. If I wish to validate my path, I need only to strike that desk. Chopping the desk poses no peril to my life. Furthermore, the rules protect me. Even if the desk were indeed peculiar, it cannot harm me before I strike it. Another rule states that the dagger in my hand can vanquish the strange entities. These 2 rules serve to safeguard me, to secure this path to life. This renders my quest for validation entirely devoid of danger. Moreover, it indirectly affirms that the path I surmised is not only not a false one, but is likely a genuine path to life, bolstered by these 2 protective rules. Thus, I proceeded to act, and the outcome was evident. I uncovered the path to life. The anomaly was that very desk. Chapter 44. Do you wish to purchase this school? Upon Chen Mu's remarks, an oppressive silence enveloped the classroom. The surrounding students listened in stunned disbelief. Are we all taking the same examination? Why is it that as I hold the examination paper, my mind is blank, consumed only by thoughts of violence? Yet Chen Mu, upon receiving the paper, seems to possess a supernatural insight, instantly discerning the answers. The disparity between individuals is striking. Chen Mu, your thought process is rather extraordinary. We, the ordinary folk, are utterly incapable of such contemplation. We cannot even overcome the initial hurdle. As you mentioned, the ability to perceive the strange is not inherent to us. We simply cannot detect it. Some classmates exclaim in despair, overwhelmed by the realization of the chasm that separates them from Chen Mu. This sentiment resonates with many, as they nod in agreement. Such an exceptional reasoning ability as Chen Mu's is beyond their reach. Were it not for his guidance, they would surely falter. Previously, they regarded Chen Mu as merely a formidable individual, yet they lacked a clear understanding of the extent of his prowess. Now, however, they have come to a profound awareness of the gulf between them. It is a disparity that they may never bridge. If Chen Mu was once perceived as a remarkable yet ordinary person, he has now ascended to a divine status in their eyes, transforming into a deity amidst the bizarre apocalypse. There is no need for such despondency. Chen Mu smiled. From the realm of peculiar tasks, the path to survival is perpetually concealed within the rules. A truly skilled practitioner, even without prior experience in a specific task, can deduce a route to safety from merely a few rules. Indeed, several stipulations within the examination paper subtly hint that the bizarre is not merely a matter of comprehension. For instance, Rule 4 pertains to each individual's personal regulations. My personal rule is to allow myself a loud shout after an hour and a half of examination. This seemingly nonsensical regulation subtly suggests a deeper truth. Consider this. If my own rule is so absurd, could it not be inferred that the personal rules of my classmates are equally whimsical? With this thought in mind, when you observe a fellow student remaining motionless, you might initially perceive her as peculiar. Yet, could it be possible that she is merely adhering to her own personal rule? Thus, it becomes evident that judging a classmate's strangeness based solely on their immobility is fundamentally flawed. As Chen Mu articulated this point, the girl whom she had previously rescued sparkled with admiration in her eyes. Indeed, Chen Mu understood her. At that moment, she was simply following her personal rule. Had it not been for Chen Mu's intervention, she would have been deemed odd by her peers. The more Chen Mu analyzed the situation, the more astonished and reverent her classmates became. It was as if, within this bizarre task, Chen Mu had transformed into an omniscient deity. No trap was beyond her perception. Upon concluding Chen Mu's discourse, the invigilator could not help but draw a sharp breath. She conceded that among all the individuals she had encountered, Chen Mu was undoubtedly the most intelligent. Your prowess surpasses my imagination. I admit, I underestimated you earlier, remarked the invigilator. To witness an arrogant anomaly acknowledging the strength of a mere human is a sight that would astonish anyone. You flatter me. Chen Mu responded with an air of serene composure. Even after just passing the examination, basking in the admiration of his peers, and being utterly captivating, Chen Mu's expression bore no trace of pride or indulgence. Calm, composed, and mature, the invigilator couldn't help but acknowledge that, at Chen Mu's age, encountering someone with such depth was a first for her. This unflappable serenity could not possibly be feigned. It was a quality forged through the trials of life. Having traversed the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, weathered fierce storms, and witnessed the collapse of grand edifices, such tranquility could only be attained through the baptism of numerous tempests. In that moment, the invigilator suddenly felt that she could not comprehend the essence of Chen Mu. What had this young man truly experienced? His image began to take on an air of mystery in her eyes. Mysterious men invariably possess an inexplicable allure. The invigilator suddenly perceived that Chen Mu seemed rather handsome. Just then, Chen Mu spoke up. Teacher, having passed the exam, do I have the privilege of meeting your principal? You wish to meet the principal? The invigilator was taken aback once more. Most individuals, having finally succeeded in their examination, would hasten to depart, eager to leave and never return. Yet, not only did Chen Mu linger, but he sought an audience with the principal. He must surely understand that the principal of the Dark Knight Academy is an enigmatic and formidable being, someone whom humanity would rather avoid. How curious it was that Chen Mu actively wished to meet this anomaly. Truly, he was a remarkable man. You possess great courage, the invigilator remarked. As the sole student to discover the answer, you certainly have the opportunity to meet the principal. However, I am quite curious. Why do you wish to meet the principal of Nightshade High? Could it be that you seek a reward for passing the examination? The surrounding classmates also expressed their confusion, casting glances at Chen Mu, uncertain of his intentions. What could Chen Mu possibly want? It was bewildering. If the exam was so daunting, wouldn't he, the principal of Nightshade High, be even more intimidating? Indeed, I would likely soil my pants upon encountering such an enigma. Yet Chen Mu is proactively seeking a meeting. The classmates could not help but speculate, unable to fathom his motives. A reward, perhaps? Certainly not. Chen Mu smiled and shook his head. Then, in a calm tone, he uttered a statement that left everyone astounded. Because I intend to purchase Nightshade High. Chapter 45. Teacher, please refrain from fawning. What did you say? You wish to buy the school? The invigilator's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced he must have misheard. A student, audacious enough to contemplate buying the school. It was an utterly fanciful notion. Did he comprehend the value of Nightshade High? It was worth billions in ghostly currency. That was an exorbitant sum indeed. Chen Mu appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary high school student, though undoubtedly clever and composed. How could he possibly possess such wealth? The female teacher mused to herself. Following this revelation, the other classmates turned to Chen Mu in shock. They had all heard whispers of Chen Mu's considerable fortune. However, Chen Mu's audacity was astonishing. His intention to purchase the entire school was beyond their wildest imaginations. I had mentioned that Chen Mu's wealth surpassed their comprehension. During the previous midnight canteen mission, he had simply acquired the canteen itself. To participate in a peculiar task necessitating the purchase of an equally bizarre setting? Indeed, the realm of the affluent eludes my understanding. That instance involved a mere canteen. But this was an entire school. It would undoubtedly cost significantly more. This institution must be worth at least $1 billion. Does Chen Mu truly possess such vast riches? The classmates engaged in animated discussion, clearly astonished by the extent of Chen Mu's financial resources. Of course, I jest not. Chen Mu remarked coolly, my time is invaluable. Please take me to meet your principal. Upon finishing his statement, he retrieved a small box from his spatial ring and handed it to the uniformed teacher. Upon opening it, she discovered an exquisite jade bracelet. This bracelet was intricately carved from jade sourced from the otherworld, valued at nearly 10,000 underworld coins. Is this a gift for me? The teacher's expression shifted to one of surprise as her gaze fell upon the beautiful jade. Her eyes instantly filled with longing. Such a jade bracelet, given her meager salary, would take her 3 to 4 months of scrimping and saving to afford, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. She would never have the heart to purchase one in her lifetime if it were not bestowed upon her by Chen Mu. Now, please take me to meet the principal. Chen Mu reiterated, his demeanor suggesting that a jade worth 10,000 held less value to him than a mere bottle of water. The female teacher could hardly believe her eyes. Her hands trembled slightly as she cautiously accepted the piece of jade, cherishing it momentarily in her grasp. She cast another glance at Chen Mu, and this time, her gaze was devoid of any trace of disdain. Children lack an understanding of money? Nonsense. This young man, from a wealthy background, certainly does not lack for funds. In fact, from a certain perspective, he is rather indifferent to money. As to him, items worth hundreds of thousands are merely the cost of a meal, and a bracelet priced at nearly 10,000 is akin to the price of a bottle of water. Instantly, the teacher's demeanor transformed at lightning speed as she donned a sycophantic smile directed at Chen Mu. Dear student, please do not rush. I shall escort you to meet the principal at once. With that, she delicately tucked the bracelet away, treating it like a precious treasure, and then took a step forward, affectionately linking her arm with Chen Mu's, leading him out of the classroom. Behind them, a group of bewildered classmates stood in confusion. Wow, I suspect the invigilator has been replaced. Indeed, was this the same strict supervisor? I recall when the exam commenced, the invigilator sat at the podium, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain. What on earth has changed? Now she is practically fawning over Chen Mu. One could almost imagine her calling him master. Is this the power of wealth? Just how affluent is Chen Mu? As Chen Mu walked down the corridor of the academic building, his arm linked with the teacher's, he pondered how a mere 10,000 yuan gift could elicit such a dramatic shift in her attitude. It was merely a small token. It seemed to have transformed her demeanor so drastically. If others were to hear of this, they would likely be envious enough to wish to strangle him. In the bizarre mission, we risk our lives, laboriously earning a few hundred underworld coins, almost wishing to offer them up as tribute. Yet, you casually remark that a gift of 10,000 underworld coins is merely a trifle? How ostentatious! With such arrogance, do you not fear the wrath of the heavens? Chen Mu, feeling rather helpless, perhaps just emerged from a duke's residence, where lavish gifts worth millions were exchanged, rendering a sum of 20 or 30,000 rather commonplace. Nevertheless, spending this additional amount was indeed worthwhile. The principal's temperament is rather irritable. Had it not been for Chen Mu's gift, the female teacher might not have taken him to meet the principal at all. Along the way, the female teacher, clad in a short skirt uniform, subtly brushed against Chen Mu, either intentionally or unintentionally. She even insinuated that if he felt fatigued, she could accompany him for a brief respite. The female teacher did not wish to be so sycophantic, but his generosity was simply overwhelming. He possessed a spatial ring, clearly an indication of his extraordinary status. Female anomalies also have a penchant for affluent gentlemen. 10 minutes later, the pair arrived at the principal's office. The female teacher took a deep breath, preparing to knock on the door. Just before doing so, she appeared somewhat anxious and could not help but caution Chen Mu, classmate Chen. The principal's temperament may not be particularly amiable. He is not fond of visitors. So when you enter, be succinct in your speech and avoid provoking him. As she uttered these words, her voice trembled slightly, revealing her evident apprehension of the principal's notorious temper, which instilled fear in his subordinates. An irritable temperament? Huh! Chen Mu scoffed inwardly. Regardless of how irascible the anomaly might be, he possessed the means to win her favor. There is a saying, "You are not money." How can you expect to be liked by everyone? How coincidental. Although I am not wealth itself, I am indeed endowed with considerable riches. I am an unremarkable individual, devoid of notable qualities, save for 3 attributes. I am wealthy, and indeed exceedingly wealthy. Knock, knock, knock. The female teacher rapped on the office door. After a considerable wait, a voice of impatience finally emerged from within. Come in. The owner of the voice sounded exceedingly irritable, clearly vexed by the interruption. The teacher, trembling with trepidation, gently pushed open the door and led Chen Mu inside. "Principal, this is our student Chen. He wishes to see you." The teacher stammered, fearful of uttering that Chen Mu intended to purchase the school. If such words were to escape her lips, the principal might very well think Chen Mu was jesting and could erupt in fury, potentially harming both Chen Mu and herself. "A student?" From behind the desk, the principal lifted his head, his gaze rife with impatience. He was a rotund man with a receding hairline, exhibiting the quintessential appearance of a disgruntled middle-aged individual. Upon realizing that Chen Mu was indeed a person, his anger flared. "What is the meaning of this? A mere human. How dare you bring a human into my office? Do you wish for your demise?" As the principal's voice crescendoed, his rage became palpable. How could such a minor being presume to disturb him? The glint in the principal's eyes hinted at a deadly intent. Chapter 46. You cannot purchase the school. The principal's fury left the female teacher trembling in fear. Suddenly, the female teacher felt someone tugging at her. Turning around, she saw Chen Mu pulling her behind him, bravely confronting the furious principal. Just as the atmosphere was poised to escalate, Chen Mu unexpectedly broke into a smile. "Mr. Principal, having come from afar, I present this modest gift as a token of respect." With that, he reached into his spatial ring and produced a large box of fine liquor and 2 exquisite cartons of cigarettes. The principal's expression clearly faltered at the sight of the gifts. His face displayed a mix of rage and astonishment, creating a rather comical scene. He had not anticipated that this individual would present such lavish offerings upon their first encounter. This left the principal momentarily at a loss. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. With the gifts in hand, how could he possibly dismiss Chen Mu? You are Chen, right?" The principal's tone noticeably softened, and the impatience in his gaze began to dissipate. Chen Mu was not finished yet. After purchasing a watch for the Duke, he had acquired a few more after leaving the Duke's residence. It seemed that the bizarre individual had a penchant for such items, so he thought it prudent to procure several more, as they might prove useful in the future. He then retrieved a small box from his spatial ring and, smiling, handed it to the principal. The surface of the box was adorned with golden threads, exuding an air of opulence. Upon seeing the luxurious packaging, the principal's eyes shifted, realizing that the contents of the box were likely extraordinary. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of a lavish watch, a rare piece indeed. The principal's pupils constricted sharply. He could hardly believe his eyes. A watch worth over 300,000. Good heavens! Are humans today so affluent? No. It seems that it is Chen Mu who is truly wealthy. With gifts amounting to hundreds of thousands being lavishly bestowed, even the principal, who usually maintains an air of superiority, can no longer keep up appearances. Ah, Chen, why such formality? As the principal, I have a fondness for diligent and inquisitive students. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me directly. There's no need for gifts. It's quite extravagant. The principal, seemingly transformed, cheerfully accepted the presents, affectionately patting Chen Mu on the shoulder, as if encountering a cherished student after many years apart. Warmth and enthusiasm radiated from him. This stark contrast left the female teacher bewildered. Was this really the principal she knew? In her memory, he had never been so amiable. In the face of other anomalies, he had always maintained a stern demeanor, particularly towards humans. Chen Mu, having audaciously invaded the principal's office, had surely provoked his ire to the fullest. Logically, one would expect Chen Mu to either perish or be severely incapacitated. Yet, the scene before her was utterly divergent from her expectations. The only individuals likely to receive such a cordial reception from the principal, aside from Chen Mu, would be the board members. If other anomalies were to witness this, their jaws would undoubtedly drop. Principal, you are too kind. I merely have a small matter to trouble you with, Chen Mu said with a cheerful tone. Upon hearing Chen Mu's polite words, the principal's delight only grew. Such wealth accompanied by such decorum. Within mere minutes, Chen Mu had garnered the principal's admiration. Whatever trouble you face, do not hesitate to share. There is nothing within the entire Night Academy that I cannot resolve. Has a teacher offended you? Do not worry. I shall address it immediately. The principal patted his chest and exclaimed, No. Please don't be in such a hurry, Mr. Principal. I have a fine case of wine to present to you, Chen Mu replied, retrieving a box of wine from his spatial ring. However, whether by accident or design, he inadvertently brought forth a small token alongside it. The token clattered to the ground, producing a clear and crisp sound. The principal looked down and nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. The token of the trickster. Chen Mu actually possessed a trickster's token. The implications were not lost on the principal. It signified that Chen Mu had at least one trickster backing him. This human was not to be trifled with. I'm just a young man, rather clumsy. I tend to drop things, Chen Mu chuckled, lowering his head with a hint of embarrassment as he picked up the token and returned it to his spatial ring. In that moment, a seriousness and gravity crept into the principal's expression. The intentional display of the token suggested that he had formidable support. How infuriating. The principal understood well that someone like Chen Mu, with wealth and connections, was not to be angered. It was imperative to appease him and fulfill his requests. At once, the principal produced his treasure tea leaves and personally brewed a cup of tea for Chen Mu, extending a warm welcome. Student Chen, whatever your request may be, as long as it is within my power, I shall see it fulfilled, the principal assured him. A female teacher cast a sympathetic glance at the principal, likely realizing he was unaware of the extent of Chen Mu's ambitions. If only the principal knew that Chen Mu intended to purchase the school. She wondered what his reaction would be. Mr. Principal, I have but a modest request, Chen Mu remarked with a faint smile. I am prepared to offer 10 billion to acquire Dark Knight Academy. Upon hearing this, the principal choked on his tea, which sputtered from his mouth. 10 billion? To purchase a school? This is an astronomical sum. What on earth are you saying? You wish to buy the school? Such a colossal transaction was mentioned so nonchalantly by Chen Mu that one might think he had merely wandered into a market to declare, I will buy a block of tofu for $1. Why, one might wonder, did Chen Mu display no hint of anxiety regarding this significant investment? To him, the prospect of spending 10 billion on an institution seemed utterly commonplace. The principal coughed discreetly, unable to suppress his surprise. Had it not been for the lavish gifts Chen Mu had bestowed, amounting to several hundred thousand, he might have dismissed this as a jest. Student Chen, our institution is valued at approximately 70 billion. I am aware, Chen Mu nodded. Therefore, my offer of 10 billion to acquire it leaves you with no grounds for refusal. Chen Mu understood that in the aftermath of the bizarre apocalypse, Dark Knight Academy would evolve into a colossal entity, rivaling even the Infernal Bank. At that level, no amount of hell currency would suffice for acquisition. Tens of billions of such currency would be inadequate. Seizing the moment while the bizarre apocalypse was still in its infancy, his investment of 10 billion, while seemingly a loss, would ultimately prove to be a significant gain. The principal hesitated, his tone wavering. Such an immense amount of hell currency. I may possess numerous shortcomings, but one thing I'm never short of is money. Chen Mu clapped his hands, and a cascade of brand new, ghostly currency filled half the office. A staggering 100 million ghost coins emerged effortlessly from his grasp. Witnessing such formidable financial prowess, the principal was left astounded. Half of his office was inundated with ghostly wealth. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such an abundance of riches. Beside him, a female teacher was so taken aback that she collapsed onto the floor, her eyes gleaming with awe as she gazed at Chen Mu. What a colossal tycoon he was! After several moments, the principal regained his composure from the shock. He looked at Chen Mu, inhaled deeply, and said, "Student Chen, your financial resources surpass my wildest imagination. I can see that you possess enough wealth to purchase Dark Knight Academy. However, I cannot sell it to you, for it transcends monetary considerations. To be candid, should you acquire Dark Knight Academy, you would violate the established rules. Breaching these rules would lead to your demise." Chapter 47. You dare to defy the rules. Rules? What rules? Chen Mu inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. In his previous life, he had never purchased a school, and thus was unaware of the intricacies involved. The principal explained, "In truth, the school does not belong to me. I merely act on behalf of the board of directors in managing it. The board has instituted a series of regulations, one of which pertains to the sale of the school. They have decreed that while Dark Knight Academy is valued at 7 billion ghost coins, it can be acquired by a human for merely 100 million ghost coins. However, you, being astute, should recognize this as a trap. The board has also stipulated that if a human purchases Dark Knight Academy, the moment they sign the contract, they will meet their end. Originally, I was not supposed to disclose the second rule to you, but in light of the numerous gifts you have bestowed upon me, I feel compelled to offer you this kind reminder." Chen Mu's expression suddenly shifted. The board members of the Knight Academy are truly malicious. A school valued at 7 billion selling itself to humanity for a mere 100 million. This is an exceedingly tempting bait, one that no one could possibly resist. Once individuals sign the contract and violate the second rule, they are inexorably met with a death sentence enforced by the power of the rule. Naturally, the 100 million ghost coins in their possession become ownerless and are subsequently seized by the board members. This is a meticulously crafted trap targeting the affluent among humanity. If Chen Mu's memory serves him correctly, in his previous life, he had heard of an exceedingly wealthy individual who amassed 100 million ghost coins in just 2 short years. This individual then set their sights on the Knight Academy, which, coincidentally, was offering a staggering 90% discount, selling for 100 million. Naturally, this wealthy magnate proceeded to purchase the Knight Academy. At that time, many, including Chen Mu, were enviously exclaiming how fortunate this magnate was to acquire the academy for such a paltry sum. It was indeed a matter of envy and jealousy. Subsequently, this affluent individual suddenly vanished without a trace, along with their 100 million ghost coins. Now, Chen Mu understands that this wealthy magnate must have met their demise after signing the contract and violating the rule. Their 100 million ghost coins were greedily devoured by the board members of the Knight Academy. What a cunning trap! Had it not been for Chen Mu's generosity in presenting the principal with extravagant gifts worth hundreds of thousands, he would not have forged such a friendship with the principal, who, in turn, would not have benevolently advised him. With such a rule laid before him, it seemed that Chen Mu, under any circumstance, would be unable to acquire the Knight Academy. The first law of the bizarre apocalypse dictates that no one can defy the rules. However, since there are rules, exceptions must exist. Chen Mu intends to be that exception. With a sum of 100 million underworld coins, he could procure the formidable influence of the Knight Academy, equivalent to the power of the Bank of the Underworld in the later stages. a temptation far too great to resist. Even Chen Mu could not turn down such a lure. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his gaze to the principal, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Principal, I wish to buy the Night Academy for 100 million. Upon hearing Chen Mu's declaration, the principal was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say?" he exclaimed, naturally believing he had misheard. How could Chen Mu, fully aware of the impending peril, still wish to purchase the Night Academy? Either Chen Mu had lost his senses, or he had misheard. The principal opted for the latter, convinced he had simply misunderstood. To his astonishment, Chen Mu reiterated emphatically, "I said, I wish to buy the Night Academy." The principal found himself stunned once more. It was not a misunderstanding. Rather, it was Chen Mu who had lost his wits. Was this young man truly willing to risk his life for money? They say people die for wealth, just as birds perish for food, yet this was an entirely different game. Acquiring the Night Academy would undoubtedly lead to his demise. What good would the Night Academy be if Chen Mu were dead? The female teacher beside them was equally astonished. Is this how the wealthy conduct themselves, so defiantly? A jade worth 10,000 is offered without hesitation, yet one's own life is dismissed so casually. Truly, what a remarkable personality. Have you considered this thoroughly? 100 million is indeed a trifling sum, but one must fear that while you may have the means to acquire it, you might not possess the vitality to enjoy it. The principal, being a man of integrity, took the liberty to remind Chen Mu once more. Chen Mu, having made his decision, nodded and declared, "This room, priced at 100 million, shall be my payment. Present the contract. We shall formalize our agreement." Although the principal is not a board member, he has been endowed with the authority to sign contracts by the board, a convenience to facilitate transactions. After all, it would be quite cumbersome for board members to convene from afar merely to sign a contract. They are well aware of the rules they have established. No one can survive to purchase the Night Academy. This is the law, an unparalleled authority in this bizarre, apocalyptic realm. No one, no specter, can defy these rules. The principal retrieved a stack of contracts from the safe, placing them upon the desk before taking up a pen to inscribe his name. "By signing this contract, you, dear student Chen, shall possess the Night Academy, along with the principal and the entire faculty. However, I must caution you, entering this agreement will breach the established rules. The stipulation states that any human who acquires the Night Academy shall meet their demise the moment the contract is signed." Without hesitation, Chen Mu accepted the pen and elegantly inscribed his name upon the contract. The principal sighed in resignation, lamenting the futility of persuasion, despite countless warnings. Chen Mu remained resolute in his fatal decision. The female teacher's gaze was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why Chen Mu was so intent on signing a contract that would lead to his death. At the moment the signature was inscribed, an overwhelming force surged into Chen Mu's body. This power, imbued with darkness and ferocity, rampaged within him, intent on tearing him apart. This was the force of the rules, which had begun to take effect, aiming to bring about Chen Mu's demise. However, just as this force was about to rend him asunder, an array of invisible armor suddenly manifested within him, safeguarding his vital organs. The tumultuous energy clashed violently, yet could not breach the protective armor. Ultimately, after a brief tumult, the force of the rules began to dissipate. The internal energy clash merely caused Chen Mu to shudder twice. His body quickly returned to normal. The anticipated carnage did not materialize. Holding the contract, at that moment, the entire Dark Knight Academy became Chen Mu's domain. The principal and the female teacher waited in stunned silence for several seconds, expecting an explosion from Chen Mu. Instead, he stood before them as if nothing had occurred, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Why are you still alive?" The principal's expression was one of sheer astonishment. He could hardly recall how many times he had been shocked that day. Ever since encountering Chen Mu, this young man had consistently left him astounded, time and again. The female teacher gazed at Chen Mu in disbelief, as if witnessing an apparition. At that moment, Chen Mu's demeanor transcended the comprehension of both the principal and the female teacher. How could anyone defy the rules? If the rules dictated death, how could he thrive? This was unfathomable. It defied all logic. Could it be that in this bizarre apocalyptic world, someone truly possessed the ability to oppose the rules? This is utterly astonishing. Chen Mu, with a radiant smile, gazed at the astonished and envious expressions of the two individuals and calmly remarked, "Have either of you heard of an artifact of bizarre, general grade, known as the Death Heavy Armor?" Chapter 48. I am but a humble individual, and I just happen to possess a piece of equipment. Death Heavy Armor? The female teacher appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend such a formidable artifact at her level. However, the principal, being a formidable figure himself, was on the verge of becoming a bizarre general and had heard of the illustrious reputation of the Death Heavy Armor. According to legend, there exists an artifact capable of resisting the supreme power of rules. This artifact is known as the Death Heavy Armor. In the entire realm of the bizarre apocalypse, only one such artifact exists that can withstand the forces of rules. The Death Heavy Armor, a legendary item that can defy fate itself, is a singularity in this vast world. The principal spoke in awe. The Death Heavy Armor is an object that countless individuals yearn for. I am but a humble individual, and I just happen to possess the Death Heavy Armor. Chen Mu replied with a cheerful demeanor. As he finished speaking, a faint glow of the Death Heavy Armor enveloped his entire being, rendering him extraordinarily ethereal. You actually possess the Death Heavy Armor. The principal could not contain his astonishment. No wonder he dared to confront the rules set by the board members. No wonder he had the audacity to sign the contract. He possessed such an extraordinary artifact. Even though he was already stunned, this revelation left the principal in utter shock. In this bizarre apocalypse, there exists only one artifact capable of countering the power of rules, and it astonishingly resides in Chen Mu's hands. It can be said that Chen Mu is the only individual capable of defying the rules in this bizarre apocalypse. What an extraordinary ability. To refer to oneself as lacking talent is truly an understatement. Does that not render others utterly inept? Why employ such a humble tone while uttering such ostentatious words? Infuriating. He has yet again succeeded in showcasing his prowess. However, I recall that the Death Armor was in the possession of the Duke. Years ago, the Duke, in pursuit of the Death Armor, engaged in a fierce battle with numerous enigmatic generals, leaving chaos in his wake. How did you come to possess the Death Armor? The principal could not help but inquire. I am merely lacking in talent and have a slight acquaintance with the Duke, Chen Mu replied with a chuckle. Suddenly, the principal recalled that the token which Chen Mu had dropped earlier was indeed the Duke's token. You have acquired the Duke's token, and you describe this as a mere acquaintance? How infuriating. He has once again outshone us. Just how many hidden cards does this young man possess? The principal discerned that while Chen Mu appeared calm and composed, he had a penchant for showmanship. In just half an hour of their meeting, he has already flaunted several times. Yet, each display was executed with such seamless grace. He truly possesses such formidable strength. Those powerful board members lurking in the shadows have now met their match, ultimately losing their investment. Not only did they fail to exploit Chen Mu's resources, but they also sold Dark Knight Academy for a mere 100 million. To speak frankly, Dark Knight Academy is the finest institution in this extraordinary apocalypse, a prestigious school among the most distinguished. Due to the constraints of the rules, apart from Chen Mu, no other human, regardless of wealth, can acquire school. Should they attempt to purchase an institution, they would violate the rules and face execution. It can be said that Chen Mu is the sole human who possesses a school in this bizarre apocalyptic world. Moreover, he owns the finest institution, the Knight Academy. Chen Mu has truly triumphed in this endeavor. Not only that, but the principal and teachers have also become his subordinates. The principal boasts formidable strength, surpassing the rank of the bizarre leader yet not quite reaching that of the bizarre general. Strictly speaking, the principal is classified as a half-step bizarre general. Aside from the Duke, the principal stands as the most powerful entity Chen Mu has encountered in this peculiar realm. Unlike the Duke, whose relationship with Chen Mu is primarily collaborative, the principal is entirely under Chen Mu's command. Chen Mu can issue orders to the principal as if commanding a subordinate, reinforcing his authority. With a half-step bizarre general at his disposal, Chen Mu's power has significantly amplified. Having returned from his rebirth, within just a few short days, Chen Mu has achieved remarkable success. His enterprises now encompass the Night Academy and the Midnight Diner, with his most formidable subordinates reaching the half-step Azar general level. Furthermore, the teachers, all clad in uniforms, exhibit impressive prowess. The least among them possesses the strength of a Bazaar soldier, with the majority attaining the rank of Bazaar leader. After all, the Night Academy, being a prestigious institution within the realm of the Bazaar, undoubtedly boasts capable instructors. Most importantly, Chen Mu has reached this level with an investment of just over 100 million. Mr. Chen, please take a seat. The bald principal, discerning Chen Mu's status as the chairman, quickly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, eagerly inviting Chen Mu to occupy his rightful position. Chen Mu waved his hand, humbly expressing, "I'm not particularly adept at managing a school. The management of the school shall be entrusted to you." Chen Mu has numerous tasks to attend to and a wealth waiting to be spent. How could he possibly squander his time on school administration? The principal possesses considerable capability, and from the memories of a past life, under his stewardship, Night Academy flourished remarkably. Chen Mu is content to be a hands-off overseer, allowing the principal to continue his governance. Upon hearing that Chen Mu wished for him to remain principal, the bald-headed principal felt an immense weight lift from his heart. Mr. Chen is truly benevolent to place such trust in him and allow him to maintain his position. This trust from Mr. Chen must not be betrayed. Promptly, the principal hurriedly used a megaphone to summon all the teachers to gather and meet the new board member. Within 10 minutes, over 100 teachers assembled before Chen Mu. Upon realizing that the new board member was human, the teachers' faces displayed astonishment. What could this mean? How did the new board member become a human? I believe I have encountered this individual before. He was the sole one to answer the examination. He participated in the exam. A sense of foreboding enveloped me. Indeed, the deadly examination was terrifying. He must have been thoroughly frightened and likely harbors thoughts of revenge against us. We are doomed. The teachers engaged in animated discussion, their faces etched with concern. Unexpectedly, Chen Mu's subsequent words took them by surprise. He declared, "From this day forth, Night Academy shall be my enterprise. I come to Night Academy to accomplish 3 objectives: increase funds, and once more increase funds. The salaries of all staff members shall be doubled. All employees, akin to those of the Midnight Canteen, are entitled to a daily respite of 4 hours. The meals provided to staff are contracted through the Midnight Canteen, allowing all employees to dine free of charge. My singular request is for you to labor diligently, transforming the Dark Night Academy into a premier institution within a month's time." Chen Mu's proclamation left the attending teachers utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that instead of seeking retribution, Chen Mu would bestow upon them such generous privileges. Their monthly salary, a mere 2,000, would now double to an impressive 4,000. Such a sum is indeed substantial, far beyond what one could spend. As for holidays? Were holidays? These teachers, classified as peculiar employees, had never even heard of such a concept. Yet, Chen Mu graciously granted them 4 hours of leave each day. The teachers present were moved to tears, exclaiming, "Chairman Chen, you are truly a benevolent ruler." Indeed, in the realm of the uncanny, the term benevolent ruler is a compliment. Chapter 49. Everyone wishes to align with Chen Mu. Upon concluding his announcement amidst the teachers' cheers, Chen Mu declared the meeting adjourned. As soon as the meeting dispersed, the principal entered the broadcasting room, activated the intercom, and declared, "Student Chen Mu has just signed a contract to acquire the Dark Night Academy. I am the principal of this institution, and I hereby announce that the board of directors will now be renamed to honor Chen Mu. Chairman Chen shall assume the role of the supreme leader of the Dark Night Academy." Not long after the critical examination had concluded, some students had yet to depart, while certain parents rushed in to collect their children. Consequently, the school remained bustling with students. Naturally, they all heard the school's announcement. Upon the first listening, the students thought they must have misheard. A board member? Isn't that the highest authority within the school? Chen Mu? Isn't that a student's name? How could a student possibly become a board member? What a farce! However, The principal did not stop at just one broadcast. To hold the position of principal at Dark Knight High School, one must have perfected the art of flattery. After all, a single mention would not suffice. Insufficient praise could be seen as disloyalty, demonstrating his adeptness at sycophancy. The principal repeated over the loudspeaker 3 times. Chen Mu has become the sole board member of Dark Knight High School, the highest authority of Dark Knight High School. Chen Mu has become the sole board member of Dark Knight High School, the highest authority of Dark Knight High School. Chen Mu has become the sole board member of Dark Knight High School, the highest authority of Dark Knight High School. To emphasize the significance of the announcement, he deemed it necessary to repeat it thrice, which was still insufficient. The principal promptly had a banner crafted and displayed at the school entrance. Thus, the students and parents were met with a shocking sight. Several peculiar individuals, in a flurry of activity, hastily hung a black banner at the school gate. In this bizarre realm, black symbolizes celebration and admiration. The banner proclaimed, "Board member Chen Mu has purchased Dark Knight High School for a substantial sum," becoming the sole board member. With this wave of publicity, everyone within the institution was made aware of Chen Mu's ascension to the highest leadership role. Suddenly, a student exclaimed, "Chen Mu, I remember now. Didn't he just acquire the Midnight Diner? If I remember correctly, he also participated in the deadly examination." Indeed, he was the only candidate to answer the questions. Just moments ago, we were all mere students. How is it that in a matter of mere minutes, he has transformed into a member of the board? The disparity between individuals is far greater than that between humans and the bizarre. Can there truly be someone so affluent? My worldview has been utterly overturned. Chen Mu stood before the window of the principal's office, gazing at the throng of students gathered at the entrance of the campus, awaiting his emergence. Undoubtedly, these former classmates have now begun to entertain thoughts of aligning themselves with Chen Mu. The boys were inquiring about whether brother Chen Mu was accepting disciples. The girls were gossiping, curious if Chen Mu was still single. Chen Mu found himself both amused and bewildered. Goodness, it has barely been 3 days since his rebirth. Yet he has transitioned from an obscure high school student to an object of widespread adoration. This transformation is astonishingly swift. However, as a person of modest demeanor and with a bit of wealth, Chen Mu had no intention of taking on so many followers. He understood well that in this bizarre apocalypse, human hearts can be even more terrifying than the bizarre itself. At least those under the influence of the bizarre are bound by contracts and cannot betray him. However, humans are unpredictable. Just yesterday, they were brothers as close as kin or couples in perfect harmony. Today, they might turn against one another. Human nature is inscrutable. Enough of this. Let the teachers go for their meals. I, too, must take my leave as there are other matters to attend to," Chen Mu stated, departing from the principal's office. Behind him, the principal, accompanied by a group of teachers, bowed in farewell as Chen Mu departed. As he walked away, Chen Mu pondered over his forthcoming plans. According to the previous plan, Chen Mu, having acquired the Dark Knight Academy, now possesses 2 significant enterprises, a hotel and a school, marking him as a person of modest wealth. It is time for him to purchase a luxurious mansion. In his past life, Chen Mu was an ordinary individual, residing in a dilapidated and gloomy community where the abode was dark and damp, and the appliances were old and yellowed. Having been reborn into this peculiar post-apocalyptic world, while others languished in despair, constantly worrying about their survival, Chen Mu instead found prosperity and now aspired to dwell in a grand mansion spanning several thousand square feet, complete with a swimming pool and garden. He had long since set his sights on a target, the upscale villa district known as Shanshui Court. Prior to the onset of this bizarre era, the prices in Shanshui Court had soared to hundreds of thousands per square meter. To purchase a villa, Chen Mu would have had to abstain from food and drink, laboring for a millennium to afford it. However, with the arrival of this peculiar apocalypse, it was rumored that Shanshui Court had become an eerie landscape. Should he manage to acquire it, a luxurious villa would be his at last. Without permanent assets, one lacks steadfastness. Thus, securing a residence is paramount to thriving in one's endeavors. Chen Mu resolved to visit Shanshui Court first, to procure a lavish villa, and subsequently, he would acquire a hospital. In due course, countless peculiar beings seeking medical attention would be compelled to seek his assistance. With a hotel, a school, a hospital, a villa, and formidable allies among the enigmatic, he would truly become the sovereign of the city. The future gleamed with promise. With this thought, Chen Mu retrieved his phone, preparing to summon a driver. Meanwhile, after his departure, the teachers at the school were readying themselves for a meal. It was already 11 o'clock at midnight, which, in this strange realm, signified the time for lunch. What did Director Chen just say? Working for Director Chen guarantees you fine food and drink, and the teachers can enjoy complimentary meals at the Midnight Canteen. The teachers have heard of the illustrious Midnight Canteen. It was said that not long ago, the Midnight Canteen was a rather low-end establishment, frequented only by those with limited means. However, it has come to light that merely 2 days prior, a wealthy entrepreneur acquired the Midnight Canteen. Since then, its status has soared remarkably, with an array of popular dishes being crafted. The staff at the Midnight Canteen have become exceptionally warm and hospitable. It feels less like they're working for a boss and more like they're laboring for their own kin. It is rumored that just a day ago, a hotel owner attempted to cause a scene at the Midnight Canteen. Upon the arrival of the canteen's owner, the hotelier was so frightened that he fled, ultimately taking his own life to quell the owner's wrath. What a formidable background this is. From that point onward, the Midnight Canteen has undergone a transformation. Now rebranded as the Midnight Hotel, the most upscale establishment in the entire city. At this moment, one of the teachers recalled something and suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. I heard them say that the owner of the Midnight Hotel is also named Chen Mu." What was that name? Chen Mu. Yes, Director Chen. The owner of the Midnight Hotel is also Director Chen. Just how wealthy is our new school director? I have heard that the dining at the Midnight Hotel is exceptional. Director Chen is quite generous to allow us to dine there for our work meals. A peculiar teacher, observing the excitement of his colleagues, could not refrain from dousing their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. The dining options at the Midnight Hotel may be commendable, but they are intended for paying guests. When we dine on work meals, do you truly expect anything delectable? Merely having something to eat is already a blessing. Surely, you do not believe that Director Chen is so generous as to provide you with a meal of high caliber for employees. In Chapter 50, one might ponder Director Chen. Could it be that you have a misunderstanding regarding the work meals? It is not entirely surprising that this peculiar teacher harbors such thoughts. After all, in the bizarre world they inhabit, workers possess no rights. Employers neglect to disburse salaries, and vacations are a distant fantasy. In such a dreadful working environment, to speak of work meals is absurd. What other employers offer cannot truly be termed work meals. They are merely ambiguous, viscous substances that barely sustain life. Previously, the board members of the Night Academy provided work meals that were even inferior to refuse. Thus, upon hearing the term work meal, some teachers experience a form of PTSD, having been psychologically scarred by their past experiences. With a sense of trepidation, this group of educators arrived at the Midnight Hotel. The Midnight Hotel comprises 2 locations, a headquarters and a branch. The headquarters is situated within the Night Academy, formerly known as the Midnight Canteen. The branch emerged after the owner, gripped by fear, took his own life, leading to the conversion of his hotel into the branch of the Midnight Hotel. The teachers found themselves at the headquarters of the Midnight Hotel. As they stepped through the main entrance, the enticing aroma of culinary delights enveloped them. Flanking the entrance stood 2 welcoming attendants. Upon seeing the teachers enter, the attendants beamed with smiles, bowing enthusiastically in greeting. The fervor of their welcome startled the teachers. Such a fervent and enthusiastic work ethic is undoubtedly not born from coercion. It emanates from a heartfelt passion for the job and an admiration for Mr. Chen. The teachers were ushered into a spacious room adorned with long tables, each laden with an exquisite array of delicacies. Dishes such as braised enigmatic fish, steamed mysterious shrimp, and oil-braised giant insects graced the tables, alongside the renowned explosive boiled blood pudding. The sight of such an abundant feast left the teachers utterly astonished. One by one, they exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether they had arrived at the correct venue. This lavish spread was composed entirely of top-tier cuisine. Even when treating esteemed guests at a restaurant, these teachers would seldom indulge in such exquisite dishes, not out of desire, but due to the exorbitant costs. The entire table of dishes could easily surpass 2 years' worth of their salaries. "Manager, have you perhaps brought us to the wrong place?" inquired the teacher who had earlier questioned Mr. Chen, addressing Li Xiaoxiao beside her. As the hotel manager, Li Xiaoxiao smiled and clarified, "I apologize, but the host informed us at the last moment, so our prepared work meal may seem somewhat modest. We kindly ask for your understanding. While these dishes may appear simplistic, they're all part of a buffet. Please feel free to indulge, and we will replenish anything that falls short. This is a benefit bestowed upon you by the host." The host she referred to, of course, was Mr. Chen, the school director. Upon hearing this, the teachers present were left speechless. The extravagant and exquisite food was indeed prepared for them. By previous standards, such culinary delights were reserved for the reception of esteemed guests by the principal. Yet now Mr. Chen, as the director, had deemed this a mere work meal. Moreover, is it truly a buffet? Is this what one might call inadequate hospitality? The simplicity of the arrangements is eclipsed by Chen Mu's generosity, which has far surpassed their expectations. Does such an exemplary employer truly exist in this world? In that fleeting moment, the teacher who had previously questioned Chen Mu felt tears welling in the corners of her eyes. After so many years of being an enigmatic educator, she was experiencing, for the first time, the profound sensation of being respected. Observing the enthusiastic hotel staff around her, she suddenly comprehended the source of Chen Dong's employees' fervent dedication. Chen Dong genuinely regards them as comrades. A scholar would sacrifice for a true friend. One could envision that if, at this very moment, a deceptive individual were to threaten to overthrow Chen Mu, every employee present, even armed merely with brooms, would rise to defend him with fervor. Overwhelmed with emotion, these educators began to partake in the buffet. While serving their meals, some peculiar teachers took out their phones to capture images of the delectable dishes before them. Do not misunderstand. In this bizarre apocalypse, the peculiar have also adapted to contemporary advancements, possessing smartphones and other electronic devices, much like in certain strange films where the uncanny emerges from televisions. Moreover, the internet is replete with various peculiar scenarios. Some individuals, inadvertently clicking on emails, find themselves ensnared in bizarre situations. As an oddity, it is quite normal for me to own a mobile device. These peculiar educators began to showcase their work meals across the strange internet. Before long, videos with titles such as "Shocking, the boss actually serves us this," and "Fellow comrades, you won't believe it, I found a Yama boss," began to appear. Today, we shall unveil the culinary experiences of Chairman Chen's employees. An array of ostentatious videos has surfaced from all corners of the world, showcasing extravagant feasts. Yet, ironically, the titles read, "Just another ordinary meal." Those who witnessed these videos were left astounded, inundating the comments with inquiries. What sort of lavish dinner is this? Surely, this meal must cost tens of thousands of ghostly coins. Is this truly what you call a work meal? Have you perhaps misconstrued the concept of a work meal? Spare us the hyperbole. Where could one possibly procure such a dining experience? I would rush over to work for the boss without expecting any remuneration. A midnight hotel? This establishment is nothing short of luxurious. You claim to be dining here for work? Almost immediately, something responded, "May your entire family be resurrected." This is a work meal. In this peculiar world, the phrase "resurrect your entire family" serves as a malicious curse, akin to wishing for their untimely demise. This is indeed Chairman Chen's work meal. The Dark Knight Academy and the Midnight Hotel are currently in a rapid recruitment phase, welcoming all to join. Chairman Chen genuinely regards everyone as kin. To forego working for him would equate to a life wasted. These videos rapidly disseminated throughout the enigmatic realm, leaving countless beings in a state of disbelief. Is there truly such a benevolent employer in existence? On the fringes of the Dark Knight Academy, several ghostly soldiers are lurking in shadowy corners. It is now the witching hour, the perfect time for restless spirits and phantoms to roam. As individuals tread along the path, they must exercise utmost caution, for peculiar entities may emerge at any moment. These entities lurk specifically around educational institutions, engaging in the business of lending. Once an individual enters into a loan agreement with them, the terms are exceedingly harsh. Failure to repay in the form of ghostly currency results in a violation of their stringent rules, leading to a fatal consequence. At this moment, these entities are engrossed in watching a video on a mobile device. "Boss, take a look at this video," one subordinate eagerly offers, revealing a scene from the darkly enchanting academy, where eerie instructors indulge in a feast. "I've seen this video as well. Such indulgence is indeed tantalizing," the leader muses, unable to suppress a wistful sigh. "Why don't we seek refuge with Chairman Chen?" suggests a subordinate. "Seek refuge? Huh." The leader chuckles derisively. "Do you think we are of any significance? With our meager capabilities, Chairman Chen wouldn't even spare us a glance. Encountering Chairman Chen would necessitate us bowing before him. And you dare to consider aligning with him? Have you pondered whether he would even acknowledge your existence?" At that moment, on the shadowy sidewalk, a figure advances slowly. "Cease your delusions of working for Chairman Chen. Such fantasies exist only in dreams. Focus on the present and muster your energy to promote our loans to that individual." The leader of the entities urges fervently. The person approaching is none other than Chen Mu. To evade the entanglements of students and parents, he has deliberately avoided the school entrance, opting for a secluded path. Chen Mu keenly perceives the presence of several entities lurking in the darkness, fixated upon him. Moreover, it becomes evident that they intend to launch an assault. Chapter 51. The entities shall never be subjugated, unless, on the desolate path shrouded in darkness, not a single soul traversed except for Chen Mu. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the temperature to steadily drop. Strangely, the dim streetlight ahead flickered twice before extinguishing completely. Chen Mu understood that these ominous signs heralded his entanglement with wandering spirits and eerie apparitions. The term wandering spirits and eerie apparitions refers to the mysterious entities that linger beyond the veil of the uncanny. Their appearances are unpredictable, both in time and place. One could encounter such a being while perusing a shopping mall, or perhaps while momentarily closing one's eyes to wash one's hair in the shower, only to find an unsettling presence lurking behind. As the bizarre apocalypse unfolds, such occurrences are destined to proliferate. Walking alone at night has become perilous. Even the pathways outside the campus are rife with wandering spirits and eerie apparitions, a grim indication of the worsening state of this uncanny world. Chen Mu halted his steps, standing still in the shadows. Beneath the flickering streetlight, several shadowy figures emerged. Dressed in suits, adorned with ties, and clutching briefcases, they bore the semblance of salespeople. A closer inspection would reveal their faces, ghastly pale as if they belonged to the deceased. It was evident that they were otherworldly. "Excuse me, sir. We're here to offer loan services. Might you be in need of a loan?" The leader of the spectral figures inquired, a stiff smile contorting its ghastly visage. In the darkness, its expression appeared particularly chilling. "I'm afraid I have no need for that," Chen Mu replied, furrowing his brow to decline. He had pressing matters to attend to. The driver awaited him at the intersection ahead, and he was headed to purchase a grand residence in the Shanshui courtyard. He had no time to engage in idle chatter with a few eerie apparitions. "Sir, our interest rates are truly exceptional. If you examine our contract, you will find that borrowing 100,000 from us incurs an annual interest of merely 100, which is less than the cost of a bottle of water. You could deposit the same amount in a bank and earn several thousand annually without any effort." The salesman, employing a seductive rhetoric, sought to entice Chen Mu into taking a loan. A person like Chen Mu, appearing to be a mere student, would be an easy target for deception. However, to their astonishment, Chen Mu merely chuckled, instantly discerning their ruse. "Engaging in wordplay with me, are you? If I were to sign the contract and borrow your money, it would be human currency. Yet, when it comes time to repay, you would inform me that I owe you 100 underworld coins. For an ordinary person, 100 underworld coins would be an insurmountable debt, even beyond the worth of their life." At that moment, You would be able to claim their very existence according to your rules, would you not? Spare me such petty tricks. Do not flaunt your skills before me. With just a few concise remarks, Chen Mu unraveled the underlying trap. The salesmen were left aghast, gazing at Chen Mu in disbelief. How could a seemingly simple student possess such insight? They were baffled by his ability to articulate the truth so succinctly. Observing their bewildered expressions, Chen Mu smiled calmly. For an ordinary person, encountering such bizarre schemes would surely induce terror. Yet for Chen Mu, the usual malevolent spirits posed no threat. In terms of knowledge, wisdom, and strength, he effortlessly surpassed these petty deceptions. This is a testament to Chen Mu's burgeoning power. In this eerie, apocalyptic world, it will not take long for the restless spirits and bizarre entities to proliferate within a fortnight. At that juncture, the ordinary man's peaceful existence will come to an abrupt end, while others live in constant trepidation, grappling with strange assignments and fervently praying to avoid encounters with these uncanny beings. Chen Mu remains utterly unfazed. The common aberrations pose no threat to him whatsoever, such as the disparity between individuals. I perceive that your strengths are commendable, all of you being of the aberration leader caliber. How about this? Would you be interested in serving as my security personnel? Chen Mu observed their formidable abilities and began to consider enlisting them. To expand his influence, recruiting employees is indispensable. A few aberration leaders acting as security for the Midnight Hotel would be quite advantageous. Any external troublemakers would have to reconsider the consequences of their actions. However, it must be noted that aberration leaders are regarded as the elite class among the uncanny. To suggest they serve as mere security is nothing short of an affront. As anticipated, Chen Mu's proposal incited furious indignation among the entities. A mere human. You dare to insult us? To suggest we serve as security? By what right do you presume to enslave the uncanny? The era of the aberration has arrived, and humanity shall ultimately be subjugated. The atmosphere grew tense, the temperature plummeting as the entities seethed with rage. Yet, Chen Mu remained unperturbed, calmly stating, I understand your urgency. But please hold your horses. I have yet to mention the terms of employment. Accommodation and meals will be provided, with a monthly salary of 10,000. You will enjoy 4 hours of leisure each day and paid leave every month. One can indulge in the Midnight Hotel's exquisite staff meals, accompanied by benefits such as shopping vouchers and year-end bonuses. If you diligently follow my lead, promotions and salary increases will elevate you to the pinnacle of success. This is no mere fantasy. Upon hearing Chen Mu's generous offer, several peculiar beings exchanged bewildered glances, their first instinct being disbelief. Surely, this human must be jesting. Such favorable conditions are simply unimaginable, even for the most formidable forces in the realm of the uncanny, like the netherworld or the bank of the underworld. The only entities that might offer comparable benefits would be the midnight canteen run by Chun Dong and the Night Academy. Wait, did he just mention the staff meals of the Midnight Canteen? Could it be that he is? Chun Dong, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Mu. They call me Chun Dong or Boss Chun, he remarked with a smile. At that moment, one of the strange beings suddenly recalled having seen Chun Dong's photograph in a video, and the resemblance to the young man before them was uncanny. No wonder he could effortlessly discern the trap. With such prowess, it was no surprise that Chen Dong could unveil the truth with ease. Recognizing Chen Mu sparked a wave of excitement among the peculiar beings, who had long dreamed of working for him, yet had been unable to find a way in. Now that Chen Mu was actively recruiting them, it felt like a stroke of luck from the heavens. Chen Dong, when do you plan to employ us? The leader of the peculiar beings quickly shifted demeanor, speaking with a fawning eagerness. If the arrangement includes meals and accommodation, a monthly salary of 10,000, 4 hours of daily leisure, paid leave each month, along with the Midnight Hotel's staff meals, shopping vouchers, and year-end bonuses, it would be truly remarkable. If this can be termed as enslavement, then these peculiar beings can only exclaim, Mr. Chun, please feel free to enslave us. These entities shall never submit unless. Soon enough, they grasped the employee card bestowed by Chen Mu and, with gleeful anticipation, made their way toward the midnight hotel. Nay, they should be running, as they could scarcely contain their eagerness to embrace a life of servitude. Along the way, these peculiar security guards encountered another strange being. Upon witnessing their exuberance, the newcomer inquired, "Why such joy? Have you perhaps eliminated numerous humans today?" The salesman replied, "No, we are on our way to work for the humans." "Work for humans? Good heavens! You have brought disgrace upon your kind by allowing yourselves to be enslaved. How, pray tell, do the humans enslave you? Mr. Chen has granted us these benefits," the enthusiastic salesman declared. Upon hearing this, the other being was left in shock. Humans are truly despicable. This life of servitude must be unbearable. We are all brethren. Relinquish your employee cards to me, and let me bear this burden on your behalf. Chapter 52. The Mountain and Water Courtyard. Chen Mu's recruitment of these peculiar beings to form his own security team was also a strategic move to cultivate his own influence. This security team would serve as the foundation upon which he would gradually build his formidable army of oddities. After the excited salesman departed, Chen Mu continued his journey. Soon arriving at the crossroads, his private taxi awaited him at the intersection. The driver alighted and respectfully opened the door for Chen Mu. Once seated, Chen Mu instructed, "To the Mountain and Water Courtyard." "Indeed, my esteemed employer." The driver pressed the accelerator, and the taxi glided smoothly along the road. During the journey, the driver suddenly remarked, "Sir, I perceive that your aura is considerably stronger than before." Upon hearing the driver's observation, Chen Mu became aware that his own strength had notably increased. What could be the reason for this? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mu deduced that it must be the influence of the Night Academy. With each enigmatic scene he acquired, his power surged significantly. Prior to purchasing the Night Academy, he possessed the strength of a peculiar soldier. However, after the acquisition, his abilities grew rapidly and imperceptibly within a matter of hours. Now, Chen Mu's strength had soared, reaching the initial level of a peculiar commander, an impressive ascent. After this elevation, Chen Mu could distinctly sense that, as a human, he was able to manipulate the mysterious energy within his body. Glancing at the spatial ring on his hand, he concentrated, directing the enigmatic energy to envelop the ring slowly. Once shrouded in this energy, the spatial ring seemed to vanish from sight. It would not be entirely accurate to say it disappeared. It remained on his hand, merely concealed by the mysterious aura, invisible to ordinary individuals and the bizarre alike. Adopting a mindset of discretion regarding his wealth, he recognized that the spatial ring was a unique artifact of the highest order, unparalleled in the bizarre apocalypse. It was prudent to keep it hidden, lest he draw unwanted attention and incite someone else's desire to seize it. The taxi moved swiftly, and, after 20 minutes, it arrived near the destination. The Mountain Water Courtyard, an upscale villa district, was nestled in the outskirts of the city, where the environment was pristine and picturesque. The air is devoid of urban pollution, and the cacophony of honking horns is absent. Surrounding the area is a verdant expanse of mountains and forests, with a moat gracefully meandering through the hills. The scenery is breathtakingly beautiful, truly deserving of the title Mountain and Water Courtyard. Chen Mu rolled down the car window, and the fresh air rushed in, invigorating him. Taking a deep breath, he felt rejuvenated. This is indeed an idyllic place to reside. Although it may seem remote, as an affluent neighborhood, the transportation is remarkably convenient. One of the subway stations on Line 1 is conveniently located right at the entrance of the Mountain and Water Courtyard. Upon exiting the community, one is met with the subway station, allowing access to any part of the city within an hour. Prefer not to take the subway. Driving poses no issue either. A broad 6-lane avenue runs directly past the entrance of the Mountain and Water Courtyard. This spacious thoroughfare is typically quiet, frequented only by the wealthy residents of the area. Chen Mu could not help but reflect on the distinct privileges of the affluent, regardless of the circumstances. They consistently enjoy the finest resources. In stark contrast, before the bizarre apocalypse, Chen Mu was merely a consumer of others' resources. After the peculiar end of the world, granted a second chance at life, he emerged as a wealthy individual in this new reality. Moreover, he is among the elite, possessing trillions in dark currency. an amount he cannot possibly exhaust. It is often said that the wealth of the rich is inexhaustible. Over the course of 2 days, the money in his pocket seemed to multiply with each expenditure. He purchased a midnight hotel for $7.5 million, and within just 2 days, earned over $2 million. He gifted the Duke over $10 million and received an item of extraordinary value worth several billion. A school, originally priced at $7 billion, was acquired for $1 billion, yielding a staggering profit of $6.9 billion. The more he spent, the more his wealth seemed to flourish. Moreover, he made a multitude of friends, which truly vexes him. As Chen Mu pondered the tribulations of a wealthy life, the driver suddenly turned his head and remarked, "Boss, my vehicle cannot enter the Shanshui courtyard." The perimeter of the Shanshui courtyard seemed to be enveloped by an invisible barrier, thwarting all outsiders. The driver's taxi was consequently hindered by this barrier, and no matter how fervently he pressed the accelerator, it could not penetrate the obstruction. Chen Mu alighted from the vehicle and approached the unseen barrier. He attempted a deep breath and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A resounding echo reverberated. The air barrier remained utterly unscathed. Chen Mu was somewhat astonished. Although he was merely a junior in the realm of the supernatural, he nonetheless possessed considerable strength. Within the hierarchy of the supernatural realm, comprising the Demon King, Demon General, Demon Long, Demon Soldier, and Demon Citizen, he had already attained elite status. Yet, his strike had yielded no effect. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that this air barrier was certainly not the result of ordinary power. If Chen Mu's intuition served him correctly, this was the force of rules. Indeed, the entire Shanshui courtyard was firmly safeguarded by a set of regulations. Observing this situation, the driver's face was laden with despair, for both he and his employer were barred from entry. However, a look of satisfaction spread across Chen Mu's face. The Shanshui courtyard was increasingly to his liking. The presence of a protective rule safeguarding the premises against intruders signified that, should Chen Mu acquire the Shanshui courtyard, outsiders would be unable to enter unless they could discern the underlying rules. Even the mightiest Demon King would be unable to breach this sanctuary. What a truly secure new home. Chen Mu stood outside the air barrier, contemplating the enigmatic rules that safeguarded the Shanshui courtyard. After all, he was not yet the master of this realm and needed to devise a means of entry. Nevertheless, Chen Mu felt a surge of confidence. Rules were merely constructs, not insurmountable obstacles. With a bit of ingenuity, he believed he could unravel their mysteries. Once he discerned the rules, identifying a path forward would follow. The significance of a path varied with different rules. For instance, within the context of this barrier, a path referred to the means of entering it. As Chen Mu was lost in thought, a figure suddenly materialized at the entrance of the Shanshui courtyard beyond the air barrier. Chapter 53. Sir, are you interested in purchasing a house? Chen Mu was not startled by the appearance of the figure. After all, this was a bizarre world, and the Shanshui courtyard had transformed into an uncanny scene, making the sight of an apparition rather ordinary. However, as the figure approached, Chen Mu was taken aback. This silhouette was not a specter, but a living, breathing person. It was truly astonishing. In the dead of night, in this desolate wilderness, how could a person be present? Shouldn't it be a phantom instead? The individual was a young man in his 20s, and upon seeing Chen Mu, he rushed towards him as if he had found a lifeline, exclaiming, "Sir, are you interested in buying a house?" Imagine, in the dead of night, on the outskirts of a city, a young man pursuing you with inquiries about real estate. This scene sent shivers down one's spine. It was utterly abnormal. Chen Mu felt that encountering something bizarre was preferable, as it at least seemed somewhat normal. A young man rushed in front of Chen Mu and abruptly collided with an invisible barrier. It dawned upon Chen Mu that this barrier not only impeded his entry, but also prevented the young man from exiting. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The young man gazed at Chen Mu with pleading eyes, pitifully asking, "Sir, are you interested in purchasing a house?" As he spoke, the young man handed Chen Mu a card. To Chen Mu's astonishment, the card effortlessly passed through the invisible barrier. A glimmer of understanding illuminated Chen Mu's mind as he unraveled the reasons behind the young man's presence, his inquiry about buying a house, and the card's ability to traverse the barrier. With these revelations, Chen Mu discerned a pathway through the rules. He extended his hand, accepting the card from the young man, and stated, "Certainly, I am very much interested in buying a house. I came here specifically for that purpose." Upon uttering these words, a line of crimson text appeared before him. Mysterious task. Mountain water courtyard. Task description. Luxurious villas nestled in the outskirts of the city. Once a paradise for the affluent. Until one day, disaster struck. Everything changed. Dilapidated villas, desiccated swimming pools, and deserted ballrooms. The mountain water courtyard awaits its new owner. Following the appearance of this blood-red text, a fissure opened in the invisible barrier before Chen Mu, granting him access to the mountain water courtyard. "Wait for me outside. I have already grasped the situation within," Chen Mu instructed the driver. After speaking, Chen Mu gazed upon the picturesque courtyard under the night sky, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Matters were beginning to take an interesting turn. A new and bizarre task mode had commenced. In this strange apocalyptic realm, this new mode could be aptly described by the professional term diffusion-type anomalous scenario. However, Chen Mu preferred a more colloquial expression, referring to it as a headhunting pyramid scheme. Bizarre scenarios can be categorized into two types based on their scale. One is the small scale, known as a fixed anomalous scenario. For instance, the Duke's Misty Museum is a quintessential example of a fixed anomalous scenario. Such settings are relatively compact, typically occupying no more than a single building, and never exceeding a city block in size. The most crucial aspect is that these anomalous scenarios do not gradually expand. Even after a decade in this bizarre apocalypse, the Duke's Misty Museum remains unchanged, incapable of growing to the size of a city. The other type is the diffusion-type anomalous scenario, which represents the most terrifying existence in this strange apocalypse. As the name suggests, diffusion-type anomalous scenarios expand their territory over time, in tandem with the progression of the bizarre apocalypse. Chen Mu's Midnight Hotel and Dark Knight Academy both embody this model. As the bizarre apocalypse advances, Chen Mu's influence will grow ever larger, with more midnight hotels opening and additional campuses of Dark Knight Academy being established. In 50 to 80 years, it is conceivable that the Midnight Hotel could expand to the size of a city. Some later-stage anomalous scenarios can accommodate thousands of participants simultaneously, falling under this diffusion-type category. Before him, the picturesque garden, a scene of surreal and expansive nature, had become evident to Chen Mu. This peculiar environment was not designed for the purpose of murder, but rather for an insatiable thirst for growth. It compelled the unwitting participants to seek out others, drawing them into this uncanny tableau. Once a sufficient number of souls were ensnared, the victim could attain liberation, earning the right to escape. In their desperate quest for numbers, these victims often turned their gaze towards familiar faces, even their own kin. The population within this bizarre realm was steadily increasing, expanding in scale. The emergence of such a recruitment-like scenario signified an exceedingly perilous omen, indicating that the bizarre apocalypse was becoming ever more treacherous. The young man from earlier was indeed a recruiter, eagerly attempting to entice Chen Mu with offers of property. Should Chen Mu express interest and accept the card, he would find himself ensnared within this strange scene. This was also the only method he knew to breach the barrier of the air. Thus, a playful smile graced Chen Mu's lips as he took the card. Upon entering the garden, Chen Mu surveyed his surroundings, met with an expanse of desolation and darkness. As depicted in the mission's description, the villas within the garden lay in ruin, reduced to mere fragments of their former glory. The moonlight above cast a cold, somber glow upon the ground. Chen Mu scrutinized his environment, momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, an eerie figure of middle age appeared before him, clad in a loose-fitting suit, adorned with ostentatious gold chains, and sporting the quintessential monocle of a capitalist. Observing the dazed Chen Mu, the capitalist smiled with an air of peculiar disdain, thinking to himself that yet another young man had been rendered speechless by fear. Surely, this was his first encounter with such an uncanny scenario, and he must be trembling in terror at the sights before him. "My dear young fellow, what occupies your thoughts?" The capitalist inquired with an unsettling tone. He anticipated that his sudden utterance would startle Chen Mu. However, Chen merely cast a calm glance his way, exhibiting no signs of panic whatsoever. What transpired next left the capitalist utterly bewildered. Instead of expressing fear, Chen Mu sighed with a tone of regret and remarked, "Alas, I was pondering the condition of this villa, so dilapidated. I wonder how many ghostly coins I shall require to restore it to its former glory." The capitalist thought, "Is this individual's thought process truly sound? For heaven's sake, you have entered a realm of the uncanny. Why not display a modicum of fear? Such behavior diminishes my own stature. Moreover, did you just imply you wish to purchase this eerie setting? Good heavens! Having just stepped into this bizarre domain, instead of contemplating survival, he is already considering acquisition? No, it seems his tone suggests that buying it is a trivial matter. His concerns lie with how to refurbish it post-purchase. This young man is exceedingly audacious. Are the youth of today so abstract in their thinking?" Chapter 54. A slight shock. This young man is utterly audacious. He appears to be oblivious to the very essence of the uncanny. The capitalist, feeling a sense of displeasure, reminded himself that he was, after all, the formidable boss of the Mountain Water Courtyard, an entity of formidable strangeness. To think that someone would dare to contemplate purchasing the Mountain Water Courtyard from him. Still pondering how to renovate? Could this young man possibly have a misunderstanding regarding spirit money? He can't be under the impression that this is merely a pile of spirit currency burned during ancestral rites. Can he? No, he must be shown the formidable power of spirit money. Young brother, do you realize how much it would cost to acquire these villas? The capitalist revealed a hand with an enigmatic expression and mysteriously declared, "It requires this sum, 50 million spirit coins. Do you possess such wealth?" To his astonishment, Chen Mu responded with a delighted smile. "Only 50 million? Quite reasonable, I'll buy it." Chen Mu replied with enthusiasm. The capitalist was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this young man was mentally unwell. After all, this was 50 million spirit coins. Did he lack any understanding of their value? It is important to note that merely a month has passed since the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, and both humans and the bizarre find spirit coins exceedingly rare. To put it simply, at this juncture, the bizarre apocalypse has yet to experience inflation, making spirit coins highly valuable, even for beings of the rank of dukes. Unless Chen Mu had bestowed some funds, they would only possess a few 100,000 spirit coins. This capitalist, in his entirety, was worth just over 2 million spirit coins. 50 million spirit coins represented many multiples of his net worth. How could an ordinary young man possibly produce 50 million spirit coins? What a joke. However, for Chen Mu, 50 million was indeed a bargain. With so many villas in the picturesque courtyard and an excellent geographical location, these are scarce resources. In a year or two after the bizarre apocalypse intensifies, with the increase in the bizarre and spirit coins alike, there is no doubt that the price of rare high-end villas like the picturesque courtyard will soar dramatically. Do not merely speak of doubling. Achieving a multitude of returns is not beyond the realm of possibility. The early bird enjoys the spoils. This investment guarantees profit without loss. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mu clapped his hands, intent on demonstrating the enigmatic power of ghostly currency to the capitalist. Let's provide a slight shock. As Chen Mu applauded, piles of pristine, ghostly banknotes materialized on the ground beside him. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 10 million, 50 million. The stacks of ghostly currency dazzled the eyes. Under the moonlight's glow, these piles appeared exceptionally radiant. The capitalist stood in a state of bewilderment. He gazed incredulously at the ghostly money, which exuded an intense aura of mystery, leaving him breathless. The capitalist turned to Chen Mu, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He truly possessed ghostly currency, and in such abundance. 50 million! 50 million! He had summoned this with a mere clap of his hands. What wealth must he possess? Enough of this banter. Let us proceed to sign the contract. 50 million. I shall purchase the entire Mountain Water Courtyard. Chen Mu wasted no time in articulating his demand. Selling the Mountain Water Courtyard for 50 million was, in fact, an exceedingly profitable transaction for the capitalist, who had never anticipated such a high valuation. It can be said that this exchange was advantageous for both parties. Chen Mu was earning future wealth, while the capitalist was securing present riches. Very well. Let us sign the contract now. The capitalist eagerly acquiesced, producing the contract for the mountain water courtyard. Once the contract is signed, Chen Mu will become the master of the mountain water courtyard. However, just as the transaction was on the verge of completion, the capitalist, in a strange twist, suddenly reversed their decision. Gazing at Chen Mu, an unmistakable glimmer of greed flickered in their eyes. The young man before them possessed an astonishing wealth, casually producing 50 million ghost coins. An insatiable greed began to swell within the capitalist's mind. Their gaze towards Chen Mu shifted. The young man now appeared to them as a lamb ready for slaughter. Had they perhaps undervalued the price? This young man's strength was at the initial stage of the uncanny, while theirs was at the intermediate stage. In terms of power, they were indeed somewhat superior. Moreover, this was the eerie realm, their territory. The rules here were malleable, subject to their whims. The young man, within their domain, could certainly not be their match. Thus, selling to him for 50 million would seem a loss. No, they must raise the price. They intended to make this young man bleed profusely, to profit handsomely. With this thought, the capitalist revealed a greedy smile, casting an ill-intentioned glance at Chen Mu. My young friend, I regret to inform you that I have yet to explain the rules of the mountain water courtyard. To survive and leave this place, you must adhere to the following 2 stipulations. 1. Purchase a villa within the mountain water courtyard for 100 million ghost coins. 2. Invite no fewer than 2 friends to visit your new home. Only by fulfilling these conditions and abiding by the rules can you hope to depart the mountain water courtyard alive. Upon hearing the capitalist's insatiable demands, a playful smile once again graced Chen Mu's lips. Things have taken an intriguing turn. Initially, I invested 50 million to acquire the entire mountain water courtyard, encompassing numerous villas. Now, the capitalist has bizarrely inflated the price to 100 million ghost coins, and I can only purchase 1 villa. The price has surged several-fold. Furthermore, sensing that Chen Mu is easy to manipulate, the capitalist seems to believe that his friends are equally susceptible, engaging in a peculiar form of sustainable exploitation. The capitalist demands that Chen Mu recommend 2 more friends, aiming to extract further wealth. If my intuition serves me right, these 2 conditions were originally meant to be mutually exclusive. With wealth, one could purchase a villa and leave the mountain water courtyard. Without wealth, one could recruit more individuals to join, thereby securing an exit. Now, astonishingly, Chen Mu is providing financial support, yet the capitalist dares to raise the stakes? Chen Mu is astounded. Throughout his encounters with the peculiar, he has never encountered such audacity. Truly, this is a revelation. Suddenly, Chen Mu wonders if he has been overly amiable, leading others to perceive him as easily bullied. When a lion dons a sheep's guise, it does not imply the lion has transformed into a sheep. It may have just feasted on one. The capitalist, observing Chen Mu's sheepish demeanor and agreeable nature, mistakenly assumes he is merely a sheep. It is time to shed the sheep's skin and deliver a slight shock. Initially intending to engage in a game of social niceties, the capitalist insists on turning it into a matter of profound significance. Chen Mu is furious, and the repercussions will be dire. He harbors no intention of spending even a single coin. He intends to compel the capitalist to graciously bestow all the villas upon him. Upon this realization, Chen Mu unexpectedly displayed a benevolent smile and, with a peculiar tone directed at the capitalist, stated, "Excellent. I happen to have a few friends. Since you're moving to a new residence, I would like to invite them over for a visit." Chapter 55. Things are starting to feel off the capitalist. Taken aback by Chen Mu's words, instantly felt a surge of joy. He thought to himself that Chen Mu was indeed a soft target, so readily yielding to him and preparing to gather more people for his cause. The capitalist then produced 2 cards and handed them to Chen Mu, saying, "On these cards, inscribe your invitation and present them to your friends. Should they arrive with the cards, provided at least 2 come, you will be permitted to leave safely. Of course, you must also spend 100 million to purchase a villa." Receiving the cards from the capitalist, Chen Mu uttered a statement that astonished him. 2 cards are insufficient. I have many friends and will need at least 4 cards. The capitalist's expression shifted to one of surprise. Given Chen Mu's intellect, it was implausible that he was unaware that writing these cards was a trap for his friends. To put it simply, it was an exploitation of their trust, luring them into a perilous situation to save his own life at the expense of theirs. With merely 2 cards, he could ensnare 2 good friends. Yet, Chen Mu dares to claim that he required 4? What a scheme to thrust his friends into the abyss. If your friends receive the cards and are unwilling to come to the shadowy courtyard, it will be of no use, the capitalist cautioned. Oh, undoubtedly. My friends have immense trust in me. They will all come without fail, Chen Mu confidently replied. Chen Mu opened the card and inscribed an invitation. Dear friends, I have encountered an extraordinary event. The owner of the Mountain Water Courtyard is undoubtedly the most intriguing person I have ever met. He has graciously agreed to gift me the entire Mountain Water Courtyard. This is simply exhilarating. I wish to share this joy with you. Upon receiving this card, please make your way to the Mountain Water Courtyard as swiftly as possible. I will show you around my new home. Yours forever, your good friend, Chen Mu. Upon reading Chen Mu's words, the capitalist smirked in satisfaction. Like many victims before him, he believed that to deceive those closest to him, one must resort to lies against those who trust them the most. In the eyes of the capitalist, Chen Mu was just such a character. To entice his friends, he deliberately misled them, claiming that the owner of the Mountain Water Courtyard was benevolent and had bestowed the entire estate upon him. How laughable! Chen Mu's audacity was astounding. In his quest to lure his friends, he boasted shamelessly, casting aside all semblance of dignity. Who did he think he was? I am not a fool who would part with the entire Mountain Water Courtyard. This was, without a doubt, the most amusing jest the capitalist had ever heard. In the capitalist's mind, Chen Mu was now labeled as a pretentious braggart. Young, wealthy, yet lacking influence, he reveled in his own pretense. If he did not seize the opportunity to take advantage of Chen Mu, it would be an affront to the very essence of their encounter. After completing the card, the capitalist remarked, there are mysterious carrier pigeons in the Mountain Water Courtyard. If you provide me with the address, I shall dispatch one to deliver it. Unexpectedly, Chen Mu shook his head and said, No need, someone is waiting for me outside. I will have him send it out. With that, Chen Mu took the 4 cards and walked towards the entrance of the picturesque courtyard. The capitalist, feeling a sense of unease, stealthily followed behind to observe. Upon reaching the edge of the air barrier, Chen Mu saw a taxi waiting outside. He tossed the cards through the taxi window, and the vehicle quickly turned around and drove away along the road. It turned out that the someone Chen Mu referred to was merely the taxi. The capitalist breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that Chen Mu truly lacked any considerable influence, being merely a wealthy lone wolf. After all, the ethereal taxi bore no outward resemblance to an ordinary one. And it was only after boarding that Chen Mu realized something was amiss, a fact that the capitalist could hardly discern. While awaiting the delivery of the cards, Chen Mu returned to the courtyard, where the capitalist was waiting for him. Mr. Chen, what sort of individuals are your friends? The capitalist inquired. My friends? Oh, they're just ordinary people, Chen Mu mused. They might have a bit of money and a modicum of status, but they hardly qualify as wealthy. Hearing this, the capitalist felt reassured. Such individuals, those with a slight financial means and some standing, yet not excessively affluent or influential, were in fact perfect targets for exploitation. A swift strike could yield substantial profits without the fear of retaliation. Who would dare to seek vengeance against someone of such modest means? The capitalist, with an air of peculiar arrogance, has always shown a preference for the weak over the strong. Today, he appears particularly at ease, gazing at Chen Mu as one might regard a lamb destined for slaughter. With nothing but idle time on his hands, he nonchalantly suggests, why not pay the 100 million ghost coins now? His tone conveys an unmistakable hint of command, stripping away even the pretense of respect by omitting titles like Mr. Chen or Little Brother, clearly looking down upon Chen Mu. After all, Chen Mu is merely a novice in the realm of the strange. A solitary wolf without connections or support. Now that he has fallen into the capitalist's grasp, what is there to fear? However, much to the capitalist's surprise, Chen Mu not only refrains from making any payment, but instead, with a mere flick of his fingers, collects the 50 million ghost coins scattered on the ground. I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. Chen Mu replies with a cheerful demeanor. I shall take this money back for now. First, allow me to see my villa. I can pay you when we sign the contract, provided, of course, that you still wish to collect the payment at that time. I assure you, I will not withhold a single coin. The capitalist, with a mocking smile, is baffled by Chen Mu's seemingly nonsensical remarks. What does he mean by if you still want to collect the payment? Surely, it is a given that payment must be made. Am I to simply gift you the villa? Shortly thereafter, the capitalist leads Chen Mu to a dilapidated villa, gesturing toward the small, remote, and old structure. This is the villa that is being sold to you for 100 million ghost coins, not a single coin less. For such a worn-out dwelling, one might argue that not even 100 million human dollars would be necessary to acquire it. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, the value of ghost money has significantly increased. This is clearly an insult to Chen Mu. Nevertheless, Chen Mu maintained a cheerful demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the strange humiliation from the capitalist. He approached the villa, which was completely devoid of any decoration, resembling an unfinished shell of a building. Unperturbed, Chen Mu sat down in the center of the hall, displaying a serene smile. For some inexplicable reason, the capitalist felt a sudden chill upon witnessing Chen Mu's smile. What is wrong with this fellow? Even after being butchered, he continues to smile like a fool. At that moment, a cacophony of cawing crows echoed from above the villa. The capitalist understood that the crows' cries signified the arrival of a new victim into the shadowy courtyard. Most likely, it was Chen Mu's friend. How swiftly his friend arrived. Truly a commendable companion. Yet, why did an ominous premonition stir within him, suggesting that something was amiss? Chapter 56. Is this what you call a little money? A bit of status? The crows caw. An unexpected guest arrived at the shadowy courtyard. This uninvited visitor held a card in hand, effortlessly passing through the barrier of air. Among the entire courtyard, only one villa was illuminated. Surely, the esteemed black gold client resided there. The unexpected guest swiftly approached the villa, entering the hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, both Chen Mu and the peculiar capitalist turned their gaze towards the entrance. When the capitalist recognized the visitor, he was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Convinced he must have been mistaken, the uninvited guest was none other than the manager of the Fallen Mall. It is worth noting that Chen Mu is the sole supreme black gold client of the Fallen Mall. Upon receiving Chen Mu's card, the manager did not dare to delay and swiftly made his way to the shadowy courtyard. Given that the shadowy courtyard is located in a wealthy district, it is in close proximity to the Fallen Mall, allowing the manager to arrive first. The appearance of the Fallen Mall's manager startled the capitalist anomaly immensely. As a member of the anomaly, the capitalist was acutely aware of the significance of the Fallen Mall. In this city, several factions dominate the upper echelons: Midnight Hotel, Dark Knight Academy, Dread Hospital, Fallen Mall, and the Transcendent Mist Museum, rumored to house a formidable anomaly. Regardless of the circumstances, the Fallen Mall undoubtedly holds a prominent position among the city's elite powers. The manager of the Fallen Mall possesses considerable strength and status. The capitalist anomaly had long aspired to become a member of the Fallen Mall. However, their financial contributions fell short, relegating them to the status of an ordinary customer. Even a mere request to meet the manager would be met with refusal. Why had the manager suddenly appeared here? Could it be that he is a friend of Chen Mu? The thought sent a chill down the capitalist's spine. What is going on with Chen Mu? Did he not claim that his friends were merely ordinary individuals? Just a bit of money and status. Is that what one would call a bit? The manager of the Fallen Mall, a representative of a top-tier force in the city, surely cannot be dismissed as merely having a little status. Mr. Chen, you are our supreme black gold client. On behalf of the Fallen Mall, I have come to congratulate you on your relocation. This is a small token, representing the heartfelt sentiments of the Fallen Mall. With that, the manager presented a small box to Chen Mu. Inside the box lay an exquisite jade worth millions. Chen Mu accepted the gift with a broad smile. Nearby, the capitalist was taken aback, startled by the exchange between the two. A supreme black gold client? Such recognition cannot be simply acquired through wealth. An unsettling premonition washed over the capitalist as it glanced at Chen Mu, who was smiling back at it. Suddenly, a chill ran down the capitalist's spine, sensing that something was amiss. This young man, Chen Mu, seemed to possess a significant background. Before the manager could take his seat, the sound of crows cawing echoed from the villa's rooftop. More guests. Moments later, a woman clad in a red dress, accompanied by 6 security personnel of formidable stature, entered the villa. Li Xiao, the manager of the Midnight Hotel, had come to congratulate the master on his relocation. The Midnight Hotel? Another top-tier force. The capitalist felt a wave of darkness wash over its vision. This newly emerged power was still unfamiliar to it. Rumor had it that the owner behind the Midnight Hotel was a human, and his surname was Chen. What did Li Xiao call Chen Mu? Master? Could it be that Chen Mu is the owner of the Midnight Hotel? The capitalist was overwhelmed with despair, realizing it had been profoundly deceived. Chen Mu's definition of wealth and power seemed to differ significantly from that of others. Just then, the cawing of crows resounded from the villa's rooftop once more. At the sound of the crows, the capitalist shuddered involuntarily. With each caw of the crow, an impressive figure seems to approach. Indeed, moments later, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a balding head, wearing a sycophantic smile, strides into the villa. The principal of Dark Knight Academy. The capitalist recognized him at once. His child aspired to join the elite class of Dark Knight Academy and had been desperately seeking connections, intending to bribe the principal. However, before the connections could be established and the money exchanged, the principal paid an unexpected visit. The unfortunate twist is that the principal did not come to see the capitalist, but rather Chen Mu. As the principal spoke, the capitalist nearly collapsed from shock. The principal of Dark Knight Academy had come to congratulate Director Chen on his relocation. Director? Chen Mu is actually a director. The capitalist felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly succumbing to a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. He looked at Chen Mu, utterly bereft of tears. At this moment, the capitalist's mind echoed with a singular thought. Possessing a modicum of wealth and status does not elevate one above the ordinary. In this instant, the capitalist grasped the treachery of human nature. Essentially, he was merely a businessman, lacking significant power, with his only reliance being the several villas of Shanshui Courtyard. Each individual present, whether the fallen manager of a marketplace, the midnight hotelier Li Xiao, or the principal of Dark Knight Academy, was backed by formidable connections. It could be said that he could not afford to offend any of them. The good news is that he had not wronged these 3 individuals. The bad news is that he had gravely offended their superior, Chen Mu, before the capitalists could fully recover from their astonishment. A crow's caw echoed from the roof of the villa. Goodness, how long will this continue? The capitalists were already in a state of bewilderment. 3 guests had arrived, each more formidable than the last. The identity of the impending 4th guest was beyond the capitalist's imagination. All they knew was that today, they were likely to meet their end here. Moments later, a powerful aura emanated from outside the villa. This presence was so overwhelming that even the leader of the supernatural beings struggled to withstand it. The capitalists sensed peril. Such an aura indicated a force that far surpassed that of the supernatural leaders. Could it be a supernatural general? In the next instant, the figure of a duke appeared at the villa's entrance. Brother Chen Mu, I have received your invitation and have come to see your new home. Congratulations on your relocation. The capitalists were on the verge of breaking down, nearly brought to tears. This was sheer torment. In that moment, they felt utterly defeated. You merely requested a few heads, and yet you summoned 4 friends, 3 of whom were representatives of top-tier forces, and one was none other than the strongest supernatural general in the city. The elite of the entire city had come at your beck and call. Chen Mu, you are bullying the supernatural, playing the part of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Aren't you? I am just a mere seller of villas. How could I provoke you? Suddenly, the capitalist recalled a statement made by Chen Mu. If the time comes and you still wish to collect your dues, I will certainly pay you every last cent. At that time, the capitalist had laughed at Chen Mu's naivety, thinking it absurd to not collect payment. Who would turn down money? But now, even if Chen Mu were to thrust money into its hands, it would still be compelled to kneel before him, pleading for him to take back the funds. Chapter 57. I told you the boss was exceptionally generous. The capitalist anomaly appeared strangely anxious, its legs trembling slightly. It was merely an elongated entity, weary from years of commerce, its combat prowess having significantly diminished. The battle-hardened Duke could effortlessly crush it with a mere flick of his finger. Summoned by Chen Mu to lend support, the four anomalous friends understood all too well that this capitalist had provoked Chen Mu's ire. They had rushed over in the dead of night, specifically to bolster his presence. The Duke turned to Chen Mu and said, "My young friend Chen Mu, might we tour your new residence?" Chen Mu smiled and replied, "Are you not already within the new house? Just moments ago, the capitalist anomaly claimed it was worth a staggering 100 million ghost coins." The Duke, playing along with Chen Mu's performance, feigned astonishment, exclaiming, 100 million? You assert this dilapidated villa is valued at such a sum? Then, his expression darkened, revealing his displeasure as he directed a glare at the capitalist anomaly. "I have heard that you intend to sell this wretched thing for 100 million to my friend?" Under the Duke's fierce gaze, the capitalist anomaly was immediately struck with fear. Selling this small, decrepit villa to Chen Mu for 100 million was undeniably an affront. Moreover, the relationship between the Duke and Chen Mu was far from ordinary. It had reached the level of close confidence. The Duke was clearly intent on staunchly supporting Chen Mu. The capitalist, in a peculiar state of realization, understood that should he dare to respond affirmatively, it would undoubtedly provoke the Duke's fury, potentially leading to his own demise. In his heart, he fervently wished to salvage the situation, insisting to himself that such a notion was utterly unfounded. He quickly denied any wrongdoing, offering a conciliatory smile to Chen Mu. "I was merely jesting with Mr. Chen. He is both generous and kind-hearted. As a mere real estate agent, how could I possibly dare to offend such a distinguished individual? With just a word from Mr. Chen, I would gladly gift him not only this dilapidated villa, but the entire scenic estate. Any fee I might collect would be a profound disrespect to Mr. Chen." However, Chen Mu waved his hand, stating that simply will not do. "I am not in need of money. How could I accept your generosity without due compensation?" The capitalist was on the verge of tears, his heart consumed by endless regret. Why did I ever cross paths with Chen Mu? If only time could rewind to half an hour ago, when Chen Mu revealed the 50 million, without hesitation, I would have sealed the deal. In fact, I would have offered him a discount. Instead of 50 million, I would have sold it for 5 million. In doing so, I would have secured a favor from Chen Mu, aligning myself with his influential stature. With such a powerful ally, my fortunes would be assured. Yet, in a moment of folly, driven by insatiable greed, I foolishly sought to exploit Chen Mu instead. He presented me with an extraordinary opportunity, and instead of seizing it, I managed to deeply offend him. The capitalist strangely admitted that offending Chen Mu was the gravest error of his life. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Having fallen to such depths, he could only blame his own greed and foolishness. The current predicament dictated that to survive, he must desperately appease Chen Mu, hoping that Chen Mu would show him mercy. With this thought, the capitalist, in a state of utter desperation, retrieved the contract for the mountain water courtyard. He promptly knelt before Chen Mu, reverently raising the contract above his head and presenting it to him. "Boss Chen, this is the contract for the mountain water courtyard. You are known for your extensive connections and unwavering loyalty. I'm deeply impressed by you, and I'm willing to offer all 46 villas of the mountain water courtyard as a gesture of respect. Please do not refuse. If you do not sign this contract, I shall remain on my knees." The capitalist extolled Chen Mu profusely, almost prostrating himself, fearful that Chen Mu might decline to sign. Chen Mu, somewhat astonished, remarked, "Ah, boss, you were not like this before. I recall you stating that you would not settle for less than 100 million ghost coins. At that time, you carried yourself with such arrogance. How have you fallen to this state so swiftly?" Chen Mu shrugged, feeling he had done nothing wrong, merely inviting a few good friends. "I preferred your earlier, defiant demeanor," he commented. The capitalist, overly eager, continued to plead for Chen Mu to sign, as if he had lost a beloved father. "I told you, the boss is quite generous. He is willing to gift me the villas. If I refuse, he would be displeased." Chen Mu, with a sense of resignation, picked up the pen and inscribed his name upon the contract. Upon witnessing Chen Mu's acceptance of the shadowy courtyard, the capitalist, who had appeared rather peculiar, finally exhaled with relief. Boss Chen, the shadowy courtyard is now yours. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, the capitalist stated cautiously. Very well, you may go. Take care on your way, Chen Mu replied. Hearing Chen Mu's consent to his departure, the capitalist felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and hastily scurried away. However, his exit was markedly less dramatic than that of the previous strange figure, who had truly rolled away. The capitalist merely walked out, which lacked a certain sincerity. As the capitalist exited, the other four peculiar individuals in the villa broke into smiles. Their purpose for coming here was to assist Chen Mu in regaining his dignity. The Duke, observing the departing capitalist, addressed Chen Mu. Young friend Chen Mu, this peculiar individual has suffered a significant loss and is undoubtedly filled with resentment. Would you like me to intervene to eliminate any future troubles? The Duke's intentions were clear. The capitalist, having incurred substantial losses, would likely harbor animosity toward Chen Mu. However, given Chen Mu's formidable influence, the capitalist dared not act against him. Should Chen Mu ever find himself in a predicament, it was certain that the capitalist would seize the opportunity to retaliate. Chen Mu was well aware of this reality, yet he declined the Duke's offer of assistance with a shake of his head. There is no need for your intervention, Duke. Can you guess why I cautioned him to be careful on the road? Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, the Duke revealed a knowing smile. Indeed, I have not misjudged my companion. Although young, Chen Mu exhibits a remarkable decisiveness and astuteness in his dealings, leaving no room for future repercussions. It is evident that he has already orchestrated the removal of the capitalist in a most peculiar manner. Associating with an intellect like Chen Mu is undeniably gratifying, as one need not fear the pitfalls of incompetent allies. With each interaction, the Duke's satisfaction with Chen Mu has only grown. Everyone is prone to err. What matters is the wisdom gleaned from those missteps, ensuring one learns for the future. As Chen Mu gazed towards the direction of the capitalist's strange departure, he spoke with earnestness. Chapter 58. Chen Mu never shortchanges his friends, as the Duke remarked, after the capitalist's peculiar exit from the shadowy courtyard. An overwhelming sense of dread filled his heart. The relief of having escaped a dire fate left him gasping for breath. Damn it, I have narrowly salvaged my life. The capitalist cursed vehemently, venting the tumult of his emotions. Soon, as his near-death experience subsided, thoughts turned to the anguish over his villa. I possess so many splendid houses. Has it all been in vain? The capitalist's heart bled at the thought. Amidst this sorrow, a surge of animosity towards Chen Mu began to swell within him. Damn it, that brat, with merely a handful of friends and the backing of that foolish Duke, has snatched away the shadowy courtyard, leaving me with substantial losses. In these moments of contemplation, he failed to recognize that Chen Mu had been genuinely sincere. It was he who had intended to ruthlessly exploit Chen Mu. Were it not for Chen Mu's connections, it would have been him, begging for mercy and bleeding profusely at this very moment. No, I cannot swallow this humiliation. The matter concerning the picturesque courtyard shall not rest. I shall seek retribution against Chen Mu. That foolish Duke may protect Chen Mu for a fleeting moment, but I refuse to believe he can shield him for eternity. The capitalist, consumed by a sinister fury, failed to notice a cab trailing behind him along the road. Sir, would you like a ride? The cab driver inquired, rolling down his window and addressing the capitalist with an eerie tone. No, I'm in a foul mood. If you wish to live, keep your distance. The capitalist retorted with venom, oblivious to the driver's own unsettling demeanor. You appear quite agitated. Are you struggling to digest what transpired earlier? The driver probed. What happened earlier? How would a mere chauffeur know of my affairs? The capitalist, sensing something amiss, turned to scrutinize the driver, only to be struck with astonishment. The driver was indeed another uncanny being, and his prowess surpassed that of the capitalist. My employer has instructed me that if you find it intolerable, allow me to assist you in finding peace, the driver declared, stepping out of the vehicle towards the capitalist. Your employer? The capitalist's heart raced with trepidation. He sensed imminent peril. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. When Chen Mu had delivered the card, he had summoned a taxi. At that time, he had mocked Chen Mu, believing him powerless, merely hailing a cab to deliver a card. Little did he know that this cab driver was Chen Mu's personal chauffeur. Moreover, the capabilities of this mere driver eclipsed his own. The disparity between them was insurmountable. How could he possibly contend with Chen Mu? However, this time, no one forgave it any longer. The driver faithfully executed Chen Mu's orders, allowing the capitalist to bizarrely indulge in an infant-like slumber, replete with a generous 24 hours of sleep each day. In the picturesque courtyard villa, after signing the contract, a powerful force surged within Chen Mu. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him, having experienced it twice before. Moments later, he sensed that, at this very moment, the entire picturesque courtyard had fallen under his dominion. This was enforced by the supreme rules of power in this bizarre apocalypse. From henceforth, the entire picturesque courtyard would belong to Chen Mu's influence. Congratulations, young friend Chen Mu, on moving into your new home. The Duke smiled and congratulated. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, esteemed supreme black gold client. Several peculiar friends expressed their heartfelt congratulations to Chen Mu. Meanwhile, Chen Mu's strength had also seen significant enhancement. From an initial stage of the eerie growth, he had progressed to the intermediate level. However, it would stop there. Chen Mu quickly discerned the reasons behind this. Firstly, the picturesque courtyard was not a vast force. It was merely an opulent villa complex, primarily characterized by its residential attributes. Thus, the boost in strength it provided Chen Mu would inevitably be less than that offered by colossal forces such as the Midnight Hotel or the Dark Knight Academy. Secondly, as Chen Mu's level increased, the pace of further advancement would naturally slow. A single picturesque courtyard aiding Chen Mu in ascending a minor level was already a source of great satisfaction for him. After all, upon reflection, how many days had it been since Chen Mu's rebirth? In the span of merely 3 days, an ordinary individual has astonishingly ascended to the rank of an intermediate anomaly. This remarkable velocity transcends the metaphor of launching into space. Witnessing the meteoric rise of Chen Mu's prowess, the Duke felt a profound sense of joy for Chen Mu, intertwined with a tinge of envy. Ah, the privileges of wealth. In his own youth, he had fought valiantly on the battlefield, repeatedly breaking through perilous encirclements, only to see his strength gradually flourish. It took the Duke 3 arduous years to progress from a mere anomaly to his current status, while Chen Mu accomplished this in a mere 3 days. Such a staggering rate of advancement is beyond the realm of fantasy novels. This pace is nothing short of miraculous. With the surge in power and the unexpected acquisition of a picturesque villa estate, Chen Mu's spirit soared. The estate comprises a total of 46 exquisite villas, the largest and most opulent of which is a grand edifice sprawling over thousands of square meters, complete with a swimming pool, a tennis court, lush lawns, and a golf course. Chen Mu intends to reside in this lavish villa, while the remaining 45 villas vary in luxury and size. Encircling the main villa in a protective formation, it is clear that Chen Mu could not possibly inhabit all these magnificent dwellings alone. He glanced at his peculiar companions, who had always been there for him. Even in the dead of night, upon receiving a card, they rushed over without hesitation to assist him. At the moment the Duke received the card, he was engrossed in a banquet at the Mist Museum, accompanying several unfortunate souls on an enigmatic task. Upon receiving Chen Mu's invitation, the Duke did not hesitate. He donned his coat and departed immediately, disregarding the ongoing mysterious endeavor. Those unfortunate humans, witnessing the grand boss dining halfway, hurriedly departed, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain who could command such attention from the grand boss. The Duke and his companions, displaying remarkable loyalty, came to support Chen Mu, who, in turn, would undoubtedly not neglect his friends. With a grand gesture, Chen Mu pointed to one of the villas and addressed the Duke. "Dear Duke, if it pleases you, I would like to gift you this villa as a vacation retreat." Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, astonishment graced the Duke's countenance. He shared a close bond with Chen Mu, and his presence tonight was solely an act of friendship, never anticipating any recompense. To bestow a villa worth millions of dark coins so casually was beyond his expectations. The Duke promptly declined, exclaiming, "Oh no, dear Chen Mu, you are far too generous. I merely lent a hand. There's no need for such an extravagant gift." It was entirely understandable for the Duke to refuse. Each villa in this vicinity was valued at around 1 million dark coins. Chen Mu's intent to gift such an expensive property for merely providing moral support felt inappropriate to the Duke, who grappled with the notion of accepting such a lavish token for his minimal effort. "Come now, dear Duke, let's not be so formal about our friendship." Chen Mu reassured him with a warm smile. After several rounds of polite refusal, the Duke, swayed by Chen Mu's earnest persuasion, reluctantly accepted the villa, expressing, "I truly feel quite guilty for such generosity from you, my young friend. If there is anything you require of me, do not hesitate to command," the Duke said, visibly touched. He had never encountered someone as generous as Chen Mu and felt increasingly fortunate to count him as a friend. Naturally, Chen Mu's magnanimity was not without ulterior motives. Was the Duke's visit worth the equivalent of an entire villa? Certainly not. A simple meal would suffice. Chen Mu was acutely aware of this. Yet he insisted on the gift. This was not due to any foolishness or a mere whim of wealth. Upon introspection, Chen Mu realized that every expenditure since his rebirth had yielded substantial returns, enhancing his interests. The rationale behind gifting the Duke a villa was twofold. Firstly, Chen Mu's new abode lacked a formidable protector. Although the established safeguards made it difficult for outsiders to breach the shadowy courtyard should an adversary, such as a cunning strategist, infiltrate, how could Chen Mu defend himself? In such a scenario, enlisting the Duke's assistance would not only require leveraging their friendship, but also entail a hefty fee. For it was no trivial matter to bolster one's standing. However, once Chen Mu bestowed upon the Duke a villa, the dynamics would shift. With a residence within the shadowy courtyard, the Duke would possess vested interests. Should an outsider dare to invade, they would not only be threatening Chen Mu's property, but also the Duke's. With the Duke's interests at stake, he would act decisively against the invaders without needing Chen Mu's solicitation, exerting his full strength and leaving no room for mercy. After all, encroaching upon one's interests is far more compelling than merely touching one's soul. This is what one might call the binding of interests. With a villa valued at 1 million, the Duke is bound to a boat. For as long as the shadowy courtyard exists, the Duke shall protect it for a day. 1 million to hire a cunning strategist, devoted entirely to safeguarding your abode. And the arrangement is eternal. Where could one possibly find such a lucrative deal? Moreover, there is a crucial point. Chen Mu must also profit. Can one gift a villa and still earn money? Certainly, but it depends on to whom it is given. Bestowing it upon an ordinary eccentric yields no profit. Yet gifting it to the Duke transforms the scenario entirely. The worth of a house extends far beyond mere concrete and steel. Can a mere assemblage of these materials appreciate to the extent of billions? Such notions are mere delusions. The essence of a property lies in its location. The essence of location is resources and connections. As the saying goes, it is easier to do business under the emperor's feet. In the imperial city, every inch is worth its weight in gold. Even a restroom can fetch 1 million simply because it is adjacent to the emperor's residence. As a faction, shadowy courtyard is not particularly formidable, nor is it among the city's elite powers. However, should these villas become homes to cunning strategists, there is no doubt that their value will skyrocket. This is merely the inception. Chen Mu's ambitions extend far beyond. He envisions transforming shadowy courtyard into a haven for the wealthy and powerful amidst a bizarre apocalypse. Out of 45 villas, Chen Mu plans to gift 35 and sell only 10. These 35 villas are intended for his friends, the future elites and magnates of the apocalypse. Imagine, with dozens of cunning strategists, perhaps even a cunning king, residing within those 35 villas. The property values of the entire shadowy courtyard would soar exponentially. The newly emerged enigmatic powerhouses, eager to integrate into the upper echelons of society, inevitably find themselves residing in proximity to the influential forces. At this juncture, Chen Mu seizes the opportunity to offer these burgeoning potentates the 10 luxurious villas in his possession, skillfully reaping substantial profits from them. The ordinary anomalies possess little in the way of wealth, merely a gathering of impoverished souls. It is these nascent magnates who are truly affluent, providing the richest source from which to extract profit. When capitalists sell a villa to Chen Mu for 100 million, it is nothing short an insult to him. Yet when a moment arrives, the prospect of acquiring a villa for not just 100 million, but even 10 or 20 billion, would see these new elites rushing to purchase without hesitation. They might even express heartfelt gratitude to Chen Mu for bestowing upon them the opportunity to ascend into high society. Selling each of the 10 villas for 10 billion apiece would yield a staggering net profit of over 100 billion, not to mention the goodwill generated behind the scenes. Thus, Chen Mu seizes this moment to gift a villa to the Duke. The Duke, under the impression that Chen Mu is thanking him for his support, sees it merely as a gesture of appreciation. Yet this is the least significant reason, serving only to strengthen their rapport. The pinnacle of utilizing others lies in selling them out while having them assist in counting the profits, all the while expressing their gratitude towards you. Unbeknownst to the Duke, at the moment he accepts the villa, feeling immensely touched by Chen Mu, he unwittingly becomes a permanent security guard for the shadowy courtyard, as well as a bargaining chip for Chen Mu's endeavors. Nevertheless, this arrangement proves beneficial for the Duke as well, yielding him considerable gains. Chen Mu revels in a win-win scenario, fostering amicable friendships as they collectively exploit the wealth of other anomalies. A truly delightful prospect. In this world, true win-win situations are virtually non-existent. Often, what is termed as a win-win is merely two formidable entities uniting to devour a smaller one. Subsequently, these two giants shake hands, proclaiming to the outside world their satisfaction with the collaboration, claiming it to be a mutually beneficial outcome. Observing the Duke acquiring a villa, both Li Xiao and the principal were filled with envy. However, beyond their envy, neither harbored any further aspirations. After all, it was only natural for someone of his cunning to possess a villa. They were merely subordinates, and even if Chen Mu offered them one, they would lack the audacity to accept. To their astonishment, Chen Mu turned to them and said, "I must thank you both for tonight. There are many villas in the mountain water courtyard, and I shall reserve them for you. If you both work diligently, I will generously gift you a villa. Li Xiao. Should you manage to transform the entire city's dining scene into a market for midnight hotel within a month, I shall bestow upon you a grand villa. And, Mr. Principal, if you can persuade all the peculiarities in the city to entrust their children to our school within the same time frame, I will also grant you a villa." Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, a look of disbelief washed over Li Xiao and the principal, swiftly followed by expressions of excitement. They understood Chen Mu's character. He was not a mere charlatan who merely painted grand visions without substance. Chen Mu genuinely cared for his employees. His commitments were always fulfilled. They never anticipated that one day they might receive a villa as a reward from Chen Mu. This was not only a tremendous benefit, but also a mark of honor. Chen Mu is intentionally and unintentionally cultivating the brand of the mountain water courtyard, intertwining its essence with the highest accolades within his entire industry, thereby enhancing its value. If his two subordinates can succeed in this endeavor, it will not only validate their capabilities, but also signify their potential to become formidable figures in the future. Bestowing upon them each a villa serves to elevate the prestige of the mountain water courtyard. Li Xiao and the principal both silently resolve to live up to Mr. Chen's expectations. At this moment, Chen Mu's gaze shifts to the manager of the fallen mall, who appears somewhat disheartened. Chapter 60. Overtime pay? What is that? Undeniably, the manager's performance tonight has been impeccable. He was indeed the first to arrive at the scene. However, Chen Mu has no intention of gifting the manager a villa. The reasoning is straightforward. After all, Chen Mu is the esteemed customer. The manager is merely a minor proprietor of the fallen mall, while Chen Mu is its supreme patron. Their relationship is one of commerce. As the mall's premier client, it is entirely reasonable to request assistance from the manager, as this constitutes a normal transaction. It would be absurd for a client to offer a villa to the proprietor for a mere favor, unless Chen Mu were to lose his senses and adopt a people-pleasing disposition. Nonetheless, Chen Mu will certainly express his gratitude in some manner. As a businessman, he will do so in a manner befitting his trade. He addressed the manager, saying, "Mr. Manager, as you can see, I possess several villas, many of which are unfurnished. I intend to renovate these properties thoroughly. I plan to procure the decoration materials and furniture from your fallen mall. I would appreciate it if you could offer me a favorable price." As Chen Mu concluded his statement with a smile, he playfully engaged in a light-hearted negotiation. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately grasped the underlying message. Chen Mu was looking out for him by entrusting such a substantial contract to his care. The renovation of a villa would undoubtedly cost a considerable sum, at the very least several $100,000. Furthermore, given that Chen Mu resided in the prestigious Building King, the expenses could easily escalate into the tens of millions. This represented a contract worth over $100 million. The manager's face broke into a broad grin, thoroughly appreciative of Chen Mu's generosity. This visit had proven extraordinarily fruitful and rewarding. "Mr. Chen, rest assured, if I fail to meet your expectations, I shall come to you in disgrace." The deeply moved manager promptly made a solemn vow to ensure that Chen Mu would not be disappointed. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction. After all, he intended to engage someone else for the villa's renovation. Rather than granting business to a stranger, it was far more prudent to support the manager's enterprise. Being familiar with one another, the manager recognized that with Chen Mu's formidable backing, he would be particularly invested in the project and assuredly provide Chen Mu with a favorable quote. Chen Mu would also benefit slightly, securing a discount while alleviating the burden of supervision, thus saving both time and effort. However, the manager suddenly appeared troubled, a hint of concern crossing his features. "Is there a difficulty? Please do not hesitate to express it," Chen Mu encouraged, sensing the manager's discomfort. "Mr. Chen, I just recalled something," the manager replied candidly. "Most employees in the retail sector are sales personnel, and there are few skilled workers available for renovation tasks. I cannot, in good conscience, engage those lacking competence for your villa's refurbishment. Thus, I find myself in a predicament, uncertain of where to source capable hands." To everyone's surprise, as soon as the manager expressed his difficulties, Chen Mu promptly provided a solution. He turned to Li Xiao and the principal, inquiring, "Is there any surplus manpower at your end, given that both the hotel and the school are part of our family?" Li Xiao immediately assured him, "Rest assured, master. With just a word from you, I will bring all the staff over." The principal echoed her sentiment, stating, "I can suspend classes at Dark Knight High School immediately and summon all the teachers. It shall be as per Director Chen's wishes." The Duke also volunteered, "I have some staff at my Miss Museum as well. If young friend Chen Mu does not mind, I can call them over to assist." Chen Mu waved his hand, expressing that they should not disrupt the development of the hotel and the school. "Duke, you are also short-handed. It would be unwise to affect the operations of the Mist Museum." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Li Xiao, who suggested, "Boss, I just remembered. Our employees have a 4-hour break every day. How about I call on those on break to come over right after their shifts? They can work at the shadowy courtyard and then return to their jobs, ensuring neither the hotel nor the renovations are delayed." Upon hearing Li Xiao's proposal, Chen Mu's eyes lit up, and he gazed at her with admiration. His hotel manager truly was relentless in her endeavors, embodying his teachings splendidly. With a grand gesture, he exclaimed, "Excellent. We shall proceed as you suggested. Let the employees of Midnight Hotel and Dark Knight High School work on the renovations at Shanshui Courtyard during their breaks." However, Chen Mu's tone shifted. "We cannot allow our brothers to work for free. Each employee who comes to help will be compensated for overtime. All employees who work overtime shall receive triple their wages as compensation. This is not a one-time offer. At any future moment, as long as there are employees laboring for me, I shall ensure they are compensated with triple overtime pay." Chen Mu's proclamation left Li Xiao and the principal in utter disbelief. "Overtime pay? What is that? Isn't it expected to work during one's leisure time for the employer? Why should the boss pay for it, and moreover, offer triple wages?" It is no wonder they were astonished. In this bizarre world, not only is there no concept of overtime pay, but the very idea of overtime is non-existent. With a 24-hour day filled with relentless work, How could one even entertain the notion of overtime? Chen Mu introduced this concept of overtime, and for the first time in this peculiar realm, he proposed a notion of overtime compensation, placing him several versions ahead of this strange world. The idea was so avant-garde that the inhabitants found it challenging to comprehend. Soon, Chen's request for employees to undertake renovations spread to Midnight Hotel and Dark Knight Academy. Within the Midnight Hotel, the peculiar employees were enjoying their working meal. Brothers, Boss Chen has stated that the Mountain Water Courtyard requires manpower for renovations. Once we finish our meal, let us not rest, but instead join me in working overtime for Boss Chen, shouted one employee in the dining hall. Absolutely. We have no objections to Boss Chen's words. With such high wages and benefits, I've often felt guilty. Now, finally, I can work even more. I can hardly wait. A group of peculiar beings immediately set down their bowls, wiped their mouths, and eagerly rushed to assist Chen Mu. Their enthusiasm and initiative were palpable, each one clamoring to work overtime, making it seem as if they had lost their minds to an outsider. Taking the initiative to work for the boss. Worried about missing out on opportunities? Such phenomena are rarely seen in companies other than that of Chen Mu. Soon, news circulated. Boss Chen announced that all employees who worked overtime will be compensated at 3 times their regular wage. Chapter 61. Attendance must be strictly monitored. Upon hearing this news, the bewildered employees were momentarily stunned. What on earth was happening? As they pondered the logic behind it, they found it utterly perplexing. The boss compensates us for our work hours with our salaries. If we utilize our rest time to assist the boss, why would he still pay us? And why at 3 times the rate? Is he simply overflowing with cash? In the words of other perplexed bosses, it seemed like he was squandering money on employees. A rather unseemly act. This hardly seemed like a blessing. It appeared to be quite illogical. At that moment, a flash of insight struck one of the employees, who exclaimed, I understand now. The boss is providing us with benefits. He believes we are in need of money, so he devised this method to distribute funds to us. Upon hearing this, the staff erupted in admiration, realizing the truth behind it all. While other eccentric bosses would never consider such actions, it felt entirely fitting coming from Boss Chen. Which boss, after taking over a loss-making canteen, would also willingly settle the employees' overdue wages from 6 months past? That would be Chen Mu. Which boss would voluntarily double the salaries and enhance welfare bonuses for their staff? That would again be Chen Mu. Which boss would astonishingly allow employees to enjoy 4 hours of rest, and even provide a day off every single day? That would undoubtedly be Chen Mu. Still Chen Mu. Which employer provides their employees with meals that rival those of a 5-star hotel? And it is indeed Chen Mu. It is no surprise, truly no surprise. This benevolent Mr. Chen shows profound consideration for his employees, always putting their needs first. Having just enhanced the benefits, he also fears that the staff might struggle financially, thus proactively offers additional rewards through overtime. To alleviate any guilt and ensure that employees can receive their remuneration without hesitation, he graciously labels it as overtime pay. A true philanthropist. Mr. Chen is indeed a paragon of kindness. My brothers, let us ponder, do we truly lack for money? An eccentric employee suddenly exclaimed. The other eccentric employees responded in unison. Not at all. Obviously, with such generous salaries and bonuses provided by Chen Mu, even the most junior employees enjoy substantial benefits. While we may not be exceedingly wealthy, we are certainly not short on funds. Another employee called out. Currently, as Mr. Chen embarks on his entrepreneurial journey, he is generously enhancing our benefits, yet he himself must be quite financially strained. Even if Mr. Chen is indeed in need, he remains silent, worrying instead that we may not have enough to spend, thus bestowing upon us overtime pay. Mr. Chen considers us as his own brothers. During this period of entrepreneurship, when funds are likely tight for Mr. Chen, accepting this overtime pay makes me uneasy. If Mr. Chen regards me as a brother, I too shall regard him as one. This overtime pay, I shall absolutely refuse. I will work for Mr. Chen without charge. The words of this eccentric employee resonated with the sentiments of his colleagues. Indeed, throughout this peculiar world, one cannot find a better employer than Mr. Chen. If Boss Chen were to face bankruptcy due to insufficient funds, Where could they possibly find such an exceptional employer? It is imperative that Boss Chen does not succumb to financial ruin. In such challenging times for Boss Chen, how can we possibly take his money and drain him of his resources? Is that what a person is capable of? Oh no. Is that what a nefarious being would do? The overtime pay must not be claimed. We cannot impose an additional burden on Boss Chen. The peculiar employees swiftly reached a consensus. They would forego overtime pay and willingly assist Boss Chen without compensation. Boss Chen has treated us so well. Working extra hours feels comfortable. Soon, a considerable number of these peculiar employees, in high spirits, made their way to the mountain water courtyard, joining the renovation efforts. As they toiled, they displayed remarkable dedication, each one energized as if they had been invigorated. Renovating Boss Chen's house felt akin to enhancing their own homes. One employee gazed at Boss Chen's grand residence, and rather than feeling envious, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Look, for someone as malevolent as Boss Chen, he certainly deserves to earn a fortune and reside in such a grand house." After laboring diligently for 4 hours, these peculiar employees uniformly neglected to record their overtime hours or claim any additional compensation. Consequently, Boss Chen soon sensed something amiss. His villa was undergoing rapid renovations. Lavish flooring, crystal chandeliers, lush green lawns. Each ornament sprang forth as if by magic. However, upon reviewing the work records, he discovered that no one was actually working. How could the renovations progress at such an astonishing rate with no one laboring? This was truly baffling. Upon investigation, Boss Chen uncovered the unsettling truth. His peculiar employees had all failed to register their hours or claim overtime pay. This is unacceptable. It is hardly a matter of saving a few coins. Chen Mu's picturesque garden has cost over 100 million coins in renovations alone. The overtime compensation for the employees, when all is accounted for, amounts to merely a few 100,000 coins. Chen Mu has invested substantial resources. How could he possibly quibble over such trifling expenses? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this undermines Chen Mu's authority. He must maintain an unequivocal stance within his own enterprise. Every command he issues must be executed with unwavering fidelity by his employees. Although Chen Mu understands that the employees' reluctance to accept overtime pay stems from their affection for him, it nonetheless contravenes his regulations. This precedent cannot be allowed to set. Thus, Chen Mu summoned his security team and commanded them, from this moment forth, every employee working overtime must clock in and out, without exception or oversight. The security team diligently enforced Chen Mu's directive, yet those who had received overtime pay appeared dejected. With Chen Boss facing such difficulties, how could I continue to draw from his resources? It feels utterly disingenuous. Moreover, why shouldn't we exert ourselves a bit more? The overtime pay is fixed. If we work a little harder, it essentially means Chen Boss expends less on overtime. This compassionate suggestion quickly garnered enthusiastic support from a multitude of employees. Consequently, on the construction site of the picturesque garden, instances of early arrivals and late departures proliferated. Some employees, eager to contribute more, forwent their meals after work, heading straight to the site, utilizing their half-hour meal break to labor instead. Furthermore, they refrained from clocking in early, only doing so at the designated start time. This is what they termed as arriving early. The concept of delayed departure follows a similar logic. Upon clocking out, one intentionally lingers, extending their work by an additional 20 minutes. On the journey home, they would rather take a taxi, sacrificing their own funds for the fare in order to contribute further to the endeavors of Boss Chen. Chen Mu quickly became aware of this peculiar behavior, astonished by the mindset of these individuals. Why would they continue to work during overtime? With plans to acquire a hospital, Chen Mu understood he would inevitably need to provide employees with health insurance. If employees willingly overexert themselves during overtime, risking their health, how much additional medical expense would Boss Chen incur? This was no mere instance of ordinary competition. It was a manifestation of malicious overtime. It was imperative to curb this detrimental trend within the company. Consequently, Boss Chen issued a directive. Stringent enforcement of attendance management was essential. Early arrivals and late departures would be firmly rejected. No one would be permitted to work even a minute longer. In other companies, strict attendance policies often signal a downturn. Yet, at the onset of his own company's growth, Chen Mu implemented rigorous attendance measures, inversely enforcing policies against early arrivals and late departures. In a fleeting moment, Chen Mu suddenly felt as though he was orchestrating this bizarre dystopia. Something felt amiss. Chapter 62. The predicament of the hospital under the fervent self-exploitation of the employees. The appearance of Shanshui courtyard transformed dramatically within just 2 days. Even the disheartened mall manager admitted he had never encountered such self-disciplined employees. Boss Chen's crop of workers cultivated and harvested themselves, a sight that would undoubtedly evoke envy in anyone who witnessed it. Never having reaped such high-quality labor, it was indeed a regret in the career of any employer. Nevertheless, the disillusioned mall manager recognized that this was a testament to Chen Mu's exceptional capabilities. Otherwise, amidst such a multitude of peculiar employees, why is it that only Chen Mu's staff exhibit such exceptional quality? Previously, during the Midnight Diner and Dark Knight Academy, they were all part of the same cohort. Yet they did not display such diligence at that time. If the employer treats the employees as fools, they should not be surprised when the employees reciprocate by treating the employer as a fool as well. Empathy is essential. Chen Mu treats his employees well. Although they may not verbalize their appreciation, it is etched in their hearts. No one is a fool. Each individual maintains a mental ledger, clearly aware of who genuinely treats them well and whom they ought to reciprocate. This understanding may not be articulated daily. Upon the completion of the renovation of the Mountain Water Courtyard, the manager of the Fallen Mall was astounded during the final cost assessment. Thanks to the employees' tireless work ethic, the project was completed a full 7 days ahead of schedule. Moreover, while working, the employees approached the task as if they were refurbishing their own homes. They strived for excellence and endeavored to save materials for Chen Mu whenever possible. For instance, some carpenters might typically require 2 or 3 cuts, resulting in a waste of 3 boards to produce 1 usable piece. However, these dedicated workers focused intently, ensuring success on the first attempt, thereby avoiding any additional costs for Chen Mu. This diligence led to a significant reduction in waste, ultimately saving over 2 million in costs. Furthermore, the quality of the renovation exceeded expectations, with meticulous and durable craftsmanship that other renovation teams in the market could never match. This distinction arises not from mere technical skill, but from heartfelt dedication. Chen Mu was elated. By investing over 500,000 in overtime wages, he reaped substantial benefits, saving more than 2 million in costs. In essence, this amounted to a net gain of over 1 million. What a delightful outcome. With a grand gesture, Chen Mu extracted 500,000 from the 1,500,000 he had saved, distributing bonuses to the employees who participated in the renovations. Those who had worked overtime felt a sense of guilt towards their boss, having profited significantly from the extra hours, draining Chen Mu's resources. They were taken aback that he still rewarded them with bonuses. What a remarkable employer he was. A true leader inspires loyalty, and encountering such a boss made them willing to exert themselves wholeheartedly. At last, the new home was completed, lying in the expansive villa of several thousand square feet. Chen Mu was overcome with emotion. Just days ago, he had been a humble youth. In the brief span of time, he had transformed his life, now residing in a magnificent house. Outside, a cerulean swimming pool glistened, accompanied by a vast, verdant lawn. The Duke had also moved into the neighboring villa. Although he often frequented the Mist Museum, he would come to the villa for leisure whenever he could. The opulence of life was indeed a seductive trap. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu understood that now was not the time to rest. It had been over a month since the bizarre apocalyptic events began, and the initial scarcity of ghostly currency was palpable, with every industry desperately in need of it. This was the prime opportunity for acquisition. Swift action was essential. Currently, Chen Mu had established 3 major enterprises: Midnight Diner, Dark Knight Academy, and Mountain Water Courtyard, along with excellent relations with the Mist Museum, and had employed the services of the Netherworld Taxi. Within his ring also lay the Netherworld Bank. Although he could not physically access the bank now, he could continuously draw funds from it. Interestingly, during the acquisition of the three major enterprises, Chen Mu had made a substantial profit. Currently, Chen Mu finds himself in possession of a considerable sum of idle funds, and surprisingly, he has deposited several amounts into the bank of the underworld. However, there is no cause for concern, as the bank of the underworld is securely contained within Chen Mu's ring, eternally belonging to him, rendering any risk of loss impossible. Chen Mu has now shifted his focus toward the next acquisition target. In these trying times, when financial scarcity plagues many, numerous industries have succumbed to debt crises, desperately in need of Mr. Chen's generous financial intervention to rescue them from their dire predicaments. The next objective is none other than the finest and sole hospital in the city, the Frightening Hospital. In the wake of the bizarre apocalypse, what was once a forsaken hospital transformed into a peculiar establishment, known as the Frightening Hospital by the second week of this uncanny era. To speak of the Frightening Hospital, it cannot be deemed exceptionally skilled, or rather, the hospitals throughout this strange world lack remarkable expertise. The guiding principle of the Frightening Hospital is simply, as long as one does not die from the treatment, it is considered a victory. Even if a patient succumbs, it is deemed the fault of the current cohort, unable to endure. Out of 10 peculiar cases, if one can be successfully treated, it is a resounding triumph. Despite this, the hospital remains exceedingly sought after in the realm of the uncanny. Even the most formidable beings within this strange world dare not offend the hospital, for it is an exceptional rarity. Institutions capable of healing the peculiar are alarmingly scarce. In the surrounding cities, only Chen Mu City boasts a frightening hospital capable of treating the peculiar, although the effectiveness of the treatments is rather lackluster. Those afflicted with peculiar ailments or injuries have no alternative. They must pay exorbitant medical fees to procure their healing, as there are simply no other options available. Even if the peculiar hospital's technology is subpar during the latter stages of this bizarre apocalypse, as the number of anomalies continues to rise, securing a hospital bed becomes an arduous task. A significant number of formidable anomalies, when faced with grave and potentially fatal injuries, find themselves queuing to present gifts to the hospital director, desperately hoping for treatment. Thus, by acquiring the Dread Hospital, Chen Mu essentially gains control over essential aspects of life, education, and healthcare, positioning himself to dominate the entire city. At this juncture, the operational state of the Dread Hospital is dire. In simpler terms, the hospital finds itself in a predicament. Due to its inferior medical capabilities, anomalies are reluctant to visit unless they are gravely wounded, fearing that the doctors might inadvertently lead them to demise. Currently, at the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, the number of anomalies is relatively low, with many yet to emerge. Furthermore, humanity's strength appears feeble. Many remain oblivious to the rules governing anomaly tasks, let alone the potential harm they can inflict upon them. With a scarcity of anomalies and a low probability of injury, it is only natural that few seek medical attention. Consequently, the hospital's operational conditions have deteriorated severely. It can be said that the initial 2 months of the bizarre apocalypse have been the most challenging for the Dread Hospital, if they can endure this period. As the number of anomalies increases and conflicts escalate, the incidence of injuries among anomalies will rise, leading to a meteoric rise in the hospital's status and profitability. Thus, Chen Mu has set forth on his journey, seizing this opportune moment to expedite the acquisition of the Dread Hospital. Chapter 63. The Dread Hospital that night. Chen Mu departed from the Shanshui courtyard and boarded his private taxi, en route to the Dread Hospital. Chen Mu addressed the driver, who nodded in acknowledgement before pressing the accelerator, whisking Chen Mu away at great speed. In less than 10 minutes, the taxi arrived at a secluded suburban area. Scanning the horizon, it became evident that there were scarcely any residential buildings, and the road was devoid of pedestrians, exuding an air of desolation. Amidst the darkness, a 5-story building stood ominously. The windows glowed with a dim green light, casting an eerie ambience from afar. This was the Fear Hospital, a facility renowned for treating the bizarre. "All right, let us stop here. Please wait outside for me. I may require your assistance," Chen Mu instructed the driver. Given the unsettling nature of the hospital, It was prudent for the driver to remain outside, adhering to the principle that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. After exiting the vehicle, Chen Mu inhaled deeply. The chilly evening breeze, mingled with a faint scent of disinfectant, invigorated him considerably. His knowledge about this hospital was rather limited. In his previous life, Chen Mu had lacked the strength and had merely struggled for survival, never venturing into such uncanny establishments. Thus, most of his understanding of the Fear Hospital was gleaned from hearsay. Gazing at the foreboding structure before him, he couldn't help but muse. I wonder what truly lies within the Fear Hospital. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Mu found the doors ajar, and the security booth was eerily empty. He entered with ease, and before him loomed the five-story edifice that emanated an unsettling green glow, the Fear Hospital. In the next moment, a line of crimson characters gradually materialized before Chen Mu. Eerie task. Midnight doctor, task description. In a remote, desolate area, an inconspicuous hospital stands tall. Every midnight, strange patients come and go within its walls. You're a young doctor, lacking in skill and encountering obstacles in your job search. Finally, one day, a hospital named Terror offers you an internship, inviting you to serve as the midnight shift doctor. You cherish this opportunity and arrive at the mysterious establishment. The blood-red words flickered, and the temperature in the air noticeably dropped. A chilling night breeze swept through, carrying the scent of disinfectant, while shadows seemed to flit by in the windows of the Terror Hospital. Chen Mu steeled himself, preparing to enter the building. Upon entering, an acrid odor assaulted his senses. The tiled walls were marred by vivid crimson handprints. This setting felt rather sinister. Chen Mu couldn't help but remark. Having engaged in numerous eerie tasks, this hospital's atmosphere was the first to make him feel uneasy. As he surveyed his surroundings, a chilling voice emerged from behind him. You must be the new shift doctor. Chen Mu turned to see a nurse clad in uniform gazing at him. Oh, indeed, Chen Mu replied. According to the description of the eerie task, he was now the newly arrived intern. Please follow me. The chief doctor is waiting for you inside, the nurse said, leading the way for Chen Mu. Two individuals took several steps and arrived before a door. Upon the door, a few blood-red characters were inscribed, On Duty, Operating Room. As they pushed the door open, a potent scent of blood assailed them. The stark white surgical lights cast an uncomfortable glare into Chen Mu's eyes. At the very center of the room stood an operating table, flanked by a small cart brimming with various surgical instruments. Adorning the walls were banners of crimson hue, each emblazoned with grand phrases. Miraculous hands, benevolent healers. Rescue the dying and heal the wounded. It was evident that this physician was held in high regard by patients. Moreover, within the room was a peculiar figure clad in a physician's attire. This enigmatic doctor, appearing to be in his 60s and wearing reading glasses, was indeed the chief physician referred to by the nurse. Upon noticing Chen Mu's arrival, the chief physician greeted him with a warm smile. Ah, at last, a newcomer has arrived. At my advanced age, my surgical skills have diminished considerably. With a fresh face here, you can take over the operations. As he spoke, the chief physician handed a manual to Chen Mu. This is your first time in the operating room. ISNT it? This manual outlines the requirements of the surgical environment. Follow its guidelines diligently, and I shall be by your side to guide you. I believe you will become a competent doctor. The chief physician's enthusiasm left Chen Mu somewhat astonished. It was the first time he encountered such kindness without the necessity of offering gifts. In fact, Chen Mu had prepared a few tokens of appreciation in his pocket. However, due to his trepidation regarding the hospital, Chen Mu had never visited before. Unlike the Fog Museum, which he had become quite familiar with in his previous life, he hesitated to present gifts outright. Therefore, to err on the side of caution, he refrained from offering any small tokens for the time being, opting instead to observe the situation carefully. Upon receiving the manual and flipping through its contents, Chen Mu discovered a series of rules. As a newly appointed attending physician, you are required to adhere to the following regulations. 1. The Hospital of Dread is a strictly regulated institution. Offering gifts to doctors, nurses, patients, or others is strictly prohibited and will result in penalties. Upon reading the first rule, a cold sweat broke out on Chen Mu's back. Thankfully, his caution had spared him from hastily producing gifts. Otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits. The experiences from his past life had proven invaluable, instilling in him a heightened sense of prudence. Continuing further, he read, 2. The chief physician is a seasoned and esteemed practitioner, renowned for his medical expertise. He will not deceive you and will always provide the correct treatment methods. 3. During your shift, you are required to treat 5 patients. Once you have completed their treatments, the task will conclude automatically. 4. Among the 5 patients, you must successfully treat at least 3. Failing to do so will be considered a failure of the task. 5. A physician's success is contingent upon patient feedback. Only the patients can determine whether their treatment was successful. 6. Some patients may exhibit withdrawn personalities, making them particularly challenging to engage. You must exercise additional patience and skill to avoid receiving unfavorable evaluations from them. 7. The Hospital of Dread has a relatively low patient influx, so you must possess ample patience while awaiting patients to seek treatment. In the event that the task remains unfulfilled, one must never depart from the surgical room while on duty. The manual delineates several rules, which Chen Mu meticulously commits to memory. From the descriptions of these regulations, it appears the chief physician is an ally to Chen Mu, offering no deceit and providing accurate treatment methods. After all, Chen Mu lacks formal medical education and is bewildered by the intricacies of treatment. Without the chief physician's guidance, he would be utterly at a loss. Thus, where might the hidden peril lie within these rules? And where might the path to survival be concealed? Chen Mu begins to ponder this conundrum. Chapter 64. The surgery commences based on Chen Mu's prior experiences. One can reasonably conjecture that the chief physician's support may prove to be a significant asset in achieving success in the task. The rules state that the chief physician is entirely forthright and will not mislead Chen Mu. Furthermore, with a wealth of experience, they can offer the correct therapeutic approaches. Does this imply that adherence to the chief physician's directives guarantees the successful treatment of the patient? Chen Mu buries this hypothesis deep within his thoughts. Among the regulations, the most perilous appears to be the 6th. Some patients possess a reclusive disposition, making them particularly difficult to engage with. One must exercise considerable patience and skill to prevent receiving unfavorable evaluations from them. This suggests the possibility of encountering challenging patients who may present Chen Mu with formidable dilemmas. Should a patient deliver a negative review, it would signify a failure for Chen Mu. He is permitted only 2 failures. Surpassing this threshold would result in a complete failure of the task. This is the extent of the information Chen Mu has tentatively gleaned from the rules. As for additional insights and the nature of the path to survival, he remains in the dark. After all, Chen Mu is not an omniscient deity. He meticulously unravels answers through logical reasoning. At present, the clues remain incomplete, and his deductions can only extend thus far. The next step involves awaiting the arrival of a patient. As described in the rules, the patients at the horror hospital are exceedingly scarce. Upon Chen Mu's arrival, the amiable chief physician encouraged him to take a seat and reassured him that it is entirely normal for fewer patients to appear during the night. To his surprise, this wait extended for a full 30 minutes. Just as Chen Mu was beginning to feel discomfort from sitting, the door to the operating room finally swung open. What entered was a bizarre humanoid figure. "Doctor, my arm is broken. Please help me stitch the wound." The peculiar being came in, grimacing in pain and shouting. Chen Mu glanced at this strange patient, and indeed, as the patient had stated, one of its arms was severed, revealing a crimson gash. Within this sanguine wound lay scattered fragments of flesh and blood vessels, an utterly horrifying sight. Chen Mu's spirits surged. Although he had encountered such scenes before, this was his first experience attempting to stitch up a wound on a bizarre entity. The chief physician approached the patient and instructed, "Chen Mu, quickly assist the patient onto the operating table. We must prepare for surgery." Upon hearing the chief physician's command, Chen Mu stepped forward to offer support. He felt no apprehension regarding a potential attack from the patient, as he was protected by his death armor. Although his ability to breach the rules had entered a cool-down phase, the protective capabilities of the death armor remained formidable. Ordinary anomalies could not inflict harm upon Chen Mu. The patient did not trouble Chen Mu, instead cooperating as he ascended the surgical table and reclined upon it. You are performing admirably. The next step is to retrieve the antiseptic solution and disinfect the patient's wound. The chief surgeon instructed, gesturing toward the bottle. As the chief surgeon had mentioned upon their initial meeting, his advanced age rendered him unsuitable for performing the surgery himself. Hence, he was solely responsible for guiding Chen Mu through the procedure. Following the chief surgeon's directions, Chen Mu approached the side of the surgical table and discovered a small bottle on the adjacent cart. The bottle bore no label and contained a transparent liquid. This method of treating wounds with antiseptic was a novel experience for Chen Mu. In his recollection, should it not involve alcohol or similar substances? Perhaps it was indeed peculiar and unlike the norm. He lifted the bottle and inquired of the chief surgeon, "Is this the correct bottle?" "Yes." "Hurry and cleanse the patient's wound," the chief surgeon urged. By protocol, the chief surgeon would not deceive himself. For the moment, Chen Mu chose to trust his words. Grasping the enigmatic antiseptic solution and began the disinfection process. As he commenced, the individuals in the operating room assumed their respective roles. The chief surgeon monitored the patient's condition, intermittently offering guidance to Chen Mu. With his head bowed under the surgical lights, Chen Mu executed the procedure. The nurse stood nearby, occasionally assisting by handing over instruments. The patient lay calmly on the surgical table, peacefully accepting the operation. Each person in the enigmatic situation seamlessly embraced their roles, creating an authentic atmosphere of surgery. Do not pour it directly. Use a cotton swab to apply the antiseptic, the chief surgeon advised. The pressure applied with the cotton swab should be gentle, avoiding excessive force. A single disinfection is insufficient. At least 3 rounds are necessary. The chief surgeon stood nearby, diligently guiding and patiently correcting Chen Mu's mistakes. After 10 minutes, Chen Mu successfully completed the disinfection of the wound. Excellent. The next step is to trim away the necrotic tissue before suturing the wound. The chief surgeon provided step-by-step instructions, and under his guidance, the surgery proceeded in an orderly manner. Chen Mu had to concede that the chief surgeon possessed remarkable skill. On several occasions during the operation, had it not been for the chief surgeon's reminders, Chen Mu could have easily erred. Moreover, the chief surgeon's guidance did not reveal any significant flaws. At least he did not lead Chen Mu into a pitfall. The procedure was progressing too smoothly, causing a flicker of unease within Chen Mu. He silently reflected. Soon, the necrotic tissue was successfully excised. The act of cutting through the grotesque tissue felt peculiar, occasionally releasing a foul odor. The tissue was cold, resembling rubber, distinctly different from human flesh. "Dr. Chen Mu, you have performed admirably. You are the most astute young physician I have encountered," praised the chief surgeon. "Very well. The next task is to suture the patient's wound. Nurse, please bring the suture material to Dr. Chen Mu." Following the chief surgeon's instructions, the nurse promptly retrieved some sutures and handed them to Chen Mu. It was Chen Mu's first time performing surgery on such a peculiar case. With the operating room filled with the metallic scent of blood and the antiseptic aroma, all illuminated by harsh, pale lights. Fortunately, the process of suturing the wound was not particularly challenging. The chief surgeon demonstrated to Chen Mu how to meticulously bandage the vessel using sutures. It remains uncertain whether this peculiar patient was specifically designed for the task at hand, but undeniably, its vessels were remarkably thick and prominent, making the suturing process surprisingly manageable even without formal training. Chen Mu swiftly acquired the skill of suturing. Half an hour later, he successfully closed the final wound, and the gaping incision of the patient was finally addressed. The operation concluded without any unforeseen complications. Everything proceeded seamlessly. However, Chen Mu furrowed his brow, devoid of any elation typically associated with a successful surgery. A faint sense of unease lingered in the air. Chapter 65. The first appearance of erroneous rules. Everything had transpired far too smoothly, so much so that it bordered on the unbelievable. During the operation, the patient posed no challenges. The chief surgeon provided patient guidance. The nurses were exceptionally cooperative, and Chen Mu encountered no unexpected hurdles. In merely 30 minutes, this bizarre surgical procedure reached a flawless conclusion. Something felt amiss. Based on Chen Mu's understanding of the eerie apocalypse, as the peculiar world evolved, the overall difficulty of bizarre tasks invariably escalated. Much like the Midnight Diner, where the rules were straightforward, the subsequent Misty Museum introduced the first instance of deceptive rules, coaxing players in a movement in a game of hide-and-seek, thereby obscuring the path of survival that lay in stillness. Clearly, the difficulty of the Misty Museum surpassed that of the Midnight Diner. Subsequently, in the fatal examination, misleading rules made their first appearance. This is not merely an inducement to players. Rather, it is a direct misguidance, prompting players to engage in peculiar actions, leading their peers to suspect them of being strange. The difficulty has escalated to a new level. 3 days have elapsed since the harrowing hospital encounter and the fatal examination. During these 3 days, the overall challenge of the bizarre tasks has undoubtedly intensified. While a few of these peculiar tasks may remain relatively simple, the prevailing trend indicates that the tasks are progressively becoming more arduous, especially in the case of the harrowing hospital as one of the foremost powers. The difficulty is assuredly on the rise. The first surgery in which Chen Mu participated was completed with surprising ease, the challenge even lower than that of Midnight Diner. As long as he overcame the discomfort of the gruesome sights and followed the guidance of the lead surgeon, success was assured without requiring much thought. A subtle sense of vigilance quietly arose within Chen Mu. The current clues are still too scant to deduce a path forward. One must proceed step by step. At this moment, the patient descended from the operating table, appearing quite satisfied with the outcome of the surgery. "Young doctor, your skills are remarkable. Truly a miraculous recovery," the patient remarked. Chen Mu smiled and responded, "If you are pleased, please remember to leave a good review." After gathering their belongings, the patient exited the operating room. The first surgery of the night had concluded. Yet, after the patient departed, no notification indicating the success of the surgery appeared before Chen Mu. 5 minutes later, a line of blood-red characters slowly emerged in Chen Mu's vision. First surgery score, 40 points, 60 points passing, surgical outcome, failure. Upon seeing this notification, Chen Mu felt a heavy weight in his heart, yet he was not excessively surprised. Indeed, an unexpected incident had occurred. After leaving the hospital, the patient had given Chen Mu a failing score for the operation. He began to meticulously reflect on the surgical process, pondering where he had gone awry. Why what seemed to be a flawless procedure resulted in a declaration of failure from the patient? If every patient reacted this way, how should he cope? He could afford to fail only twice, with just one opportunity remaining. As Chen Mu contemplated, time slipped away second by second. The hospital, shrouded in the eerie stillness of night, had but a scant few patients, and for the next hour, not a single new patient entered. Amidst his relentless introspection, a flicker of inspiration began to dawn in Chen Mu's mind. He turned his gaze toward the walls of the operating room, which were adorned with blood-red banners proclaiming miraculous recovery, saving lives, and healing the injured. This series of banners had all been gifted by patients. Suddenly, Chen Mu noticed a subtle change in the number of banners on the wall. He recalled that upon his arrival, he had counted 43 banners, yet it seemed there was one more now. Chen Mu silently mused within himself. When he first entered this bizarre scenario, he had committed the layout of his surroundings to memory, including the meticulous count of the banners on the wall. This was a habitual practice for him. He possessed this capability, after all. Chen Mu was acutely aware that, often, the hints regarding the path to survival were concealed not only within the rules, but also amidst the bizarre scenery. Otherwise, players could simply rely on the rules for reasoning, rendering the exploration of the strange environment unnecessary. If memory served him correctly, upon his arrival, there were 43 banners adorning the walls. After the first patient departed, an additional banner, inscribed with miraculous recovery, mysteriously appeared. Yes, that was the one. Chen Mu recalled that the wall had been white, and shortly after the patient left, a new banner emerged. Such strange scenes could not change at random. Any subtle alteration served as a suggestion to the players regarding their path to survival. Having failed in his own surgery, he was now confronted with the banner of miraculous recovery. As Chen Mu scrutinized the banners once more, he suddenly noticed that among the myriad of commendatory banners, there were occasionally two disparaging ones: incompetent quack and family perished. In an instant, a tumult of thoughts surged through his mind, and he deduced the underlying reason. If he was not mistaken, in this operating room, each surgical procedure resulted in the addition of a banner to the wall. The content of these banners hinted at the success or failure of the surgeries. According to the arrangement of the task setting, prior to his arrival, the chief surgeon had been the one responsible for this operating room. Chen Mu had observed the duty roster at the entrance, which bore the same name for the past 2 months, indicating that the attending physician had not changed. Thus, it implied that the banners on the walls were signifying the outcomes of the chief surgeon's operations. In this manner, Chen Mu's thoughts became remarkably clear. Within this bizarre context, when the strange presents you with a banner inscribed with miraculous revival, it is not a compliment. Rather, it is a scathing insult. Conversely, when the strange offers a banner that reads family annihilation, take it to heart, for it is a sincere blessing. Context: the culture of the uncanny world. In this peculiar culture, miraculous revival signifies a failed operation, while family annihilation denotes a successful one. Clearly, this time a strange task has introduced the concept of the uncanny world's culture. When players are oblivious to this cultural backdrop, they may misinterpret the meaning of the banners or disregard them entirely. Only when players possess a clear understanding of the strange culture and recognize that these banners are derogatory towards a doctor can they uncover the clues embedded within the bizarre task. Indeed, this strange endeavor is far from the simplicity it initially appears to be. Chen Mu did not anticipate the level of difficulty presented by the eerie tasks within the hospital, which surprisingly incorporates elements of the uncanny culture. The current bizarre scene has begun to unfold according to this strange cultural framework. Thus, the banners adorning this wall serve to inform the players that the chief surgeon's skills are woefully inadequate. Over the past 2 months of duty, he has conducted 43 surgeries, achieving success only twice, with the remainder resulting in failure. A quack. The flaw has emerged. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Chen Mu's eyes as he finally discerned the anomaly. The second rule states that the chief physician is an experienced and esteemed doctor, possessing exceptional medical skills and integrity. He would never deceive you and is always capable of providing the correct treatment. However, the reality starkly contrasts this assertion, revealing the chief physician to be nothing more than a quack. Chen Mu took a deep breath. If he was not mistaken, this peculiar task had introduced a flawed rule for the first time. Chapter 66. If the problem cannot be resolved, eliminate the source of the problem. With this thought, Chen Mu felt a surge of exhilaration. He even devised a method to validate his suspicion, requiring no elaborate steps. Merely a single question would suffice to demonstrate the fallacy of this rule. He turned to the chief physician and suddenly spoke. "Chief physician, please tell me, how many of your 43 surgeries have been successful?" Upon hearing Chen Mu's inquiry, the chief physician's expression shifted immediately. He stared at Chen Mu in disbelief, opening his mouth to respond, but finding himself at a loss for words. Chen Mu continued, "Then please tell me, do you consider yourself a skilled physician?" As he spoke, he pointed to the banners adorning the wall. The chief physician fell silent. After a moment, he sighed and finally admitted, "Did you figure it out?" The reason for his statement was that Chen Mu had posed a question he could not answer. Chen Mu's intuition was correct. The chief physician's skills were indeed subpar, and his medical expertise was far from exceptional. When Chen Mu posed this question, regardless of how the chief physician responded, it would reveal to him a singular truth. Rule 2 is indeed a flawed principle. Should the chief physician claim that his medical skills are exceptional, he will be deceiving Chen Mu. The second rule explicitly states that the chief physician would not deceive you. Thus, if he were to mislead Chen Mu, it would directly imply that the second rule is erroneous. Conversely, if the chief physician admitted to having poor skills, it would not constitute deception. Yet Rule 2 clearly asserts that the chief physician possesses remarkable expertise. Therefore, even such a response would inadvertently convey to Chen Mu that Rule 2 is incorrect. The chief physician hesitated, unable to articulate a response. Observing this, Chen Mu smiled, for he had discerned the answer from the physician's demeanor. This is indeed a flawed rule. Moments later, the chief physician could not suppress a sigh and, gazing at Chen Mu, slowly remarked, "You are quite astute. 10 individuals have come to me, and you are the only one to pose this question." Chen Mu chuckled softly. He was not being pretentious, had it not been for 5 years of experience. Few would have conceived such an inquiry. In fact, during Chen Mu's previous life, it was only after 3 months into the bizarre apocalypse that people began to realize that the rules within the strange tasks could indeed be erroneous. Prior to that, every participant in the bizarre tasks regarded the rules as sacrosanct, trembling as they adhered to the stipulated requirements without daring to transgress. It is evident that in this bizarre undertaking, those who adhered to the rules have met their demise. Thus, the reason for my recent surgical failure becomes starkly apparent. It lies in your guidance, dear doctor. The second rule is erroneous, implying your lack of skill, and it does not guarantee that you will impart the correct steps. Therefore, should I follow your instructions, the likelihood of surgical failure is exceedingly high. Upon discerning the flawed rule, Chen Mu incisively identified the cause of the surgical failure. The chief surgeon regarded him with a newfound admiration. He acknowledged that even if he were to assume Chen Mu's position, he would not have been able to uncover the issue with such alacrity. Chen Mu inhaled deeply, but as he delved further into contemplation, he realized the problem did not simplify. Whether due to inadequate expertise or a lack of honesty, it was indisputable that in the forthcoming surgeries, Chen Mu could no longer heed the doctor's counsel. To follow the doctor's guidance would merely replicate the unsuccessful trajectory of the first surgery. The procedure may have proceeded smoothly, yet the outcomes were invariably disastrous. However, Chen Mu was acutely aware of his utter ignorance regarding medicine, particularly the peculiarities of this strange field. With the chief surgeon's instructions rendered unreliable, how was he to proceed with the operation? He had but one opportunity left. In the realm of bizarre tasks, there must exist a path to survival. This signifies that even though Chen Mu is wholly unversed in the oddities of medicine, he can undoubtedly endure within this peculiar endeavor and achieve a successful surgical outcome. Chen Mu resolved to continue pondering the rules, seeking to unearth any glimmer of insight within their confines. As time ebbed away, the subsequent half-hour in the operating room remained devoid of any patience. Chen Mu, fixated on the established regulations, eventually conceived a potential avenue for escape. It was evident that, according to the stipulations, the success of the surgery was contingent upon the patient's evaluation. Should the patient deem the outcome unsatisfactory, Chen Mu would find himself in dire straits. Since he could not remedy this predicament, why not attempt to eliminate the source of the trouble? For instance, what if he were to extinguish the peculiar patient? If the patient were to perish, the evaluation would cease to exist, thereby sparing him from receiving a negative review. Might there even be a tacit assumption of a favorable assessment? This was the most plausible escape route that Chen Mu could envision. He was unperturbed, believing that the other regulations were flawed as well. Even erroneous rules, however, were not arbitrary. There was a commonality among them. They served as indicators. Take, for instance, the fourth stipulation of this task. Among the 5 patients, one must successfully treat at least 3. Failing to do so would result in a failed mission. Such a rule could not be deemed erroneous, for it was decisive, determining the success or failure of the task. If such a rule were incorrect, players would be left in the dark regarding how to achieve success. All erroneous rules are merely indicative and do not directly dictate the outcome of the mission. Chen Mu's proposed escape route was derived from the 3rd and 4th decisive regulations. However, to validate this course of action, he would need to await the arrival of the next patient. In this dread-laden hospital, patients were exceedingly scarce. An hour and a half had elapsed without a single soul entering. As Chen Mu scrutinized the rules, a sudden epiphany ignited in his mind. The rules do not state that the patients cannot be self-sourced. Why must I remain here, idly waiting? Chen Mu's inner thoughts stirred restlessly as he recalled his unique ability. Chapter 67. Assist me in procuring a few patients. Since no patients were forthcoming, he might as well create a few himself. With this notion in mind, Chen Mu retrieved his phone from his pocket. This device had been given to him by the driver for their communication. Beep. The call connected. Hello, boss. Do you need something? I am currently undertaking a task at the Hospital of Dread. Please find me a few patients. I need to perform surgery on them. Chen Mu instructed. Remember, the patients must be injured and they must provide me with a 5-star review. Understood, boss. Please hold on. The driver hung up the phone, promptly starting the car. On his way, he stopped by the Midnight Hotel and summoned a few unusually tall security guards to assist in locating patients for Boss Chen. Moments later, in a shadowy alley, a peculiar entity lurked in the darkness, anticipating its prey. This entity, known as the accident trickster, would leap out from the alley when a vehicle passed, positioning itself directly in front of the car to feign an accident. When confronted with such a trickster, the best course of action is to accelerate and drive past without stopping. If the driver exits the vehicle and engages with the accident trickster, it will present demands, requiring the driver to pay a specified amount of ghostly currency as compensation. At that point, the driver becomes ensnared within its sinister rules. If one can afford to offer ghost money, it may serve to avert misfortune. However, if one cannot, the driver becomes a rule violator, susceptible to the schemes of those who feign accidents, ready to feast upon the driver's very essence. Patiently waiting for 3 minutes, a yellow taxi suddenly appeared on the expansive road. Upon witnessing this turn of events, the schemer's countenance brightened with joy. Fortune was indeed smiling upon them this evening. Having waited merely 3 minutes to commence their endeavor, the taxi's speed was unhurried, which played to the schemer's advantage. Should the driver have been speeding, a moment's inattention could have resulted in a tragic oversight. Such slow-moving vehicles are the most susceptible to their deceptive tactics. As the taxi approached the alley, the schemer seized the opportunity, darting forward with the agility of an arrow, and dramatically lay sprawled before the taxi. "Oh dear, you have struck me. Hurry. Get out and compensate me. Take me to the hospital. I assure you, this matter is far from over." The schemer lamented on the ground, their appearance exceedingly pitiful, as though they had sustained grave injury. With a screech, the taxi came to a halt right before the schemer. A glimmer of hope sparked in the schemer's eyes. They recognized that the bait had taken a hook. Should the driver dare to exit the vehicle, a substantial extortion would ensue, and should they lack the means to pay, the schemer would have the perfect opportunity to unleash their attack. Regardless of the outcome, it was a guaranteed profit for the schemer. Indeed, the taxi door swung open. However, the schemer's smile quickly faltered, for emerging from the taxi was not a mere human, but a spirit. Had the schemer attempted to defraud a being of the supernatural? Moreover, the adversary exuded formidable power, at least at the level of a high-ranking specter. The schemer, being a lowly wandering spirit, possessed only the strength equivalent to that of a common specter. Worse still, it was not just one peculiar figure alighting from the taxi. Several others clad in security uniforms also emerged, each exuding an unsettling aura. Alas, they were formidable adversaries. The con artist, sensing the gravity of the situation, muttered a curse under his breath. "Brother, my apologies. I accidentally bumped into you," the driver said, his expression one of sincere regret. Dressed in white gloves, he appeared remarkably polished. "Oh, it's nothing, really, just a minor injury, hardly worth mentioning," the con artist replied, though he quaked inwardly. Despite his audacity, he dared not provoke such formidable beings. In an instant, he sprang to his feet with the agility of a fish leaping from water. "Look, I'm perfectly fine. This slight injury is of no consequence. If all is well, I shall take my leave," he added, forcing a smile as he prepared to make his exit. The driver, however, was not so easily dissuaded. "Brother, since I've collided with you, I must take responsibility. I shall escort you to the finest hospital in the city, where the esteemed Dr. Chen will attend to your needs." No, really. I assure you, I am in perfect condition and do not require a hospital," the con artist insisted, maintaining his facade of cheerfulness. "Perfectly fine? That simply cannot be. If you're well, how could Dr. Chen possibly treat you?" "We must not disregard his heartfelt intentions," the driver countered, waving his hand. In a swift motion, several security personnel surged forward, seizing the con artist without hesitation. "Break his legs and load him into the vehicle. We shall deliver him to Boss Chen," the driver commanded. No sooner had he spoken than the night air along the quiet highway echoed with the anguished cries of the con artist. The taxi accelerated, and, in the back seat, the now injured con artist, with his legs broken, gazed despairingly at the security guards flanking him, utterly bereft of tears. One's misfortune appears to be exceedingly dire. Having encountered an exceptionally formidable individual during a rather unfortunate incident. Throughout the ordeal, the security personnel administered a severe reprimand, leading to a profound acknowledgement of the disparity in strength. After enduring multiple lessons, the disheartened scammer, now with a broken leg, had developed a psychological trauma. In a near whimper, it implored, "Esteemed ones, please spare me. I shall no longer dare to deceive. Do not fret. We shall escort you for treatment. And once you are well, you shall be free," the driver replied coldly. At these words, the scammer trembled, having been thoroughly subdued by the chastisement, longing only to escape from this formidable group. Before long, the taxi halted before the ominous entrance of the hospital. The door swung open, and with a resounding thud, the scammer was unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle. "Remember to go to the first-floor operating room and seek out Dr. Chen for your treatment," the driver instructed through the window. "Do not harbor any ill intentions. We shall await your return outside. Once your treatment is complete, we will ensure your safe passage back. Should Dr. Chen harbor any dissatisfaction, the consequences will extend far beyond a mere broken leg." The driver's calm words bore an unmistakable air of menace. The scammer, now utterly terrified, dared not utter a single word in protest, nodding in acquiescence, although it remained uncertain as to why this peculiar group insisted on directing it to Dr. Chen for treatment. The scammer understood all too well that should the unfamiliar doctor express even the slightest discontent, its life would be forfeit. This strange assembly appeared to be minions of Dr. Chen, and even with 100-fold courage, the scammer would not dare to offend him. With great difficulty, the injured scammer dragged itself to the door of the on-call operating room, knocking frantically. With a polite knock, the trickster entered the duty room, where the voice of Dr. Chen resounded. As soon as the trickster stepped inside, he lamented, "Dr. Chen, where is Dr. Chen? I have come to seek treatment from him." The chief physician and nurses exchanged bewildered glances. Dr. Chen? Could it be referring to Chen Mu? That seemed implausible, as Chen Mu had only arrived 2 hours prior, treated but one patient, and that surgery had ended in failure. Why would this new patient specifically demand Chen Mu for surgery? When had Chen Mu become so renowned? Observing the trickster, who was visibly frightened, Chen Mu donned a warm smile. The patient he needed had arrived. "Let us proceed to the operating table," Chen Mu instructed the trickster. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the trickster cautiously climbed onto the operating table, not daring to seek Chen Mu's assistance. Chen Mu nodded, satisfied. The trickster was quite compliant. Trusting the chief physician's help was out of the question. Thus, the forthcoming surgical procedure would rest solely on Chen Mu's shoulders. Gazing at the trickster's injuries, Chen Mu found himself in a quandary. On the operating table, the trickster watched Chen Mu with trepidation, astonished that a mere human could be the leader among several enigmatic figures. Just how profound was this man's background? How had he attracted the ire of such a formidable individual? The trickster dared not even breathe, for his life hung precariously in Chen Mu's hands. Should Chen Mu become displeased, the other enigmatic figures outside could reduce him to mere ashes in an instant. "Is your leg broken?" Chen Mu furrowed his brow slightly. He only knew how to suture wounds, and even that was not guaranteed to be correct, let alone address a fractured leg. The con artist, sensing Chen Mu's distress, quickly interjected, Yes, Dr. Chen, it's indeed a broken leg. I am not particularly skilled in treating this." Chen Mu's expression turned troubled. The con artist was terrified. Could it be that Dr. Chen was incapable of treating his ailment? Was this not an embarrassment to him? A slap in the face? Surely, the con artist had not lost his mind to challenge Dr. Chen. He hastily exclaimed, No, Dr. Chen, you are in no way at fault. The entirety of the blame lies with me. It is my illness that is improper, my ignorance that has led to affliction with something you cannot cure. I implore you for another chance. I shall fall ill anew. I promise you will be able to treat it, and I assure you of my satisfaction. This declaration left Chen Mu utterly speechless. Translated, it was akin to bowing and pleading for mercy. Did this not portray Chen Mu as a bully towards the eccentric? The implications were far from desirable. The attending physician and nurses nearby were astounded. Having treated countless patients, they had never encountered one who would claim their illness unworthy of treatment, beseeching the doctor for a second chance. It was nothing short of miraculous. Chen Mu responded, "Do not panic. As a physician, I shall endeavor to assist you to the best of my ability. Allow me to attend to your wound." As he spoke, he began to cleanse the injury. This is not a case of Chen Mu idly passing the time. Rather, he is concerned that if he allows the patient to leave without any intervention, it may be deemed that he has not treated them, thereby rendering the surgery unsuccessful. Although the leg cannot be healed, he feels compelled to do something. Bowing his head, Chen Mu meticulously cleans the wound, and within 10 minutes, the procedure concludes. The leg of the patient, who feigns injury, remains fractured, yet a grin spreads across their face as they exclaim, "Dr. Chen, your medical skills are truly remarkable. In just a few minutes, my leg feels better. I don't feel any pain at all. You are undoubtedly the finest physician I have ever encountered. No one understands medicine better than you." The flattery from the deceitful patient leaves Chen Mu utterly perplexed. There should be a limit to such praise. After all, the leg is still broken, and yet they lavish commendations upon his expertise, which feels somewhat inappropriate. To Chen Mu's astonishment, the very next moment, the patient dismounts from the operating table and proceeds to walk on their hands. "Dr. Chen, look, I came in crawling, but thanks to your slight surgical adjustments, I can walk now. I'm leaving on my own 2 feet. With that, the patient performs a handstand and walks out, showcasing Chen Mu's exceptional skills. Once the patient departs, an air of silence envelopes the surgical room. Chen Mu is left speechless, and both the attending physician and nurses are equally bewildered. This operation was exceedingly surreal. Chen Mu silently sighs, reflecting that his driver is rather ruthless, having instilled a psychological shadow in the patient, who seems to venerate him as if he were a paternal figure. Quite pleasing, indeed, for Boss Chen. Moments later, a few lines of blood-red text appear before Chen Mu. Surgery successful. Patient rating, 100 points. Remarks: please make every effort to ensure the patient satisfaction, as this will lead to higher ratings. Following the completion of the eerie task, your rewards will vary based on the score received. The higher the score, the more splendid the rewards. Upon gazing at the blood-red words before him, Chen Mu finally exhaled in relief. He had discovered a path to success in this task. However, this path was peculiar, serving only Chen Mu. Other players lacked the prowess to find the thoroughly subdued patience as he had. For them, the path to success likely involved the brutal elimination of the eerie entity to obtain a default score. It was evident that the difficulties of the 2 approaches were starkly different. Chen Mu could effortlessly achieve a perfect score, while those who opted for confrontation risked potential retaliation and, if Chen Mu's assumptions were correct, would only secure a passing grade. The disparity was unmistakable. Chen Mu couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of wealth. With wealth comes power, and with power, one can act with impunity. While other doctors relied on their exceptional medical skills to heal, Dr. Chen's approach was singularly focused on one thing: money. As long as the funds were ample and the influence considerable, there was no ailment that Dr. Chen could not remedy. Should he encounter a case deemed untreatable, it would certainly not be his fault. Rather, it would be the patient's lack of understanding and daring to present a condition beyond Dr. Chen's capabilities. They would simply be sent back to fall ill again until Dr. Chen was able to provide a cure. Not long after the patient expressed their commendation, as Chen Mu had anticipated, a new blood-red banner appeared on the wall, emblazoned with the phrase "Whole family perishes." The attending physician, upon seeing the banner, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Dr. Chen, I never imagined you were so beloved by your patients. Look at your second patient. They are quite satisfied, wishing for your entire family to perish." Chen Mu's expression darkened immediately. Although in the peculiar cultural context of this bizarre world, the phrase "whole family perishes" was intended as a compliment to Chen Mu's medical prowess. It struck him as profoundly unsettling. Such a phrase, meant to convey praise, felt exceedingly awkward to him. Before long, another victim, nay, another patient, entered the duty room. Without a doubt, this was yet another individual summoned by the driver. Unlike the first, this patient was accompanied by an accomplice. Both had sustained significant injuries, particularly the patient who had been given special attention, arriving in a semi-paralyzed state, supported by their companion. Just like the second patient, as soon as they entered, the pair shouted, "Dr. Chen, where is Dr. Chen? We seek Dr. Chen for treatment." Chen Mu regarded these peculiar individuals, and when he laid eyes on the semi-paralyzed one, his countenance shifted subtly. If his memory served him correctly, this particular individual had previously offended him quite grievously, and it was not a trivial offense. They had seriously wronged him. This individual harbored a deep-seated grudge against Chen Mu. Chapter 69. The Living Dead, Flesh and Bone. The esteemed physician, Dr. Chen, gazing at the patient lying on the operating table, Chen Mu revealed a mysterious smile. The patient, already battered and bruised, felt an involuntary shiver run down their spine upon witnessing Chen Mu's enigmatic grin. It pondered carefully, wondering if it had inadvertently offended this human. Throughout the bizarre apocalypse, it had taken the lives of 3 humans and consumed 2, yet it was certain it had never encountered Dr. Chen before, let alone wronged him. But why then did Dr. Chen regard it with such a gaze? A shiver of fear coursed through it. Indeed, as the patient suspected, in this lifetime, it had never crossed paths with Chen Mu in a confrontational manner. However, let it be noted that this pertains solely to this lifetime. In Chen Mu's previous life, this strange being had caused him great offense. It was during this very moment that Chen Mu, a mere novice devoid of wealth and influence, struggled for survival in the chaotic world, insignificant as dust. Unfortunately, he encountered this strange entity and unwittingly fell into its trap, violating its rules. Naturally, Chen Mu became the target of its wrath. Though he ultimately managed to escape, he suffered the misfortune of losing a finger in the process. This creature was among the rare few that had inflicted harm upon Chen Mu during the apocalypse. The excruciating pain, reminiscent of the bond between heart and fingers, would forever linger in his memory. Had fortune not smiled upon him, he would have perished at the hands of this entity, and the notion of rebirth would have been but a distant dream. Despite its current pitiable state, this was predicated upon Chen Mu's formidable strength. Had he remained as vulnerable as in his past life, he had no doubt that this entity would have sought to eliminate him once more. Such animosity, surely, could not go unavenged. Chen Mu was not magnanimous enough to forgive a being that had nearly taken his life. Thus, Dr. Chen swiftly retaliated. He approached the wall, seizing a defibrillator that hung there. This device is specifically designed for the peculiar, a defibrillator that channels high-voltage electricity, intended for use only in emergencies, as it would inflict tremendous harm upon the aberration. Chen Mu activated the defibrillator, cranking the current to its maximum, and pressed it forcefully against the entity. A piercing scream echoed through the room, as the creature on the operating table nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the shock. This is merely the beginning," Chen Mu remarked coldly. The aberration was rendered speechless, and before it could utter a word, Dr. Chen struck again with ruthless intensity. The accompanying entity, equally paralyzed by fear, thought to itself that Dr. Chen was indeed merciless, intent on ruthlessly dismantling its counterpart. What deep-seated vendetta could provoke such wrath? If this continued, it might very well meet its end. Chen Mu, however, spared no words. For the aberration that nearly claimed his life, his stance was unequivocal. He would settle the score, even if it meant merely achieving a passing grade of 60. Chen Mu believed that forgiving past adversaries amounted to a betrayal of one's former self. In a moment of his own harrowing escape, with a severed finger and frantically fleeing, he had wished for the aberration to suffer 1,000 tortures. Having been granted a second chance at life, he pondered what right he had to absolve the creature that had once tormented him. Thus, Chen Mu resolved that he would either avoid enmity altogether, fostering goodwill among all, or should a rivalry arise, he would eradicate it entirely, never allowing his foes the opportunity to retaliate against him. Before long, under Dr. Chen's meticulous care, the aberration on the operating table lay still, having met its demise. At last, the revenge for his severed finger had been exacted. Chen Mu set down the defibrillator and addressed his peculiar accomplice. I apologize, my medical skills are lacking. I inadvertently caused its demise. Please carry away the body. The strange companion, having witnessed their ally being electrocuted, was already paralyzed with fear. How ruthless! Indeed, this group was merciless. The bizarre associate trembled in trepidation, recalling the brutal security guards and drivers, and to think that Dr. Chen, their superior, could be equally savage. They were not a force to be trifled with. Should they incur Dr. Chen's wrath, they would likely find themselves in the hospital by nightfall. What had Dr. Chen just said? He had killed a patient, a physician who had inadvertently brought about a patient's death. Was this not a slap in the face to Dr. Chen? To the peculiar accomplice, Chen's words sounded akin to a superior confessing to a grave mistake. Would one dare to have their leader admit fault? Did they still wish to maintain their position? If this incident were to leak, patients would hesitate to seek Dr. Chen's care. In a fit of rage, Dr. Chen could very well seal their fate. This simply cannot be allowed. The bizarre accomplice's mind raced, nearly overheating, when suddenly, inspiration struck. They seized Chen Mu's defibrillator and directed it toward the odd corpse on the operating table. With a crackling surge, the peculiar body convulsed violently. Observing this, the accomplice quickly pointed at the twitching figure and exclaimed to Chen Mu, "Dr. Chen, look, it's still alive. Your medical prowess is unparalleled. How could you possibly have killed the patient? Clearly, it is still convulsing, which indicates it remains among the living. Dr. Chen is truly remarkable. He has astonishingly revived my comrade, who was already deemed lifeless. According to your human expressions, Dr. Chen, you are indeed the miraculous healer of flesh and bones." The living dead. The peculiar accomplice lavished praise upon Dr. Chen, transforming the dead specter into a living entity. Chen Mu was once again taken aback, for he witnessed a profound will to survive. What manner of sorcery is this? Chen Mu had previously thought that the fable of pointing at a deer and calling it a horse was merely a tale, as it seemed absurd that anyone could assert a deer was a horse, let alone have a multitude of supporters. This evening, Chen Mu's eyes were opened. The notion of pointing at a deer and calling it a horse seemed far too conservative. As long as one possesses sufficient prowess, others might even declare a dead specter to be alive, all to avoid causing offense. The chief physician and nurse were equally astounded. They had just encountered a patient, declaring a fractured leg to be healed, which they thought was already outrageous. Little did they expect something even more preposterous to unfold. The chief physician and nurse felt as though their entire worldview had been upended. Is this truly the bizarre apocalypse? Can the supernatural not exhibit a modicum of dignity? Unexpectedly, amidst this bewildering turn of events, the nearly lifeless specter experienced a flicker of revival, slowly opening its eyes to gaze upon its companions. Upon witnessing the miraculous revival of the specter on the operating table, the peculiar comrade was instantly overwhelmed with joy. Lifting the revived specter and whispering in its ear, "My good brother, you are still alive." The dying specter was deeply touched, reflecting on how, even in its final moments, a loyal companion cared for its well-being. However, the next word from its comrade nearly caused it to lose its composure. A peculiar companion urgently exclaimed, "My good brother, you have yet to provide an evaluation of Dr. Chen's surgery. Before you bestow Dr. Chen with a 5-star rating, you must not perish. Your demise would spell disaster for me. Quickly, while you still draw breath, grant Dr. Chen a 5-star review. He is a miraculous physician of our time. Do not hesitate to commend him." In Chapter 70, Dr. Chen, I was truly blind just now. This scene left Chen Mu utterly bewildered. Soon, he beheld a line of blood-red characters materializing before him. Surgery successful. Patient rating 100 points. Only after he awarded Dr. Chen a 5-star review did the patient on the operating table breathe their last. The peculiar companion, not daring to linger, swiftly fled with their comrade, whom Dr. Chen had miraculously revived. It remained uncertain whether this night's events would leave an indelible psychological scar upon the peculiar being. In the bizarre apocalypse, such a psychological imprint would be a remarkably explosive phenomenon. Chen Mu did not pursue any trouble with it, primarily because it had not wronged him in a past life. Furthermore, Within the context of the strange mission, this companion did not qualify as a patient. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Chen Mu refrained from taking action against it. After all, his driver awaited outside, and having already issued a 5-star review, the two peculiar beings held little value for Chen Mu. He was confident that his driver would manage the situation adeptly. Both patients expressed profound satisfaction with Dr. Chen's services. The only regret Chen Mu harbored was concerning the first patient. Alas, it was a testament to his own inadequate medical skills that he could not ensure complete satisfaction for every patient. Most importantly, one cannot achieve a perfect score. The first patient only received a score of 40. It is truly a significant setback. One cannot help but feel a twinge of regret. As the patient departed, the surgical room fell into a profound silence once more. Chen Mu awaited the arrival of new patients, while the head physician and the nurses curiously observed him. At this juncture, even the head physician, usually slow to react, could discern that Chen Mu was extraordinary. If the second patient, with a broken leg, might have been somewhat deranged in his fervent admiration for Chen Mu, then the third patient, who had clearly suffered a fatal outcome yet still sought to express his adoration, could not possibly be mentally unhinged. The only plausible explanation was that Chen Mu was indeed a remarkable individual. The head physician cautiously regarded Chen Mu, his tone imbued with newfound respect, and inquired, "Dr. Chen, may I ask what your profession is?" Those patients seem rather fearful. They appear to hold you in great esteem. Chen Mu waved his hand, fully embodying his admirable qualities of humility and modesty. "Oh, it's nothing, really. I am merely a small businessman with a bit of spare money, a few employees who work alongside me, and a handful of acquaintances. Please, view me as an ordinary person." At that moment, a knock echoed through the door of the surgical room. "Come in," Chen Mu said. The door swung open to reveal a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, Chen Mu realized with astonishment that it was the very first patient. What brought him back? The patient rushed in, wailing as if he had lost a loved one, and clung to Chen Mu's leg, fervently apologizing. "Dr. Chen, I was wrong. I was truly blind just now, failing to recognize the greatness before me. You, an exceptionally skilled doctor, have shown immense kindness in treating my ailment, and in return, I not only failed to express my gratitude, but even rated you a mere 40 points. I am indeed at fault, and I come to offer my sincerest apologies. I implore you to forgive me. I shall rectify my score to a perfect one." Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback, only to notice that the peculiar individual before him bore several fresh wounds. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. It was undoubtedly his driver who had returned this strange being. How audacious to offend Dr. Chen and still attempt to leave. To dare give Dr. Chen a score of 40. How bold. Without further ado, the driver, accompanied by security personnel, delivered a thorough beating to the eerie figure, unceremoniously tossing it back into the confines of the Hospital of Dread, until the score was amended. Leaving the Hospital of Dread would be an impossible feat. The peculiar entity, already frightened nearly to death, finally grasped the magnitude of the existence it had offended. Soon, before Chen Mu's eyes, a few lines of crimson text materialized. Surgery successful. Patient rating, 100 points. Original 40 points. Rating amended by patient. At last, this seemingly oblivious Dr. Chen, after completing 3 surgeries, achieved an astounding trifecta of perfect scores. Moreover, his extraordinary skill in reviving the deceased and mending flesh had begun to reverberate throughout the realm of the peculiar. A new generation of divine healers was rising in the world of the uncanny. The chief physician was no fool. Upon witnessing this, he realized that Chen Mu was undoubtedly remarkable, far beyond his humble claims of merely engaging in small business endeavors. Consequently, the chief physician opened his smartphone, accessed the internet of the bizarre realm, and commenced his search. Before long, astonishment overtook his countenance. The chief physician gazed at Chen Mu in disbelief. Midnight Canteen, Dark Knight Academy, Shanshui Courtyard. You dare to label this as a trivial venture? Mere pocket change? Chapter 71. My peculiar task depicts an unusual scenario. The owner of the Midnight Hotel, the board member of Dark Knight Academy, the proprietor of Shanshui Courtyard. the supreme black gold clientele of the fallen mall. Each of these four identities, when presented independently, is a formidable presence. In the entire city, they command a position of dominance. Now, Chen Mu juggles for such roles, yet casually dismisses them as trifles, expecting to be treated as an ordinary individual. Ordinary my foot. If this constitutes an ordinary person, then the entire world's common folk could be counted on one hand. These are the top-tier magnates of the city. The chief physician was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. To put it bluntly, Chen Mu has become a veritable half-ruler of the city, an uncrowned king. How could such a powerhouse stoop to fear the hospital and undertake bizarre tasks like an average person? It defies logic. Should Chen Mu merely communicate with the hospital director, he would receive the highest level of luxury treatment, with the director personally attending to him. Why would he endure the indignity of the operating room? Is it plausible that a top-tier magnate like Chen Mu enjoys masquerading as an ordinary person to experience the tribulations of the populace? Should he learn of this, he would undoubtedly feel wronged. Chen Mu is no masochist. Why would he willingly subject himself to discomfort? If there were a privileged channel available, he would have activated it without hesitation. The crux of the matter is that such a channel does not exist. In Chen Mu's extensive network, there is not even a hint of acquaintance with the director. The reasons are quite straightforward. The success rate of treatments at the frightening hospital is disconcertingly low. When patients enter the facility, one cannot say they are resurrected. It is more accurate to describe their situation as a precarious struggle for survival. Surprisingly, the most bustling department within the hospital is the morgue located in the underground level. The hospital has even taken to offering additional services. Once a patient is admitted, they receive immediate treatment, and if they succumb, cremation follows in a seamless process. The reputation of the frightening hospital, amidst its eerie practices, is slightly superior to that of a crematorium. Under such alarming circumstances, with a death rate that could terrify the heavens and weep before the spirits, who in their right mind would willingly step into the frightening hospital? Therefore, the enigmatic elites that Chen Mu is acquainted with, be they principals or dukes, have all drawn clear boundaries with the frightening hospital for their own safety. Lacking connections to the hospital director, Chen Mu finds himself compelled to undertake bizarre tasks, inadvertently revealing his financial prowess to capture the director's attention. It is not that Chen Mu wishes to flaunt his wealth. Rather, he is left with no choice. One must curse this damned apocalyptic world of oddities that has forced a humble and unassuming man like Chen Mu into the role of a pretentious figure. The chief physician, unaware of these nuances, immediately assumes that Chen Mu is merely a wealthy young master seeking a taste of life. Such a privileged individual is beyond the director's reach, and as a mere doctor, he cannot afford to offend him. Suddenly, the chief physician recalls that during the treatment of the first patient, he had inadvertently taken advantage of Chen Mu. How could he dare to deceive someone whom even the director fears? This spells trouble. The chief physician resolves to redeem himself. Consequently, when the next peculiar patient arrives, before Chen Mu can intervene, the chief physician undergoes a remarkable transformation, exhibiting an unprecedented eagerness to assist. Dr. Chen, having treated 3 patients and feeling fatigued, allowed me to step in and perform 2 surgeries on your behalf, the chief physician remarked, moving to assist the patient. Chen Mu suddenly grew anxious, questioning the chief physician's motives. What is this NPC trying to do? Are you attempting to usurp my work? This task was assigned to me by my driver, and I am eager to complete this peculiar mission. The rules never stated that the chief physician would encroach upon my responsibilities. No. Please take a rest. I, as a young person, can endure hardship. Allow me to continue. Meanwhile, the patient, witnessing the chief physician's approach, became agitated as well. Having just experienced the driver's warm care, the patient began to perceive Chen Mu and the chief physician as a united front. How could such formidable individuals assist him? It felt akin to a supervisor offering to seat you in a chair. Anyone wishing to remain in the company would hesitate to accept such assistance. One audacious display of authority. Clearly, the peculiar patient was not yet ready to depart this world and wished to linger a while longer. Thus, within the operating room, an unusually harmonious scene unfolded. The chief physician sought to assist the patient, while the young doctor rushed to offer his help. And the patient adamantly insisted on making his own way to the operating table. Everyone was unwilling to burden another, preferring to shoulder the discomfort themselves. Such a harmonious spectacle had not been witnessed in many years. Ultimately, the peculiar patient, overwhelmed by the pressure, knelt before Chen Mu, exclaiming, "Dr. Chen, please allow me to ascend to the operating table alone. I would never dare trouble you for assistance." In a moment of urgency, the chief physician also knelt, saying, "Dr. Chen, you have worked too hard. Permit me to conduct this surgery." Before him, two figures knelt in submission, leaving Chen Mu in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, is this truly an eerie mission? The atmosphere is utterly bizarre. The patient and the chief surgeon, once mere NPCs in this strange endeavor, who had previously regarded players with disdain, were now bowing before him. He had done nothing at all. Had he mistakenly entered the wrong eerie task? At that moment, a female nurse, exuding an uncanny aura, unexpectedly guided Chen to a nearby chair and began to massage his shoulders. "Dr. Chen, you must be exhausted from the surgery. Please take a moment to rest while I assist you with a shoulder massage." The nurse was no fool, with the chief surgeon now fawning over Chen. She knew that failing to be proactive could lead to trouble. In no time, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the operating room. Chen, as the player, reclined comfortably in his chair, relishing the nurse's ministrations. Meanwhile, the chief surgeon diligently operated on the patient at the surgical table. As the patient grimaced in pain, he extolled the surgeon's skills, of course, praising Chen's expertise instead. Although it was the chief surgeon performing the operation, the patient incessantly lauded Dr. Chen, who was enjoying the massage beside him. "Oh, that incision just now, it perfectly grazed my kidney. The precision of the cut is neither too deep nor too shallow. It is evident that decades of experience lie behind it. Dr. Chen is truly a miraculous physician. His technique is nothing short of sublime. Oh, the suturing, how impeccable. Dr. Chen's craftsmanship is indeed awe-inspiring." Chen merely shrugged. "I truly did nothing. Yet if you say so, then so it must be. Today has truly opened my eyes. The bizarre sycophancy directed towards the leadership is unparalleled." Despite Chen Mu's apparent inaction, the strange tasks continue to progress steadily. Do not inquire further, for it is the latest iteration of the fully automated bizarre task. The concept revolves around players needing not lift a finger, as the enigmatic NPCs effortlessly accomplish the peculiar objectives on their behalf. Once the operation is concluded, a line of crimson text manifests before Chen Mu. Surgery complete. Patient rating, 100 points. Astonished, Chen Mu finds himself astounded. Is the procedure performed by the chief surgeon truly considered his own? It stands to reason, as the regulations merely stipulate that the chief surgeon would guide Chen Mu, without forbidding direct assistance from the chief surgeon himself. One can only speculate that the architects of these rules could not have anticipated the existence of such an extraordinary player. Chapter 72. The Sole Perfect Score. Thus, as the final patient presents themselves, the surgical theater resonates with an uncanny atmosphere. Chen Mu reclines in the chair, now receiving a leg massage. The chief surgeon operates while the patient lavishly praises Chen Mu. Even more peculiarly, every individual present remains oblivious to any impropriety in the proceedings. Should others witness this, their entire worldview would undoubtedly shatter, questioning the authenticity of their bizarre apocalypse. How could such vast disparities exist among individuals in a world marked by strangeness? Soon, the final patient's procedure reaches completion, and before Chen Mu, the notification of successful surgery appears. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the Midnight Doctor task. Your total score is 500 points. A perfect score without a doubt. To achieve an astonishing score of 500 points signifies that drive. Chen must exert his utmost effort in 5 surgeries, ensuring the utmost satisfaction of his patients. Such remarkable medical prowess is truly unparalleled. Within the confines of the Fear Hospital, this unprecedented achievement stands alone, likely never to be replicated. The rationale is straightforward. Once Chen Mu acquires the Fear Hospital, no future players, regardless of their capabilities, could possibly attain a score of 500. This is a natural outcome. The attending physicians are not oblivious. If Director Chen achieves a score of 500, any future players obtaining a perfect score would imply that their abilities rival his, or worse, that they undervalue his medical expertise. Clearly, as long as the chief physicians wish to maintain their positions, they cannot allow another score of 500 to emerge. Thus, Chen Mu remains the sole top player to have attained this remarkable full score. At that moment, a few lines of blood-red text appeared before Chen Mu. Due to your extraordinary performance and the patient's utmost commendation, your photograph and name will be displayed as the top healer on the Fear Hospital's Hall of Fame. Simultaneously, in the lobby of Fear Hospital, a large blood-red screen displayed the prominent words, Hall of Fame for Healers. At the very top of this list stands Chen Mu, a human who has become the foremost healer in this bizarre world. Chen Mu could not help but exclaim how abstract this reality was. The task has been completed, and with remarkable excellence. Naturally, rewards are in order, in light of your outstanding performance in the peculiar task. Players who achieve a perfect score of 500 points will receive the surreal item, the hallucinatory mist, provided by the frightening hospital. Please be sure to check your inventory. In the next moment, a spray bottle materialized in Chen Mu's hand. This bottle, commonplace in hospitals, is typically used for disinfectant solutions. The corridors of the frightening hospital were permeated with the unpleasant scent of disinfectant. However, the hallucinatory mist in Chen Mu's grasp was adorned with a dizzying blend of red, white, and blue hues. Despite being classified as a surreal item, within the hierarchy of the Spectral King, Spectral General, Spectral Long, Spectral Soldier, and Spectral Citizen, the Spectral Long items are already considered quite rare. Previously, Chen Mu had expended immense effort to acquire the Death Heavy Armor, classified as a Spectral General item, seizing the advantage of being a reborn individual before finally obtaining it. The Spectral Long item is merely a tier below the Death Heavy Armor. To complete a peculiar task and receive a Spectral Long item is indeed a lucrative deal. However, for others seeking to attain a perfect score of 500 points, it may pose a slight challenge. Chen Mu suppressed his excitement and began to examine the details of the item in his possession. Chapter 73. Do not relentlessly pull at a single sheep. Spectral Long item. Hallucinatory mist item effect. This item is a one-time use. By pressing the handle of the spray bottle, the item will be activated. Upon activation, the bottle will release the hallucinatory mist. Within a radius of 10 meters around you, the eerie and strange phenomena will be influenced, ensnared in an illusion. This effect lasts for 1 hour. You have the option to predefine the contents of the illusion, allowing for a personalized customization according to your desires. Note, this item is classified as rare. It will become ineffective after a single use, so please exercise caution. Upon reading the introduction of this new item, Chen Mu's eyes gleamed with excitement. This item is indeed remarkable. With it, he could immerse the surrounding anomalies in an environment of his own design, and with a duration of 1 hour. Does this not imply that he could indirectly control the thoughts of these anomalies? During this hour, whatever Chen Mu wishes the anomalies to perceive, they shall perceive. It proves beneficial for all entities below the level of the eerie. Chen Mu could envision the myriad of fascinating occurrences he could conjure within that hour, hypnotizing the anomalies at will. The only drawback, however, is that this item can only be utilized once. Just a singular opportunity. Meanwhile, the formidable, deathly heavy armor, with its extraordinary capabilities, can be employed repeatedly, albeit with a cooldown of 1 month. Wait a moment. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Chen Mu. It seems there are no rules stipulating that one can only partake in an eerie task once. If others were to learn of Chen Mu's thoughts, they would surely chastise him for his naivety. Everyone else regards these eerie tasks with trepidation, fearing the prospect of being chosen. Yet here he is, seemingly addicted to the thrill, longing for more than just a single encounter. In this midnight doctor mission, Chen Mu has successfully completed the challenge. However, there are no regulations prohibiting him from repeatedly attempting it. Achieving a perfect score just once grants him a hallucinogenic spray. If he were to attempt it multiple times, Wouldn't he be able to acquire numerous sprays? Each spray can only be used once, but what if he obtains 10, 20? That would equate to 10 or 20 uses. This thought ignited a surge of excitement within Chen Mu. If this notion proves feasible, he could possess an almost limitless supply of hallucinogenic sprays as long as he has the time to repeat the task. Without hesitation, Chen Mu promptly exited the on-call surgery room. The chief doctor and nurses were left bewildered. What was this affluent young man up to? As soon as the bizarre task concluded, he abandoned the scene without a word, leaving them in a state of confusion. What was his intention? Upon leaving the Hospital of Horrors, Chen Mu reconsidered and promptly returned. As he stepped back into the eerie establishment, he was greeted by a fresh line of blood-red characters. Bizarre task. Midnight Doctor. Chen Mu was overjoyed. Indeed, he had received the peculiar task once more. In this surreal apocalypse, it is likely that only Chen Mu would feel such elation upon receiving another strange mission. Meanwhile, the chief doctor was alerted to the arrival of a new, unfortunate soul ready to participate in the task. 2.5 minutes later, in the on-call surgery room, the chief doctor stood frozen in place upon witnessing Chen Mu's return. Dr. Chen, what is the meaning of this? The chief doctor, feeling the weight of his years, struggled to comprehend the situation. The young nurse, though still in her prime, was equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Not again, how have you returned, and why are you participating in yet another bizarre task? The chief physician admitted that he was still too young. There were many things in this world that he had yet to encounter, such as Chen Mu's outrageous antics. Oh, don't be so surprised. I simply came here for some amusement, Chen Mu chuckled. Come on, we're all old acquaintances. Let us get the process underway. Before long, the driver delivered a new patient. The familiar scent lingered in the air upon entering. The patient cried out as if bereaved, Dr. Chen, please save me. The chief physician was left dumbfounded, gazing incredulously at Chen Mu, pondering whether this wealthy young master was treating these strange tasks as a playground. Indeed, the world of the affluent was beyond his comprehension. Dr. Chen reclined in his chair, while a female nurse provided a massage, and the patient fervently praised him. The chief physician focused intently on the surgical procedure. Meanwhile, the driver's efficiency significantly increased, mobilizing more security personnel, resulting in a tenfold acceleration in apprehending the strange occurrences. Soon, a long queue formed outside the operating room. Where is Dr. Chen? I need to see Dr. Chen. Don't you dare cut in line. I was ahead of you. Dr. Chen was regarded as a miraculous healer. Was it not entirely reasonable for even a divine physician to have a queue? All these patients were, without exception, those who had been thoroughly beaten by the driver and brought here. In their eyes, Dr. Chen inside was the ultimate boss. Who would dare provoke the ultimate boss? Each patient, enduring their pain, stood in line without uttering a word of complaint, instead beginning to extol Dr. Chen's virtues in the hallway. It seemed that the roles of Chen Mu and the strange characters had been reversed. In this bizarre scenario, Chen Mu unexpectedly assumed the role of the ultimate antagonist, while the players trembled with trepidation. Within the confines of the operating room, Dr. Chen discerned the sounds of a queue forming in the corridor. Observing the chief surgeon who was still meticulously performing the operation, he remarked, Chief Surgeon, perhaps we could expedite the procedure a tad. Just a cursory effort will suffice. He refrained from articulating the latter part of his thought, which was that, given the surgeon's skills, the outcome would scarcely differ whether treated or untreated. Although such a statement was grounded in truth, voicing it would have been far too disheartening for the surgeon. Dr. Chen truly embodied the benevolence of a healer, willing to hasten the surgical process solely to ensure that patients outside would experience reduced waiting times, entirely devoid of any selfish motives to expedite task completion for rewards. Thus, the surgery transformed into an assembly line operation, with each procedure taking merely 5 minutes. Chen Mu's current state resembled that of an online game character, idle and automatically grinding for experience. In less than half an hour, he completed the second peculiar task. As expected, a familiar line of text emerged before him. In recognition of your outstanding performance in the peculiar task, you shall receive the extraordinary item, Illusory Mist. Chen Mu was elated. Incredible. I can indeed repeat this. This was nothing short of a perfect glitch. The chief surgeon, upon noticing an additional item in Chen Mu's possession, quickly grasped the situation. "What would you look at that?" he exclaimed. "Are you treating this peculiar task as if it were a dungeon in a video game? Are you farming for gold here?" Meanwhile, other players regarded the peculiar task with a sense of desperation, pleading, "Oh, great one, please grant me a chance at survival." Chen Mu's attitude toward the bizarre task was almost one of impatience. "Old fellow, hurry up and shower me with gold coins." However, what astonished the chief physician even more was yet to come. Without uttering a single word, Chen Mu abruptly exited the on-call operating room. A foreboding sensation welled up within the chief physician. Could this young man be planning to return once more? It was as if he had seized a sheep and intended to fleece it to the last fiber. Chen Mu had entered a frenzy of extracting benefits. Chapter 74. The task ruined by Chen Mu. As soon as Chen Mu left the on-call operating room, pandemonium erupted among the patients in the corridor. "Dr. Chen, you haven't treated me yet. You can't leave. Dr. Chen, please save me. I've been waiting in line for half an hour. At least cast a glance my way, or I fear I may never escape this dreadful hospital." The patients cried out to Chen Mu's retreating figure, lamenting as if he were a divine healer. Yet, to say they were being disingenuous would not be entirely accurate. They spoke the truth, genuinely pleading for Chen Mu's medical attention. If numerous patients earnestly beseech a doctor for treatment and sing praises of the results, it is reasonable to regard that doctor as a miraculous healer. As for the notion of Dr. Chen being such a miraculous figure, it could hardly be contested. He perfectly embodied that role, though it did possess an unsettling quality. With a compassionate heart, Dr. Chen could not bear to disappoint the patients. He turned to them and said, "Do not worry, I shall return shortly." 5 minutes later, the chief physician had grown numb, for he witnessed yet again someone enter the dread-filled hospital. Indeed, that individual was none other than Dr. Chen. Half an hour later, Chen Mu awaited with eager anticipation for the bizarre task to yield its golden rewards. However, after 5 minutes, no crimson characters appeared before him. What would be the reason? Was it no longer possible to reap the rewards? "Oh, but I have invested half an hour. Though I have accomplished nothing, I have still exerted myself." Perhaps Chen Mu's outrageous actions had rendered the bizarre task unworkable. Little did the bizarre task anticipate that one day it would be treated as mere sheep, subjected to relentless shearing. For heaven's sake, this is a strange apocalyptic world. It is a perilous task, and it possesses its own dignity. Finally, after a 10-minute wait, several lines of crimson text slowly materialized before Chen Mu. "In recognition of your outstanding performance, you have received the bizarre grade item, Illusory Mist. Please note, in the same bizarre scenario, the same individual may participate in a maximum of 3 bizarre tasks per month. You have already reached the maximum for this month. Re-entering the frightening hospital will not trigger a bizarre task." Clearly, the bizarre task had been intimidated by Chen Mu's relentless harvesting. "If I cannot be provoked, must I not retreat?" A mere 3 opportunities to reap per month in a vast expanse of this strange apocalypse. Only Chen Mu could compel the bizarre task into such submission. With a sigh, Chen Mu reflected that the bizarre apocalypse was somewhat lacking in challenge. He yearned to engage in bizarre tasks, yet he was restricted from doing so excessively. Well, 3 chances to reap each month. Perhaps I should count myself fortunate. This equates to 3 doses of bizarre-grade illusory mist each month, sufficient for Chen Mu to navigate various circumstances. Chen Mu's relentless harvesting had stirred the attention of the director of the frightening hospital. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the Fright Hospital, in the director's office, the director, a man in his 40s, presented a strikingly fit and tall figure, in stark contrast to a typical principal. He was engrossed in reviewing the recent operational status of the hospital. Astonishingly, the income from a morgue and crematory had surged to an astonishing 80 of the hospital's total revenue. It seemed as though the institution was on the verge of transforming into a crematorium. Just then, the director noticed an unusual bustle on the 1st floor. The bizarre tasks had been activated 3 times within a mere few hours. What on earth was happening tonight? Had 3 unfortunate souls arrived to undertake these tasks? However, Upon inspecting the list of participants, the director found himself utterly bewildered. There were not 3 individuals. It was solely one person named Chen Mu. This individual had participated 3 times consecutively, earning 500 points each time. Remarkably, he had topped the hospital's list of miraculous healers thrice in a row. Wait a moment. Goodness, this fellow had managed to seize 3 rare items in succession. Did he not possess a shred of conscience? No, the name Chen Mu seemed somewhat familiar. The director pondered for a while, and suddenly recalled that Chen Mu had been making waves throughout the city recently. In just a few days, he had acquired a significant number of enterprises, emerging as a formidable force within the city. This young man was evidently wealthy. Though the source of his wealth remained a mystery, the director understood the unspoken rules of this peculiar world. Some questions were better left unasked. Such affluent young men often had powerful factions backing them. The director began to contemplate a scheme. This young man was quite affluent, and given the hospital's severe financial losses, if he could successfully persuade Chen Mu to take over, Chen Mu undoubtedly possessed the capability to assume control of this dilapidated hospital. It merely depended on whether Chen Mu was inclined to do so. The director mused that wealthy young masters are particularly fond of maintaining their dignity. If he could flatter Chen Mu sufficiently and elevate his spirits, there was a possibility that in a moment of excitement, he might decide to purchase the hospital outright. Once the contract was signed, the director could abscond with the funds, leaving this wretched establishment to the unsuspecting Chen Mu. Such thoughts were entirely reasonable, especially during this bizarre and tumultuous beginning of the apocalypse, where the hospital faced annual losses, amounting to daily deficits of over 1 million ghost coins. Indeed, you heard correctly, a daily loss exceeding 1 million. Within just over a week, the losses would accumulate to the equivalent of a midnight diner. This is no exaggeration. Throughout history, healthcare has been a bottomless pit of expenditure. While it is common to see individuals bankrupt due to illness, it is rare to witness someone financially ruined over a meal. The rate at which hospitals consume funds far surpasses that of canteens or hotels. The medical supplies necessary for this peculiar era are exorbitantly priced. Patients are scarce, yet the need for constant replenishment of medical supplies incurs substantial costs. Furthermore, the group of so-called miraculous doctors, though lacking in skill, commands extraordinarily high salaries. This is simply due to the law of scarcity. Doctors are in short supply, and even those with minimal expertise can find hospitals willing to pay handsomely to employ them. Thus, in summary, the entire hospital, from the director's perspective, constituted a burdensome asset incurring daily losses in excess of 1 million. Despite the prevailing trends of the past, a year later, the hospital was projected to reap substantial profits, with daily revenues soaring into the hundreds of millions. However, the director remained oblivious to this reality, perceiving the hospital merely as a bottomless pit of financial loss, convinced that an early exit was the wisest course. With that thought in mind, he swiftly changed into a clean outfit and made his way downstairs. On the first floor within the surgical suite, Chen Mu had just completed his tasks and was contemplating how to seize an opportunity to meet the director. At that moment, the door to the operating room swung open, and the director entered with an exuberant demeanor. "Ah, Chen Mu, my esteemed doctor, what a pleasure to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you." Upon entering, the director greeted Chen Mu with an enthusiasm akin to reuniting with a long-lost father. "Ah, Dr. Chen, your medical prowess truly astounds me. I have heard of your consecutive victories on the list of divine healers. Your presence here elevates our hospital to new heights. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." As he spoke, the director produced a golden pen from his pocket and handed it to Chen Mu. Upon inspection, Chen Mu was taken aback. This was a pen crafted from pure, enigmatic gold. In the decadent marketplace, such a pen commanded a staggering price of 100,000 ghostly coins. Writing with this pen would yield letters in shimmering gold, radiating brilliance even in the depths of darkness. Beyond that, it served little practical purpose. In simpler terms, it was a luxurious item, distinguished solely by its exorbitant price, making it an exceptional gift. Though Chen Mu was well versed in the nuances of social interactions, The scene before him left him momentarily bewildered. Something felt amiss. After all, he was the guest in this scenario. Shouldn't Chen Mu have visited the dean first, presenting a gift to express goodwill before initiating a conversation? Why has the situation reversed? Just after Chen Mu had finished reaping his rewards, the dean took the initiative to meet him, even presenting him with a gift. Initially, Chen Mu found the dean's actions perplexing, yet he harbored some vague suspicions. Flattery without a cause is either deceitful or treacherous. It seemed the dean was attempting to ensnare him. "Dear Dean, you are exceedingly courteous. It's quite embarrassing to receive gifts upon our first meeting." Chen Mu chuckled, putting on a facade of cordiality. After having given numerous gifts himself, he was now beginning to receive gifts as his status and power increased. Thus, Chen Mu and the dean commenced a warm exchange. "I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Mr. Chen. It is indeed remarkable how you have acquired numerous assets in the city. You are truly a young hero." The dean then lauded. "I have heard much of your esteemed name, managing the hospital with such flair. Today, I see that your reputation is well-deserved." The two engaged in mutual flattery, and the atmosphere in the operating room was filled with joy. After some exchanges, the dean could no longer contain himself. With a tone imbued with regret, he addressed Chen Mu. "Dr. Chen, your medical skills are so exceptional that it is indeed a great pity you have not ventured into the medical field. Any entity aware of your decision to remain outside of medicine would surely feel a sense of injustice. I happen to have a notable hospital at my disposal. Should you wish to pursue a career in medicine, I would be more than willing to offer my assistance." At that moment, Chen Mu understood the dean's intentions. He realized that the dean was eager for him to take over. The supervising physician beside him also discerned the director's ulterior motives. The director harbored a scheme to offload the financially struggling hospital onto Chen Mu, whom he perceived as an unsuspecting fool. It was likely that, apart from Chen Mu, no one present believed the hospital to be a worthwhile asset. After all, they were not traversers like Chen Mu, who alone grasped the latent potential of the hospital, which he viewed with trepidation. However, Chen Mu did not exhibit any signs of elation. He was acutely aware that the more desperate a buyer appeared, the more susceptible they were to being taken advantage of. Although Chen Mu possessed considerable wealth, he was not inclined to be exploited. His aim was to negotiate the price downwards, ideally acquiring the hospital for the least possible expenditure. His financial reserves were modest, operating on a small scale, and he could not compete with the affluent magnates. Thus, every penny saved would count. Chapter 76. This unfortunate fool finally signed the contract. A look of delight momentarily graced Chen Mu's countenance. "Is it true? The director is so generous? He is willing to sell the hospital to me. This is simply splendid." Observing Chen Mu's reaction, the director felt a rush of satisfaction, thinking to himself that this unwitting fool was remarkably easy to deceive, having taken the bait so effortlessly. The director, with a coaxing tone, continued, "Mr. Chen, you must understand that our hospital is truly one of a kind in the surrounding cities. Moreover, we have over 20 skilled physicians, each a master of their craft. If the hospital flourishes, I assure you, it could easily earn you hundreds of billions annually. We seem to have a good rapport. Hence, I will sell it to you at a reduced price, without seeking profit, merely to foster friendship. 20 billion. The hospital shall be yours." Upon hearing the director's asking price of 20 billion, Chen Mu could not help but smirk. Was he attempting to dupe a fool? If the Fright Hospital were operating normally, its valuation would be approximately 5 billion. Selling it for 2 billion would indeed be a gesture of camaraderie. However, the current predicament is that the Fright Hospital incurs daily losses, amounting to over 1 million a day. Such an abyss of deficit offers no glimmer of profitability. Would you dare to invest 2 billion? This is not forming a friendship. It is inviting enmity. It is akin to ruthlessly exploiting Chen Mu. Chen Mu's expression darkened at once. "Director, your sincerity is profoundly lacking." While voicing this, he shook his head in disappointment, as if contemplating the cessation of this transaction. Observing this, the director grew anxious. He was genuinely intent on divesting the hospital, even at a loss. This urgency stemmed from the peculiarities of the apocalyptic world. Any bizarre establishment cannot simply shutter its doors. If one becomes the proprietor of such an establishment, then as long as one draws breath, it must remain operational and cannot dissolve. This is an unyielding rule for the strange owners in this uncanny apocalypse. The operation of bizarre scenes must be preserved at all costs. Should this rule be transgressed, even the most powerful of owners would face dire consequences. This explains why, in the previous Midnight Diner, even as the skeletal proprietor neared the brink of collapse, he persisted in subsidizing its operations. In a similar vein, despite the Fright Hospital being a gaping financial pit, the director continues to inject over 1 million ghost coins daily to sustain its operation. It is through adherence to this rule that the bizarre apocalypse has proliferated at such an alarming rate. Old strange scenes are not permitted to close, while new ones continuously emerge. The increasing number of bizarre establishments naturally strengthens the peculiar apocalypse. Ultimately, 5 years after the bizarre apocalypse, every corner of the world had transformed into an uncanny tableau. The director gritted his teeth and inquired of Chen Mu, "Mr. Chen, would you kindly propose a figure?" Without hesitation, Chen Mu raised a single finger, signifying his acceptance of a price of 1 billion underworld coins, effectively halving the initial price. This was the most reasonable amount that Chen Mu could acquiesce to in his mind. Everyone was keen to avoid taking undue advantage of one another. Upon seeing the single digit extended by Chen Mu, the director's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This young man was indeed relentless in his bargaining. Nevertheless, considering the insatiable nature of the hospital, a veritable money guzzler, every day, saved from this transaction, was a day less of loss. Resigned, the director conceded, "Very well. Let us settle at 100 million. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu was taken aback. It appeared that the director had misinterpreted his gesture. Raising one finger was intended to signify 10 billion, yet the director had understood it as 100 million. How astonishing! The director had not merely negotiated down. He had essentially undercut his own price. While Chen Mu had merely halved the figure, the director had slashed it down to the ankle. Observing Chen Mu's hesitation, the director assumed dissatisfaction and clenched his teeth, proclaiming 90 million. Chen Mu was once again astounded. This was even cheaper than the Shadowy Academy. Just how desperate was the director to rid himself of this hot potato? Unexpectedly, as Chen Mu hesitated again, the director further lowered his offer. 80 million. Chen Mu found himself at a loss for words as the director continued. 70 million. Now, it was Chen Mu who felt a pang of embarrassment. Billions of assets, sold for a mere 70 million to oneself. It seems that since the onset of this bizarre apocalyptic era, I have yet to reap such a substantial advantage. Chen Mu understood the importance of moderation. He noticed the director's eyes were reddening, and he surmised that if he pressed further, the director would genuinely become agitated. Thus, Chen Mu feigned a reluctant expression and sighed helplessly. Alas, 70 million is indeed a bit excessive. However, given your kindness, I feel rather embarrassed to haggle any further. I shall reluctantly purchase it for 70 million. Upon hearing this, the director nearly exploded with rage. Damn it, you little rascal, taking advantage while pretending to be modest, as if I were begging you to make the purchase. Indeed, he was rather desperate for the sale. Once the purchase of the terrifying hospital was finalized, Chen Mu would soon discover the depth of the pit he had fallen into. With daily losses exceeding 1 million, it wouldn't be long before Chen Mu faced bankruptcy. At that point, financial woes would be the least of his concerns. Bankruptcy could very well lead to a death sentence under the rules. The director felt a surge of exhilaration. Although the selling price was absurdly low, he had ultimately hoodwinked a fool into taking over. "Mr. Chen, trust me. Your acquisition of the terrifying hospital will undoubtedly not leave you at a disadvantage. To be honest, I regret selling it to you already." The director mockingly taunted Chen Mu, confident that it would not be long before Chen Mu experienced the hospital's voracious appetite for funds, ultimately regretting his purchase. When that day arrived, Chen Mu would surely reflect on today's conversation with a sense of dark humor and irony. With a sense of satisfaction, the director produced the contract and inscribed his name upon it. Chen Mu did not hesitate. He promptly retrieved 70 million ghost coins from his spatial ring, arranging them neatly on the ground. The attending physician and nurse, upon witnessing the meticulously stacked ghost coins, were astounded, their eyes sparkling with disbelief. The new director is astonishingly wealthy. To casually produce such a sum is beyond their experience. The director, observing Chen Mu's spatial ring, felt a flicker of greed in his gaze. Such a rare artifact, the spatial ring, was possessed by no one, not even the cunning generals. Perhaps only the supreme beings like the trickster king could lay claim to such an item. It was unimaginable that Chen Mu owned one. The depth of his background was shrouded in mystery. The director silently resolved that once the contract was signed, he would vanish without a trace, ensuring he never crossed paths with Chen Mu again. Otherwise, if Chen Mu were to face bankruptcy and seek retribution, it would spell great trouble for him. Chen Mu picked up the peculiar golden pen gifted by the director and inscribed his name on the contract. At the moment both parties signed, an unspoken thought echoed in their minds. Chen Mu, this fool has finally signed. The director, this fool has finally signed. Chapter 77. The ability to distribute blood-red slips after signing the contract. The director, fearing that Chen Mu might uncover the ruse and aware of the hospital's losses, acted without delay. He swiftly fetched a small car from the morgue, unceremoniously tossing a bizarre corpse aside to make room for the 70 million ghost coins, and then hastily pushed the cart away. With the acquisition of the dread hospital, Chen Mu, in a moment of bewilderment, sensed a vast power accumulating within him once more. Unsurprisingly, his strength had ascended once again, evolving from an intermediate level of the supernatural to an advanced proficiency. However, unlike previous occasions, this time Chen Mu experienced a peculiar sensation, a subtlety that eluded precise verbal description. If one were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be connection. In the days preceding this moment, he had purchased establishments such as the Midnight Diner, the Phantom Taxi, the Night College, and the Scenic Courtyard. Yet prior to this instant, his ties to these enterprises were merely contractual, devoid of any extraordinary sentiment. Now, as he closed his eyes, Chen Mu attentively explored the transformations within his heart. Deep within, emanating from himself, were threads of crimson radiating outward. At the other end of these red threads were tiny crimson dots. His heart pulsated, and those small red dots synchronized with his heartbeat. As Chen Mu took a few steps forward, the positions of those red dots subtly adjusted around him, perpetually encircling him as their focal point. In this moment, he felt as though he had truly become the sovereign of these crimson points. A profound sense of dominion surged from the depths of his being. As this feeling of control intensified, Chen Mu began to decipher the significance of the red dots. The Midnight Hotel, the Phantom Taxi, the Night College, the Scenic Courtyard, and the Dread Hospital. At this juncture, he genuinely perceived the bizarre realms he had acquired, establishing a true connection with them. This is an unprecedented and wondrous sensation, as if these bizarre scenes have begun to revolve around me. I have become their true master. Chen Mu harbored his suspicions, for with the enhancement of his powers, his control over these strange occurrences grew increasingly potent. The culmination of effort yields remarkable results, as his abilities reached a higher echelon of the uncanny. This dominion manifested within him, taking the form of red lines and crimson dots. However, what left Chen Mu even more astounded lay ahead. Suddenly, a stack of familiar notes appeared in his hand, blood-red notes. His pupils constricted sharply upon realizing that these crimson slips were unlike any he had encountered before. The blood-red notes bore no sinister inscriptions. Could it be that I can write upon them? Chen Mu's voice quivered slightly, having endured the horrors of a surreal apocalypse. He understood the implications of this revelation. In the essence of the uncanny world, there exist but two tiers, those who assign bizarre tasks and those who execute them. The former are known as the rulers, while the latter are the ruled. Clearly, prior to this night, all humanity within the surreal apocalypse belonged to the latter category. Regardless of wealth or status, upon receiving a blood-red note, one must obediently fulfill the bizarre tasks to seek a glimmer of survival. Even some of the oddities, who seemingly wield power within these strange realms, are merely laborers, executing the commands of the bosses within the uncanny scenes. In this surreal apocalypse, No matter how formidable the ruled may be, they ultimately remain subjugated, as humble as ants. With trembling hands, Chen Mu unfolded the crimson slips of paper in his possession. A total of 10. Upon meticulous examination, he discerned that each slip bore a line of small text at its beginning. 2 of these slips were inscribed with eerie scene, Midnight Hotel, while another pair proclaimed eerie scene, Phantom Taxi. Additionally, 2 more read eerie scene, Dark Night University, and the remaining 4 included 2 that commenced with eerie scene, Mountain Water Courtyard, and the last 2 that began with eerie scene, Frightening Hospital. These corresponded precisely to Chen Mu's 5 enterprises. If his deductions were accurate, each crimson slip signified an assignment of a peculiar task to an individual. With 10 slips in hand, he could delegate such tasks to 10 people. However, there were limitations. The assignments could not be indiscriminately allocated, but rather directed towards his own establishments. Furthermore, each enterprise had a cap on the number of participants, with 2 crimson slips indicating a maximum of 2 individuals per enterprise. Despite this, Chen Mu felt an overwhelming shock within him. This signified a transformation in his identity. He had shifted from being a mere subject to becoming a semi-ruler. Why semi, you may wonder? Because Chen Mu still remained susceptible to receiving crimson slips, compelling him to undertake certain eerie tasks, thus still belonging to the subjugated. Yet concurrently, he had acquired the preliminary authority to distribute crimson slips, enabling 10 individuals to partake in bizarre assignments. In this regard, Chen Mu also embodied a ruler. Therefore, his identity was uniquely positioned between that of the ruler and the ruled. This was indeed an auspicious omen. Chen Mu harbored an intuition that, as his prowess ascended and the industries he acquired multiplied, the small crimson slips of paper in his possession would also proliferate. With the accumulation of these blood-red notes, he pondered whether there would come a day when he could refuse to accept the bizarre tasks assigned to him. All of this remained an enigma. At the present moment, the slips of paper in his grasp could only be distributed among humans. However, if one day he could distribute these notes to the bizarre entities, and furthermore, if he could acquire all the peculiar scenarios, disseminating countless blood-red slips, would this not signify that he would ascend to the status of an omnipotent sovereign in this uncanny apocalypse? Faintly, Chen Mu sensed that he was beginning to uncover the secrets of this bizarre world. The greatest mysteries of this uncanny apocalypse revolved around the peculiar scenarios and the blood-red slips. Where did this bizarre world originate? From whence did these peculiarities arise? Why does the uncanny apocalypse perpetually expand? What is the ultimate driving force behind it? What are the governing rules, and why can they not be contravened? This series of questions entwined themselves in Chen Mu's mind, as they did in the minds of every human being. Yet, in this bizarre apocalypse, everyone was but a struggling ant, unable to secure even the most fundamental means of survival, let alone seek the truth behind the uncanny world. Chen Mu, however, felt an instinctive certainty. Reborn with 1 trillion underworld coins, he possessed the capacity to seek out the ultimate secret. Moreover, he was distinct from the other bosses of bizarre scenarios. The other bosses held the ability to enforce the rules of their respective realms, but lacked the power to distribute the blood-red slips. Chen Mu not only has the authority to establish rules within the industry, but has also acquired 10 crimson slips of paper. He can distribute these crimson slips and assign others with bizarre tasks. All of this serves to inform Chen Mu that he is a unique and extraordinary entity. In Chapter 78, during his first distribution of a bizarre task, he must first eliminate the morally coercive hypocrite, containing his excitement. Chen Mu drew a crimson slip and retrieved an enigmatic golden pen from his pocket. He wished to validate his conjecture. Could he indeed orchestrate a bizarre task? From the 10 slips, he selected one marked Midnight Diner. After a moment of contemplation, he thought of a certain individual, Jiang Hua. This person was a paparazzo who thrived on sensational news prior to the bizarre apocalypse. Under normal circumstances, there would be no intersection between him and Chen Mu. However, after the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, interest in gossip dwindled, and Jiang Hua found himself without income. Coincidentally, news of Chen Mu's continuous acquisition spread, instantly providing Jiang Hua with a new target. This was a significant opportunity for exposure. In an environment rife with fear, as long as he could morally coerce Chen Mu, how could he not attract attention? How could he fail to profit? Thus, Jiang Hua set his sights on Chen Mu, beginning to fervently disseminate his opinions online. With a singular focus, Chen Mu, you are so formidable. Why do you stand idly by while others perish? Whenever a bizarre task emerged and a participant met their demise, Jiang Hua would promptly emerge, vehemently criticizing Chen Mu online. Look at Chen Mu from Wangjiang City, so powerful, with so many bizarre entities at his command. Why does he merely watch as someone dies? Could he not dispatch a couple of bizarre entities to rescue them? Or rather, Chen Mu, being so affluent, faced a peculiar predicament yesterday in a certain city, where suddenly 10 individuals were compelled to participate. Why did Chen Mu not simply provide the funds to acquire that bizarre scenario? In doing so, those unfortunate souls could have been spared. Chen Mu's indifference is utterly revolting. He must bear responsibility for their demise. Statements of this nature could be penned by Jiang Hua dozens of times a day. In just a few short days, Jiang Hua ascended to prominence on the internet, garnering a substantial following of devoted fans. Jiang Hua profited handsomely from this misfortune, even amassing over 1,000 ghostly coins. Naturally, under Jiang Hua's influence, numerous voices emerged online denouncing Chen Mu. Without rhyme or reason, Jiang Mu was branded with the labels of selfishness, apathy, and callousness towards the less fortunate. Chen Mu was already aware of this situation after acquiring the Shanshui courtyard. Regrettably, his influence is currently confined to Wangjiang City. That cunning Jiang Hua, understanding that Chen Mu would seek retribution, prudently distanced himself to a nearby city, thus evading Chen Mu's reach. Jiang Hua believed that by employing such petty stratagems, he could evade Chen Mu's wrath. Previously, Chen Mu had been preoccupied with acquisitions, dismissing the antics of this buffoon. After all, Chen Mu is racing against time, intent on eliminating Jiang Hua. Dispatching a driver or subordinates would require at least a day or two to arrange. Such delays are a waste of precious time. In moments like these, time equates to wealth. To send someone specifically to deal with Jiang Hua would squander time and energy, potentially costing Chen Mu hundreds of thousands. For the sake of such a gesture, it is hardly worth the effort. Thus, Chen Mu chooses to ignore the incessant buzzing, pretending not to notice. Unexpectedly, just yesterday, Jiang Hua escalated his antics, making a grand statement online that if he had the time, he would personally visit Chen Mu's establishment, dine at a midnight hotel, and confront Chen Mu to inquire why his heart seemed as cold as stone. Such remarks rendered Chen Mu speechless. Chen Mu, in all honesty, claimed that although he was not a paragon of virtue, he had never indiscriminately harmed the innocent. As long as he was not provoked, he would not initiate harm against others. Chen Mu refrained from causing harm, nor would he offer assistance without reason. In this bizarre and desolate world, such a stance could indeed be considered commendable. Jiang Hua spoke eloquently, yet he possessed 1,000 ghostly coins and had never seen fit to extend a helping hand. Moreover, he guarded his wealth jealously, fearing that others might ask to borrow it. Jiang Hua's series of comments attracted a throng of foolish admirers who fervently supported him, showering him with money. In an instant, Jiang Hua became the emblem of righteousness, leading a band of simpletons in their relentless moral coercion of Chen Mu. If Jiang Hua truly possessed such courage, he ought to come directly for a meal. Alas, he feigned ignorance while fully aware. He would not dare to approach even Wangjiang City, let alone the Midnight Hotel. He projected an air of bravado, as if inviting a confrontation through the digital realm. Very well. If he wished to dine at the Midnight Hotel, now that he had obtained the Crimson Slip, Chen Mu naturally thought of Jiang Hua at once. Thus, Chen Mu picked up his pen, glanced at the time, and inscribed beneath Midnight Hotel, task name, Gluttonous Diner, task executor, Jiang Hua, task description, in a tranquil city. When night falls, a hotel always opens its doors to business. Everyone claims that no guests have ever entered the hotel. Yet, at the stroke of midnight, the establishment is always abuzz with activity. The late-night hotel seems to cater to a host of invisible patrons. You, a diner from the neighboring city, have received an invitation to the Midnight Hotel to partake in a lavish luncheon. You must arrive at the Midnight Hotel within 2.5 hours. The Midnight Hotel has little patience for tardy guests. When Chen Mu inscribed the name Jianghua, it was apparent that, despite the multitude of individuals sharing that name across the globe, Chen Mu need not specify which one. The crimson slip of paper seemed to possess an uncanny ability to comprehend Chen Mu's thoughts, accurately designating the task to the right Jianghua. Furthermore, Chen Mu encountered certain constraints while drafting the task description. For instance, he could not whimsically alter the 2.5-hour arrival window. Initially, he wrote 10 minutes. But as soon as the ink dried, the letters began to fade away. Clearly, the enigmatic task deemed it implausible for a participant to reach the Midnight Hotel within such a brief time frame. To write 10 minutes was tantamount to sentencing Jiang Hua to death, an outcome the peculiar task would not permit. In a sense, this served as a safeguard for the participants. Gradually, Chen Mu extended the time until he finally inscribed 2.5 hours, at which point the ink ceased to vanish. Traveling from a neighboring city to the Midnight Hotel at maximum speed without any delays would indeed take approximately 2.5 hours. This serves as a protective regulation of the enigmatic task, ensuring participants have adequate time to reach their destination. Naturally, attempting to exploit this protective rule to find loopholes is also strictly prohibited. For instance, in the previous Dark Knight Academy, during the death exam mission, some students took flights to distant cities, believing that this would allow them to evade the bizarre tasks. However, contrary to their expectations, the peculiar tasks showed no leniency towards them, failing to extend the allotted time. Thus, one may conclude that this protective rule can be succinctly summarized as follows. The bizarre tasks safeguard participants, ensuring their arrival at the designated locations within a reasonable time frame. Should they exceed this reasonable limit, the protective rule becomes null and void. Such regulations do not explicitly inform humanity. They are referred to as the unspoken rules within the realm of the bizarre apocalypse. These hidden rules can only be discovered and speculated upon by oneself. The more hidden rules one masters, the greater the likelihood of survival. As Chen Mu completed his writing, the crimson scrap of paper seemed to ignite, gradually turning to ashes in his hand. Task distribution. Chapter 79. Eating quite swiftly at the very moment of task distribution in a neighboring city within a spacious flat. Jianghua finished a new manuscript and stretched languidly. The title of the piece was Chen Mu's Selfishness is Incomprehensible. How could anyone be so selfish? If I were given 100 million yen coins, I would certainly donate it all to help everyone. This style of writing was Jianghua's forte, neither overly flattering nor excessively harsh, striking a balance. He fabricated various tales of Chen Mu's indifference to those in peril, regardless of their authenticity, ensuring that the narratives were meticulously detailed, as if he had been present at the scene himself. Then, with a deft shift in tone, he began without flattery or disparagement, stating that if he possessed 100 million ghost coins, he would undoubtedly not stand idly by in the face of peril. He would certainly. In juxtaposition, the dramatic tension reached its zenith. Jianghua, without a moment's hesitation, knew this would surely become another viral sensation with hundreds of thousands of reads. After pressing the publish button, he felt a pang of hunger and resolved to procure some sustenance. Just then, Jianghua was startled to discover a blood-red note had mysteriously appeared on the table before him. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be a bizarre task? How could he be so unfortunate? The next moment, upon reading the note's contents, he nearly fainted from shock. Goodness, it was an assignment from a Midnight Hotel. Just a day after engaging in a heated online debate regarding the Midnight Hotel, he received an uncanny task from them. Jianghua found it hard to believe this was mere coincidence. Was he being targeted? Surely not. As far as Jianghua knew, the distribution of bizarre tasks appeared to be random. The formidable bosses of those peculiar scenarios, despite their power to dictate the rules of their realm, had no authority to select participants. Jianghua reasoned that Chen Mu could not possess such an ability to compel him into this uncanny undertaking. If that were the case, such power would be utterly extraordinary. This must simply be a coincidence, a testament to his unfortunate luck, he reassured himself. Time was of the essence. With only 2.5 hours remaining until the commencement, he needed to hurry. Thus, Jiang Hua abandoned the thought of a late-night snack, hastily donned a coat, and set off toward Wangjiang City. The 2.5 hours left were already exceedingly tight. Along the way, Jiang Hua pressed the accelerator to the floor, nearly causing the vehicle to smoke. As he passed a grand bridge, he narrowly avoided plunging into the river below. In his frantic race, Jiang Hua finally arrived at the midnight hotel right on schedule. Stepping out of the car, he found his clothes soaked with sweat, looking particularly disheveled. Gazing at the opulence of the midnight hotel, he couldn't help but berate himself for his reckless provocation in that article. If Chen Mu were inside, he would undoubtedly be in deep trouble. He hoped Chen Mu remained unaware of his presence. Determined to complete the peculiar task swiftly, Jiang Hua entered the hotel, eager to leave before Chen Mu realized anything amiss. Upon entering the hotel lobby, a beautiful female manager approached him. "Good evening, sir. Are you here for the peculiar task?" She inquired. "I am the manager here. You may call me Li Xiao Xiao." Jiang Hua glanced around, relieved not to see Chen Mu anywhere. What a relief! Chen Mu, that fool, was absent. The manager must perceive him as just an ordinary player. If Li Xiao Xiao were privy to Jiang Hua's thoughts, she would undoubtedly struggle to maintain her composure, her expression betraying her curiosity about who had assigned him the strange task. At that moment, Li Xiao Xiao said to Jiang Hua, "Please follow me. The lunch will be served in the room inside." Although it was midnight, one might argue it was more akin to a late-night supper. In the context of the peculiar, it was essentially lunchtime. As they journeyed onward, Li Xiao Xiao elucidated the rules of the luncheon to Jiang Hua. To partake in the luncheon, one must adhere to the following stipulations. 1. You must consume all the food upon the table before you are permitted to leave. Failure to do so will incur a penalty. 2. I understand your hunger. Yet humanity must not resort to cannibalism. Humans are not sustenance. 3. The table, chairs, cutlery, and plates are not considered food. 4. You are not allowed to voluntarily discard any food, as this will be regarded as failing to finish your meal. Upon articulating these 4 rules, Jiang Hua was escorted to a small chamber. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which rested a plate containing a large bowl of crimson liquid. Seated on a chair opposite the table was a small girl, who was quietly weeping, her expression one of despair. Li Xiao Xiao explained to Jiang Hua that this little girl was a failure from the previous task. She had not completed her mission, hence she remained behind. Should you also fail to accomplish your task, you will face the same fate as her. Jiang Hua felt a tremor course through his body as he approached the table, lowering his gaze to the bowl of liquid. A putrid, bloody stench assaulted his senses, nearly overwhelming him. He could not suppress a wave of nausea. The crimson liquid was tainted with shattered eyeballs, severed ears, and glistening chunks of flesh. Mere glimpsing at it was enough to haunt one's nightmares. May Jiang Hua failed to comprehend Li Xiao Xiao's intention. He mistakenly believed that Chen Mu was still unaware of the situation. Thus, he felt compelled to expedite his task, striving to complete it before Chen Mu caught wind of it. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Hua pinched his nose, lifted the plate, and began to consume the food voraciously. He could even sense the peculiar eyeballs bursting in his mouth, releasing an unidentifiable liquid. Jiang Hua vowed that after this meal, he would never desire a late-night snack again. The entire process of eating was a grueling 5 minutes. Although the rules did not stipulate a time limit, he relentlessly urged himself to drink and consume faster. If he did not hasten, Chen Mu might arrive at any moment. Finally, after 5 minutes, Jiang Hua let out a contented burp. He had managed to ingest all the liquid from a plate. His stomach felt numb, and his mouth was in a state of bewilderment. Apart from the overwhelming metallic taste, he could hardly discern any flavors. It was likely that for many days to come, he would not wish to eat anything at all. Gasping for breath, he suppressed the nausea rising within him. He meticulously scanned the dining table, confirming that apart from his plate, there was no other food present. Jiang Hua shouted towards the door, "Manager, please come in. I have finished my meal. I have completed the peculiar task. Allow me to leave." As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open. Li Xiao Xiao entered. Glancing at the table before her gaze fell upon Jiang Hua, who was on the verge of retching. She nodded in satisfaction. You certainly eat quickly. Had I known you had such an appetite, I would have prepared more for you. You must still be hungry. My apologies for the inadequate hospitality. Jiang He was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. How much more do you wish to prepare? Do you wish for my demise? Chapter 80, For I truly possess 100 soul coins. Although he harbored thoughts of cursing Li Xiaoxiao to death, Jiang He maintained a forced smile on his face. This is sufficient, truly sufficient. Thank you for your hospitality, he remarked as he prepared to take his leave. Wait, do not depart just yet, Li Xiaoxiao called after him. Why? Have I not completed my task? Jiang He's heart sank momentarily. As the saying goes, one who harbors no guilty conscience fears not the knocking of ghosts at the door. Jiang He, however, had indulged in too many misdeeds, leaving him feeling uneasy. It is nothing. I merely wish to remind you that you have performed exceptionally well in your task, thus earning yourself an opportunity, Li Xiaoxiao stated. An opportunity? What sort of opportunity? Do you see that young girl over there? Li Xiaoxiao pointed to a girl sitting nearby. She is the unfortunate failure of the previous task, and by all rights, she should face execution. However, we at Midnight Hotel do not relish in needless slaughter. If you provide me with 100 soul coins, I shall spare her, allowing her to depart safely. What say you? Jiang He stared at Li Xiaoxiao in disbelief, as if she were a fool. An opportunity? Is this truly an opportunity? How absurd. Here I was, expecting a chance for some rewarding endeavor, perhaps to profit significantly. To think that Li Xiaoxiao's so-called opportunity merely entails spending my money to save a girl, I do not even know. How dare she call this an opportunity? Jiang He's pocket contained 1,000 soul coins. The origin of this 1,000 soul coins is quite an interesting tale. Jiang He had garnered a substantial following through a series of articles he penned. Many regard Jiang He as a savior in the apocalypse, one of the few individuals of conscience amidst the chaos, and they hold him in high esteem. Jiang He penned an article lamenting the decline of human kindness, stating, If I had ghost money, I would surely assist those in need. A wealthy merchant's son, already an admirer of Jiang He, was so moved by this article that he surreptitiously took 100 ghost coins from his home and gifted them to Jiang He, urging him to help those who require assistance. The remaining several hundred ghost coins were similarly bestowed upon Jiang He by other kind-hearted individuals, all hoping he could extend his aid to even more people. However, upon receiving these ghost coins, Jiang He promptly severed all ties with the donors, blocking and silencing them without hesitation. Now, with 1,000 ghost coins in his possession, he glanced at a weeping little girl, yet his face remained devoid of any expression. I am truly sorry. I wish to help her, but regrettably, my pockets are empty, Jiang He coldly remarked to Li Xiaoxiao. Oh, is that so? Li Xiaoxiao retorted with a disdainful smile. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Jiang He had no desire to linger. He clutched the 1,000 ghost coins tightly in his pocket, preparing to depart swiftly. Wait, you cannot leave. What more is there? Your task has failed, Li Xiaoxiao pronounced, articulating each word with precision. Jiang He's expression turned to one of astonishment. How is that possible? I consumed every morsel from the empty bowl on the table. I even licked the broth clean. Are you jesting? Do you dare defy the rules? Li Xiaoxiao replied, I have not violated any rules. Indeed, you have finished the contents of the bowl, yet there remains food that you have not consumed. With that, Li Xiaoxiao pointed towards the little girl, declaring her to be food as well. At that moment, Jiang He was utterly astonished. What's going on? That little girl? Was she not a failure from the last mission? Why is she considered food too? Jiang He had only participated in one bizarre task, and it was the simplest of its kind. Faced with this situation, he was completely dumbfounded. Indeed, she had been sobbing at the edge of the table. Hence she was deemed food. You have not consumed her, Li Xiaoxiao reiterated. You're talking nonsense. Jiang He bellowed hoarsely. The rules clearly state that humans are not food. Yet you claim she is. Are you taking advantage of my ignorance of the rules? Li Xiaoxiao shrugged. But how can you be certain she is human? Just then, the little girl, who had been weeping quietly, stood up from her chair, revealing her face. Her complexion was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Such a ghastly visage was indeed one of the eerie characteristics. Jiang He felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. an ominous realization dawning upon him that he might not survive this day. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and seizing it like a lifeline, he shouted at Li Xiao, "No! The rules are flawed. This little girl is far too large. Even if I acknowledge her as bizarre, I could never consume her. I do not possess such a large stomach, nor does any normal person. Therefore, this is not a path to survival. Your rules are problematic. You have not provided me with a means of escape. Your rules are invalid." Li Xiao smiled and said, "I understand your urgency, but please hold your horses." This phrase, once a hallmark of Chen Mu, has now been adopted by his subordinates. You claim that the rules have left you no path to salvation? No, you are mistaken. Rule number 4 states, you cannot voluntarily discard food. Otherwise, it equates to not being able to finish it. The implication of this rule is that if food departs of its own accord, it shall not be counted as unfinished. You could allow the little girl to leave on her own, and that would be your lifeline in this bizarre task. Moreover, I have already provided you with an opportunity. For merely 100 underworld coins, you could rescue her and ensure her safe departure from the hotel. Once she exits, you would not need to consume her. Yet, you decline to assist her, citing a lack of coins. However, if I am not mistaken, you must possess a considerable amount of underworld coins in your pocket. Mr. Jianghua, did you not once assert that if you had 100 million underworld coins, you would unreservedly help others? So why, when asked to part with a mere 100 coins, do you hesitate? It is because you truly possess them, isn't it? Jianghua's eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated that his earlier refusal would sever his own path to survival. But, I do not know her. Why should I spend my own money to save her? Jianghua attempted to argue, but it was all in vain. He had already missed his chance at salvation. Indeed, why should I expend my own resources in this strange apocalypse to rescue a stranger? Li Xiao remarked, Mr. Jianghua, if you cannot do it yourself, why impose a moral obligation on others to act? Suddenly, Jianghua seemed to grasp something profound. He discerned the subtle undertones in Li Xiao's words. Could it be that these rules were devised by Chen Mu? Jianghua's voice began to tremble. Indeed, you guessed correctly. These 4 rules were crafted by the esteemed boss Chen. Including your potential refusal was also anticipated by him. This is the essence of human nature in a bizarre apocalypse. Li Xiao remarca. Boss Chen has instructed me to convey a message. In this strange world, refraining from inflicting harm on an innocent person is the greatest act of mercy and kindness. Boss Chen has steadfastly adhered to this principle, refusing to harm others while eschewing excessive compassion. As for you, Mr. Jianghua, in pursuit of your own interests, you have taken a moral high ground to deliberately harm the unfamiliar Chen Mu. Mr. Chen finds your actions utterly repugnant and wishes never to see you again. Chapter 81. The heart of the bizarre apocalypse. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Jianghua felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He realized that he was doomed today. Chen Mu, being an experienced player, had encountered more rules than Jianghua had meals. Should Chen Mu desire Jianghua's demise, he could easily establish a few convoluted rules to achieve it. The 4 rules set forth by Chen Mu were not excessively absurd, nor were they incorrect. Nevertheless, Jianghua remained unable to discern any path to survival. The reason was simple. Chen Mu had seen through Jianghua's innermost thoughts, a type of individual he had encountered far too often. Jiang Mu and Jianghua were on entirely different levels. Ultimately, Jianghua gritted his teeth and uttered his final words. Consider me unfortunate, plagued by ill fate, selected for your bizarre task. It is truly my misfortune. Yet, Li Xiao revealed a smile laden with meaning, suggesting, do you not think it possible that Boss Chen orchestrated your arrival? Impossible. This cannot be. Jianghua instinctively found it hard to believe. Could Chen Mu truly possess the ability to assign such peculiar tasks? If that were the case, it would be utterly horrifying. The very notion that humanity could delegate bizarre tasks surpassed Jianghua's comprehension. In that moment, Jianghua abruptly realized the nature of the entity he had provoked. Chen Mu was entirely unlike the celebrities he had once reported on. In Chen Mu's hands lay true power and bloodshed. Soon, employees dragged Jianghua away to a secluded spot, ensuring that from that moment forth, he would enjoy the finest slumber. Meanwhile, in the Hospital of Dread, Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction upon learning of Jiang He's demise. Observing the 9 remaining crimson slips of paper in his hand, a smirk played upon his lips. It could be said unequivocally that with the crimson slips, in this strange apocalyptic world, there was no individual Chen Mu could not eliminate, should he so desire. Even if that person were situated at the ends of the earth, once Chen Mu assigned them a bizarre task, they would be compelled to arrive in Wangjiang City within the stipulated time. Once on Chen Mu's territory, with his intricate rules, would they be able to escape alive? Even if they managed to succeed once, Chen Mu possessed many crimson slips. He could always try again. If after 9 consecutive bizarre tasks, he still fails to eliminate that individual, Chen Mu might as well end his own life by colliding with a block of tofu. 5 years in this peculiar apocalypse would have been lived in vain. Clearly, such a scenario is utterly implausible. During his initial use of the Crimson Note, Chen Mu nearly grasped the rules. He carefully stored away the remaining notes and began to address the affairs of the Terror Hospital. Presently, the Terror Hospital wholly belongs to Chen Mu. Cultivating its development will represent a significant resource for him. The resources here extend beyond mere ghost coins. Just envision, in this entire bizarre apocalypse, hospitals capable of treating the unusual are exceedingly rare. Typically, one might find but a single hospital for every 4 or 5 cities. Furthermore, the treatment efficacy of these hospitals can hardly be deemed satisfactory. Rather, it is dismal. Out of 10 patients admitted, 9 are carried out on stretchers. Despite such grim outcomes, the demand for the hospital's services remains insatiable. Chen Mu is certainly not content with this state of affairs. Since it is a hospital, he intends to maximize its potential. What is the core function of a hospital? Quite simply, it is to treat patients. As long as patients can be healed, it qualifies as a good hospital. If the prices could be lowered further, all the better. Given an average mortality rate of 90, if Chen Mu's Terror Hospital could drastically reduce that rate to below 10 or even lower, one can only imagine the fervent desire the bizarre beings would have for the Terror Hospital. In his previous life, the Terror Hospital had a mortality rate of 9 out of 10 patients, generating billions of ghost coins daily. If it were to transform into a facility that successfully heals 9 out of 10 patients, how much could it earn then? Tens of billions? Chen Mu could scarcely fathom the implications. By that time, the influx of ghostly currency would be incessant. Moreover, once the reputation of the Fright Hospital spread, those affluent and influential individuals would traverse great distances, converging from all corners of the globe to reach Wangjiang City in pursuit of the finest medical care. At that juncture, the city where Chen Mu resided would emerge as the epicenter of this eerie apocalypse. Power, wealth, status, all would flow ceaselessly. The value of Chen Mu's picturesque courtyard could soar to astronomical heights. He would need not venture anywhere, nor engage in battles across the world to level up. He could simply remain at home, while the mightiest of the supernatural would flock to him, and riches would accumulate around him like a rising tide. When that time arrives, Wangjiang City will boast the most opulent hotels, the Midnight Hotel, the finest educational institutions, the Nightshade Academy, the best medical facilities, the Fright Hospital, and the most exquisite residences, the picturesque courtyard. Here would stand the nucleus of the eerie apocalypse. All these splendid visions hinge upon the enhancement of the Fright Hospital's reputation. To elevate this esteem, it is imperative to refine the skills of the physicians. Come, lead me to the director's office. Chen Mu instructed the attending physician beside him. This way, Director Chen. The chief physician responded with utmost reverence, bowing slightly as he guided Chen Mu upstairs. Throughout the ascent, the chief physician felt a sense of gratitude for his astuteness in avoiding conflict with Chen Mu, who could have anticipated that a player of a supernatural quest would, within mere hours, transform into the new director of the Fright Hospital. The chief physician deemed his earlier decision to ingratiate himself with Director Chen as the wisest choice he had ever made. Soon, under the guidance of the chief physician, Chen Mu ascended to the top floor. The apex of the hospital, a realm of VIP wards, was meticulously designed to accommodate the most esteemed guests. Chen Mu silently noted that once the hospital flourished, these VIP rooms could serve as potent tools in his arsenal. to befriend a cunning general or a crafty king. Presenting them with the privilege of a VIP room would be a symbol of status and prestige. Of course, this is contingent upon the hospital's growth into the finest establishment in this bizarre apocalypse. At the end of the VIP wards lay the director's office. Chen Mu entered the office, instructing the chief physician to wait outside while he ventured in alone. The office, to put it diplomatically, was furnished quite modestly. To speak less kindly, it consisted merely of a table and a chair. Considering the hospital's daily losses exceeding 100,000, it was hardly surprising that the director had little means to lavishly decorate his office. Chen Mu opened the drawer of the desk and retrieved a small booklet titled The List of Doctors at the Hospital. Within this modest volume, he discovered a roster of 20 to 30 physicians, representing the entire staff of this institution. As he perused the descriptions of the doctors, a frown creased his brow. These were indeed a collection of remarkable healers. Suddenly, a doctor named Jibu Si, meaning unkillable, captured his attention. Chapter 82, A Renowned Physician. This young chief physician stood out distinctly amidst a sea of seasoned practitioners. What captivated Chen Mu's attention was the astonishingly high success rate of the physician known as the Undying Doctor, which reached an impressive 50. This means that for every 10 patients treated, 5 would emerge alive. Among the numerous skilled healers, the Undying Doctor truly deserved the commendation of being a savior amidst despair. Suddenly, a memory stirred within Chen Mu. In his previous life, there was indeed a peculiar, renowned physician named the Undying Doctor. During that time, Chen Mu had merely sought to survive, thus his knowledge of the extraordinary realm's doctors was limited. Nevertheless, he had heard of the illustrious reputation of the Undying Doctor. Initially, this physician had worked at the frightening hospital, but as opportunities for advancement dwindled, he transitioned to a larger institution. With the passage of time, the Undying Doctor's medical prowess soared to remarkable heights. By the late stages of the bizarre apocalypse, he had specialized in treating the Ghost King, establishing himself as a prominent figure in the annals of medical history during that tumultuous era. Presently, in the early phase of the bizarre apocalypse, the Undying Doctor was still a young man, yet to attain the status of a legendary physician. He had only begun to showcase his talents at the frightening hospital. For such a prodigy, Chen Mu was more than willing to welcome him into his fold. Having recently acquired the frightening hospital, Chen Mu found himself lacking the time and energy to manage it. Hence, the Undying Doctor became an excellent candidate for stewardship. Entrusting the hospital to him was a source of reassurance for Chen Mu. "Come forth, summon the Undying Doctor," he called out towards the door. Shortly thereafter, the chief physician hurriedly entered, accompanied by a young doctor. "Are you the Undying Doctor?" Chen Mu gazed at the peculiar figure before him. This bizarre attire did not conform to the image of a youthful and charismatic doctor clad in a pristine white coat. Rather, it leaned towards that of a disheveled mad scientist. Only such an eccentricity, marked by an obsessive dedication, could persist in the chaotic and strange apocalypse, ultimately ascending to the ranks of a distinguished physician. "I am here. Director, what is it that you require of me?" The doctor known as the Undying scrutinized Chen Mu with curiosity. According to his knowledge, Chen Mu had ascended to the top of the hospital's divine physician rankings 3 times within just a few hours, boasting an unparalleled success rate of 100% and receiving perfect accolades from patients. Such an accomplishment left even the Undying in a state of astonishment. As for how Chen Mu achieved these results, the chief physician was no fool. He certainly would not divulge the specifics to the Undying, as that would tarnish the director's esteemed reputation. During their journey, whenever the Undying inquired about this matter, the chief physician would extol Chen Mu's virtues, heralding him as a legendary healer. Under the chief physician's fervent praises, the Undying, a future luminary in the medical field, was indeed greatly impressed by Chen Mu's medical prowess. Chen Mu, however, remained indifferent. As long as he refrained from intervening, his flawless victory rate would forever remain a myth. Let this myth endure in the enigmatic apocalypse. Perhaps, many years hence, amidst a chorus of adulation, Chen Mu would solidify his position as a preeminent physician. Without further ado, Chen Mu cut to the chase. I find the treatment standards of the terrifying hospital to be utterly subpar. The Undying, I have great faith in your abilities. Very well. I shall entrust the management of the Hospital of Terror to you, and I can provide you with an abundance of resources and support. Could you, within a span of 6 months, transform the Hospital of Terror into the finest medical institution in this eerie, apocalyptic realm? Upon hearing Chen Mu's proposition, the doctor known as Undying felt a twinge of astonishment. There was an intangible sense that the newly appointed director differed significantly from his predecessors. The former directors were not to his liking, primarily due to their short-sightedness, as they prioritized immediate gains above all else. The most frequently uttered phrase from the previous director was lamenting the substantial losses incurred that month, insisting that medical expenditures must be slashed yet again. This left Undying in a state of exasperation. He was a peculiar being with lofty aspirations in the realm of medicine, fully aware that healthcare is an expensive endeavor. Particularly in the context of the bazaar, medical care requires a considerable initial investment, akin to nurturing a seed that takes time to blossom. However, once it flourishes, the returns can be astronomical, yielding profits that far exceed conventional investments, potentially in the thousands of times. Regrettably, the former directors were myopic, fixated solely on short-term losses, utterly indifferent to the immense long-term benefits. Consequently, their relentless budget cuts severely undermined the quality of care, leading to a dismal success rate, with 9 out of 10 patients failing to be cured. For a doctor like Undying, who is deeply dedicated to the art of healing, the expenditure was even more pronounced, which resulted in him being despised by the former directors, who even contemplated his dismissal in an attempt to curtail costs. Had Chen Mu not acquired the Hospital of Terror, it is likely that within 2 months, the previous director would have succeeded in expelling Undying. Had those former deans been able to live for 2 more years, they would undoubtedly have regretted the decision to expel such a prodigious talent. Alas, with Chen Mu's acquisition of the Fright Hospital, the wheels of fate began to turn. Upon hearing Director Chen's words, the previously dormant heart of the doctor stirred with a trace of turbulence. However, he doubted Chen Mu's understanding of the hospital's operations and cautiously remarked, "Director Chen, you may not be aware of the substantial investment required for the development of Fright Hospital in its initial stages." Chen Mu chuckled, "Of course I am aware. What I lack in this world is not financial resources. Let me be clear. As long as Fright Hospital can claim the top position, I am even willing to invest 1,000 billion in ghostly currency. Furthermore, starting now, I shall not provide you with a salary." The doctor was evidently taken aback, struggling to grasp Chen Mu's intent. The initial part of Chen Mu's statement expressed a strong commitment to support Fright Hospital. But what did the latter part mean? Was he implying that I would no longer receive a salary? Was he contemplating my dismissal? With a warm smile, Chen Mu patted the doctor's shoulder and declared, "I will not be giving you a salary. Instead, I offer you shares. I shall grant you 1% ownership of Fright Hospital. You will not be held accountable for any losses, and once the hospital becomes profitable, you will receive 1% of the dividends. This is the compensation I am offering you." Chen Mu was generous with his finances, especially towards the esteemed doctor, who ranked among the top 3 medical practitioners in this bizarre post-apocalyptic era. In comparison to the rewards that immortality could yield, this minimal effort is inconsequential. Moreover, Chen Mu has his own plans. Once he acquires shares in the Fear Hospital, it would signify a long-term commitment akin to signing a contract with the institution. The prospect of switching jobs would be out of the question. As long as the Fear Hospital remains operational, he would dutifully serve as an employee under Mr. Chen. The doctor, renowned for his ability to defy death, exhibited a look of astonishment, utterly unprepared for the generous offer that Director Chen presented. Although 1% of shares may sound insignificant, it represents a stake in the Fear Hospital, a colossal entity valued at 10 billion. To offer such a substantial share is a display of unparalleled generosity, one that the doctor had never witnessed before. Not only he, but within this bizarre, post-apocalyptic world, such magnanimity in a superior is virtually unheard of. How does an employer demonstrate appreciation for their employees? Certainly not through empty promises, but through tangible compensation. The higher the remuneration, the more it signifies the employer's esteem for the employee. To offer such a lucrative package speaks volumes of the affection the employer has for him. Instantly, a wave of warmth enveloped the doctor, who mused that it is no wonder the owner has topped the esteemed physician ranking thrice, far surpassing those short-sighted former directors. Perhaps this is the mutual admiration shared among exceptional healers. The doctor felt a lump in his throat. At last, his talents had been recognized by a discerning patron. A scholar is willing to sacrifice for one who truly understands him. To encounter such an appreciative employer makes this lifetime worthwhile. Chapter 83. My sole passion lies in serving as a faithful companion to Boss Chen. Observing the deeply moved yet helpless doctor, Chen Mu inquired about his most pressing concern. What assistance is essential for the swift development of the Fright Hospital? After a moment of contemplation, the doctor replied, the advancement of the Fright Hospital fundamentally hinges on two aspects: superior medical conditions and exceptional physicians. To attain commendable medical conditions, one requires top-notch medications and advanced medical equipment, all of which necessitates a substantial financial investment. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Mu declared that financial matters posed no obstacle. He encouraged the doctor to specify any medications or equipment needed, assuring him that money would not be an issue. However, the most challenging aspect remained: the acquisition of distinguished doctors. Unlike medications, which can be procured with sufficient funds, cultivating a competent physician demands considerable time, financial resources, and, most critically, experience. While a doctor with extensive experience may not always be deemed exceptional, it is universally acknowledged that an outstanding physician possesses a wealth of experience. The doctor furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. The current Fright Hospital is plagued by a scarcity of patients. On average, each doctor treats less than one patient per day. In the absence of patients, doctors lack the opportunity to hone their skills, thereby hindering their ability to accumulate experience. Consequently, the journey to becoming an exceptional doctor is prolonged. This predicament is not unique to the Fright Hospital. In fact, during the early stages of the bizarre apocalypse, all peculiar hospitals faced a similar dearth of patients. The reason is rather straightforward. Everyone is financially constrained. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, both humans and the strange entities are deprived of the currency of the underworld. According to Chen Mu's observations, the underworld currency in this eerie apocalypse appears to be gradually increasing. As the strange world evolves, the amount of underworld currency begins to proliferate. However, the origins of this surplus currency remain shrouded in mystery, a profound enigma that no one can elucidate. The source of the underworld currency has become a colossal secret. That being said, with everyone lacking funds, naturally, they are hesitant to spend, especially when it comes to hospitals, which are notorious for their exorbitant costs. Moreover, the medical expertise in these peculiar hospitals is, at best, mediocre. Rather than gamble tens of thousands of units of underworld currency for a mere 1/10th chance of success, many strange beings choose to forego such needless expenditure. Nevertheless, for Chen Mu, the scarcity of patients does not pose a significant issue. If patients are apprehensive about spending, that is easily remedied. By utilizing his financial resources, Boss Chen is willing to cover the medical expenses. If you think Chen Mu is foolish for spending his own money to treat these strange beings, you are mistaken. While it is indeed true that Boss Chen is financing their treatment, those peculiar patients risk their very lives. Given the competence of the doctors, the mortality rate is at least 90% for those who dare to seek help from the Fear Hospital. As long as the strange entities are unafraid of death, they are welcome to provide the doctors with invaluable practice. Chen Mu invests the money while the strange beings wager their lives. Together, they strive to enhance the doctor's skills. This is the process of nurturing the tender shoots. To cultivate fresh and succulent chives, one must first water and fertilize them adequately, enabling a bountiful harvest in the end, even to the point of igniting sparks from the sickle. No worries. The matters of the patients will be entrusted to me. Yes, you. The Hospital of Dread shall never lack patients. Chen Mu confidently proclaimed his guarantee of effective treatment. However, before attracting patients, Chen Mu had one final matter to attend to. He summoned the chief physician to gather all the doctors in the hospital for a meeting. Moments later, over 20 physicians from the Hospital of Dread arrived at Chen Mu's office, their curious gazes fixed upon the youthful new director, uncertain of the announcement he was about to make. During the meeting, Chen Mu, known for his aversion to superfluous chatter, addressed the assembly directly, effective immediately. The Hospital of Dread will implement a system of elimination based on performance. At the end of each month, all doctors will be ranked according to their treatment success rates, from highest to lowest. The physician who ranks last will be dismissed without exception. His words sent a wave of astonishment through the gathered physicians. This new director was indeed ruthless. He wasted no time in preparing to dismiss employees. It was well known that in this peculiar world, doctors were a rare commodity. The previous director, despite facing severe financial losses, had never resorted to such measures. Chen Mu did not appear to be financially constrained. Why then? Was he so eager to dismiss staff? Moreover, the prospect of mandatory monthly dismissals was audacious, a gamble that only someone as affluent as Chen Mu might dare to take. Instantly, some doctors harbored feelings of confusion and discontent. No one would take kindly to a superior who threatened to terminate employees upon their arrival. How callous could Director Chen be? It seemed he held no regard for the peculiarities of their profession. Yet, as Chen Mu uttered his next words, every physician present inhaled sharply, their breath caught in their throats. Chen Mu proclaimed, "From this moment forth, the salaries of all doctors shall be elevated tenfold. As long as they remain employed, every month, those not dismissed will receive bonuses ranging from 50,000 to 200,000. The doctor's immediate reaction was disbelief, as if they had misheard. One extraordinary offer. In this bizarre apocalypse, apart from the Fright Hospital, no other institution could possibly extend such terms. Indeed, even having such generous compensation would be beyond the reach of any other establishment. At this salary level, a few years at the Fright Hospital would guarantee financial freedom, millions in ghost coins. With such lavish offers on the table, the grievances within the doctors dissipated instantly. Director Chen, please do not regard me as a mere specter. What? You say Boss Chen is ruthless, treating employees like dogs? How fortuitous. I have no other passion but to serve Director Chen as a loyal hound. Competition intensified. The drive to outperform colleagues surged. By enduring a few more months, they could amass wealth unattainable in a lifetime. In that moment, all present doctors were ignited with fervor, eager to roll up their sleeves and vigorously treat the peculiar patients. A faint smile graced Chen Mu's lips. This was precisely the effect he sought. By offering the highest salaries, he aimed to attract the most exceptional talents for his service. Monthly eliminations did not mean a halt in recruiting new doctors. With such generous compensation, the Fright Hospital need not worry about a lack of medical staff. Constantly introducing new physicians while systematically eliminating those who are inadequate, it will not be long before the standard of medical expertise at the hospital ascends at a meteoric pace. As for the modest increase in salaries for the doctors, it is utterly insignificant to Chen Mu. How much can a doctor earn, even at the pinnacle of their profession? A mere 10 to 20 million at most. However, a physician capable of commanding such a salary can undoubtedly generate billions in profits for Mr. Chen. The doctors, each one ravenous for work, are eagerly anticipating their tasks. Their eyes are fixed intently on Chen Mu, all pondering the same question. Director Chen, we are ready. We're the patients. With a slight smile, Chen Mu reassures them not to worry, as a substantial influx of peculiar patients is imminent. He has already devised a strategy to attract these enigmatic individuals. If a few, or even a dozen peculiar patients were to seek treatment, Chen Mu could resort to physical means, employing his drivers and security personnel. However, to meet the demands of the hospital, it would require not dozens or hundreds, but a far greater number. Assuming each doctor treats 10 patients daily, approximately 300 patients would be needed each day, culminating in over 10,000 patients each month. If every single one were to be forcefully brought in, Chen Mu's staff would have to work tirelessly, far exceeding a mere 25 hours a day to fulfill the quota. Therefore, alternative methods must be sought. With his warm and sincere disposition, Chen Mu intends to employ the simplest approach, to generously distribute financial incentives. Is the fear of medical expenses a deterrent? Fear not, for Mr. Chen shall cover the costs. There is no need for any substantial contribution on your part, at most a trivial sacrifice of a life. However, offering services entirely free of charge is certainly not a viable option. Bizarrely short on funds, yet not foolishly naive. Is there truly such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Upon hearing the phrase "no cost," one's instinctive reaction is to ponder the potential traps that lie in wait. Offering something entirely free often leads to dismal results. Consequently, Chen Mu resolved to adopt a different approach. He contemplated the idea of health insurance. Every peculiar entity in Wangjiang City could acquire Chen's health insurance product for a mere 10 soul coins. Thus, should any of these oddities fall ill, they would receive treatment at the frightening hospital without charge. In this manner, the concept of free services could be cleverly packaged as a product to sell to the eccentric populace. The price of 10 soul coins, in stark contrast to the exorbitant treatment costs that could reach into the hundreds of thousands, would seem almost like a gift, as long as Chen Mu lowered the barriers to entry for the insurance and refrained from imposing convoluted, deceptive rules. The peculiar beings would soon realize that there were ample loopholes within Chen's insurance scheme. Naturally, they would deduce that this was an opportunity to exploit the vulnerabilities of Chen's insurance, hastening to the frightening hospital, whether sick or not, to seize the advantage. It will be difficult to argue that this was not, in essence, a trap where I pay and you risk your life. Who does not relish a bargain? Even the peculiar beings do. Although they may be financially constrained, finding 10 soul coins would still be feasible. As for the name of the insurance, it would be dubbed frightening health insurance. Soon, Chen Mu mobilized his employees to disseminate the news of this insurance far and wide. Whether through word of mouth in the streets or various online advertisements, within half a day, the peculiar entities of Wangjiang City were abuzz with news of this insurance. In every nook and cranny, one could overhear snippets of conversation. Have you heard? That wealthy human, Boss Chen, has launched a special health insurance product for us oddities, and it's said to be exceptionally advantageous. Certainly, I have heard of it. With just 10 ghost coins, one can partake in a health insurance scheme. As soon as one falls ill, they can seek complimentary treatment at the frightening hospital. Do you believe this to be true? Shall we give it a try? No, let us not. It's merely a money trap. If you were to fall ill and visit the frightening hospital, the expenses would easily amount to tens of thousands. Do you truly believe that the health insurance for 10 ghost coins can provide free treatment? What a fanciful notion. Would you prefer to place your trust in them or in me, the king of the Erie? Well, 10 ghost coins isn't too much. And what if it were indeed true? Would that not be an extraordinary gain? While 10 ghost coins is not a significant sum, it is undoubtedly a waste. How could a mere human possibly extend benefits to the supernatural? Once they collect your 10 ghost coins, they will deny the insurance. What recourse would you have? Most of the supernatural beings remained skeptical upon hearing this news, which was, of course, anticipated by Chen Mu. He had foreseen this reaction and designed the scheme as insurance. Knowing the supernatural would likely view it as a trap, hesitant to visit the frightening hospital to meet their demise, or rather, to seek treatment. The reality proved Chen Mu correct. Even when packaged as health insurance, the majority of supernatural beings remained unconvinced. However, Chen Mu was not in a hurry. He understood that patience was required. Amidst the throng of doubters, a handful of supernatural beings expressed a desire to take a chance. After all, 10 ghost coins is not a significant amount. If it were a loss, they could simply consider it a tribute to Boss Chen. It wasn't too long before 20 health insurance policies were sold. These policies could be conveniently purchased within Chen Mu's enterprise. However, he had yet to provide health insurance for his employees. The reasons are quite simple. It is due to the alarming mortality rate at the hospital, where 9 out of 10 of its employees have perished. With all the staff gone, who will labor for oneself? Perhaps one should await the arrival of the peculiar doctor's expertise before providing health insurance for the employees. Only then would it truly be a benefit. As for the employees, they never questioned the decisions made by Boss Chen. How could a conscientious employer like him possibly exploit them? Boss Chen's actions must undoubtedly be grounded in reason. Those bold enough to purchase the health insurance began tentatively visiting the hospital, eager to ascertain the authenticity of the insurance. However, what unfolded was a scene of astonishment. Upon their arrival, the reception nurse greeted them with warmth. These peculiar patients were pleasantly surprised to discover that the hospital's insurance could indeed be utilized. Moreover, the peculiar doctors exhibited an exceptionally proactive attitude towards treatment, showing no discernible difference in their care despite receiving merely 10 coins from the patients. Their fervor for healing was palpable, as if they had been invigorated, and their work ethic was notably diligent. Even the seasoned doctors among them began to approach their duties with meticulousness. Incredibly, the health insurance was genuine. Although 10 patients were treated, ultimately 9 were carried away lifeless, leaving only one fortunate soul to depart. This survivor bore no grudge against the hospital. After all, a mortality rate of 9 out of 10 is hardly unusual for such a peculiar institution. Instead, they would readily extol the merits of the health insurance, reveling in their extraordinary fortune. "Brother, I truly cannot believe that this health insurance is real. How can you be certain of its authenticity? I have just emerged from the terrifying hospital." The demeanor of the medical staff there was truly commendable. I noticed the name of Boss Chen gracing the list of miraculous healers, which signifies that he genuinely possesses a profound understanding of medicine, generously providing us with benefits. To my astonishment, it appears I have misjudged Boss Chen. He is indeed a formidable figure. What are we waiting for? It is high time to procure a terrifying health insurance plan. This represents a splendid opportunity to take advantage of Boss Chen's generosity. As word spread rapidly, the peculiarities of Wangjiang City were astounded to discover that the terrifying health insurance might indeed be legitimate. Remarkably, Boss Chen is utilizing his own funds to provide free medical treatment for everyone. What? You say the insurance fee is merely 10 soul coins? Compared to treatment costs that can reach tens of thousands, it is practically a gift. Boss Chen is wicked indeed. What a villain he is, and yet, I find myself quite enamored. As the number of peculiarities visiting the terrifying hospital gradually increased, it was not long before they made a shocking discovery. The terrifying health insurance harbored a significant loophole. Chapter 85. The Subway of the Undead. Some ailing peculiarities found that the review process for the terrifying health insurance was astonishingly lax. The nurses and doctors at the terrifying hospital seemed indifferent to when one fell ill. Whether one fell ill before or after purchasing the terrifying health insurance mattered not to the physicians. This implies that if any peculiarity were to fall ill, they only needed to spend 10 soul coins to temporarily acquire the terrifying health insurance, thus enabling them to seek free treatment at the hospital. Regardless of whether the treatment would be effective, the cost is undeniably appealing. To receive treatment for just 10 soul coins is truly a divine benefit. Such an enormous loophole. And yet Boss Chen remains oblivious. One must seize the opportunity to exploit the vulnerabilities of Boss Chen. In no time, those afflicted by ailments flocked to acquire a frightful health insurance, seeking free treatment at the dread hospital. What was once a desolate establishment transformed into a bustling hub of peculiarities in less than a day. A lengthy queue formed at the entrance as the bizarre doctors, witnessing the influx of patients, expressed no grievances. Rather, they rejoiced at the prospect of finally gaining valuable experience. Diligently laboring for Director Chen, they internally praised his remarkable ability to attract such a multitude of patients. Standing atop the hospital, Chen Mu gazed through the window of his office at the throngs below, a smile blossoming on his lips. Little did those peculiar beings realize that the loophole they believed they had cunningly uncovered to exploit Boss Chen was, in fact, a trap he had deliberately set. This was precisely to encourage the ailing oddities to seek treatment at the dread hospital, thereby allowing Chen Mu's doctors to amass experience. As the number of patients swelled, the hospital's morgue operated at full capacity, incinerating the remains of the peculiar with fervor. Countless oddities eagerly surged into the hospital, with the majority being ushered into the morgue, while only a fortunate few emerged healed. The afflicted, however, voiced no complaints, for such was the nature of the peculiar hospital. Moreover, The standard of treatment at the Dread Hospital was already superior to that of many other strange institutions. Thus, Boss Chen reaped the rewards from the peculiar patients. And with ruthless efficiency, for the price they paid was nothing less than their very lives. The peculiar patients, having been exploited, appeared unexpectedly jovial, believing they had cunningly extracted the wool from Boss Chen, thus securing a significant advantage. Naturally, this outcome brought joy to both the proprietor and the exploited, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Chen Mu relished this sentiment, merrily counting his earnings from the peculiar transactions. The eccentric individuals excitedly referred to Boss Chen as the living king of hell, and in a darkly humorous twist, this appellation held merit from both the peculiar and human perspectives. Under the guidance of the seemingly immortal doctor, the strange physicians swiftly began rectifying their shortcomings. Within a day, Chen Mu was astonished to discover that the mortality rate at the Fright Hospital had plummeted from 90 to 85. This was an encouraging sign, indicating the success of Chen Mu's strategies. Perhaps it would not be long before the Fright Hospital truly became the premier establishment for the peculiar in this bizarre apocalyptic world. With the Fright Hospital under his control, Chen Mu grasped a multitude of industries within Wangjiang City, effectively positioning himself as the de facto ruler of the locale. He could finally exhale, having established his foundational power. In the forthcoming plans, Chen Mu intended to pursue dual paths. One direction involved consolidating his foundational power, ensuring his dominance in Wangjiang City. This would entail acquiring more industries and recruiting additional personnel. The other direction aimed at expanding beyond Wangjiang City. The peculiar apocalypse was vast, and Wangjiang City was merely a starting point. Countless industries awaited acquisition, and numerous formidable individuals were poised for alliances or confrontations. The guiding principle was simple. Those who aligned with him would thrive, while those who opposed him would perish. Such dominance is displayed without revealing its sharp edges. Chen Mu abhors confrontation and prefers to conceal his brilliance. While everyone appears to be amiable on the surface, they secretly betray others, all the while counting their own gains, an interplay of softness and strength striking at the heart. As Chen Mu pondered over his future plans, a knock echoed from the door of his office. "Come in," he called, puzzled as to who might be seeking him. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a peculiar suit. Upon entering, the man greeted Chen Mu with a broad smile. "Greetings, Mr. Chen. I am the proprietor of the Ghostly Subway." He introduced himself. The Ghostly Subway? Chen Mu mused for a moment, recollecting its significance. Originally, the Ghostly Subway was a metro line in Wangjiang City. However, following the bizarre apocalypse, it became tainted and transformed into an eerie realm. In his previous life, Chen Mu was familiar with the Ghostly Subway. He had undertaken strange missions there. Those experiences were fraught with hardship, requiring utmost caution to survive. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, and having acquired substantial assets, Chen Mu had yet to visit the Ghostly Subway. He held a keen interest in purchasing it, as it represented a vital transportation hub in Wangjiang City. Acquiring it would significantly enhance his dominion. Unfortunately, time had not permitted him to act until now. What could this mean? The owner of the Ghostly Subway had taken the initiative to visit him? Hello. Please take a seat. What brings you here? Chen Mu inquired, his face adorned with a congenial smile, despite his internal confusion. Chen Mu had never been fond of smiling. As a young man brimming with vigor, he preferred straightforwardness and believed that a smile often appeared insincere. However, after enduring the bizarre trials of his past life in a strange apocalypse, Chen Mu underwent significant growth. He gradually came to realize that a smile serves as a form of armor. Those who are truly astute seldom display their emotions openly. They do not wear a perpetually stern countenance, fearing that their cunning would be too evident. Instead, the truly clever individuals often wear a warm smile, exuding an air of amiability. They conceal their genuine thoughts, maintaining a cheerful facade while skillfully wielding a metaphorical dagger behind that smile. Such seemingly affable individuals may very well be the ultimate antagonists. Thus, upon his rebirth, Chen Mu perpetually donned a cheerful expression. He learned to mask his thoughts, rendering his true intentions inscrutable to others. Growth is always a gradual process. The peculiar figure before him did not take a seat. Instead, he retrieved a small box from his pocket and respectfully presented it to Chen Mu. "Boss Chen, a token of my appreciation, a small gesture of respect." Chen Mu accepted the box and, upon opening it, discovered a watch crafted from exquisite jade. Was this enigmatic figure truly presenting him with a gift? He was taken aback. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had switched roles with the bizarre character. In all his previous encounters with peculiar scenarios, it had always been Chen Mu bestowing gifts upon these strange entities. Today, the roles had reversed. Gradually, it dawned on Chen Mu that this shift was indicative of his enhanced strength and status. In contemporary times, Chen Mu has undeniably ascended to the status of an unofficial monarch in Wangjiang City. Naturally, there are peculiar entities seeking to curry favor with him, and gifts have begun to materialize in his honor. It has come to my attention that the proprietor Chen harbors an affinity for timepieces, and one hopes he will not find them lacking. A figure clad in a suit, with a disingenuous smile, attempts to ingratiate himself with Chen Mu. The notion that a formidable leader of such a bizarre realm would take the initiative to solicit his favor is something Chen Mu would never have dared to conceive in his previous life. "You've been too generous. I find your gift quite delightful," Chen Mu remarked cheerfully as he accepted the watch. Though he did not possess a particular fondness for watches, they serve as a fitting choice for gifting, small and expensive. It seems that somehow a rumor has circulated suggesting that Chen Mu is enamored with timepieces. Receiving such an unusual present lifted Chen Mu's spirits considerably. After all, as the adage goes, one does not strike those who greet them with a smile. "Is there a matter you wish to discuss?" Chen Mu inquired. Upon hearing this, the suited individual furrowed his brow, revealing a look of concern. "Boss Chen, it is as follows. As you may know, I manage the city's subway system. Recently, the peculiar occurrences in Wangjiang City have dwindled, leading to daily losses in subway operations. I have heard of your generosity and your penchant for acquiring entities on the brink of bankruptcy. Thus, I thought to extend an invitation to you to inspect the ghost subway. If your interest is piqued, we could discuss a potential acquisition. I would like to sell the ghost subway to you. What are your thoughts, esteemed Boss Chen?" Good heavens, here is an earnest plea for acquisition. Chen Mu was taken aback. Had his influence truly reached such heights? In the past, Chen Mu was quite affluent. However, to acquire the enigmatic realm, he had to first adopt a humble demeanor, willingly undertaking bizarre tasks within that peculiar domain. Only by accomplishing these tasks could he attract the attention of the elusive boss behind the scenes, thereby earning an opportunity for a face-to-face dialogue. Now, after successfully acquiring several major industries, Chen Mu has established a formidable reputation. Not only is he no longer required to participate in the strange tasks, but some of the hidden bosses have even approached him directly, imploring him to consider acquisitions. This remarkable shift in status transpired in just a few days. Since Chen Mu's rebirth, less than half a month has elapsed, yet such a dramatic transformation has occurred. This is a promising sign, indicating that Chen Mu is on the right path, gradually converting his wealth into status and power. When faced with the invitation from the impeccably dressed figure, Chen Mu naturally did not decline. It would be illogical to turn down an opportunity presented so conveniently. "Very well, I shall accompany you to assess the situation," he agreed. The figure in the suit immediately beamed with delight, gazing at Chen Mu as if he were a savior, filled with gratitude. He had anticipated a refusal from Chen Mu, but was pleasantly surprised by the enthusiastic acceptance. "Mr. Chen, when would you be available? I am at your disposal and would welcome your inspection at any time," he declared, knowing that those with wealth wield considerable influence. With his financial resources, Chen Mu naturally assumed the role of the leader. Thus, the schedule would revolve around his availability. "Let us proceed today," Chen Mu replied. He is currently unoccupied. Seizing the opportunity to acquire a subway system and thereby gain control over the underground transit of the entire city, the man in the suit, filled with an odd sense of delight, hastily stepped forward to lead the way. The two departed from the hospital, one following the other. Along the route, Passers-by and the peculiar figure were astonished to witness a boss-like entity bowing submissively to a mere human. Upon discovering that the individual in question was Chen Mu, the situation suddenly made sense. Boss Chen, I was previously a VIP client of the Nether Taxi service. Had been earlier, I would have invited you to take a ride on the Nether Taxi. Unfortunately, I have heard that the service has been contracted at a high price by a mysterious owner and is no longer available to the public. Thus, my status as a VIP client is rendered ineffective. Otherwise, I would have directly arranged for you to experience the Nether Taxi. The man in the suit lamented with a hint of regret. Chen Mu smiled and replied, "Is it not possible that the Nether Taxi has indeed been contracted by me?" Immediately, under the astonished gaze of the man in the suit, Chen Mu summoned his driver. Once they settled into the Nether Taxi, the suit-clad individual couldn't help but privately marvel at the sheer wealth of Boss Chen, who had astonishingly acquired the entire taxi service for his personal use. As Chen Mu sat in the taxi, he began to ponder. With so many assets and a luxurious estate to his name, perhaps the next step should be to seek an opportunity to acquire a high-end vehicle? Although the Nether Taxi was impressive, there must surely be even more luxurious options available. When time permitted, he would consider ordering a bespoke luxury car. The speed of the Nether Taxi was indeed remarkable. In less than 2 minutes, the eerie taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the subway. Without waiting for the driver to assist Chen Mu, the strangely attired figure in the suit eagerly opened the door for him. It was evident that the suited individual placed great importance on this transaction. Only Chen Mu possessed the capability to prevent the bizarre figure from facing ruin and execution. At the entrance of the spectral subway station, several individuals stood, both men and women. Undoubtedly, these unfortunate souls had been selected by the blood-red paper to undertake peculiar tasks. As Chen Mu stepped into the entrance of the spectral subway station, a series of blood-red characters appeared before him. Strange task, spectral subway task description. Beneath Wangjiang City, it is rumored that a mysterious subway exists. At the stroke of midnight, the subway slowly awakens. In the seemingly deserted station, a throng of unseen passengers surges forth. The legend of the spectral subway reverberates throughout the city. Until one fateful day, you receive a subway ticket and resolve to uncover the truth. Although Chen Mu had been invited, the allocation of bizarre tasks was governed by the rules dictated by the blood-red paper. The regulations stipulated that once a human entered an otherworldly scenario, they would be automatically assigned a strange task. While the suited figure was the boss of this peculiar realm, he lacked the ability to control the blood-red paper. Unlike Chen Mu, consequently, he was powerless to prevent the assignment of a strange task to Chen Mu. All he could do was establish the rules for these bizarre tasks. As long as the suited individual remained sane, he understood how to formulate the rules for Chen Mu. Chen Mu perused the task description, contemplating that this was a quintessential horror movie scenario. The protagonist, it seemed, would meet their demise only through their own folly. Why not simply exist in peace rather than delve into the unknown? However, receiving such an eerie task did not instill any trepidation in Chen Mu. The mastermind behind these peculiar assignments was right beside him, seeking his assistance. It was far from a challenge for Chen Mu. If there were ever an unsettling aspect regarding the entire bizarre mission, it would merely indicate the boss's lack of understanding. Chapter 87. Ensuring Mr. Chen's satisfaction evidently. The boss's mind was quite sound. He had meticulously orchestrated various scenarios, clearly briefing each employee, and even accompanied Chen Mu closely, ready to assist with any unforeseen circumstances. Was this eerie task a test for Chen Mu? Incorrect. It was a stage for the boss to showcase his capabilities. Alongside Chen Mu in this strange endeavor were several young men and women. Upon witnessing Chen Mu alight from the vehicle, their faces were etched with astonishment. For just before Chen Mu exited, an uncanny figure had disembarked, graciously opening the door for him. Moreover, the one assisting him was none other than another spectral entity. They had heard whispers of Chen Mu's wealth, yet they could scarcely fathom that he had reached such heights, commanding the service of 2 phantoms who attended to him with utmost deference. This was no ordinary affluence. What they remained oblivious to was that the entity who opened the door for Chen Mu was, in fact, the ultimate boss of the ghostly subway. Had they known this, Their jaws would surely have dropped in disbelief. At the subway entrance stood a male specter. Upon the arrival of several individuals, the male supervisor commenced the announcement of the rules. Welcome, esteemed new attendants. I am your team leader. As competent attendants, it is your duty to serve each passenger diligently and to manage unforeseen circumstances effectively. Regulations for attendants. Rule 1. As a qualified attendant, you must possess a keen sense of time. With merely 1 minute remaining until the subway's departure, please board within that minute. Rule 2. You must never refuse any request from passenger. Rule 3. If your surname is Chen, you are a high school student, and you stand at a height of 181 centimeters. You may disregard the first 2 rules. Upon the conclusion of the first 2 rules, bewilderment enveloped all present. Several young men and women exchanged puzzled glances. The first rule was clear, and the second posed no issue, but what could the third rule possibly signify? Surname, Chen. High school student, height, 181. All eyes simultaneously turned towards Chen Mu. Was this not an explicit reference to him? How shameless could they be? If they were going to offer preferential treatment, they might at least conceal it somewhat. The absurdity of such a rule was almost akin to inscribing Chen Mu's identification number. Chen Mu felt a tinge of embarrassment. What was this peculiar situation? He understood their desire to curry favor, yet there was a need for decorum. Such blatant favoritism was detrimental to their image. In response, the male supervisor felt no sense of impropriety. If they were not ardent in their flattery, it amounted to a lack of effort. The supervisor was not foolish. It was highly probable that Chen Mu would be his future superior. Who would dare to create trouble for their employer? Rather than being discreet, why not be forthright about it? I am indeed here to cater to Chen Mu. This approach also leaves a favorable impression on Boss Chen. The oddly dressed boss, witnessing his employees' eagerness, displayed a look of satisfaction. In adherence to the rules, several young men and women, after the regulations were announced, hurriedly raced towards the subway. The distance from the surface subway station to the underground metro was considerable. In their fervent desire to arrive within a minute, they exerted every ounce of energy, pushing themselves to their limits. It could be said that this minute marked the fastest they had ever run in their lives. With the station platform devoid of illumination, darting through the darkness posed a significant risk of slipping. One man, caught in the shadows, stumbled painfully. Despite the excruciating ache, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. At last, with just 5.5 seconds to spare, the breathless group barely boarded the train. Meanwhile, Chen Mu ambled towards the subway under the attentive hospitality of the boss. Boss Chen, here is our entrance, recently renovated. Should you find it unsatisfactory, I can have it redone to your specifications before we proceed with the sale. The impeccably dressed boss detailed the subway conditions, all the while carefully gauging Chen Mu's expressions, anxious that he might be displeased. Upon Chen Mu's arrival underground, the previously darkened subway platform gradually illuminated. The eerie atmosphere typically shunned bright lights, favoring dimness. However, with Boss Chen present, the preference of the uncanny was rendered irrelevant. What mattered was ensuring Boss Chen's contentment. If he relished the light, then regardless of the eerie's affinity for darkness, the lights would be turned on brilliantly. Thus, under the meticulous introduction of the impeccably dressed boss, Chen Mu approached the subway station with a demeanor akin to a leader inspecting his domain. The train remained stationary, despite the passengers and crew having assembled. It would not depart until Chen Mu's arrival was confirmed. Inside the carriage, an impatient, peculiar passenger was already growing restless. Hey, crew members, what is going on? Why hasn't the train departed yet? The irritable passenger shouted. Just as the exclamation echoed, Chen Mu and the dapper boss boarded the train. My apologies for the delay. I appreciate your patience, Chen Mu said with a smile. As a seasoned player, he was acutely aware of his role. In the game, he assumed the identity of a crew member, and amidst the passengers' dissatisfaction, an apology was warranted. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, the expression on the boss's face shifted dramatically. Goodness, Chen Mu is now the influential figure he must appease, surveying this bizarre scene. For Chen Mu to apologize to a peculiar passenger? What audacity! The eccentric passenger, initially brimming with discontent, was suddenly struck by fear upon recognizing Chen Mu. Where am I? Who am I? What have I just done? Did I really just shout at Chen Mu and demand an apology? Overcome with despair, the peculiar passenger realized the magnitude of their error. In the realm of anomalies that enveloped Wangjiang City, who was unaware of Chen Mu's formidable reputation, having merely expressed impatience, they now felt utterly foolish. Mr. Chen, please allow me to explain. This is all a misunderstanding. The peculiar passenger collapsed to their knees, beseeching Chen Mu for forgiveness. Faced with this dramatic scene, the other peculiar passengers present perceived nothing amiss. It seemed only natural to them that the strange entities would apologize to Mr. Chen. To an outsider, one might think that Chen Mu had pushed them too far. With a hint of resignation, Chen Mu sighed. He had reached a level in participating in bizarre tasks where he could navigate them with his eyes closed. Even if Chen Mu were to be lazier and not wish to walk, it would pose no issue, as the peculiar beings would naturally carry him to the finish line. The subway glided along, steadily advancing towards its destination. The bizarre task had officially commenced, and the peculiar passengers began to challenge the attendants with conundrums. Chen Mu was well acquainted with this style of bizarre task. It was a quintessential dispersive bizarre task. Such tasks do not present particularly arduous challenges, but rather a series of numerous minor dilemmas. Participants must continually resolve these small issues, though seemingly simple. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Chapter 88. Are you satisfied, Mr. Chen? As the subway slowly departed, the troublesome passengers began incessantly presenting challenges to the attendants. Hey, that attendant in the hat. I require a blanket, and it must be delivered to me within 3 minutes. That tall attendant. I cannot ascertain where my luggage has gone in this train. You must locate it for me within 10 minutes. I demand a drink of fresh blood. Hurry, attendant. Bring me blood. A cacophony of shouts echoed throughout the subway car. Men and women among the participants were, without exception, sweating profusely from the exertion. The requests of each passenger, while seemingly simple, can be challenging to address, requiring only a mere flick of the wrist rather than convoluted contemplation. Yet, it is equally true that the simplicity of these demands belies the complexity of fulfilling them. A flight attendant must juggle the myriad requests of numerous passengers, deftly switching focus between various tasks. A moment's inattention could lead to overlooking a vital duty or exceeding the allotted time. Amidst the bustling attendants, Chen Mu stands out conspicuously. He is seated in first class, with a selection of fresh fruits adorning the small table before him. Attended to by a senior executive who is ever ready to assist and clarify any queries Chen Mu might have. What if a passenger seeks Chen Mu's service? Just moments ago, an eccentric passenger, perhaps lacking in common sense, approached Chen Mu with an unusual request. Excuse me, could you kindly adjust my seat? Chen Mu surmised that this peculiar individual sought to curry favor, under the impression that he was obliged to serve a passenger, and thus chose the simplest task to present to him. Such eccentricity, while clever, is only partially so, one might call a half-witted. What station does Chen Mu hold that he should cater to the whims of a mere passenger? Nevertheless, as the ultimate authority, Chen Mu maintained his amiable demeanor. Responding with a smile, "Certainly, I shall attend to it right away." Before Chen Mu could rise, the suited executive sprang to his feet without uttering a word, and swiftly seized the eccentric individual, unceremoniously ejecting him from the subway. "How dare you presume to impose upon Chen Mu?" The suited executive called out to the castaway passenger. "Take heed in your next life." Without a moment's thought, it was evident that the strange individual thrown down would not survive. Chen Mu patted the suited figure, reproach evident in his tone. "You acted too impulsively. After all, they are a passenger, and I am merely a steward. It is my duty to serve the passengers. Your brutish act of discarding them will certainly tarnish my reputation in the eyes of the other peculiar beings. Such behavior must not be repeated." The suited figure nodded repeatedly, acknowledging Chen Mu's admonition. Indeed, you are right, Chen. I was reckless." From the beginning to the end, Chen Mu consistently assumed the role of the benevolent figure, embodying a demeanor that was kind and gentle. The role of the antagonist was left to the suited figure. In the days before Chen Mu's rise to prominence, He had perceived that the majority of the grand bosses maintained a facade of amiability, always smiling at those around them. It was the lesser bosses who often donned a stern and fearsome countenance, frequently reprimanding and punishing employees. Now that Chen Mu had ascended to the role of the behind-the-scenes boss, he began to grasp the intricacies of this dynamic. The reason was quite simple. Everyone desires to be seen as the good person, yet there must be someone to play the villain. It would be quite unreasonable for the grand boss to assume such a role. Thus, the burden of villainy inevitably fell upon the lesser bosses. Take, for instance, that half-hearted peculiar passenger who had offended Chen Mu. It was only natural that they should face consequences. Had Chen Mu lacked sufficient standing and lacked subordinates, he would have had to bear the mantle of the villain himself, casting the half-hearted peculiar individual from the vehicle. However, now that Chen Mu had elevated his status and had the suited peculiar figure as a subordinate, the unpleasant task of disposing of the peculiar individual naturally fell to the suited figure. Chen Mu could still feign disapproval, chastising the suited figure for their actions. In this manner, to others, Chen Mu appears to be a gentle and affable big boss. The decision to cast down the peculiar was made solely by the suit-clad anomaly, and the amiable Chen Mu did not lend his support. The objective of punishing the offender was achieved, while Chen Mu maintained his image as a kind and approachable leader. This is indeed a win-win situation. Chen Mu triumphed twice. It was only through personal experience that Chen Mu comprehended how power, status, and wealth could transform an individual into a gentler version of themselves. For unpleasant tasks, others would gladly undertake them on your behalf. It may seem hypocritical, yet the sensation is undeniably gratifying. After employing such measures to admonish others, no ill-fated anomaly dared to request Chen Mu's assistance again. During the course of conversation, the other participants, men and women alike, were astonished to discover that the individual who had been seated beside Chen Mu, always ready to assist him, was none other than the great boss of the subway. How could they possibly continue? Everyone had labored diligently to complete their tasks. Yet even the most insignificant anomaly had the power to bring them to ruin. Meanwhile, Chen Mu had the ultimate boss of the scenario serving as his subordinate. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? In an instant, many participants found their spirits shattered. The bizarre apocalypse had only just begun. So how had Chen Mu become so formidable? It seemed utterly unreasonable. Yet, the truth remained undeniable. In the face of reality, any suspicion appeared utterly feeble. Before long, some peculiar passengers approached Chen Mu. Of course, they were not seeking his service. A well-dressed anomaly respectfully approached Chen Mu, presenting a business card. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the owner of the Anomaly Convenience Store. You may call me Xiao Zhang. Here is my card, along with some local specialties for my store. If you find satisfaction, feel free to visit my store, where I shall offer you the most favorable prices, with discounts beginning at 50%. Upon finishing his statement, the shopkeeper peculiarly presented a collection of local specialties. The strange passengers, upon witnessing this, smacked their foreheads in realization. How could they have overlooked this splendid opportunity to establish a connection with Chen Mu? Consequently, a multitude of peculiar passengers formed an orderly queue, respectfully presenting their business cards to forge relationships with Chen Mu. The other participants were astounded to observe that those who had previously made their lives difficult were now exhibiting utmost deference before Chen, akin to obedient grandchildren. In an instant, two more participants experienced a mental breakdown. This was utterly unplayable. Without comparison, there is no pain. Nonetheless, their dismay had little bearing on Chen Mu. He reflected on the nature of fame. Once one becomes renowned, it seems as though the entire world transforms into a circle of friends. Before he could finish familiarizing himself with the peculiar individuals present, the subway had already arrived at its destination. Before Chen, several lines of small text gradually materialized. "Congratulations. You have successfully completed the task." Chen suddenly realized he was engaged in a peculiar mission. Had he remained silent, he might have mistaken this for a welcome banquet. "Mr. Chen, how do you find the Go subway? Are you satisfied with it?" The suited boss inquired with a blend of anticipation and anxiety, delicately addressing Chen Mu. As if, in this bizarre task, You were the participant and Chen the ultimate overlord. Chapter 89. Mr. Chen's magnanimity lives up to its reputation after a moment of contemplation. Chen slowly nodded. You performed admirably. I am quite satisfied with this journey, he remarked. Hearing that Chen Mu was quite satisfied, the suit-clad boss finally breathed a sigh of relief. Splendid. It seems that Mr. Chen is pleased at last. So, Mr. Chen, might you consider purchasing the Spirit Subway? The price is negotiable. Should you wish to buy, I can offer you a generous discount of 50%. If you find that still unsatisfactory, we can certainly discuss further adjustments. The suit spoke cautiously, all the while keenly observing Chen Mu's expression, fearful of inciting his ire. Offering a 50% discount right from the outset, it was akin to a sudden and severe cut. This left Chen Mu feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if they had just met and the other had already struck a deep blow. Were the concessions to go even further, it might imply that Mr. Chen was lacking in discernment. All right, let us settle on this price. 50 million spirit coins, and I shall purchase the subway, Chen Mu declared. The Spirit Subway consists of only a single, albeit short, line. Under normal circumstances, it should be valued between 100 million to 200 million spirit coins. Acquiring it for 50 million is indeed a remarkable bargain. After all, the Spirit Subway serves merely as an auxiliary scene intended to enhance the operational efficiency of the city, relying on the survival of Wangjiang City. Unlike establishments such as the Midnight Hotel or the Dark Knight Academy, which stand as colossal entities in their own right and carry significant influence even beyond Wangjiang City. Chen Mu's interest lies not in the current brief line, but in the potential of the subway's future. This 50 million effectively secures an entire suite of well-established supporting facilities, skilled personnel, and mature procurement channels. As Wangjiang City continues to evolve, the Spirit Subway will undoubtedly undergo expansion. At that moment, Chen Mu no longer needed to start from scratch. He could simply utilize the existing framework. Upon hearing that Chen Mu was willing to purchase the undead subway, the man in the suit, who was rather peculiar, instantly beamed with delight. He found the price of 50 million acceptable, as it allowed him to rid himself of this troublesome asset. All right, Mr. Chen, let's sign a contract right away. The man in the suit hastily produced the contract and inscribed his name upon it. Once Chen Mu affixed his signature, it signified that the entire undead subway, along with all its employees, would come under Chen Mu's command. At that moment, all employees of the undead subway gathered at the terminal station, curiously observing their new employer. Have you heard? Mr. Chen seems particularly generous and treats his employees exceptionally well. Of course I've heard. A friend of mine works at the Midnight Hotel and mentioned that Mr. Chen's salary is more than triple that of other employers. This does not even account for the additional holidays, bonuses, and benefits. I've also heard that the recently popular Fright Hospital is owned by Mr. Chen. Furthermore, it won't be long before he arranges health insurance for all employees. Does that mean we won't have to spend money on medical care in the future? We are finally escaping from this sea of suffering. I can't wait to work for Mr. Chen. The entire city of Wangjiang is filled with individuals eager to work for Mr. Chen. How fortunate we are to have encountered Mr. Chen during his acquisition of the subway. As long as he does not dismiss me, I will certainly work diligently for him. The subway employees whispered among themselves, discussing their future work and lives, their words brimming with anticipation. As for the passengers beside them, some were employees of other peculiar establishments. These onlookers gazed enviously at the subway staff, pondering when Mr. Chen might acquire their own strange venue. Chen Mu observed his new employees and, after a moment of contemplation, turned to the enigmatic figure in a suit and inquired, "By the way, do you have any recommendations for individuals to assist me in managing the entire subway system?" Given the vastness of Chen Mu's enterprises, it was impractical for him to oversee every matter personally. He would undoubtedly need an agent. The ghostly subway was not a core business, but rather a supplementary one, and Chen Mu could not afford to invest excessive energy into its management. The suited figure considered for a moment and pointed to a male anomaly, stating, "He is our station master, and he was previously responsible for the entire operation of the subway." Chen Mu turned his gaze towards this male anomaly, and fortuitously, It was the very individual who had fervently praised him before the task commenced, nearly reciting his identification number. To serve as the proclaimer of the rules inherently indicated a certain caliber, akin to Howley Xiao Xiao, the second in command of the Midnight Diner, had announced the rules at the outset. After pondering for a while, Chen Mu nodded. Very well, you shall manage the ghostly subway from now on. You will continue in your role as station master. As long as you diligently follow my lead, the expansion of the ghostly subway will inevitably elevate your status. Envisioning the grand prospects painted by Chen Mu, the male anomaly, now the station master, was filled with excitement and immediately pledged his loyalty to Chen Mu, declaring, "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will give my utmost effort. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Chen Mu addressed the other employees, stating, "From today onward, the Ghost Metro is officially integrated into the Chen Group. All employees will enjoy the remuneration provided by the group. My sole passion lies in the distribution of wealth. All employees' salaries will be doubled. You will also benefit from a generous 4-hour extended holiday each day, along with annual bonuses, performance incentives, and various other perks. Furthermore, the group is contemplating the establishment of a tailor-made healthcare plan for employees at the horror hospital. It will not be long before all employees of the group can avail themselves of healthcare services, making the struggles of accessing medical care a thing of the past. As long as you dedicate yourselves to the group, we will ensure that no employee faces financial ruin due to unforeseen circumstances or illness." Chen Mu preferred to eschew grandiloquent rhetoric, opting instead for straightforwardness, clearly articulating the benefits and entitlements. To win the hearts of the people is to seize the world. The people's hearts are rooted in their interests. Indeed, the subway employees present erupted into enthusiastic cheers without exception. Chen Boss's generosity was truly legendary, and for many, the prospect of working within Chen Mu's group was a coveted dream. Heavens, did I hear correctly? Chen Boss is undeniably this benevolent. I never anticipated that one day I would have the fortune to work for him. Quick, I can hardly wait to begin my diligent contributions. The peculiar employees of the subway expressed their excitement with fervent exclamations. In their eyes, Chen Mu was the sole compassionate employer within this bizarre apocalypse. Working for such a conscientious leader, would it not be a disservice to one's own conscience not to strive earnestly? Moreover, it is notable that Chen Mu's enterprise is still in its nascent stages. A rapid expansion period lies ahead. Such swift growth signifies an urgent need for manpower, heralding a plethora of opportunities for promotions and salary increases. As long as these peculiar matters are diligently attended to, a bright future awaits. Chen Mu had arranged the affairs concerning the underworld subway and was poised to return to the Shanshui courtyard for some rest, when suddenly his phone rang. The caller ID displayed the name of the driver. Why would he be calling me? Chen Mu pondered, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 90, Economic Crisis in the Strange World. The mobile phone in Chen Mu's hand was the very one the driver had given him. At that time, the driver mentioned that through this phone, Chen Mu could reach him at any moment. Whenever Chen Mu contacted him, the driver would arrive within 5 minutes, no matter where he was in Wangjiang City. For the past 10 days, it had always been Chen Mu reaching out to the driver, and indeed, the phone had proven to be quite effective. The driver had never contacted Chen Mu on his own accord, for he understood that it was a courtesy of subordinates not to disturb their superior unless in an emergency. What could be the situation now? The driver was calling him unprompted? Chen Mu surmised correctly that an urgent situation had arisen, one of considerable importance. Otherwise, the driver would not have reached out to him. "Hello." Chen Mu answered the call. As expected, the driver's voice came through, tinged with urgency. "Boss, I just received a message from the security at Shanshui Courtyard. They reported that a multitude of strange entities has suddenly appeared at the entrance. Most of them possess considerable strength, predominantly at the level of the Bazaar Long. They are currently blocking the entrance, seeking to meet with you." Chen Mu furrowed his brow slightly. "All right, wait for me at the exit of the underworld subway. I will be there shortly." After hanging up the phone, Chen Mu briefed the subway station master with a few words and quickly made his way to the surface. At the subway exit, the driver had already opened the door. "Avaiting Chen Mu's arrival." Given the urgency of the situation, the two exchanged no words. As soon as Chen Mu boarded, The driver pressed the accelerator, racing towards the shadowy courtyard. Throughout the journey, Chen Mu's mind raced with questions. Why had so many peculiar beings sought him out? Was it related to the healthcare matters? Had he unwittingly committed a wrong? No. Rather, he had performed a good deed, yet inadvertently brought about the demise of a group of peculiar entities, leading his family to seek vengeance. But that did not seem plausible. The beings pursuing him were all of a higher echelon. Such entities were akin to the bosses of numerous minor bizarre scenarios, and they valued their lives dearly, unlikely to resort to purchasing healthcare. Could it be that his rapidly flourishing enterprise had severed their income streams? That too seemed unlikely, for his business had nearly monopolized the industry, and his competitors had long been eliminated. Other sectors remained unaffected by his endeavors. The logic was straightforward. Even if a midnight hotel flourished, it would not impact the business of a swimming pool. The two do not constitute direct competition. After pondering for a considerable time, Chen Mu shook his head. He decided to set aside his thoughts and investigate upon arrival. The driver was relentless, pressing the gas pedal so fervently that it seemed to be on the verge of smoking. Within 3 minutes, accompanied by the screech of brakes, the taxi came to a steady halt at shadowy courtyard. As Chen Mu exited the vehicle, he found, as the security personnel had indicated, a throng of peculiar beings crowding the entrance. Judging by their numbers, there were at least 100. Such a multitude. It appeared that nearly all the elite peculiar entities from Wangjiang City had congregated here. A peculiar figure with sharp eyes spotted Chen Mu descending from the vehicle and immediately exclaimed, "Boss Chen has arrived. Everyone, rush over." At the sound of his call, over 100 oddities regained their senses and simultaneously turned their gazes toward Chen Mu. "Boss Chen, please do not leave." A throng of bizarre beings clamored and surged toward him. Chen Mu, utterly bewildered, pondered the unusual situation. The driver and the nearby security personnel exhibited expressions filled with anxiety, swiftly forming a barrier before Chen Mu. As the peculiar beings approached, Chen Mu noticed that they were all brandishing several sheets of white paper in their hands. The oddities fervently waved their papers at him, shouting, "Boss Chen, take a look at my eccentric establishment. My bizarre venue is on the brink of closure. I can sell it at a low price. Please save me. I'll offer a 30% discount. I only ask for payment in ghostly currency." Listening to the cries of these peculiar beings, Chen Mu gradually comprehended their intentions. Clearly, they were not there to cause him trouble. If his assumptions were correct, these oddities were the bosses of various peculiar establishments throughout Wangjiang City. They had flocked to him in hopes of persuading him to acquire their bizarre venues. What could have prompted such an urgent desire among so many eccentric bosses to sell their establishments? Drawing upon his past experiences, Chen Mu reflected briefly and discerned the underlying issue. If his conjecture held true, it appeared that the current period marked the onset of an economic crisis within the realm of the bizarre. Wherever there exists the currency of the dead, economic activities inevitably flourish, and with such activities, economic crises are bound to emerge. In the peculiar early days of the apocalypse, the quantity of the currency of the dead was alarmingly scarce. Not only did humanity find itself in want of this currency, but the strange entities also possessed it in limited amounts. For the average oddity, the situation was bearable. The absence of the currency merely meant enduring hardships, performing laborious tasks for meager wages and managing to scrape by. However, for the formidable bosses of these anomalies, the circumstances were far graver. To maintain a bizarre scene, financial expenditure was indispensable, requiring relentless investment every moment. Should they fail to sustain it, the collapse of these peculiar establishments would lead to dire consequences, with the owners facing the ultimate penalty of obliteration by the governing rules. In desperation to avert the downfall of their enterprises, these eccentric proprietors frantically sought the currency of the dead, yet its scarcity only intensified the crisis. As the economic turmoil escalated, the trepidation surrounding expenditures grew, resulting in an even more pronounced depletion of the currency. Those on the brink of bankruptcy hurriedly sought to divest themselves of their enterprises, eager to shed their burdens by selling their bizarre scenes at discounted prices. Coincidentally, Chen Mu had recently acquired numerous establishments and had implemented a lavish, money-consuming healthcare policy, clearly indicating his financial robustness. Upon hearing this news, the desperate owners of peculiar businesses flocked to him, pleading for Chen Mu to purchase their ventures. As Chen Mu gazed at the contracts being fervently waved before him, he recognized that an opportunity for immense wealth was approaching. Although these establishments were being sold at reduced prices due to the owner's financial distress, once the economic crisis subsided, they would undoubtedly transform into lucrative enterprises. At this moment, Chen Mu seized the opportunity to acquire a substantial portion of the industries in Wangjiang City at remarkably low prices. It could be said that to buy was to profit. The peculiar individuals understood that purchasing these industries at this juncture indeed meant securing a profit. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that without funds, how could one make a purchase? Everyone was devoid of ghostly currency, save for Chen Mu, who possessed a vast amount of it. Thus, such a tremendous bargain could only be embraced by Chen Mu. Once the economic crisis subsided, he would transform into the owner of numerous enterprises in Wangjiang City, thereby achieving complete dominion over the area. Contemplating the intricate dynamics at play, Chen Mu revealed a look of delight and called out to the peculiar individuals waving the contracts. "Do not rush. Please line up orderly. I possess a kind heart and cannot bear to see others in financial distress. Provided the industries are commendable and the prices reasonable, I shall gladly accept them. I am about to commence large-scale acquisitions." Chapter 91. Frenzied acquisitions. With Chen Mu's resounding declaration, the peculiar business owners present erupted in cheers. Truly, Chen Mu was a nefarious figure. Indeed, individuals as unscrupulous as him were becoming increasingly rare. They remarked that Chen Mu was akin to a living king of hell, and upon witnessing him today, they confirmed that the reputation was well-deserved. Although Chen Mu recognized that the peculiar individuals were extolling him, he could not shake off the oddity of their praise. Well, from a human perspective, referring to Chen Mu as a villain was not entirely unfounded. Taking advantage of the situation, he aimed to acquire high-quality industries at bargain prices while the others were financially constrained, thus reaping significant profits. In fact, those business owners might even owe him their gratitude. The peculiar proprietors eagerly formed a queue, clutching contracts and beseeching Chen Mu to sign. "Boss Chen, take a look at my establishment. It is a prime convenience store. I shall not speak in vain, but rather offer it to you at a mere 70 of its value. This, indeed, is the most favorable price. In the past, I would not have entertained selling it even at double the price," proclaimed the proprietor of the convenience store with utmost conviction. Before Boss Chen could utter a word, another retail store owner interjected eagerly. "Only 70 for Boss Chen? Do you not hold him in esteem? Boss Chen, come on my grocery shop. I shall extend to you a generous 50 discount." "Only 50? Is there no sincerity in your offer?" the second owner retorted, with a glance at Boss Chen. The first owner exclaimed, "I shall offer it to you at 40. I shall go as low as 35. I will even sell it for 30. Without any prompting from Chen Mu, the peculiar owners began to engage in a fierce competition, each one slashing their prices without hesitation, causing Chen Mu to feel a pang of sympathy. The reason was simple. Over 100 peculiar individuals present were intent on selling their bizarre scenes, while only Chen Mu stood as the sole buyer. Naturally, they all resorted to frantically offering lower prices, each believing that the lowest bid would secure sale. Faced with the grim prospect of bankruptcy and execution, a small loss seemed trivial in comparison. Boss Chen, possessing a kind heart, could not bear to witness the discord among his peers. After all, such disputes only serve to sour relationships. Thus, he called out, "There is no need for further competition. The maximum price I am willing to pay is 30. This means that those offering 40 or 50 may take their contracts and depart, as I shall not be acquiring them. For those willing to sell at 20 or even 10, I am more than willing to consider your offers." The owners present were left in despair. In the realm of bargaining, Boss Chen proved to be the most formidable contender. "Very well, let us cease the clamor, for we have all been severely wounded by Boss Chen, leaving us in a state akin to fracture, indeed a shattering fracture, offered at a mere third of the price. Boss Chen has reaped an extraordinary profit. Despite such paltry prices, The peculiar proprietors present are clamoring to sell. The adage holds true. Selling may yield a minor loss. Yet failing to sell equates to a descent into bankruptcy. Then, one must await their demise. The distinction between what is trivial and what is significant is clear to any rational mind. However, Chen Mu finds himself in a quandary. In this bizarre apocalypse, it is not merely a matter of signing a contract to acquire peculiar establishments. For instance, should Chen Mu wish to purchase an enigmatic shop, he must first visit the establishment and complete a peculiar task before he can sign the contract and finalize the transaction. The rationale behind this stipulation, as Chen Mu surmises, is to prevent violent monopolization. If a powerful entity seeks to absorb smaller peculiar shops, the mere signing of a contract would enable the larger entity to forcefully coerce the smaller ones into compliance. Such a scenario would accelerate the pace of monopolization in this strange world, transforming it into a true survival of the fittest, where strength reigns supreme. In this extraordinary realm, rules hold greater weight than brute force. Even the mightiest of peculiar beings must adhere to the established regulations. The principles of governance overshadow sheer power. Consequently, a protective measure exists. Any large entity wishing to acquire a smaller peculiar shop must personally undertake a visit and fulfill the tasks assigned by the smaller entity. Thus, even the most diminutive of anomalies can, within their peculiar realms, harness the advantage of rulemaking to subdue the more formidable aberrations. As long as the lesser anomaly does not wish to concede, it can establish intricate regulations that render the greater anomaly incapable of fulfilling its bizarre tasks. This ensures that rules prevail over brute force. Regrettably, the transcendent entity responsible for instituting such unwritten laws likely could not foresee a day when these lesser anomalies would beseech Chen Mu for acquisition. In this strange apocalyptic world, there are numerous occasions when the currency of the underworld proves far more effective than sheer violence. Suddenly, a realization struck the various proprietors, with an abundance of bizarre scenarios. Time may not be on their side. Chen Mu displayed a troubled expression, remarking that completing a single bizarre task is a considerable drain on both time and intellect. With over 100 peculiar scenarios at hand, he doubted he could accomplish them all within 6 months. Upon hearing this, the owners of the anomalies grew anxious. 6 months? My establishment won't survive half that time. Are you suggesting I wait for my demise? Rest assured, Mr. Chen, there is no need for you to worry about the bizarre tasks. Simply arrive at the peculiar scenes, and we guarantee you will swiftly navigate through them in mere minutes. Moreover, you shall not need to exert a single ounce of mental energy. All you need to do is show up and play your part. The assembled proprietors fervently assured Chen Mu. Very well, I shall complete 100 bizarre scenarios within a single day,